Embracing Defeat by John W. Dower. The book is subtitled Japan in the Wake of World War II. For Howard B. Schonberger, 1940 to 1991, who never lost sight of the ideals of peace and democracy. Acknowledgements. This book has taken a long time to prepare and would have taken forever without great contributions from two people. My wife, Yasuko, helped to survey a broad range of materials, and our conversations, woven into the fabric of everyday life, became an important way of mulling over themes and probing nuances. We covered a great deal of ground together, not only figuratively, exploring the past, but also literally in various places in Japan and the United States. This is a heavy debt, as well as a rewarding way to do history. At a certain point these labors came together in an exceedingly long manuscript, and I called on an old friend to help me get untangled. Tom Engelhardt responded with patience and an exceedingly sharp pen. His critical scrutiny extended beyond language to structure, and beyond structure to themes and concepts. The manuscript reads differently, and faster, because of his friendship and skill. I am indebted to others as well. Sode Rinjiro, General MacArthur's Japanese biographer and a master of knowledge about occupied Japan, has directed me to many Japanese materials. My reliance on some of his writings, especially his analysis of letters written by ordinary Japanese to MacArthur, is obvious here. Ever since a long sojourn in Kamakura early on in this project, I have turned to Aketagawa Toru to track down Japanese sources. I also shared materials with Herbert Bix and had numerous helpful conversations with him about the role of Emperor Hirohito. Takao Toshikazu directed me to one of the most remarkable texts I have introduced here, the diary memoir of Watanabe Kiyoshi. Alex Gibney shared transcripts of some of the excellent interviews he conducted concerning the American drafting of a new Japanese constitution. Murakami Hisayo called attention to interesting materials in the Gordon Prang collection of Japanese publications submitted for vetting by the occupation's censors, and now housed in the McKeldin Library at the University of Maryland. It was she who showed me what I regard as a little gem, the 1946 cartoon history of the occupation by Kato Etsuro. James Heisig made me aware of Tanabe Hajime, the formidable nationalistic philosopher of repentance. James Zobel at the MacArthur Memorial identified a number of important archival documents. Years ago, when I began exploring Japan's transition from war to peace, I had the good fortune of being associated for a year with the Post-War Financial History Project of the Japanese Ministry of Finance, headed by Hata Ikuhiko, and I still ride on some of the materials collected then. One summer, Yasuko and I secluded ourselves at Farm Island Lake in Minnesota and did economic policy in a cabin generously made available to us by Jerry and Aiko Fisher. I also received advice, materials, or assistance from Takemaya Eiji, Matsuo Takayoshi, Sumiya Mikio, Igarashi Takeshi, Yui Daizaburo, Koseki Shoichi, Kato Yasuhara Yoko, Miura Yoichi, Eiji Yutani, Yuki Tanaka, Kozi Amemiya, Laura Hine, Marlene Mayo, David Swain, Frank Schulman, Andy Coopersmith, Peter Grilly, Edward Friedman, Glenn Fukushima, and Steve Rabson. At the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, student projects by Abigail Vargas, Jennifer Mosier, and Ann Torres helped illuminate aspects of the Japanese scene immediately after the war. Leslie Torrance typed several chapters. Diane Brooks and Mabel Chin were of unfailing help in navigating the practical world, and in various ways the university administration generously supported my research. At one point early on, our daughter Kana turned some handwritten chapters into computerized ones. Ed Barber and Andre Schifrin have been my patient mentors at W. Norton and the New Press, respectively, and Georges Borchardt has been my literary agent. Barbara Gurr copy-edited the manuscript. Sarah Holt and Alan Tolliver at Boston's WGBH television station shared photographs collected for a documentary on General MacArthur. Funding that has supported the project has come from the Japan Foundation as well as MIT. On several occasions, Tokyo University generously extended institutional access to its facilities. Japanese publications pertaining to Japan's defeat in World War II and the American-led occupation that followed defy counting. They include excellent archive-based academic studies and an extraordinary range of edited popular volumes containing articles published at the time, letters written to newspapers during the occupation, day-by-day chronologies, photos, capsule summaries of films, song lyrics, special topics, like the war crimes trials and the black market, lists and summaries of post-war bestsellers, what have you. I have drawn heavily on such published Japanese materials, and on certain subjects I have taken it as my task to present some of the findings of Japanese scholars to English-language readers. These scholars deserve special mention here. On war crimes, exceptional research and analysis have been done by Awaya Kentaro, Yoshimi Yoshiaki, Yoshida Yutaka, and Onuma Yoshiaki. Koseki Shoichi has published the most incisive scholarship on the Japanese side of constitutional revision. The expert on popular magazines of the early post-surrender period, especially the pulps, is Fukushima Juro. He is a major source for my treatment of this lively subject. On scap censorship, I have drawn many examples from the writings of Furukawa Atsushi, Eto Jun, and Matsuura Sozo, among others. Where Japanese films of the immediate post-surrender period are concerned, the invaluable benchmark study is in English, by Kyoko Hirano. A note on Japanese names. Throughout the text, I have followed the Japanese convention in which the family name or surname precedes the given or personal name. Thus, for example, Prime Minister Yoshida's full name is Yoshida Shigeru. Of necessity, however, this rule is reversed in two situations, where Japanese living outside the country have chosen to follow the opposite, Western order, and in identifying the authors of publications in English. Introduction. Japan's emergence as a modern nation was stunning to behold. Swifter, more audacious, more successful, and ultimately more crazed, murderous, and self-destructive than anyone had imagined possible. In retrospect, it seemed almost an illusion, a 93-year dream become nightmare that began and ended with American warships. In 1853, a modest fleet of 4 vessels, 2 of them coal-burning black ships, had arrived to force the country open. In 1945, a huge, glistening armada came back to close it. When all this began with the arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry, Japan was a small country with few obvious resources. For over 2 centuries, intercourse with foreigners had been largely prohibited by its feudal shoguns. Although the economy had become commercialized in those long years of seclusion, no industrial revolution had taken place, nor had there been any striking advances in science. If Americans and Europeans found these island people capable and clever as well as exotic, no one thought to say of them, as Napoleon had of neighboring China with its vast territories, its awesome population, and its millennia of high civilization, that here was a sleeping giant. In 1868, dissident samurai drove out the shogun and established a government in the name of the emperor, hitherto a remote, powerless figure. Their new nation-state proved a quick study, learning the modern arts of war as well as peace, and showing itself particularly adept at understanding how to survive in an imperialist world. As a line in a popular Japanese song of the 1880s put it, "There is a law of nations, it is true, but when the moment comes, remember, the strong eat up the weak." While most of the rest of the world fell under the control of the Western powers, Japan emulated them and joined their banquet. In 1895, the Imperial Army and Navy brought China to its knees. This decisive victory on the Asian mainland, capped by an enormous indemnity, precipitated a scramble for international concessionary areas torn from the very body of the sleeping giant. Slicing the Chinese melon was the pleasant way Westerners came to speak of this. The war brought Imperial Japan its first colony, the island of Formosa. Triumph over Tsarist Russia 10 years later, after costly battles on land and a sensational victory at sea, gave the nation an internationally recognized foothold in Manchuria, and paved the way for taking Korea as a second colony. Loans raised in New York and London helped to finance this war, and the Western powers turned a deaf ear to the appeals of Korean patriots. In World War I, Japan joined the hostilities on the Allied side, moving against German holdings in China, and was rewarded by being seated as one of the Big Five nations at the Versailles Peace Conference, where the victors met to punish Germany and rearrange the world. No other non-white, non-Christian people at that time could have imagined playing the great game of global power and influence at this level. Nor could anyone anticipate the disastrous breakdown of security that lay ahead. World War I, after all, had been the war to end all wars. In the 1920s and 1930s, as the world plunged into depression and instability, the country's leaders responded, and contributed, to this disorder with an increasingly frantic request for control over the markets and resources of Asia. Dai Nippon Teikoku, the great empire of Japan, spread like a monstrous strain. On Japanese maps, the empire was always colored red. 1931 saw the takeover of Manchuria. 1937, the launching of all-out aggression against China. 1941, the attack on Pearl Harbor as part of a strategy of seizing control of the southern reaches of Asia and the Pacific. At the peak of its expansion in early 1942, Japan bestrode Asia like a colossus, one foot planted in the mid-Pacific, the other deep in the interior of China, its ambitious grasp reaching north to the Aleutian Islands and south to the western colonial enclaves of Southeast Asia. Japan's Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere briefly embraced the Netherlands East Indies, French Indochina, the British colonial possessions of Burma, Malaya, and Hong Kong, and America's Philippine colony. There was talk of reaching further to take India, Australia, possibly even Hawaii. Banzai cries to the glory of the Emperor's holy war and the invincibility of his loyal soldiers and sailors pierced the heavens in myriad places at home and overseas. Poets, priests, and propagandists alike extolled the superiority of the Yamato race and the sublime destiny of the imperial way. The co-prosperity sphere was but a chimera, the euphoria of the first half-year of the Pacific War but a dream within a dream, soon dismissed by Japanese themselves as the victory disease. They had run amok, badly miscalculating both the resilience of Chinese resistance and the resources, psychological as well as material, that the United States could bring to a protracted conflict. They had, at the same time, become prisoners of their own war rhetoric, of holy war, death before dishonor, blood debts to their war dead, the inviolability of the emperor-centered national policy, the imminence of a decisive battle that would turn the tide against the Chinese bandits and stay the demonic Anglo-Americans. Long after it had become obvious that Japan was doomed, its leaders all the way up to the emperor remained unable to contemplate surrender. They were psychologically blocked, capable only of stumbling forward. Perry said the Americans, with their charming habit of neglecting such historical inconveniences as imperialism, colonialism, and the breakdown of the global economy, had let the genie out of the bottle, and that genie had become a blood-soaked monster. From the rape of Nanking in the opening months of the war against China to the rape of Manila in the final stages of the Pacific War, the emperor's soldiers and sailors left a trail of unspeakable cruelty and rapacity. As it turned out, they also devoured themselves. Japanese died in hopeless suicide charges, starved to death in the field, killed their own wounded rather than let them fall into enemy hands, and murdered their civilian compatriots in places such as Saipan and Okinawa. They watched helplessly as firebombs destroyed their cities, all the while listening to their leaders natter on about how it might be necessary for the 100 million all to die, like shattered jewels. The most obvious legacy of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere was death and destruction. In China alone, perhaps 15 million people died. The Japanese lost nearly 3 million, and their entire empire as well. After this terrible fury, Japan entered a strange seclusion. It withdrew from the world again, not willingly but under orders from the victors, and not alone as in the centuries before Perry, but locked in an almost sensual embrace with its American conquerors. And soon enough it became apparent that the Americans could not or would not let go. Beginning with Pearl Harbor and ending with the Emperor's capitulation after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, The war between Japan and the Allied powers lasted 3 years and 8 months. The occupation of the defeated nation began in August 1945 and ended in April 1952, 6 years and 8 months later, almost twice as long as the war itself. In those years, Japan had no sovereignty and accordingly no diplomatic relations. No Japanese were allowed to travel abroad until the occupation was almost over. No major political, administrative, or economic decisions were possible without the conqueror's approval. No public criticism of the American regime was permissible, although in the end dissident voices were irrepressible. Initially, the Americans imposed a root and branch agenda of demilitarization and democratization that was in every sense a remarkable display of arrogant idealism, both self-righteous and genuinely visionary. Then, well before their departure, they reversed course and began rearming their erstwhile enemy as a subordinate Cold War partner in cooperation with the less liberal elements of the society. Yet despite the ultimate emergence of a conservative post-war state, the ideals of peace and democracy took root in Japan, not as a borrowed ideology or imposed vision, but as a lived experience and a seized opportunity. They found expression through a great and often discordant diversity of voices. There was no historical precedent for this sort of relationship, nor anything truly comparable elsewhere in the wake of the war. Responsibility for occupied Germany, Japan's former Axis partner, divided as it was among the United States, England, France, and the Soviet Union, lacked the focused intensity that came with America's unilateral control over Japan. Germany also escaped the messianic fervor of General Douglas MacArthur, the post-surrender potentate in Tokyo. For the victors occupying defeated Germany had none of the exoticism of what took place in Japan. The total control over a pagan, Oriental society by white men who were, unequivocally in General MacArthur's view, engaged in a Christian mission. The occupation of Japan was the last immodest exercise in the colonial conceit known as the white man's burden. It would be difficult to find another cross-cultural moment more intense, unpredictable, ambiguous, confusing, and electric than this one. The Americans arrived anticipating, many of them, a traumatic confrontation with fanatical emperor worshippers. They were accosted instead by women who called yoo-hoo to the first troops landing on the beaches in full battle gear, and men who bowed and asked what it was the conquerors wished. They found themselves seduced, far more than they realized, by polite manners as well as by elegant presents and entertainments. Most of all, they encountered a populace sick of war, contemptuous of the militarists who had led them to disaster, and all but overwhelmed by the difficulties of their present circumstances in a ruined land. More than anything else, it turned out, the losers wished both to forget the past and to transcend it. Understandably, these early post-war years have been described positively as Japan's American interlude, or more negatively as an epoch of unusually crude and forced Americanization. In either case, what has usually been emphasized is the imposition of America's will on an alien land. Winning more than losing has defined the moment. It is the victors who capture attention, just as they took command of the war itself. The occupiers and their agenda hold pride of place in most accounts, whereas the vanquished country itself is located in the post-war context of a world falling into antagonistic Cold War camps, and discussed in terms of a vision of that moment which was distinctly American. The once formidable Japanese enemy becomes miniaturized, the conquered people but shadow figures on the margins of a new global drama. Such storylines are hardly surprising. The Allied triumph was stupendous, and where Japan was concerned, it was in the fruits of this victory that the story seemed so clearly to lie. At the end of August 1945, in the still inaugural years of what had been proclaimed as the American Century, history in the form of a unique occupation with a compellingly visionary agenda approached a ruined, shriven land in a world careering in alarming new directions. What else of remotely comparable import remained to be said about that thoroughly defeated and demoralized nation? For journalists, and later for historians as well, what the Americans would do to the Japanese was the story of most compelling interest. Until recently, it has been difficult to imagine the occupation as an embrace, or to consider what effect the losers might have had on the victors and their agendas, or how that American interlude might have reinforced rather than altered tendencies within the defeated country. It has been difficult, certainly for outsiders, to grasp the defeat and occupation as a lived Japanese experience. Half a century later, however, we can begin to see things differently. Shattered lands, shattered peoples, shattered empires, and shattered dreams have been one of the central stories of our times. Certainly there is much to be learned from the world as viewed through the eyes of the defeated, not only about misery, disorientation, cynicism, and resentment, but also about hope, resilience, visions, and dreams. In the chapters that follow, I have tried to convey from within some sense of the Japanese experience of defeat by focusing on social and cultural developments as well as on that most elusive of phenomena, popular consciousness, departing in the process from the approach taken in most historical accounts, including my own earlier writings. To put it a little differently, I have tried to capture a sense of what it meant to start over in a ruined world by recovering the voices of people at all levels of society. World War II did not really end for the Japanese until 1952, and the years of war, defeat, and occupation left an indelible mark on those who lived through them. No matter how affluent the country later became, these remained the touchstone years for thinking about national identity and personal values. Much as we may desire to simplify peoples and problems, there was no single or singular Japanese response to the defeat apart from a widespread abhorrence of war. On the contrary, what is fascinating is how kaleidoscopic such responses were. This was a far cry from what many of the old Asia hands in Washington and London had predicted, fixated as they were on the idea that Orientals were, at their essence, an obedient herd. The victors arrived with briefing papers outlining salient features of the Japanese personality, some of which were perceptive, but many of which were cartoons. Japanese intelligence agencies, in turn, were waiting with their own lists of American characteristics. No one on either side, however, predicted how diverse and spirited would be the responses to defeat, and to liberation from war and wartime regimentation. Because the defeat was so shattering, the surrender so unconditional, the disgrace of the militarists so complete, the misery the Holy War had brought home so personal, starting over involved not merely reconstructing buildings, but also rethinking what it meant to speak of a good life and good society. In the immediate wake of defeat, a great many individuals at the highest levels displayed no concern at all for the good of society. They concentrated instead on enriching themselves by the wholesale plunder of military stockpiles and public resources. The mystique of racial and social solidarity that had saturated wartime propaganda and behavior seemed to disappear overnight. Police operatives tore their hair at the spectacle of such rampant personal aggrandizement, when not themselves looting and hoarding, and ordinary men and women expressed disgust at the venality of yesterday's respected leaders and compatriots. Before the victors ever set foot in Japan, defeat had profoundly altered how people thought and behaved. It was in this atmosphere of flux and uncertainty that the Americans proceeded to dismantle the oppressive controls of the imperial state. It remained for the vanquished themselves to fill this new space, however, and they did so in often unexpected ways. Support for socialist and communist agendas exceeded anything the Americans had anticipated, as did the explosive energy of the nascent labor movement. Mid-level bureaucrats emerged as initiators of serious reform. Prostitutes and black market operators created distinctive, iconoclastic cultures of defeat. Publishers responded to a huge hunger for words, with publications that ran the gamut from sleazy pulp magazines to incisive critical journals and books, as well as wide-ranging translations of Western writings. Portmanteau concepts such as love and culture were discussed obsessively, and the adjective new was coupled with promiscuous abandon to almost every noun in sight. Private attachments supplanted the old state-enforced dictates of public morality. Connoisseurs of decadence emerged as popular critics of the unsavory wartime cult of wholesomeness. New heroes and heroines were discovered and idolized. New celebrities rocketed to pop culture fame. Messianic religions flourished, and pretenders to the throne emerged. Millions of ordinary people spoke out in community meetings and in letters to the press, as well as in a small avalanche of communications to the occupation authorities. Tens of millions found themselves longing for material affluence of the sort their American overlords so conspicuously enjoyed. This was untidy. It was also energetic and emancipating, and for the first few years even the communists found it easy to speak of the occupation forces as an army of liberation. Just as the dynamism of the Japanese in defeat has been underestimated, however, so too the nature of the Americanism of the occupiers has generally been oversimplified. The reforms that the victors introduced were unique to both moment and place. They reflect an agenda inspired by heavy doses of liberal New Deal attitudes, labor reformism, and Bill of Rights idealism of a sort that was in the process of being repudiated or ignored in the United States. This agenda was never introduced to other American-occupied areas in Asia, such as the southern half of Korea and the southern reaches of Japan itself, Okinawa and the Ryukyu Islands, where harsh strategic considerations held sway. Even in its most idealistic early phases, moreover, the occupation's Americanism was schizophrenic. Visions of democratization that would have seemed extreme if proposed within the United States went hand in hand with severe authoritarian rule. We normally see August 1945 as a great divide between militarist Japan and a new democratic nation. This was a watershed moment, but it is also true that Japan remained under the control of fundamentally military regimes from the early 1930s straight through to 1952. However high-minded they may have been, General MacArthur and his command ruled their new domain as neo-colonial overlords, beyond challenge or criticism, as inviolate as the emperor and his officials had ever been. They epitomized hierarchy, not merely vis-à-vis the defeated enemy, but within their own rigidly layered ranks as well as by their white men's rule. One of the most pernicious aspects of the occupation was that the Asian peoples who had suffered most from Imperial Japan's depredations, the Chinese, Koreans, Indonesians, and Filipinos, had no serious role, no influential presence at all in the defeated land. They became invisible. Asian contributions to defeating the emperor's soldiers and sailors were displaced by an all-consuming focus on the American victory in the Pacific War. By this same process of vaporization, the crimes that had been committed against Asian peoples through colonization as well as war were all the more easily put out of mind. Because the victors had no linguistic or cultural entree to the losers' society, they had little choice but to govern indirectly through existing organs of government. This was unavoidable. As actually put into practice, however, this indirect rule led to several incongruous developments. For all practical purposes, General MacArthur's supergovernment relied on the Japanese bureaucracy to carry out its directives, creating in effect a two-tiered mandarinate. When the Americans departed, the native mandarins carried on, stronger than they had been even during the war. For ideological purposes, MacArthur also chose to rely on Emperor Hirohito, in whose name all of Asia had been savaged. He went so far as to secretly discourage queries about Hirohito's abdication that came from the emperor's own entourage, while publicly praising him as the leader of the new democracy. This American royalism would have been inconceivable without the determination of the general and his closest aides to exonerate the emperor of all war responsibility, even of moral responsibility for allowing the atrocious war to be waged in his name. The emperor's active contribution to his country's aggression had not been negligible, although serious investigation of this was thwarted by the occupiers. His moral responsibility in any case was transparent, and in choosing not merely to ignore this but to deny it, the Americans came close to turning the entire issue of war responsibility into a joke. If the man in whose name Imperial Japan had conducted foreign and military policy for 20 years was not held accountable for the initiation or conduct of the war, why should anyone expect ordinary people to dwell on such matters, or to think seriously about their own personal responsibility? The ramifications of such decisions and practices were enormous. The victor's own modus operandi contributed to the institutionalization, as it were, of oxymorons: bureaucratic democracy and imperial democracy. At the same time, the obsequious treatment of the emperor, coupled with the peculiar way in which a handful of top military and civilian leaders were found guilty of war crimes in a showcase trial convened by the victors in Tokyo, reinforced a strong popular inclination to ignore what the men of Yamato had done to others in their frantic quest for empire and security. After the occupation, foreigners seized on such developments as evidence of distinctive Japanese inclinations, areas where it was suggested the victor's idealistic vision had failed to take hold. In fact, such phenomena were, if peculiar at all, then binationally so. Much that lies at the heart of contemporary Japanese society, the nature of its democracy, the intensity of popular feelings about pacifism and remilitarization, the manner in which the war is remembered and forgotten, derives from the complexity of the interplay between the victors and the vanquished. To many Japanese, looking back, the few years that followed defeat constitute a period of unusually chaotic vitality, when the adoption of political models other than a state-led capitalism seemed possible, and one could at least dream of an international role other than creeping remilitarization under America's nuclear umbrella. Hardship often has its retrospective attractions, and nostalgia sometimes sweetens the recollections of that time. Personal memories have, in recent years, been buttressed by an outpouring of publications in Japan that shows little sign of abating. Books, articles, and special issues of magazines continue to address the experience of defeat and occupation from every conceivable perspective, ranging from policy documents and exhaustively researched scholarly studies to diaries and reminiscences, letters and journalistic pieces, photographs and day-by-day chronologies. Many celebrities who made their names in the wake of defeat are only now passing away, and each such departure is usually accompanied by a piercing and poignant evocation of those years, so long ago and yet still so palpably connected to the present. It has been a daunting task to try to grasp and share this, in no little part because there is always so much more that could be told, and of course so much more to be learned. Something about Japan invites people to view it hermetically, and the sealed space of the years following defeat can all too easily come to seem but an exaggerated version of typical Japanese uniqueness. It is not just outsiders who tend to isolate and insulate the Japanese experience. No one makes more of a fetish of the supposed singularity of the national character and the national experience than the country's own cultural essentialists and neo-nationalists. Even during that passing moment in the 1980s when Japan seemed to have emerged as the master of global capitalism, it was the peculiarly Japanese dimension of its practices that drew greatest attention at home as well as abroad. Although all peoples and cultures set themselves apart, and are set apart by others, by stressing differences, this tends to be carried to an extreme where Japan is concerned. The years following defeat certainly did comprise an exaggerated moment. As William James once wrote about the religious experience, however, it is such moments of extremity that often best reveal the essence of things. I myself find the concrete details and textures of this extraordinary experience of a whole country starting over absorbing, but they do not strike me as alien, exotic, or even mainly instructive as an episode in the history of Japan or U.S.-Japanese relations. On the contrary, what is most compelling from my own perspective is that defeat and occupation forced Japanese in every walk of life to struggle, in exceptionally naked ways, with the most fundamental of life's issues, and that they responded in recognizably human, fallible, and often contradictory ways that can tell us a great deal about ourselves and our world in general. The ease with which the great majority of Japanese were able to throw off a decade and a half of the most intense militaristic indoctrination, for instance, offers lessons in the limits of socialization and the fragility of ideology that we have seen elsewhere in this century in the collapse of totalitarian regimes. That Japan's monarchy was propped up while so many other imperial houses were toppled offers in itself a suggestive comparative story in politics and ideology. Or again, American veterans of the Vietnam War will surely experience a shock of recognition on learning how the Emperor's soldiers and sailors struggled to come to terms with the contempt with which they were commonly greeted upon returning from their lost war. Similarly, the preoccupation with their own misery that led most Japanese to ignore the suffering they had inflicted on others helps illuminate the ways in which victim consciousness colors the identities that all groups and peoples construct for themselves. Historical amnesia concerning war crimes has naturally taken particular forms in Japan. But the patterns of remembering and forgetting are most meaningful when seen in the broader context of public memory and myth-making generally, issues that have deservedly come to attract great attention in recent years. Responsibility, addressed in many contexts in the cauldron of defeat and reconstruction, is hardly an insular concern. When the Japanese ransacked their national history for precedents pertinent to their new circumstances, for the roots of a native democracy, examples of principled resistance to militarism, or indigenous formulations of repentance and atonement, the examples they came up with were naturally specific to their past. What they were doing, however, was what all people do in moments of traumatic change. They were finding, inventing if need be, something familiar to hold on to. Everyday language was itself a bridge that enabled many men and women to cross from war to peace without experiencing complete psychological disorientation. For many totemic words, catchphrases, even texts that had been popular during the war, proved perfectly adaptable to radically altered interpretations and objectives in the post-war years. Again, giving familiar language new meaning is one of the ways people everywhere rationalize and legitimize substantive change. One can, of course, recross such bridges and head back in directions presumably left behind. Neo-nationalistic voices are strong in contemporary Japan, and some of the loudest of these have zeroed in on precisely the years discussed here, depicting the period of defeat and occupation as an overwhelmingly humiliating epoch when genuinely free choice was repressed and alien models were imposed. My own assessment of the vitality of the period and dynamism of the Japanese role in shaping post-war consciousness is, however qualified, more positive. What matters is what the Japanese themselves made of their experience of defeat, then and thereafter. And for half a century now, most of them have consistently made it the touchstone for affirming a commitment to peace and democracy. This is the great mantra of post-war Japan. These are the talismanic words that individuals filled with their own often disparate meanings and continue to debate today. And neither the concepts, nor the debates, nor the weight of historical memory in these struggles are peculiar to Japan. Part 1. Victor and Vanquished. Chapter 1. Shattered Lives. It was August 15, 1945, shortly before noon. What followed would never be forgotten. Aihara Yu was 28 years old then, a farmer's wife in rural Shizuoka Prefecture. Through the decades to come, the day would replay itself in her memory like an old film strip, a staccato newsreel in black and white. She was working outdoors when a messenger arrived, breathless, from the village. It had been announced that the Emperor would be making a personal broadcast at noon, he exclaimed before rushing off. Everyone was to come and listen. The news that America, the land of the enemy, had disappeared into the sea would hardly have been more startling. The Emperor was to speak. In the 2 decades since he had ascended the chrysanthemum throne, Emperor Hirohito had never once spoken directly to all his subjects. Until now, the sovereign's words had been handed down in the form of imperial rescripts, as printed texts, pronouncements humbly read by others. Half a century later, Aihara could still recall every detail. She rushed to the village, repeating over and over to herself a line from the imperial rescript on education, which everyone knew by heart from daily recitation during their school years. Should any emergency arise, it went, offer yourselves courageously to the state. She knew the country's situation was desperate and could only imagine that the Emperor was going to exhort every Japanese to make even greater efforts to support the war, to be prepared indeed to fight to the bitter end. The villagers had gathered around the single local radio over which the single state-run station was received. Reception was poor. Static crackled around the Emperor's words, and the words themselves were difficult to grasp. The Emperor's voice was high-pitched and his enunciation stilted. He did not speak in colloquial Japanese, but in a highly formal language studded with ornamental classical phrases. Aihara was just exchanging puzzled glances with others in the crowd when a man who had recently arrived from bombed-out Tokyo spoke up. Almost, she recalled, as if to himself. "This means," he whispered, "that Japan has lost." Ihata felt all strength drained from her body. Before she knew what happened, she found herself lying face down on the ground. Others who collapsed around her, as she later pictured the scene, lay on their backs. The Emperor's voice was gone, but the radio droned on. An announcer was speaking. One of his sentences burned itself into her mind, where it would remain for the rest of her life. "The Japanese military will be disarmed and allowed to return to Japan." With this, Ihata Yu experienced a flood of hope. Her husband, who had been drafted into the army and sent to Manchuria, might soon return. All that day and through the night she prayed, "Please, my husband, don't commit suicide." Japanese fighting men had been indoctrinated to choose death over surrender, a path Ihata feared her husband might take as a proper and moral response to this extraordinary moment. For 3 years, Ihata continued to pray for her husband's return. Only then did she learn that he had been killed in a battle with Soviet forces 5 days before she was summoned from the fields to hear her sovereign's voice. The war had, after all, permanently shattered her life. Euphemistic surrender. The millions of Japanese who gathered around neighborhood radios to hear that broadcast were not citizens, but the Emperor's subjects, and it was in his name that they had supported their country's long war against China and the Allied powers. In Japanese parlance, it had been a holy war. In announcing Japan's capitulation, the 44-year-old sovereign faced the challenge of replacing such rhetoric with new language. This was a formidable challenge. 14 years earlier, in the 6th year of his reign, Emperor Hirohito had acquiesced in the Imperial Army's takeover of the 3 Chinese provinces known collectively as Manchuria. 8 years previously, Japan had initiated open war against China in the Emperor's name. From that time on, Hirohito had appeared in public only in the bemedaled military garb of Commander-in-Chief. In December 1941, he issued the rescript that initiated hostilities against the United States and various European powers. Now, 3 years and 8 months later, his task was not merely to call a halt to a lost war, but to do so without disavowing Japan's war aims or acknowledging the nation's atrocities, and in a manner that divorced him from any personal responsibility for these many years of aggression. It was Hirohito himself who first broached the idea of breaking precedent and using the airwaves to speak directly to his subjects. The text of his announcement, not finalized until close to midnight the previous night, had been composed and delivered under great pressure. Much intrigue was involved in recording and then hiding it from military officers opposed to a surrender. Despite its chaotic genesis, the rescript emerged as a polished ideological gem. Although many shared Ihata Yu's difficulty in comprehending the Emperor's words, his message, which was simultaneously transmitted to Japanese overseas by shortwave radio, was quickly understood by everyone. Sophisticated listeners such as the Tokyo man in her village explained the broadcast to their puzzled compatriots. Radio announcers immediately summarized the rescript and its import in everyday language. Newspapers rushed out special editions reproducing the Emperor's text accompanied by editorial commentary. Like insects in amber, lines and phrases from the broadcast soon became locked in popular consciousness. The Emperor never spoke explicitly of either surrender or defeat. He simply observed that the war did not turn in Japan's favor, and trends of the world were not advantageous to us. He enjoined his subjects to endure the unendurable and bear the unbearable, words that would be quoted times beyond counting in the months to come. With this rescript, the Emperor endeavored to accomplish the impossible, to turn the announcement of humiliating defeat into yet another affirmation of Japan's war conduct and of his own transcendent morality. He began by reiterating what he had told his subjects in 1941 when Japan declared war on the United States, that the war had been begun to ensure the survival of Japan and the stability of Asia, not out of any aggressive intent to interfere with the sovereign integrity of other countries. In this spirit, Hirohito now expressed deep regret to those countries that had cooperated with Japan for the liberation of East Asia. With reference to the recent atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Emperor went on to present Japan's decision to capitulate as nothing less than a magnanimous act that might save humanity itself from annihilation by an atrocious adversary. The enemy has for the first time used cruel bombs to kill and maim extremely large numbers of the innocent, he declared, and the heavy casualties are beyond measure. To continue the war further could lead in the end not only to the extermination of our race, but also to the destruction of all human civilization. By accepting Allied demands to end the war, the Emperor declared it was his purpose to open the way for a great peace for thousands of generations to come. He then proceeded to offer himself as the embodiment of the nation's suffering, its ultimate victim, transforming the sacrifices of his people into his own agony with a classical turn of phrase. When he contemplated those of his subjects who had died in the war, the bereaved kin they left behind, and the extraordinary difficulties all Japanese now faced, he exclaimed, "My vital organs are torn asunder." For many of his listeners, this was the most moving part of the broadcast. Some confessed to being overcome by a sense of shame and guilt that, in failing to live up to their sovereign's expectations, they had caused him grief. To evoke such emotions in August 1945 was an impressive accomplishment. Close to 3 million Japanese were dead, many more wounded or seriously ill, and the country in ruins as a consequence of the war waged in the Emperor's name, yet it was his agony on which his loyal subjects were expected to dwell. That this was the first time the Emperor had spoken directly to the public made the appeal all the more effective. Perhaps he was indeed not just a symbol of their suffering, but the most conspicuous victim of the lost war. Certainly his subjects could imagine that previous imperial exhortations to fight and sacrifice had not reflected his true intentions, but had been extracted by evil advisers. Only now, as sentimental royalists would soon put it, were people actually hearing the sovereign's true voice. It was as if the sun had at long last emerged from behind dark clouds. Although the Emperor reaffirmed his faith in the sincerity of my good and loyal subjects, and assured them that he would always be with them, he also admonished them not to fall out among themselves in the chaos and misery of defeat. It was essential to remain united as a great family, firmly believing in the invincibility of the divine country, and devoting every effort to the reconstruction of a nation that would preserve its traditional identity, while keeping pace with the progress and fortune of the world. Behind these brave but nervous words lay a gnawing fear of future revolutionary upheaval in defeated Japan, a dire prospect the Emperor had been warned about for months. This was then not merely the official closing statement of a lost war, but the opening pronunciamento of an urgent campaign to maintain imperial control, as well as social and political stability in a shattered nation. Responses to the Emperor's broadcast varied greatly. Some residents of Tokyo did make their way to the Imperial Palace, still standing amid a ruined cityscape. U.S. policymakers had excluded this as a bombing target, although part of it had been inadvertently destroyed anyway. Photographs of them kneeling on the gravel in front of the palace, bowing in sorrow for having failed to live up to the Emperor's hopes and expectations, later were offered as a defining image for the moment of capitulation. This was in fact a misleading image. The number of people who gathered before the imperial residence was relatively small, and the tears that ordinary people everywhere did shed reflected a multitude of sentiments apart from emperor-centered grief. Anguish, regret, bereavement, anger at having been deceived, sudden emptiness and loss of purpose, or simple joy at the unexpected surcease of misery and death. Hido Koichi, the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal and Emperor Hirohito's closest confidant, captured the palpable sense of relief in a diary entry in which he noted that some people were actually cheering in front of the palace. It was clear, he observed with some ambivalence, that they felt a great burden had been lifted. As Aiharayu's prayers indicated, it did not seem unreasonable to anticipate that great numbers of Japanese might choose death over the dishonor of defeat. Through the long years of war, fighting men had been forbidden to surrender. There was no greater shame than this, they were told. As the war drew closer home, civilians had also been indoctrinated to fight to the bitter end and die like shattered jewels, as the saying went. In the wake of the emperor's words, however, the number who actually chose the jeweled path was fewer than had been imagined. Several hundred individuals, most of them military officers, committed suicide, just as many Nazi officers did on the capitulation of Germany, where there never had existed a comparable cult of patriotic suicide. Indeed, at the official level, the most notable immediate response to the momentous broadcast of August 15th was pragmatic and self-serving. Military officers and civilian bureaucrats throughout the country threw themselves frenetically into the tasks of destroying their files and dispersing vast hordes of military supplies in illicit ways. Although the emperor's broadcast put an end to the American air raids, it was said, with a fine touch of hyperbole, that the skies over Tokyo remained black with smoke for days to come. Bonfires of documents replaced napalm's hellfires as the wartime elites followed the lead of their sovereign and devoted themselves to obscuring their wartime deeds. Unconditional surrender. The victors did not witness these bonfires, for the first major contingents of Allied occupation forces did not arrive in Japan until 2 weeks after the emperor's broadcast. With them came a new, imperious figure of authority in the person of General Douglas MacArthur, who had been designated the supreme commander for the Allied powers in Japan. On September 2nd, in an imposing ceremony on the deck of the U.S. battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay, MacArthur, representatives of 9 other Allied powers, and Japanese officials signed the instruments of surrender. The ceremony was laden with symbolism. Missouri was the home state of President Harry S. Truman, whose major decisions regarding Japan had been to use the atomic bombs on 2 Japanese cities and to hold firm to the policy of unconditional surrender of his deceased predecessor Franklin D. Roosevelt. One of the flags displayed on the Missouri was the same Old Glory that had been flying over the White House on December 7, 1941, when Pearl Harbor was attacked. Another, rushed by plane from Annapolis, was the standard with 31 stars used by Commodore Matthew Perry on his flagship Powhatan, when his gunboat diplomacy forced Japan to end more than 2 centuries of feudal seclusion. The appearance of Perry's small, mixed fleet of sailing vessels and coal-fueled, smoke-belching black ships in 1853 had propelled Japan onto its ultimately disastrous course of global competition with the Western powers. Now, a shade under a century later, the Americans had returned with a gigantic navy, army, and air force that reflected technology and technocracy of an order Perry could not have envisioned in his wildest dreams, flaunting the Commodore's old flag as a reprimand. 2 Japanese officials signed the surrender documents. General Umezo Yoshijiro, representing the Imperial Armed Forces, and the diplomat Shigemitsu Mamoru, representing the imperial government. Shigemitsu had lost a leg in 1932 in a bomb attack by a Korean protesting Japan's colonization of his country, and his awkward gait on the rolling deck of the American battleship conveyed an uncanny impression of a crippled and vulnerable Japan. Those present to sign the surrender documents, however, stood in the shadow of those who were missing, for the emperor did not participate in these proceedings, nor did any representative of the imperial family or the imperial household ministry. This concession on the part of Allied authorities caught observers in the camps of both victor and vanquished by surprise. Until the end of the war, even unabashedly pro-imperial American forces, such as the former ambassador to Japan, Joseph Grew, had assumed that the emperor would and should sign the formal articles of surrender. And even after the Japanese learned that the emperor would be personally spared this ordeal, they still assumed that an intimate representative from the court, perhaps blood kin to the sovereign, would be required to sign the surrender documents on his behalf. The emperor's complete exclusion from the great morality play of September 2nd was a heartening signal to the Japanese side, for it intimated that the victors might be willing to disassociate the emperor from ultimate war responsibility. In his address on the Missouri, MacArthur spoke eloquently about the hope of all humanity that a better world shall emerge out of the blood and carnage of the past, a world founded upon faith and understanding, a world dedicated to the dignity of man and the fulfillment of his most cherished wish, for freedom, tolerance, and justice. In words directed explicitly to his fellow Americans, he reported that the holy mission has been completed, and warned that the utter destructiveness of modern war meant that Armageddon will be at our door if the world did not learn to live in peace. Where defeated Japan was concerned, the Supreme Commander declared that the terms of surrender committed the victors to liberate the Japanese people from a condition of slavery and to ensure that the energies of the race were turned into constructive channels, what he referred to as expanding vertically rather than horizontally. These were stern but solemn and hopeful words, and their high-minded tone offered a modicum of further comfort to Japanese leaders, who were still nervously attempting to gauge what the victors might have in store for them. Still, to most patriots, the surrender ceremony spelled doom, as one American general present on the Missouri put it. Although the inscrutable faces of their representatives gave no indication of their feelings, he recalled, their demeanor was so extremely somber as to indicate that they fully realized that their once proud empire had been humbled into dust, and that their national hopes and aspirations were at an end. The future remained terribly uncertain, and the enormity of the nation's humiliation had only begun to sink in. The country's utter subjugation was reinforced by the dramatic setting of the surrender ceremony itself. The Imperial Navy had long since been demolished. Apart from a few thousand rickety planes held in reserve for suicide attacks, Japan's Air Force, not only its aircraft but its skilled pilots as well, had virtually ceased to exist. Its merchant marine lay at the bottom of the ocean. Almost all of the country's major cities had been firebombed, and millions of the emperor's loyal subjects were homeless. The defeated imperial army was scattered throughout Asia and the islands of the Pacific Ocean, its millions of surviving soldiers starving, wounded, sick, and demoralized. But Tokyo Bay was clogged with hundreds of powerful, well-scrubbed American fighting ships. At a thunderous, theatrical moment, the sky was all but obscured by a flyby of some 400 glistening B-29 bombers accompanied by 1,500 Navy fighter planes. The imperial soil was being desecrated by the landings of wave upon wave of well-fed, superbly equipped, supremely confident GIs, an army of occupation whose numbers, in a short time, would surpass 250,000. A country that had celebrated its mythic 2,600-year anniversary in 1940, and prided itself on never having been invaded, was about to be inundated by white men. In Japanese eyes, the inescapable impression of September 2, 1945 was that the West, which meant essentially the United States, was extraordinarily rich and powerful, and Japan unbelievably weak and vulnerable. This was a simple observation, but it carried enormous political implications. The scene in Tokyo Bay, coming in the wake of the nuclear destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, offered a stunning lesson in the kind of material strength and affluence that might be attained under American-style democracy. Although it took a while for this equation of democracy with wealth and power to sink in, it took very little time for the scale of Japan's defeat to become apparent. 9 days after the surrender ceremony, MacArthur observed at a press conference that Japan had fallen to the status of a fourth-rate nation, a blunt statement of reality guaranteed to tear asunder the vital organs of every Japanese leader from the emperor on down. From the moment Commodore Perry had forced Japan open, its leaders had been obsessed with becoming an Ito-koku, a country of the first rank. Indeed, fear that such status was being denied Japan was commonly evoked with great emotion as the ultimate reason for going to war against the West. Japan would be relegated to second-rate or third-rate status, claimed Prime Minister Tojo Hideki, among others, if it failed to strike out and establish a secure imperium in Asia. Like a reopened wound, the term Yonto-koku, fourth-rate country, immediately became a post-surrender catchphrase. Shortly after this, MacArthur framed the nation's plight in even more alarming terms, evocative of the wrathful God of the Old Testament. Speaking about the demobilization of Japan's armed forces, he declared that they are thoroughly beaten and cowed and tremble before the terrible retribution the surrender terms impose upon their country in punishment for its great sins. In the weeks that followed, the victors continued to be taken aback by the extent of the country's devastation. In mid-October, in a memorandum to President Truman summarizing conversations with MacArthur and his aides, the Special Presidential Envoy Edwin Locke, Jr. reported that the American officers now in Tokyo are amazed by the fact that resistance continued as long as it did. Indeed, so great was the economic disarray, he added, that in the opinion of some Americans, the atomic bombs, while seized upon by the Japanese as an excuse for getting out of the war, actually speeded surrender by only a few days. Locke went on to note that the entire economic structure of Japan's greatest cities has been wrecked. 5 million of Tokyo's 7 million population have left the ruined city. Later investigative missions from Washington, led by analysts for the prestigious U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey, similarly concluded that pre-surrender estimates of Japan's capacity for continuing the war had been greatly exaggerated. This was ex post facto conjecture, but it reflected a common observation that Japan at war's end was vastly weaker than anyone outside the country had imagined, or anyone inside it had acknowledged. Virtually all that would take place in the several years that followed unfolded against this background of crushing defeat. Despair took root and flourished in such a milieu. So did cynicism and opportunism, as well as marvelous expressions of resilience, creativity, and idealism of a sort possible only among people who have seen an old world destroyed and are being forced to imagine a new one. In such circumstances, it was hardly surprising that few Japanese had the energy, imagination, or desire to dwell on how many other lives they had shattered in the course of carrying out their emperor's holy war. Quantifying defeat. The ravages of war can never be accurately quantified. Even when large bureaucracies are put to the task of calculating total casualties and estimating the extent of physical destruction, the results are typically a potpourri of implausibly precise numbers, masking areas of uncertainty. In defeated Japan, it took years to arrive at generally accepted estimates of the price Japan paid for its lost war. The number of deaths usually cited for the armed forces, 1.74 million up to the time of surrender, is probably fairly accurate. On the other hand, estimates vary considerably where civilian deaths in air raids are concerned. When war-related military and civilian deaths outside Japan after August 15, 1945 are taken into consideration, the picture becomes even murkier. Japan's post-surrender governments tended to be evasive on such painful matters. All told, probably at least 2.7 million servicemen and civilians died as a result of the war, roughly 3 to 4% of the country's 1941 population of around 74 million. Millions more were injured, sick, or seriously malnourished. Approximately 4.5 million servicemen demobilized in 1945 were identified as being wounded or ill, and eventually some 300,000 were given disability pensions. In the most sweeping of material calculations, it was estimated that the Allied assault on shipping and the bombing campaigns against the home islands destroyed 1/4 of the country's wealth. This included 4/5 of all ships, 1/3 of all industrial machine tools, and almost 1/4 of all rolling stock and motor vehicles. General MacArthur's SCAP bureaucracy, SCAP, an acronym for Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers, was commonly used to refer to MacArthur's command, placed the overall costs of the war even higher, calculating early in 1946 that Japan had lost 1/3 of its total wealth and from 1/3 to 1/2 of its total potential income. Rural living standards were estimated to have fallen to 65% of pre-war levels and non-rural living standards to about 35%. 66 major cities, including Hiroshima and Nagasaki, had been heavily bombed, destroying 40% of these urban areas overall and rendering around 30% of their populations homeless. In Tokyo, the largest metropolis, 65% of all residences were destroyed. In Osaka and Nagoya, the country's second and third largest cities, the figures were 57% and 89%. The first American contingents to arrive in Japan, especially those that made the several-hour journey from Yokohama to Tokyo, were invariably impressed, if not shocked, by the mile after mile of urban devastation they encountered. Russell Brines, the first foreign journalist to enter Tokyo, recorded that everything had been flattened. Only thumbs stood up from the flatlands, the chimneys of bathhouses, heavy house safes, and an occasional stout building with heavy iron shutters. The first photographs and newsreel footage from the conquered land captured these endless vistas of urban rubble for American audiences thousands of miles away, who had never really grasped what it meant to incinerate great cities. Even amid such extensive vistas of destruction, however, the conquerors found strange evidence of the selectiveness of their bombing policies. Vast areas of poor people's residences, small shops and factories in the capital were gutted, for instance, but a good number of the homes of the wealthy and fashionable neighborhoods survived to house the occupation's officer corps. Tokyo's financial district, largely undamaged, would soon become Little America, home to MacArthur's General Headquarters, GHQ. Undamaged also was the building that housed much of the imperial military bureaucracy at war's end. With a nice sense of irony, the victors subsequently appropriated this for their war crimes trials of top leaders. Railways still functioned more or less effectively throughout the country. Tokyo residents, for example, had been able to ride directly to distant Hiroshima to see if their kin had survived the atomic blast. Outside of devastated poor people's neighborhoods, most utilities, including electricity and water, were also still in working order. Wittingly or not, U.S. bombing policy, at least in the capital city, had tended to reaffirm existing hierarchies of fortune. Close to 9 million people were homeless when the emperor told them they had fought and sacrificed in vain. In every major city, as one American described the scene, families were crowded into dugouts and flimsy shacks, or in some cases, were trying to sleep in hallways, on subway platforms, or on sidewalks. Employees slept in their offices, teachers in their schoolrooms. If, of course, they were fortunate enough to still have offices or schoolrooms to sleep in. The streets of every major city quickly became peopled with demoralized ex-soldiers, war widows, orphans, the homeless and unemployed, most of them preoccupied with simply staving off hunger. Yet even these individuals were relatively fortunate. At least they were in their own country. Coming home, perhaps. In the wake of defeat, approximately 6.5 million Japanese were stranded in Asia, Siberia, and the Pacific Ocean area. Roughly 3.5 million of them were soldiers and sailors. The remainder were civilians, including many women and children, a huge and generally forgotten cadre of middle and lower-class individuals who had been sent out to help develop the imperium. Some 2.6 million Japanese were in China at war's end, 1.1 million dispersed through Manchuria. In addition, almost 600,000 troops laid down their arms in the Kuriil Islands and the Darien Port Arthur enclave in southern Manchuria. Over 500,000 Japanese were in Formosa, Taiwan, and 900,000 in Korea, the countries Japan had colonized in 1895 and 1910, respectively. The number in Southeast Asia and the Philippines was close to 900,000 at war's end, mostly military personnel. Hundreds of thousands of other remnants of the emperor's shredded army were stranded on scattered islands in the Pacific. All of these individuals naturally looked forward to returning home quickly, and their kin anxiously awaited them. For many, however, repatriation would take years, not months, and hundreds of thousands were destined to die without seeing their homeland again. For these millions of individuals, surrender merely marked the beginning of a new stage in lives of escalating uncertainty and brutalization. They became victims of the chaos that reigned in war-torn, liberated Asia, of epidemic diseases, and of maltreatment by the victorious Allies. In September 1946, more than a year after the emperor's broadcast, over 2 million Japanese still remained unrepatriated, and the government acknowledged that the whereabouts of 540,000 others were unknown. The fate of these Japanese is a neglected chapter among the countless epic tragedies of World War II. In Manchuria alone, it is estimated that 179,000 Japanese civilians and 66,000 military personnel perished in the confusion and the harsh winter that followed capitulation. Uprooted civilians in Manchuria and elsewhere in northern China usually were able to bring with them only what they could carry, which commonly meant little more than their smallest children and paltry, soon-to-be-exhausted quantities of food. A lifetime's possessions were abandoned. Many of these refugees were also driven to leave their youngest children with poor Chinese peasant families, in the desperate hope that those so abandoned would have a better chance of survival. Entering into the formal channels of repatriation did not guarantee a swift and safe return. Diseases ravaged many groups of returnees, and as a consequence, repatriation became delayed by the need to conduct medical examinations, immunizations, and occasional quarantines. The spring and summer of 1946 were especially harsh in this regard. Repatriation from central China was impeded by a smallpox epidemic in April, a typhus epidemic in May, and an outbreak of cholera in June. Cholera epidemics also broke out in southern Korea and northern Indochina in May, and in Manchuria in August. For servicemen in all theaters, repatriation was often delayed by local Allied authorities who chose to use their prisoners for specific post-war purposes. Until the closing months of 1946, the United States retained almost 70,000 surrendered Japanese as laborers to help phase out wartime facilities in the Philippines, Okinawa, the Pacific Ocean area, and Hawaii. The British, in charge of the repatriation of approximately 750,000 Japanese from South and Southeast Asia, made no bones about their intention to hold on to a large number for projects in areas where the European powers, having ousted the Japanese aggressors, were intent on reasserting their own colonial authority. In mid-1946, they announced that they would retain 113,500 POWs for local work until sometime in 1947. Of this number, 13,500 were later turned over to the Dutch, engaged in reimposing their rule over the former Netherlands East Indies. The last of the Japanese detained by the British in Malaya and Burma were not repatriated until October 1947. The total number of Japanese who surrendered to Chinese forces and were forced to work or fight for either side in the Chinese Civil War is unknown. More than a year after surrender, it was reported that some 68,000 Japanese taken prisoner in Manchuria were still being employed by Chinese forces, mostly on the communist side. The Kuomintang nationalist government, for its part, delayed the repatriation of over 50,000 Japanese with useful technical skills for much of 1946. As late as April 1949, on the eve of the communist victory, more than 60,000 Japanese were still believed held in communist-controlled areas. By far the most extensive, protracted, and abusive treatment of surrendered forces came at the hands of the Soviets, who entered the war on August 8th, 1 week before the Emperor's broadcast, and accepted the Japanese surrender in Manchuria and northern Korea. American and Japanese authorities estimated that between 1.6 and 1.7 million Japanese fell into Soviet hands, and it soon became clear that many were being used to help offset the great manpower losses the Soviet Union had experienced in the war, as well as through the Stalinist purges. The first contingent of prisoners released by the Soviets did not reach Japan until December 1946. By the end of 1947, a total of 625,000 men had been formally repatriated. During this same period, an estimated 294,000 who had surrendered in northern Korea unofficially made their way to disembarkation ports in the American-controlled southern part of the peninsula. Between May and December of the following year, after a delay of 4 months, roughly 300,000 more were allowed to return home. Then, once again, the flow of repatriates was stopped, ostensibly because of adverse weather conditions. Popular animus against the Soviet Union dated back to the turn of the century, well before the Bolshevik Revolution, when Tsarist Russia and Imperial Japan emerged as rival expansionist powers in Northeast Asia. The excruciatingly prolonged nature of the repatriation process, together with Soviet unwillingness to provide accurate information about the number and identity of their prisoners, greatly exacerbated this animosity. By 1948, it had also become obvious that the Soviets were delaying repatriation in order to subject prisoners to intensive indoctrination, so that they might contribute to communist agitation on their return. In the spring of 1949, after repeated prodding by occupation authorities, the USSR announced that only 95,000 prisoners remained, all of whom would be returned by the end of the year. According to American and Japanese calculations, the actual number should have been around 400,000. Suddenly, more than 300,000 Japanese were unaccounted for. Over 4 decades later, the Soviet Union finally released the names of some 46,000 Japanese known to be buried in Siberia. The overall numbers never jibed. The chaos of these numbers, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, sailors, and civilians simply disappearing overseas, suggests how essentially meaningless the formal dating of war's end was for many Japanese. Year after year, wives, children, and parents waited for kin to return, often learning, like Ihara-yu, that they had been bereaved all the while, or even worse, never learning anything at all. In 1950, Sazai-san, the country's most popular family-oriented comic strip, could still play on the theme of a boy pathetically awaiting his father's return from Soren, the Soviet Union. In April of that year, General MacArthur received a remarkable appeal from some 120,000 individuals living in Shiga Prefecture, all of them relatives of still missing soldiers. It was accompanied by an unusual gift, laboriously made over an 8-month period, an embroidered portrait of MacArthur, to which all 120,000 petitioners had each contributed a stitch. The inspiration for this striking present lay in one of the more intimate symbolic acts of the war years, the practice of sending soldiers cloth stomach warmers sewn with 1,000 stitches, each by a different person, both making and wearing the seninbari haramaki, 1,000-stitch belly bands, were affirmations of the closeness between men fighting abroad and their communities, especially their womenfolk, back home. A short letter accompanying the gift thanked the Supreme Commander for his immeasurable compassion in ensuring the repatriation of millions of Japanese, and pleaded for his continued endeavors on behalf of those who still remained abroad. 4.5 years after the surrender, great numbers of people still wrestled with grief and uncertainty, and cherished the hope that their shattered lives might be made whole again. Displaced persons. From a logistical standpoint, the repatriation process was an impressive accomplishment. Between October 1, 1945 and December 31, 1946, over 5.1 million Japanese returned to their homeland on around 200 Liberty ships and LSTs loaned by the American military, as well as on the battered remnants of their own once proud fleet. Another million finally touched native soil again sometime in 1947. While this was taking place, a reverse repatriation was underway to return aliens who had spent the war in Japan to their native lands. The first priority of the victors naturally was to secure the release of Allied prisoners of war in Japan. Scattered in more than 100 prison camps, these POWs were malnourished, some suffered from tuberculosis, and in notorious facilities such as the Ofuna camp, some had suffered severe abuse as well. The Americans also learned of outright atrocities against prisoners in the home islands, including vivisections conducted at Kyushu Imperial University. A total of 31,617 American POWs were freed and processed through Manila by October 31, 1945, of whom 187 remained hospitalized. By far the largest number of aliens in Japan were other Asians, the great majority Koreans who had been conscripted to perform heavy labor. Some 1.35 million Koreans were resident at the time of surrender, and most desired to leave. By the first week of 1946, 630,000 Koreans had already been repatriated. The total reached over 930,000 by the end of that year. At the same time, some Koreans who encountered confusion and hardship in their native country, now divided into American and Soviet occupation zones, attempted to re-enter Japan. Others, including many who had served in the Japanese military, chose to be repatriated from overseas to Japan, not Korea. Repatriation of Asians also involved the return of over 31,000 Chinese POWs and collaborators to China, and roughly the same number of former Formosan colonial subjects to Formosa. In the desperate final stages of the war, Japan's top leaders, including the Emperor, had chosen to sacrifice Okinawa in a futile but devastatingly brutal battle that, it was hoped, would dissuade the Allies from attempting to invade the home islands. More than 10,000 Americans died in that battle, which lasted from April to June 1945. Imperial forces numbering over 110,000 men were virtually wiped out, and approximately one-third of the civilian population, possibly as many as 150,000 men, women, and children, were killed. Repatriation simply marked a new stage of suffering for Okinawans, for prior to the battle some 160,000 island residents had been evacuated to the main islands of Japan. Although they desired to return to their native place quickly, this was impossible. Okinawa had been so devastated that there was not enough food and shelter for the much reduced population of survivors already living there. As a consequence, Okinawans became yet another group of displaced persons, forced to languish and suffer unrepatriated in repatriation camps in Japan. Accounts from such repatriation camps convey a stark impression of chaos and demoralization. A contemporary description of the Kamoi Repatriation Center in Uraga captures this. Opened in November 1945 to handle civilian repatriates from the Pacific, the camp was intended to accommodate 1,300 people, but quickly became responsible for 3 times that number, about half of whom were children. The camp administration was incapable of staving off malnutrition. Its typical menu consisted of a meager daily ration of mixed rice and wheat, accompanied by bean paste soup for breakfast, cooked cabbage for lunch, and cooked cabbage and white radish for dinner. Many of the repatriates had no place to go to. Stealing became commonplace, and gambling absorbed the energies of many of the men. Kuramitsu Toshio, the camp director, wrote in January 1946 that 4 doctors, 18 nurses, and 4 medical aides served the center, with critically ill people being sent to one of 6 neighboring hospitals as expeditiously as possible. Despite this, 15 to 20 people died in the camp of malnutrition or other causes every day. Burial groups appointed to carry bodies to the crematorium were unable to keep up with the deaths, and bodies were frequently left lying as they had fallen until rigor mortis set in. In December 1946, Kuramitsu recorded a conversation he had with Watanabe Chizuko, a 7-year-old girl who was among the first group of orphans to return from Manchuria. Of 36 children aged 4 to 12, 23, including Chizuko, were immediately hospitalized. Most of them suffered from scabies and malnutrition, and 4 had severe cases of tuberculosis. A photograph of Watanabe Chizuko had appeared in many newspapers that covered the arrival of the orphans. She was singled out because she had arrived with the by then familiar white box that contained ashes of the dead hanging by a sash around her neck. Kuramitsu found the little girl sitting up on an adult-size bed, the box of ashes on a nearby shelf next to a small doll. He recorded a bit of his conversation with her. "Where did your father die?" "Mukden." "Your mother?" "Karafuto." "Your little sister Sadako?" "Sasebo." The place names marked successive stages in Chizuko's long journey from Manchuria. It was the Japanese custom to give the deceased a posthumous Buddhist name. Because nothing was written on the box on the shelf but a single such name, Kuramitsu could not tell whether it contained Chizuko's father's, mother's, or sister's ashes, or perhaps a mixture of all of them. While the spectacle of a child bearing the ashes of her immediate family was newsworthy a year after Japan surrendered, it was commonplace to see demobilized soldiers returning from abroad with the ashes of deceased comrades, which they had undertaken to return to surviving kin. Civilian returnees, too, routinely carried the small white boxes among their meager belongings. Sometimes, however, even the remains of the dead had no clear final destination. On August 1, 1946, it was reported that the repatriation vessel Hikawa Maru had put in at Uraga with 7,000 boxes of unclaimed ashes. Many adults who returned after years abroad found that their families had been shattered. Urban neighborhoods had been obliterated. Parents, wives, and children had been killed in the air raids or had dispersed to the countryside. Throughout the country, makeshift notice boards carried handwritten notes asking for information about missing family members or providing information about the writer's own whereabouts. This was not just a phenomenon of the months immediately following surrender. Beginning in January 1946, a radio program called Returnee News provided ongoing information concerning the names of incoming repatriates, as well as their vessels and ports of entry. When this proved inadequate, a program called Missing Persons was introduced in June 1946. Almost immediately, the station was inundated with 400 to 500 written inquiries a day, in addition to dozens of phone calls. By August, broadcast time had been increased to twice daily, 5 days a week. For a while, the program included a special segment, Who Am I?, devoted to inquiries from disoriented returned veterans. Missing Persons had considerable success in accomplishing its mission. Initially, some 40 to 50% of the inquiries it broadcast were answered, and until 1950 the program continued to clear up the whereabouts or announce the deaths of significant numbers of individuals. Missing Persons continued on the air until March 31, 1962. Despised veterans. When repatriated prisoners began returning from the Soviet Union reciting communist propaganda, it was charged that their indoctrination had been designed to create class hatreds between officers and enlisted men. It had, but many demobilized veterans returned from other places than the USSR, cynical and contemptuous of the officers who had led them in battle. This was especially true among soldiers who had been ordered to fight to the bitter end in the fanatic and futile final campaigns of the war. The group cohesion and discipline of the military hierarchy had not been built, as its propagandists intoned, on some idealized notion of loyalty or harmony, but on a structure of authoritarian coercion that transferred oppression downward. Superior officers commonly commanded fear rather than respect, even in the best of times, and defeat unleashed deep, hitherto repressed resentments. In extreme cases, such hatred led to the murder of former officers. After the surrender, these feelings were vented openly for the first time. In May 1946, a veteran wrote a typically anguished letter to the Asahi, one of the country's leading newspapers, recalling the hell of starvation he and his fellow soldiers had endured on a Pacific island and the abuse they suffered at the hands of their officers. He noted that enlisted men had died of starvation at a far greater rate than officers, and asked how he could give comfort to the souls of his dead comrades who, in effect, had been killed by the tyranny of their own leaders. He quoted an old samurai saying about bringing a souvenir to hell, which originally had meant killing an enemy at the time of one's own death. Most of his comrades, he said, died wishing to take not an enemy but one of their officers with them as their souvenir. Several months later, a report in the Asahi about an abusive officer lynched by his men after surrender triggered 18 reader responses, all but 2 of which supported the murder and offered their own accounts of brutality and corruption among the officer corps. A soldier who had served in Korea described the womanizing and drinking of officers there. A Marine bitterly recalled how they beat one of his comrades. Another veteran confessed that he frequently had felt like attacking his officers, but restrained himself because he feared adverse consequences for his family back home. Even the 2 letters critical of the lynching incident took a defensive stance. Not all officers, each said, were bad. Such confessions, unthinkable before the surrender, exposed the fatuity of wartime propaganda about 100 million hearts beating as one. Even hardened veterans, however, were often ill-prepared for the shock of returning home. The communities that had sent them off with parties and parades and kept them supplied with comfort packages and 1,000-stitch belly warmers often did not welcome them back. They were, after all, losers. Their unkempt appearance seemed a mockery of the heroic ideals and imagery that had saturated wartime propaganda. In addition, in the wake of defeat, discipline collapsed, and men stationed in the home islands deserted their units in droves. More than a few staggered home with as much loot from military stores as they could carry, like stragglers from a routed force, as several police observers put it. Even survivors from the suicide squadrons, who had been prepared to take off on their sublime one-way missions when the war ended, leaped into the wild scramble for goods. One such pilot greeted the surrender by filling his plane with military commodities, flying it to an airfield near his home, carting his spoils to his house, and then returning to set the plane on fire. The Emperor's loyal soldiers and sailors seemed to have metamorphosed overnight into symbols of the worst sort of egoism and atomization. Officers as well as enlisted men engaged in looting, sometimes on a grand scale, and police reports expressed fear that public disgust would extend upward to grave distrust, frustration, and antipathy toward military and civilian leaders, even hatred of the military in general. Sometimes just the unexpected fact that a repatriated soldier was still alive could cause consternation. A number of ex-soldiers returned to discover that they had been declared dead long before, their funerals conducted and grave markers erected. In the sardonic phrase of the times, such men became known as the living war dead. To grieving kin, the appearance of someone believed to be dead could be simultaneously joyous and traumatic, even heartbreaking. Stories circulated about men who made their way home after years of hardship only to find that their wives had remarried, frequently to a brother or close friend. For a great many ex-soldiers and sailors, the greatest shock of returning home lay in finding themselves treated, after all their travails, as pariahs in their native land. By 1946, when the tide of repatriates became a flood, those at home were already being exposed to a steady flow of information concerning the shocking range of atrocities committed by the imperial forces in China, Southeast Asia, and the Philippines, as well as against Allied prisoners generally. As a result, many ex-servicemen found themselves regarded not just as men who had failed disastrously to accomplish their mission, but also as individuals who had, it was assumed, participated in unspeakable acts. References to the reproachful glances that acquaintances and strangers alike directed at them became a familiar refrain in veterans' letters to the press. Some frankly and sincerely expressed regret for their crimes. Others protested their innocence and the injustice of being treated as war criminals. They pleaded that the public had to make distinctions between soldiers or military men, gunjin, and the military cliques, gunbatsu, who were ultimately responsible for the war and its conduct. An anonymous letter published in the Asahi on June 9, 1946, captured the bleakness of such homecomings. I returned to Japan from the southern regions on May 20th. My house was burned, my wife and children missing. What little money I had quickly was consumed by the high prices, and I was a pitiful figure. Not a single person gave me a kind word. Rather, they cast hostile glances my way. Tormented and without work, I became possessed by a devil. His devil was the impulse to turn to crime. The writer went on to describe how he accosted a young man on a dark street, intending to rob him, only to discover that he was assaulting an off-duty policeman. His story, as it turned out, had an uplifting ending. The policeman did not arrest him, but gave him 100 yen and some of his own clothing, while urging him to have faith in his ability to surmount his difficulties. Though the writer was still without wife or child or home or job or money, his letter was offered as a public vow that he would go straight thereafter. Stigmatized victims. Many of the most pathetic Japanese war victims now became the country's new outcasts. Despite a mild Buddhist tradition of care for the weak and infirm, despite Confucian homilies about reciprocal obligations between social superiors and inferiors, and despite imperial platitudes about all Japanese being one family under the emperor, Japan was a harsh, inhospitable place for anyone who did not fall into a proper social category. There existed no strong tradition of responsibility towards strangers, or of unrequited philanthropy, or of tolerance or even genuine sympathy, as opposed to occasional sentimentality, toward those who suffered misfortune. This is no doubt true to some degree of all cultures and societies, but it was an especially conspicuous phenomenon in Japan at war's end, when whole new categories of improper people felt the sting of stigmatization. These included the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki with their taint of, really their pollution by, radiation, war orphans and street children forced to live by their wits outside proper society, war widows, especially if poor, in a society inherently unkind to women without men, and homeless ex-servicemen or any of the other abandoned people who clogged public places such as Tokyo's Ueno Station. Veterans suffering from battle shock were commonly shunned. Although a number of emperors and shoguns were known to have been deranged, mental illness remained a taboo, and those in need of help were usually consigned to the shadows and back rooms. Physical handicaps or deformities provoked a similar public aversion. Many maimed veterans, having nowhere to turn, defied these taboos and flaunted their disabilities, more accurately their pain and hardship, by donning distinctive white clothing and begging in public. In Tokyo, such outcast figures haunted public places until the late 1950s. Others simply gave up the struggle for survival after returning home to find, as one wrote to a newspaper, that the existence of us injured and ill veterans is forgotten. Writing from a sanitarium, he described the suicides of despairing fellow convalescents and concluded with the announcement that, "I myself am 5 minutes away from hanging." Disabled veterans were doubly stigmatized, having lost the war as well as their physical or mental wholeness. Similarly, once sentimental effusions had been dispensed with, the war's youngest victims were treated abysmally. War orphans and homeless children almost by definition became improper children. Forced to scramble for daily survival on the streets, they became treated as incorrigible delinquents. Long after the war ended, the government not only had no effective policy for caring for these children, but scant grasp of the dimension of the problem. In July 1946, the Ministry of Health and Welfare estimated that there were approximately 4,000 war orphans throughout the country. A February 1948 report put the number of orphaned and homeless children combined at 123,510. Of this number, 28,248 had lost their parents in air raids. 11,351 were orphaned or lost contact with their parents during the traumatic repatriation process. 2,640 were identified as abandoned, and an astonishing 81,266 were believed to have lost their parents, or simply become separated from them, in the turmoil that accompanied the end of the war. Many of these children lived in railway stations, under trestles and railway overpasses, in abandoned ruins. They survived by their wits, shining shoes, selling newspapers, stealing, recycling cigarette butts, illegally selling food coupons, begging. Some orphan boys who picked pockets earned the nickname Charinko, or Charin kids. Apparently, charin was coined as an onomatopoeia for the sound of coins clinking together. Some teenage girls, unsurprisingly, turned to prostitution. A minority of these street children learned to survive well indeed by their wits. A Tokyo police roundup in April 1947 netted 285 homeless children, of whom only 76 were without jobs of any sort. In a year when the average monthly salary of a college-educated, white-collar public employee was around 1,240 yen, 19 averaged an astonishing daily income of 100 yen, and 67 others were earning between 30 and 50 yen daily. One of the most fashionable slogans of the early post-surrender period envisioned Japan becoming a nation of culture. In October 1946, Hayashi Fumiko, a well-known fiction writer from an impoverished background herself, argued in a popular magazine that no country so indifferent to the plight of orphans and the homeless could claim to be cultured. Over 2 years later, Osaragi Jiro, a distinguished author respected for his humanism, wrestled frankly with the same issue. A British acquaintance, he wrote, had asked why the Japanese did nothing about their street children. His immediate response was that they lacked the financial resources, but on reflection he realized this was disingenuous. In fact, he concluded, as a people they simply lacked love toward strangers. He himself was no exception. In all honesty, he had to admit that he had no desire to take in these filthy urchins and try to straighten out their characters. Could it be, Osaragi mused, that Japanese were shallower than other peoples when it came to love? Homeless children were commonly rounded up and loaded on trucks like cattle. By no means a strained metaphor. Police or city officials directly engaged in these roundups often counted the children aloud not in the way that human beings are counted in Japanese, hitori, futari, and so on, but rather in a vocabulary used for counting animals, ippiki, nihiki, and so on. Detention centers were usually militaristically authoritarian, with physical abuse not uncommon. Some boys were even kept naked to prevent them from attempting to escape. In certain locales, it took years before such children were mainstreamed from orphanages into the regular educational system, and even then they were scorned for being parentless institution creatures. War widows, ennobled in public rhetoric, also often endured neglect and discrimination. All but the well-to-do were forced to support themselves and their children in an environment in which military salaries had ceased to arrive, wartime factory jobs had been abolished, and millions of men back from overseas, as well as others laid off from defunct wartime industries, were competing for scarce jobs. Those who could muster the strength and will to make their anguish public spoke in a common voice in the media. A rural woman whose missing husband had abandoned the family business to fight for the emperor wondered why the world had turned cold to her 3 children and herself. The delivery of food rations had ceased, she wrote, and despite the fact that she lived in the countryside, she could not afford to purchase vegetables. By working at home until midnight, she was able to bring in 2 yen a day, at a time when less than 4 kilograms of potatoes cost 35 yen. A widow asked that same month why war widows should starve while former officers and military men were embezzling military goods. Was there no way, she inquired, that she could get just 1 month's military salary, or some of the war goods herself, or even a single blanket? Another woman, whose husband was still missing, complained that soldiers demobilized at home received severance pay, a rice ration, and clothing. She and her children, in contrast, could only anticipate death. Then, plaintively, she asked what the use of talking about such things as women's suffrage was when she and others like her were starving. This was a question that arose in many quarters, as people confronting shattered lives in a shattered land were asked to contemplate seemingly abstract political ideals. Chapter 2. Gifts from Heaven. You think you can make Japan a democratic country? I don't think so. Prime Minister Yoshida Shigeru. We can try. Colonel Charles Cades, Government Section, GHQ. In August 1946, the talented cartoonist Katsuo Etsuro wrote the preface to a little collection of his illustrations documenting the first year under American occupation. Kato confessed that he had lacked the courage to oppose the war, which was an understatement. He had, in fact, thrown his considerable skills wholeheartedly into the war effort. It was he who had produced one of the more grisly war posters of 1942, depicting Roosevelt and Churchill, or Uncle Sam and John Bull, for these personal and national renderings tended to shade into one another, as figures with bestial hindquarters, being speared by a gleaming Japanese bayonet. The legend on the poster read, "The death of these wretches is the birthday of world peace." Using a convoluted metaphor to explain a convoluted sketch, Kato commented that until capitulation he had drawn not with his hand, but with a foot wrapped in military gaiters. From the moment of unconditional surrender, his pen had returned to his hand, that is, to its proper right-side-up place, but it hadn't been easy to get going again. He offered this modest selection of drawings as a record of what the past year had meant to him. The title he chose was Okurareta Kakume, a phrase best rendered in English as, "The revolution we have been given." Kato's beastly enemy wretches had been transformed almost overnight into liberators, the agents of a revolution from above. Kato's evocative title captured a dominant settlement of the early years of the occupation, and he conveyed its essence within a few pages. His opening illustration depicted an exhausted couple sprawled on the ground on August 15, 1945. The woman wore the ubiquitous mompe pantaloons of the war years, as well as the protective hood donned when fighting fires from the air raids. The man, in baggy ex-soldier's garb, clutched a bamboo spear. A firefighting bucket lay on its side. Behind them was a radio representing the Emperor's surrender broadcast. The caption spoke of the stupidity of pitting bamboo spears against atomic bombs. Before feeling joy at moving from war to liberation, it said, people were simply in a daze. On the next page, Kato's husband and wife were taking down the blackout papers that had covered their windows and filling in a trench they had dug in their backyard for protection from air raids. They really had assumed, each confided to the other, that this was going to be their grave. Immediately after this simple depiction of relief and joy at quite literally letting the light back into one's life, Kato introduced his central theme. A crowd of Japanese stretched their arms heavenwards, where the sky was filled with parachutes carrying canisters labeled Democratic Revolution. The graphic bore the heading A Gift from Heaven and had this caption. The downpour of bombs and incendiaries abruptly ceased. Then, from the very same sky, the gifts of peace began to descend. So-called Democratic Revolution. Bloodless revolution. Well, we Japanese who lost in war, who were exhausted by war, how did we receive this gift? How are we receiving it? The pages that followed, at once ironic and yet hopeful, presented a lively panorama of the first year of defeat. Kato ridiculed the initial ramshackle post-war cabinet, headed by Prince Higashikuni Naruhiko, as a shop advertising merchandise but with nothing to sell. He mocked the facile converts to the bloodless revolution, the militarist donning the morning coat of democracy, the politician writing liberalism over his wartime slogans, the right-wing boss trimming his handlebar mustache to look like a modern labor leader, the student replacing Hitler's portrait with Marx's, Mein Kampf with Das Kapital. The government and civilian elites came off poorly indeed in Kato's new nation. Financial and economic policies did little more than enable big capitalists to weather the disruptions of defeat. Rampant inflation plunged the society into anxiety and imperiled democracy. The epoch-making election law that paved the way for the first general election under universal suffrage in April 1946 was a Pandora's box, Urashima Taro's box in the Japanese idiom, that produced a reactionary cabinet under the conservative former diplomat Yoshida Shigeru. In Kato's eyes, no serious alternative to these bankrupt policies and policymakers could be expected from the fractious political left. In one illustration, the Socialist Party issues divorce papers to the Communist Party, while a geisha, representing old guard conservatives, smirks in the background. Kato also turned his pen with vigor and bemusement to the vagaries and difficulties of ordinary life. Street children smoked cigarettes. Workers bickered over the chicken and egg causes of economic stagnation. No food, no coal. No coal, no fertilizer. No fertilizer, no food. No food, no coal. Whoa, getting dizzy. Armed robbers broke into houses and couldn't find anything left to steal. Well, you could take the empty bureau, says a tied-up housewife. Black marketeers advised prostitutes to organize themselves, while the black market itself emerged as a droll facsimile of the larger political economy. Former military helmets turned upside down were being sold as democracy cooking pots. Come on, handy thing. You can use it immediately as a metal helmet again in times of crisis. A thin, intellectual-looking vendor sold empty theory bread, non-filling but good for whetting the appetite. An empty-handed huckster solicited advance orders for whatever he might be able to come up with in the future, down payment required. Into such tumult came the victor's revolution from above. Like the hand of God reaching down from heaven, the United States, in another illustration, made a present to Japan of the key to freedom that unlocked restrictions on speech and expression. As if wielding giant scissors from the sky, America cut the chains that had bound ordinary Japanese and granted them civil liberties. With the arms of a great deity, MacArthur's headquarters levered the crushing burden of the old zaibatsu, the gigantic financial and industrial oligopolies that dominated the pre-surrender economy, off the backs of the exploited people. While Japan's leaders slept, the Americans, again godlike hands extended from on high, provided food for the near-starving people. Revolution from above. Kato, a master of perspective as well as line, had a distinctive but by no means peculiarly Japanese style. His renderings of the conquerors certainly would have seemed familiar enough in the United States. American cartoonists who turned their attention to occupied Japan routinely depicted the victors as omnipotent and godlike. Indeed, they frequently resorted to a virtually identical Hand of God iconography by depicting Little Japan in the palm of the Allies, or receiving MacArthur's orders from on high. More broadly, during the occupation and after, the victors as well as the vanquished commonly referred to the American agenda for the defeated country as an attempt to impose a democratic revolution from above. General MacArthur himself rarely lost an opportunity to call attention to the political, economic, and spiritual revolution being carried out under his aegis. This revolution from above received an early endorsement from none other than Tokuda Kyuichi, a fiery Communist Party leader who had been imprisoned for 18 years. Upon exiting the prison gates early in October 1945, when occupation authorities cut the chains of political repression, Tokuda immediately read an appeal to the people that began with this declaration. We express our deepest gratitude that the occupation of Japan by the Allied forces, dedicated to liberating the world from fascism and militarism, has opened the way for the democratic revolution in Japan. Later, when the Cold War intensified, this would become a point of embarrassment to the Communists, who lamely rationalized Tokuda's words by pointing out that the reference to allies included the Soviet Union. This was backtracking revisionism. Until 1947, leftists as well as liberals commonly regarded the overwhelmingly American occupation force as an army of liberation, and the notion of achieving a democratic revolution under the eagle's wing was so widespread as to become an almost instant cliché. Various catchphrases conveyed the idea that a political and social revolution was being induced under the tutelage indeed under the commands, of the conquerors. In addition to Kato's received revolution and the gift or present of democracy that he frequently mentioned, Japanese also spoke of a Potsdam Revolution, alluding to the terms of surrender set forth by the United States and other allies in the Potsdam Declaration of July 26, 1945. Reform from on high was a comparable phrase. Such phrases did not, however, invariably convey approbation, for in many circles the democratic revolution was regarded with reservation or even outright alarm. To conservatives, this revolution from above reeked of red manipulation, and Tokuda's embrace of the Liberation Army did little to dispel such paranoia. More subtle and cynical observers savored the mordant observation of Kawakami Tetsutaro, a detached man of letters who in October 1945 described the U.S. policy as one of rationed-out freedom. His clever expression captured the inherent contradiction of democracy by fiat, as well as the irony of promoting freedom in the context of unconditional surrender. Its twist came from evoking the food rationing the Japanese endured under their wartime leaders and continued to experience under the Americans. Even Kato Etsuro's applause had a cautionary aspect to it, and the abiding interest of his little book lies in the way his enthusiasm for the ideals of a democratic revolution was mixed with apprehension that this gift had not been earned. The commentary that went with those giant American scissors, for example, read, "Chains were cut, but we must not forget that we did not shed a drop of blood or raise a sweat to cut these chains." His final drawing depicted a figure lying lazily in a house full of gifts. "We Japanese seem to have gotten accustomed to the sweetness of the revolution we have received," the caption warned, "and to have become extremely sparing in our efforts to turn this valuable gift into our flesh and blood." As time passed, more than a few commentators called attention to the passivity and superficiality implicit in the very notion of a democratic revolution from above. Just as ordinary people had been manipulated by militarists and ultranationalists during the war, the argument went, now they were following a new set of leaders. The playwright and critic Yamazaki Masakazu, who returned from Manchuria as a 9th grader in 1948, later recalled being impressed with how everything was being given. Democracy came too easily in such a milieu, and so failed to establish deep roots. Democratization from above, others observed, tended to reinforce the unfortunate logic of irresponsibility, whereby everyone was socialized to bow to orders from superiors. This sense of the precariousness of the new democratic revolution was conveyed late in 1949 by one of its most articulate supporters, the Christian president of Tokyo University, Nanbara Shigeru. Speaking in Washington, D.C. as one of the first Japanese allowed to leave his occupied country, Nanbara characterized World War II as a war of spirit against spirit as well as people against people, which had exposed terrible failings in his compatriots. He embraced the ideals of the European Renaissance, identifying them as the establishment of individual character and a free search for truth. His country, he declared, now had to experience its own Renaissance. Looking back at the Meiji era that followed the opening to the West in the mid-19th century, Nanbara observed that this earlier epoch of reform had created only the external appearance of a modern nation. It had emphasized only the establishment of state power and the expansion of national wealth. Humanistic values had been, at best, subordinated to these goals. Although it was not too late to correct this mistake, it was certainly too early to applaud the establishment of a new democratic Japan. Unlike America, political democracy in Japan has not acquired true life, Nanbara commented. The possibility that reactionary forces would re-establish themselves was by no means out of the question. The critic Kame Katsuichiro, writing in one of the country's most popular monthlies immediately after the occupation ended, deftly captured the view that the heralded revolution was more than a charade, but less than a real struggle for democracy. Instead of revolutionizing consciousness, Kame wrote, the occupation had tended to reinforce a colonial mentality. Certainly, looking back on what was actually accomplished, democracy fell far short of the initial hopes and ideals captured in Kato Etsuro's little book. In some ways, the occupation reminded Kame of a noose of silk floss with a thin wire hidden in it. In other ways, it reminded him of a Hollywood movie set. The occupiers themselves naturally looked on their revolution from above more positively. Yet in many ways, even from their elevated and righteous vantage point, this was a moment when idealism and cynicism meshed, when democratic aspirations became entangled with colonial mentalities in unexpected, not to say unprecedented, ways. The reformers were also proconsuls. They were, as has been said of other Americans in other situations, sentimental imperialists. As administrators whose careers were altered and accelerated by the victorious war, they possessed what John Kenneth Galbraith, in a related context, characterized as an arrogant certainty of high purpose. Demilitarization and democratization. Formally, the period from August 1945 to April 1952, when Japan was subject to foreign control, was known as the Allied occupation of Japan. This was a misnomer. Although 2 international advisory boards representing the victorious powers were created to deal with the occupation, their influence was negligible. From start to finish, the United States alone determined basic policy and exercised decisive command over all aspects of the occupation. Accordingly, it was policymakers in Washington who drafted the 3 basic documents that established the initial objectives of the occupation. The Potsdam Declaration, in which the United States, Great Britain, and China announced the terms of surrender. The United States Initial Post-Surrender Policy Relating to Japan, that was sent to MacArthur in late August and made public on September 22nd, and a comprehensive military directive elaborating post-surrender policy that the Joint Chiefs of Staff also sent to the Supreme Commander in draft form in late August. Although the first 2 quickly became public documents, the third, which many occupation authorities regarded as their basic guide, remained secret until November 1948. Douglas MacArthur's singular command over the occupation, indeed his very title of Supreme Commander, epitomized the American monopoly on policy and power. No other Allied nation could challenge his authority. The huge occupation force under his control, engaged in both military and civil affairs, was American with but token exceptions, such as the stationing of British and Australian forces in nuclear-bombed Hiroshima. The high-level advisory missions that would visit MacArthur and his general headquarters in Tokyo over the years that followed all came from Washington and were made up almost exclusively of Americans. There was nothing covert about this domination. Indeed, the initial policy documents sent to MacArthur in late August and made public the following month explicitly stated that in the event of differences among the Allies, the policies of the United States will govern. The top-level war crimes trials that accompanied the occupation, formerly known as the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, also were misleadingly named. An international panel of judges did preside, and the president of the tribunal was Australian, but the Tokyo trial was a predominantly American show. Americans dominated the International Prosecution section that set the agenda for the tribunal, and they brooked scant internal dissent from other national contingents. The objectives of the occupation set forth in the 3 fundamental policy documents were broad and ambitious, in an ever-accelerating manner. That is, the post-surrender policy made public in September called for more extensive democratization than the Potsdam Declaration had really intimated. In turn, the lengthy, secret Joint Chiefs of Staff directive that elaborated how this public policy was to be implemented, not actually finalized until November, made clear to MacArthur and his headquarters that they were expected, in effect, to micromanage a democratization agenda. Behind this development lay a Byzantine history of interbureaucratic debate and struggle in Washington, in which, as the war approached its 11th hour, conservative State Department Japan specialists who scoffed at the notion of democratizing that country found themselves overruled by more liberal and progressive reformers. Kato Etsuro's canisters of democratic revolution parachuting into Japan came not from the old Japan hands, but from individuals, a number of whom were associated with the War Department, who were framing the issues of war and peace in Asia in broader and more radical ideological terms. The Potsdam Declaration was by no means a tame document. It assured the Japanese that they would not be enslaved or destroyed as a nation, although they would lose their empire. On surrendering, the country would be placed under military occupation. Stern justice would be meted out to war criminals. The authority and influence of those who had deceived and misled the people of Japan into embarking on world conquest would be eliminated for all time. Just reparations in kind would be exacted. Military forces would be completely disarmed. The economy would be demilitarized but eventually permitted to return to world trade. And the government would be required to remove all obstacles to the revival and strengthening of democratic tendencies among the Japanese people, and to establish freedom of speech, religion, and thought, as well as respect for fundamental human rights. The occupation would be terminated when there had been established, in accordance with the freely expressed will of the Japanese people, a peacefully inclined and responsible government. Although sometimes interpreted as signaling that they would be allowed to retain the imperial institution, this last phrase was, in fact, left deliberately ambiguous. The emperor's subjects, after all, never had been entirely free to express their views and did not at that time possess the right to choose their form of government. To these stern but general terms, the other policy documents added several objectives that transformed the occupation from a moderate exercise in demilitarization and political reform into an unprecedented experiment in induced democratization. These documents made clear that disarmament and demilitarization were not merely to be complete, but also permanent. They also specified that the purging of individuals who had advocated militarism or militant nationalism would be broader than might have been imagined from the Potsdam Declaration, extending even into the economic field. Beyond this, the guiding directives incorporated a potent emerging notion among policy bureaucrats, namely that the occupation authorities should become actively engaged in attempting to change the psychology of the Japanese people. Underlying this immodest objective was a growing sense of urgency that the country should not only be democratized to prevent the re-emergence of militarism, but simultaneously immunized against a rising tide of communist influence. Such a policy of re-education, it was stipulated, would require not only the active promotion of American objectives throughout the media, but also minimum control and censorship of the press, radio, film, and private communications. The policy blueprints finalized after Potsdam also extended ideals of democratization to the economic field. On the one hand, it was emphasized that occupation authorities bore no responsibility for the economic rehabilitation of Japan or the strengthening of the Japanese economy. Apart from preventing economic crises that could lead to chaos, averting starvation, for example, U.S. policy called for letting the Japanese stew in their own juices. At the same time, the post-Potsdam formulations explicitly mandated the promotion of policies which permit a wide distribution of income and of the ownership of the means of production and trade. To this end, planners in Washington called for dissolution of the large industrial and banking combinations which have exercised control of a great part of Japan's trade and industry. This amounted to ordering a direct attack on both the older zaibatsu that had dominated the nation's economic growth since the early 20th century and the new zaibatsu that emerged in the course of the country's mobilization for war. In tandem with such an antitrust campaign, the Supreme Commander was directed to promote labor unions and carry out a sweeping land reform program. This was a strikingly ambitious reformist agenda. Outlaw Japan was to be rendered a peaceful, democratic, law-abiding nation by eradicating the very roots of militarism that had led it so recently to war. In the famous opening lines of the initial post-surrender policy, the ultimate objectives of the occupation were framed as follows. A. To ensure that Japan will not again become a menace to the United States or to the peace and security of the world. B. To bring about the eventual establishment of a peaceful and responsible government which will respect the rights of other states and will support the objectives of the United States as reflected in the ideals and principles of the Charter of the United Nations. The United States desires that this government should conform as closely as may be to principles of democratic self-government, but it is not the responsibility of the Allied powers to impose upon Japan any form of government not supported by the freely expressed will of the people. The key to legitimizing radical top-down reform lay in the reference to the freely expressed will of the people. Under Imperial Japan's existing political, economic, and social institutions, the reformers argued, the people had had little if any control over their lives. To enable them to truly express their will freely required dismantling this authoritarian structure root and branch, even while disclaiming any intention to impose an alien system of government on the defeated foe. The very logic of the argument dictated the imposition of reforms that would create a society in which the will of the people prevailed, thereby eliminating the will to war that had made Japan the scourge of Asia. Shortly after the occupation began, Assistant Secretary of State Dean Acheson formulated this vision in blunt terms. The goal of the occupation, he stated, was to ensure that the present economic and social system in Japan which makes for a will to war will be changed so that the will to war will not continue. This bumpy, redundantly willful prose succinctly conveyed the Americans' crusading sense of purpose, as did the plain metaphors with which the reformers routinely described their mission. It became commonplace to speak of rooting out the sources of aggression. Colonel Charles Cades, an idealistic and influential lawyer in GHQ's government section, expressed this nicely when pointing out the difference between the mild post-surrender reforms proposed by Japanese leaders and the radical policies GHQ forced them to adopt. They wanted to take a tree that was diseased and prune the branches, cut off the branches. We felt it was necessary to, in order to get rid of the disease, take the root and branches off. Otherwise we find new branches and the same disease in the tree. In the shorthand of the Times, SCAP's mission was nothing less than to carry out the demilitarization and democratization of Japan. Such an audacious undertaking by victors in war had no legal or historical precedent. With a minimum of rumination about the legality or propriety of such an undertaking, the Americans set about doing what no other occupation force had done before, remaking the political, social, cultural, and economic fabric of a defeated nation, and in the process changing the very way of thinking of its populace. It is not surprising that the Japanese did not know what to expect. The conquerors were embarking on uncharted terrain, and in early autumn 1945, as the war in Asia hurtled toward its denouement, they were still defining their grand mission as they went along. Initially, they themselves had only an imprecise picture of what concrete reforms this mission would require. To a certain degree, comparable occupation policies were followed in Germany. Indeed, the Europe First policy the United States pursued from the beginning of its involvement in World War II made Germany's prior surrender inevitable and meant that policies adopted for that defeated nation would be used as guidelines in drafting post-surrender policy for Japan. Nonetheless, differences were notable. Most obviously, of course, all of Japan was placed under American control, whereas occupied Germany had been divided into U.S., British, French, and Soviet zones. Beyond this, the enemy in Asia was also subjected to MacArthur-esque control, a unique experience on which personality indisputably left its imprint. MacArthur and the cadre of reformers who initially gathered under his command conveyed a messianic fervor that had no real counterpart in Germany, and American Eurocentrism in the immediate post-war period left MacArthur's GHQ with an unusually free hand. While policymakers in Washington concentrated their attentions on Soviet policies in Eastern Europe and the reconstruction of Western Europe, the imperious MacArthur until 1948 reigned as a minor potentate in his Far Eastern domain. In 1951, explaining the authority he had wielded in Japan to a U.S. Senate committee, MacArthur pointed out that, "I had not only the normal executive authorities such as our own president has in this country, but I had legislative authority. I could by fiat issue directives." Race and culture also set Japan apart. Unlike Germany, this vanquished enemy represented an exotic, alien society to its conquerors, non-white, non-Western, non-Christian. Yellow, Asian, pagan Japan, supine and vulnerable, provoked an ethnocentric missionary zeal inconceivable vis-à-vis Germany. Where Nazism was perceived as a cancer in a fundamentally mature Western society, Japanese militarism and ultranationalism were construed as reflecting the essence of a feudalistic, Oriental culture that was cancerous in and of itself. To American reformers, much of the almost sensual excitement involved in promoting their democratic revolution from above derived from the feeling that this involved denaturing an Oriental adversary and turning it into at least an approximation of an acceptable, healthy, westernized nation. The anomaly of attempting to make Japan law-abiding in the Western mode by pursuing occupation policies unprecedented in international law was rationalized by the argument that World War II had been a catastrophe of unprecedented destructiveness, and any stable new world order required breaking with the mold of the past. The plain crusading ardor of the victors was thus mixed with high levels of fear, hope, and idealism, and with a clear consciousness of creating new norms of international behavior. This attitude was most evident to the general public in the war crimes trials of top leaders, in which policies adopted toward Japan and Germany rested on similar, and novel, legal premises. Following the rules established for the Nuremberg trials, accused Class A war criminals were held accountable for committing crimes against peace and crimes against humanity that had no precedent in international law. BVA Ruling, the Dutch judge at the Tokyo trials, later acknowledged the many unfair features and grave errors of these proceedings, but still expressed faith that the trials contributed to a legal development that mankind urgently needed. International law, in his words, was en route to banning war and rendering it a criminal offense. In Japan, a similar idealism, arrogance, and wishfulness, a similar missionary sense of being called on to create new norms that might eradicate forever the will to war, initially governed the demilitarization and democratization policy as a whole. Imposing reform. In this intensely ideological and emotional milieu, the defeated Japanese were made the subjects of an unprecedented experiment, audacious in its ethnocentrism, but also in its ambition, and, until devoured by the Cold War, its idealism. This was an undertaking plagued from the start by contradictions, among them the very notion of revolution from above. Enduring political and social revolutions generally emanate from below. Certainly they must ultimately come from within the indigenous society. Never had a genuinely democratic revolution been associated with military dictatorship, to say nothing of a neo-colonial military dictatorship, which, when all was said and done, is what MacArthur's command was. Virtually all of the Americans involved in this crusade were aware of these contradictions, but this did not daunt them. It took months, however, before the reformers actually worked out the full, concrete implications of their ambitious agenda and conveyed this to the other side. Japanese officials had carefully scrutinized the Potsdam Declaration and initially gamely insisted that the manner in which they had accepted its terms signified a contractual and conditional surrender. On this critical issue, they were crisply informed that their capitulation was and always had been unconditional. As the Japanese national press dutifully and dourly reported, they were not equal to the occupation authorities. What ultimately impressed Japanese at all levels with the truly ambitious nature of the Americans' intentions, however, were two SCAP directives, issued with fanfare more than a month after the surrender ceremony in Tokyo Bay. On October 4th, the Supreme Commander ordered the dissolution of restraints on political expression. The Peace Preservation Law of 1925, under which thousands of, usually left-wing, critics of the government had been arrested, was abrogated. Governmental restrictions on assembly and speech were lifted. The special higher police, or thought police, of the Home Ministry were abolished. The heads of the Home Ministry and the National Police Force were purged. Political prisoners were ordered released from jail, paving the way for the return to public life of Tokura Kyuichi, and hundreds of his stalwart communist colleagues who had held firm to their principles during upwards of 18 years of incarceration. Prior to this directive, the cabinet headed by Prince Higashikuni had made it clear how unthinkable it was for communist prisoners to be released. On the day following the issuance of what came to be called MacArthur's Civil Liberties Directive, Higashikuni and his whole cabinet resigned. 1 week later, the new premier, Shidehara Kijuro, met MacArthur for the first time and received a succinct order that made the previous directive seem mild. In addition to the liberalization of the Constitution, the government was commanded to extend the franchise to women, promote labor unionization, open schools to more liberal education, democratize the economy by revising monopolistic industrial controls, and in general eliminate all despotic vestiges in society. Suddenly, abstract statements about promoting democracy had become exceedingly specific. Supporters as well as critics of this October 11th directive interpreted it as a signal expression of America's commitment to a genuinely radical agenda of democratization, and the months that followed proved them correct. Beginning in early November, GHQ initiated a frontal attack on the giant Zaibatsu conglomerates, starting with the forced dissolution of the holding companies, through which Zaibatsu families controlled their vast empires. Eventually, both anti-monopoly and deconcentration legislation was passed, and hundreds of large enterprises were earmarked as targets for breakup. At roughly the same time, an agrarian land reform was initiated that within a few years would virtually dispossess the rural landlord class, destroying a system in which exploitative tenancy had been widespread and creating in its place a huge constituency of small owner farmers. Arrests of accused Class A war criminals, modestly initiated in September, accelerated during the final months of the year. The government-sponsored cult of state Shinto, a bulwark of emperor-centered ultranationalism, was abolished on December 15th. Under GHQ pressure, a trade union law guaranteeing workers the right to organize, strike, and bargain collectively was approved by Japan's parliament, the Diet, on December 22nd. In the same month, President Truman's special envoy on reparations, Edwin Pauley, called for extensive reparations in kind to be taken from the country's already prostrate industrial plant. For the old guard, the new year of 1946 began with more inauspicious tidings, including the first of a series of purge directives that would eventually prohibit some 200,000 individuals, mostly but by no means exclusively former military officers, from holding public office. And this was but the beginning of the revolution from above, which over the next 2 years would extend to the reform of civil and criminal law, elimination of the feudalistic family system that had legally rendered women inferior, extension of the right to vote to women, decentralization of the police, enactment of a progressive law governing working conditions, revision of both the structure and the curriculum of the education system, renovation of the electoral system, and promotion of greater local autonomy vis-à-vis the central government. In the single most brazen and enduring act of the democratic revolution, a reluctant government was forced to introduce an entirely new constitution that retained the imperial system, but simultaneously established the principle of popular sovereignty and guaranteed a broad range of human rights. It was under this charter that the emperor's erstwhile subjects became citizens. The new national charter, initiated by GHQ in February 1946 and promulgated 9 months later after extensive public and parliamentary discussion, was the crown jewel of the reformist agenda. It not only codified the basic ideals of democratization, but wedded them to demilitarization by explicitly prohibiting Japan from resorting to war as a means of resolving international disputes. The Imperial Army and Navy had already been demobilized, the military establishment already abolished. Under the renunciation of war provisions in the new Constitution's preamble, as well as in its Article 9, the country formally committed itself to a pacifist course. This was a stunning innovation, enacted at General MacArthur's initiative, but at the same time entirely consistent with the objectives set forth in the basic policy directives. The radicalism of these policies shocked the elites who held power when the war ended. Had men of influence from the emperor on down been left to their own devices, they would never have dreamed of initiating anything remotely approximating such drastic reforms. And had the government actually been conceded a conditional surrender in the closing stages of the war, it might have been in a position to cut American reformers off at the knees. To conservatives, the overriding tasks of the post-defeat period were to thwart social upheaval, preserve unchanged the emperor-centered national polity, and put the country back on its feet economically. They rejected all arguments about the root causes of militarism, repression, and aggression, choosing instead to depict the recent war as an aberration brought about by irresponsible and conspiratorial elements within the imperial military. This being the case, their argument continued, sweeping structural and institutional reforms were unnecessary. On the contrary, all that needed to be done was to return the state and society to the status quo ante of the late 1920s, before the militarists took over. On their own, these civilian elites might have conducted a mild post-war purge of military leaders and perhaps instituted some small political reforms aimed at preventing military excesses in the future. Cabinet members wept openly when confronted with the most draconian reforms they were ordered to implement, distraught at their inability to prevent what they saw as the destruction of sacrosanct, traditional ways. The few conservative leaders who were cantankerous enough to speak bluntly to the conquerors, for instance Yoshida Shigeru, who served as prime minister in 1946 to 1947, and again from 1948 to 1954, belittled the very possibility of making Japan democratic. In Yoshida's typically elitist argument, the Japanese people were not capable of genuine self-government, and anyone who argued otherwise was either blinded by ethnocentrism or hypnotized by left-wing propaganda. Yoshida and his colleagues were, of course, terrified by the spectacle of the Kato Etsuros of their country enthusiastically embracing the unexpected gifts from heaven that the Americans were bestowing. This was an extraordinary and extraordinarily fluid moment, never seen before in history and, as it turned out, never to be repeated. Like Kato, many Japanese would indeed welcome the revolution from above. It kindled their hopes and sparked their imaginations. The American regimen cracked open the authoritarian structures of the old society in a manner that permitted unprecedented individual freedoms and unanticipated forms of popular expression to flourish. Kato feared that the exhaustion of defeat, the resilience of the old guard, and the lack of grassroots struggle inherent in the very notion of a revolution from above might prevent the Japanese from ever making the democratic revolution their own. In this regard, his fears resonated with Yoshida's hopes. No one really had any idea what the future would bring. Part 2. Transcending Despair. Chapter 3. Kyodatsu, Exhaustion and Despair. Even though the United States and Japan had been locked in the bitterest of wars, the Americans who arrived in Tokyo Bay might well have come from a different planet. An enormous abyss separated the experience and outlook of victor and vanquished. The Americans, brimming with pride and self-righteous confidence, bursting with plans for a golden future, confronted a populace that, in the apt phrase of the perceptive observer and scholar Tsurumi Kazuko, had undergone intense socialization for death. For Americans, World War II began in December 1941 and ended 3 years and 8 months later. Japan's war, in contrast, began with the conquest of Manchuria in 1931 and expanded to all-out war against China in 1937. The Japanese had been geared for war for 15 years, and as their situation became increasingly desperate, what had begun as the indoctrination of young men for death in battle became expanded into a frenetic and fanatical campaign to socialize the entire population for a final suicidal fight. The 100 million would die defending the sacred homeland, just as selfless young kamikaze pilots were doing. Good men and women, observed the communist critic Ara Masato, remained committed to collective suicide right up to the moment at which unconditional surrender was announced. Or, if not committed, at least resigned. Like their fighting men abroad, those on the home front were rarely able to imagine a future other than struggle and probable death. In this all-consuming milieu, the immediate meaning of liberation for most Japanese was not political but psychological. Surrender, and by association the Allied victory, the American Army of Occupation itself, liberated them from death. Month after month they had prepared for the worst. Then abruptly the tension was broken. In an almost literal sense they were given back their lives. Shock bordering on stupefaction was a normal response to the Emperor's announcement, usually followed quickly by an overwhelming sense of relief. But that sense of relief all too often proved ephemeral. Exhaustion and despair followed quickly in its train, a state of psychic collapse so deep and widespread that it soon became popularly associated with kyodatsu, a previously technical term. The populace, it was said, had succumbed to the kyodatsu condition. Near the end of 1946, the Japanese-language page proofs of an interesting pocket-sized dictionary were submitted to censors in the occupation bureaucracy for pre-publication approval. Entitled Explanation of Post-War New Terms, it included a substantial entry on the kyodatsu concept. Originally, it explained, this had been a clinical term used to describe physical or emotional prostration in individual patients. Only after the surrender did it gain wide usage as a way of characterizing the distracted and dejected condition of the people as a whole. It was widely believed, according to the little lexicon, that this despondency posed the greatest of all possible dangers to the country, that it had become the great enemy that could destroy Japan. In fact, it is possible to find references to collective manifestations of a kyodatsu condition in the confidential observations of pre-surrender officials, who were acutely sensitive to the physical exhaustion and declining morale of the populace long before the war ended. When the emperor made a rare visit to inspect damage from the March 1945 air raids in Tokyo and was not treated with proper deference by local residents, for instance, his alarmed military aide attempted to explain this in terms of a rising scourge of demoralization, or kyodatsu. Whether in war or in defeat, such collective exhaustion did indeed appear to be the great enemy to a vast array of observers. Just as it could erode reverence for the throne, so it might impede post-war reconstruction, not to mention undermining the whole idealistic enterprise of promoting democracy in a shattered land. Hunger and the bamboo shoot existence. Ultimately, of course, the persistence of widespread exhaustion and despair was rooted in material conditions. In the climate of the times, the American decision to adopt a hands-off policy toward economic reconstruction seemed perfectly natural. Misery was accepted as proper punishment for a defeated adversary that had brought so much misery to others. It was in any case inconceivable to think of assisting in Japanese reconstruction when America's own allies were struggling to recover from the devastation of the recent war. What this meant in practice, however, was that the Americans found themselves promoting their revolution from above in a society plagued by stagnating productivity and runaway inflation. Until 1949, while Japan's political, bureaucratic, and corporate leaders stumbled and dragged their heels, biding their time until reparations, economic democratization, and the reform agenda as a whole had run their course, most Japanese were preoccupied with merely obtaining the bare essentials of daily subsistence. Simply putting food on the table became an obsessive undertaking. Hunger and scarcity defined each passing day. Hunger was not simply a product of defeat. Rather, it derived from the desperate prolongation of the emperor's lost war, besides being compounded by a disastrous harvest and exacerbated by the confusion, corruption, and ineptitude of the post-surrender elites. A majority of Japanese already were malnourished at the time of surrender. Food shortages had begun to appear in some parts of the country even before Pearl Harbor, and by 1944 theft of produce still in the fields led police to speak of a new class of vegetable thieves and the new crime of field vandalizing. That year, officials in Osaka Prefecture estimated that 46% of all economic crimes in their jurisdiction involved food. Entrepreneurial individuals formed illegal procurement troops that specialized in obtaining rural produce for sale in the cities. In a typical case that August, well before the systematic destruction of urban centers by air raids, 30% of the workforce at the Mitsubishi glass factory in Tsurumi was found to be suffering from beriberi. By 1945, food shortages were disrupting the war effort and rending the social fabric. Factory absenteeism rose nationwide, in large part because workers took time off to bargain and barter for food in the countryside. By July, absentee rates in major cities stood at 40% or more, with the food problem being cited as a major contributing factor. The Allied policy of economic strangulation had sent most of the Navy and Merchant Marine to the bottom of the ocean by mid-1945, choking off supplies to the home front as well as to the war front. In the Southeast Asian and Pacific theaters, starvation became a major cause of death among fighting men. The home islands themselves were heavily dependent on Korea, Formosa, and China for basic foodstuffs. Before Pearl Harbor, imports from these areas accounted for 31% of Japan's rice consumption, 92% of its sugar, 58% of its soybeans, and 45% of its salt. Defeat abruptly severed access to these resources. As the war neared its end, it was a rare family anywhere that regularly ate white rice as a staple. The most common household diet consisted of barley and potatoes, but even these had fallen into short supply. It was in such circumstances that authorities in Osaka recommended an emergency diet that suggested how precarious daily subsistence had become. Based on a research report by local army officials, the emperor's loyal subjects were encouraged to supplement their starch intake by introducing such items as acorns, grain husks, peanut shells, and sawdust to their household larder. Sawdust, it was explained, could be broken down with a fermenting agent, transformed into a powder, and mixed in a ratio of 1:4 with flour to make dumplings, pancakes, or bread. For minerals, people were encouraged to introduce used tea leaves and the seeds, blossoms, and leaves of roses to their diet. Protein deficiencies could be remedied by eating silkworm cocoons, worms, grasshoppers, mice, rats, moles, snails, snakes, or a powder made by drying the blood of cows, horses, and pigs. Well sterilized, the researchers reported, mice and rats tasted like small birds, but it was important to avoid eating their bones since it had been demonstrated that this caused people to lose weight. The press reproduced these dietary recommendations shortly before the emperor's surrender broadcast under such headlines as, "Eat this way, endless supplies of materials by ingenuity." The average calorie intake per person had by this time declined to far less than deemed necessary even for an individual engaged in light work. Elementary school children were on the average physically smaller in 1946 than they had been in 1937. Births had dropped precipitously. Infant mortality rose. Even Kawakami Hajime, the elderly humanistic pioneer scholar of Marxism, spent much of his time before and after the surrender dreaming of food. Between July and September 1945, the old communist wrote himself a series of poems expressing his craving for manju, a bun filled with bean paste once widely available. A young schoolgirl's first thought on hearing the emperor's broadcast was that she would not have to look eyeball to eyeball at frogs anymore, a reference to the practice of sending children out to catch frogs to eat. As it turned out, her intimation of relief was premature. Defeat did not merely sever Japan from the food supplies of Asia. It also occurred in midsummer, when the previous year's rice harvest was running out. With the empire now cut off and millions of exhausted civilians and demobilized soldiers about to return, it was imperative that there be a bumper crop. Instead, due to adverse weather, manpower shortages, insufficient tools, and a fall-off in fertilizer production, 1945 saw the most disastrous harvest since 1910, a shortfall of almost 40% from the normal yield. The deities appeared truly to have abandoned the land of the gods. Bureaucrats and farmers also abandoned their countryfolk, for a large part of the crop immediately moved onto the black market. Rumors spread that millions would die of starvation over the coming fall and winter. In early October, the Minister of Agriculture was shocked to learn that Tokyo had on hand only a 3-day supply of rice, mixed with soybeans and mamekasu, the residuum of processed soybeans. An estimate based on rations barely sufficient to keep a non-active adult alive. His colleague, the Minister of Finance, informed the United Press that as many as 10 million Japanese might starve to death if food imports were not immediately forthcoming. This huge, and exaggerated, figure became accepted as gospel. On October 28th, the press reported an exemplary death that seemed a harbinger of things to come. Kameo Hideshiro, a professor of German language at the elite Tokyo Higher School, had died of malnutrition. On November 1st, a newly formed citizens group called the People's Association for a Policy Against Starvation announced that as many as 6 individuals a day were dying of malnutrition and related causes among the homeless in Tokyo's Ueno Station. Eoshicho, malnutrition or dystrophy, became a watchword of the times. In mid-November, it was reported that 733 individuals had died of starvation in Kobe, Kyoto, Osaka, Nagoya, and Yokohama, the country's 5 largest cities after Tokyo. In the capital, the situation was so chaotic that there were no cumulative statistics. A rough estimate put the number of deaths from malnutrition in Tokyo in the 3 months after surrender at more than 1,000. Food shipments from the United States helped avert the anticipated disaster, and in the process enhanced the image of the United States as a generous benefactor. A yearbook of the time described such shipments from America as coming like a merciful rain during a drought. In the words of a local history, they kindled a light of hope in the hearts of depressed residents. Consisting primarily of staples such as wheat, flour, corn, legumes, sugar, small quantities of rice, powdered milk, and tinned goods such as corned beef, such assistance came under the auspices of several aid programs and continued until the end of the occupation. Still, hunger remained a constant companion. Although rice was nominally the mainstay of the diet, for a great many families this treasured staple was encountered mostly in the form of a thin, watered-down gruel. A survey of families of elementary school students found that in mid-1946, gruel took the place of boiled rice at least once a day. For a quarter of the families, gruel constituted the major part of all meals. Soups with leafy vegetables were another mainstay of the daily diet, as were homemade bread and dumplings along with steamed sweet potatoes. Typical diets of desperation also included acorns, orange peels, roots of the arrowroot plant, rice bran dumplings, and a kind of steamed bread made from a wheat bran that in normal times was fed to horses and cattle. Kodansha, the great conservative publishing house that dominated the mass circulation market, was in general quite bewildered about how to make the transition from militaristic propaganda into an era of new topics. Its earliest post-war magazines, however, unhesitatingly zeroed in on the food crisis. The first post-surrender issue of its housewife-oriented magazine Fujin Kurabu, Housewives' Club, devoted many pages to family vegetable gardens and how to make nutritious meals in a time of scarcity. The August-September issue of Shoujo Kurabu, Girls' Club, included such articles as How to Eat Acorns and Let's Catch Grasshoppers. The grasshoppers, like the acorns, were not part of a nature appreciation study for young readers, but a potential source of protein. Despite efforts by occupation authorities as well as the government, the collection and distribution of even the most basic foodstuffs remained chaotic for years. In February 1946, to combat the diversion of rice and other staples to the black market, the government introduced a system of compulsory deliveries enforced by the police. Since they were often backed up by American military police, in popular parlance these became known from the MP's vehicles as jeep deliveries. Although the new system doubled government payments to farmers, the black market remained a vastly more attractive market for the producer. In June, for example, black market rice sold for 30 times more than rice allotted through the official rationing system. 2 years later, the black market price was still roughly 7.5 times the official price. Many farmers engaged in a gratifying barter trade with once condescending city folk who flocked to rural areas in search of food. Kimonos as well as watches, jewelry, and other treasured possessions were traded for food, giving rise to one of the most famous phrases of the time, Takenoko sekatsu, the bamboo shoot existence. The edible bamboo shoot can be peeled off in layers, and the Takenoko sekatsu phenomenon referred to city people stripping off their clothing, as well as other possessions, for food. Similarly, people spoke of an onion existence, with the clear implication of weeping as one peeled off layer upon layer of precious belongings. Official data from the unsettled years of 1945 and 1946 are by and large unreliable or simply non-existent. The spotty records of government food deliveries, however, convey a graphic impression of the unpredictability of a system on which all families were theoretically supposed to depend for survival. Tokyo residents failed to receive a full month's ration in 6 out of 12 months of 1946. Despite a normal harvest, deliveries in 1947 were worse. In both years, deliveries were commonly a week or two late nationwide, and the allotment of rice dropped off drastically between late spring and early fall, with various kinds of flour being increased in compensation. Hardly a day seems to have passed when food was not a major topic of discussion. Citizens groups quickly emerged to protest the government's miserable delivery system. In this manner, hunger and scarcity served as a stimulus to grassroots political activism. One of the most popular radio programs of the post-war period, an unprecedented audience interview show called Gairoku, Sidewalk Interview, made its debut in May 1946 by asking passers-by on Tokyo's Ginza thoroughfare what became the most familiar question of the new era. How do you manage to eat? Many local schools reported closing for a few weeks or shifting to morning-only classes because they were unable to provide lunches. As late as July 1947, a teacher in Kobe wrote to the press about a middle school student who asked to be demoted to elementary school so that he might partake of the free lunches there. Absentee rates among civil servants taking time off to search for food ran to 15% or more, and even the Tokyo Metropolitan Police took to providing monthly food holidays for their employees. Food-fixated activities and stories mesmerized the public. In September 1946, bread-eating races became a fad at elementary school athletic contests. Competitors in this popular event had to run up to a roll suspended on a string and then eat it without using their hands. In such a race, needless to say, there were no losers. Around the same time, it became common for people in Yokohama to bring their own rice balls to weddings in lieu of a banquet provided by the new couple. Leftovers from restaurants, even the garbage of places where the more privileged dined, became dependent on sources of sustenance. The press carried cruel and pathetic reports about elderly, respectable people who had been arrested for the petty theft of a few potatoes or the like. A hotel proprietor plagued by rats had to give up scattering poisoned food because people were picking it up and eating it. By the government's own standard, an adult needed to consume approximately 2,200 calories a day in order to carry out a light level of activity. In December 1945, rations supplied only a little better than half of this required amount. During mid-1946 and mid-1947, when the delivery system broke down most abysmally, the figure sometimes dropped to little more than 1/4 or 1/3 of what was required. In these circumstances, virtually everyone broke the law and found themselves turning to the black market. As late as 1948, it was still a grim joke that, as one magazine editorialized, "In today's Japan, the only people who are not living illegally are those in jail." For the average family, becoming dependent on the black market was a daunting prospect. Not only were prices there many times greater than official ones, but all this was occurring in the midst of runaway inflation. At this point, families already living precariously commonly felt themselves swept into the maelstrom. Enduring the unendurable. On November 7, 1945, the Osaka edition of the Asahi printed the following letter under the heading, "I am about to commit suicide." I am a mere common laborer. I write this now standing at the dividing point between life and death. My mind has become empty. There is only resentment toward our incompetent government. With 5 children, I worked hard and even managed to meet the responsibility of saving a little in these hard times, but the government's incompetence regarding food supplies kept getting worse, and finally I became unable to work even half the month. I felt sorry for the children, though, and thinking that even our children may be useful for the country in the future, I fed them by buying food on the black market. That couldn't go on forever, however, and we reached our limit. In the end, I even borrowed money at high interest to get food, but I can no longer do this, and so we have not eaten for 4 whole days. My wife collapsed yesterday, and 2 of the children are losing spirit. The government just talks and does nothing. I understand that high officials are filling their stomachs, but there is nothing we can do. On the other hand, evil merchants involved in the black market, there are 2 or 3 of them in this neighborhood alone, make what amounts to 50,000 or 60,000 yen a year. At last I have resolved to commit suicide. I am going to die, reproaching the incompetent, merciless government. Indirectly, I've asked neighbors and the head of the neighborhood association to look after my wife and children. Please give us enough food so that we can work, even thin rice gruel. Uneducated people like us cannot understand difficult theories, but I feel there must be enough rice and wheat. Look, if you have the money, 5 or 10 bushels of rice and wheat can be obtained instantly. It's not that there isn't any. High officials, get rid of your indifference and willingness to let others suffer for years and show some human heart. Now, for the first time, I realize that Japan does indeed qualify as a 4th-rate country. Without really good policies, it can sink to a 5th or 6th-rate country. When this letter reaches you, I may already be dead. I have written this gathering up all the spirit I have left. The letter was signed, "A Laborer." In a short postscript, the editors urged the writer to abandon thoughts of suicide and seek immediate help for himself and his family by going to the local police station. Responses from readers were published within a week. Going to the police station, one writer commented, would simply result in the writer of the letter being treated like a criminal. Another agreed that indifferent officials were nothing new. Wartime and post-war, they were the same. Prices were indeed extraordinarily high, but if the writer of the November 7th letter was still alive, he urged him to be brave and live. A third reader wrote that he cried all day after reading the suicide letter. Citing the Emperor's surrender address, he urged the writer to endure the unendurable. He asked that the man, or his family if it were too late, send him his name and address, for he wished to share some potatoes with them. If indeed the letter writer did resolve to endure the unendurable, he almost surely faced at least 4 more years of hardship and uncertainty. For millions of blue-collar and white-collar families, life, mere daily survival, did not begin to regain a semblance of normality until 1949 or later. Statistics quantify the miserable economic conditions of these years, but it is to personal accounts that one must turn to appreciate not only the emotional and psychological nature of the so-called kyodatsu condition, but also how long it took for many individuals to escape their exhaustion and despondency. 15 months after A Laborer wrote his suicide note to the public, a housewife in Saitama Prefecture, north of Tokyo, used a letter to the national press to vent her bitterness at the unchanging wretchedness of her life. She painted a vivid picture. Rushing out on a moment's notice, baby on her back, to get rice and other rationed goods. Picking up scraps of wood wherever she happened to be walking to supplement the inadequate supply of fuel at home. Rising first and retiring last, unable to afford a movie or even a cup of coffee. Giving the rare piece of beef or other delicious food to the rest of the family. Going without makeup, still dressed in her baggy, worn-out Monpei pantaloons. Losing youth, losing intelligence, losing everything to the daily grind for survival. This, she made clear, was not just a self-portrait, but the sorry lot of most housewives of her acquaintance. Early in November 1947, the entire country was shocked by an incident that cast the government's incompetence addressing the food crisis in an almost pathological light. Belatedly, the press reported the death by starvation 20 days earlier of a 33-year-old judge named Yamaguchi Yoshitada. He had presided over a small subsection of the Tokyo Municipal Court devoted to petty economic crimes, where the great bulk of cases involved transactions on the black market. Serious profiteers had almost never appeared before him. Virtually all the individuals on whom he had been required to pass judgment were desperate men and women struggling to make ends meet. Yamaguchi's wife, herself the daughter of a judge, later recalled one case her husband told her about, involving a 72-year-old woman whose son had not returned from the war and whose daughter-in-law had been killed in an air raid. When arrested, she had been attempting to feed her 2 grandchildren by selling such personal possessions as her kimonos and buying food on the black market. Because she was a repeat offender, the judge had no alternative but to sentence her to jail. Judge Yamaguchi's little courtroom amounted, in effect, to one small stage in a national theater of the absurd. While industrialists, politicians, and former military officers made killings on the black market, while government officials lavishly wined and dined their American overlords, some 1.22 million ordinary men and women were arrested for illegal black market transactions in 1946, a number that rose to 1.36 million and then 1.5 million in the next 2 years. From the young judge's personal perspective, he had no alternative but to find those brought before him guilty. Yet his own family also relied on the black market for basic commodities. A half-year before his death, a popular magazine featured a short article that concluded that if all black market regulations were strictly enforced, everyone in the country would have had to go to prison. The young judge's response to this moral dilemma was not to challenge the law, but rather to live by it personally, to perform his duties with a clear conscience, as he told his wife, and at the same time share the suffering of the people. Sometime in 1946 he asked his wife to feed him nothing beyond his rationed allotment, although it was understood that she might buy black market food for their children and herself. Thereafter, most of the family's legally obtained food, particularly the rice, went to the children. Yamaguchi's widow later recalled days when she and her husband consumed nothing more than salted water. Judge Yamaguchi died on October 11, 1947. Widely analyzed at the time, the death provoked shock and praise, as well as a scattering of criticism. When it became fashionable to compare Judge Yamaguchi to Socrates, for example, one citizen demurred. Would it not have been wiser, he asked, to die fighting for good laws instead of insisting on observing lethal ones? In a frank discussion shortly afterwards, Mibuchi Tadahiko, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, observed that the laws Judge Yamaguchi had been required to enforce, though inefficient, did have the ultimately beneficial objective of curbing black market activity and making basic commodities more readily available. At the same time, he conceded, staying alive was more important than not violating the food laws. The judge's exemplary death in any case changed little. Shortages of staple foods persisted. The black market continued to flourish. Unemployment remained severe. Inflation continued to mount at a dizzying rate. In 1948, women still scavenged for firewood and waited hours to buy sweet potatoes. Housewives still spoke bitterly of the indignity and exhaustion of standing in long lines with dusty, dry, messy hair, as one wrote that February, and torn monpei and dirty, half-rotten blouses, like animal people made of mud. The homeless still starved to death. As late as February 1949, the press was reporting that only 9 homeless people had died in Ueno Railroad Station that winter, in contrast to the 100 or more deaths in each of the previous 3 winters. Okano Akiko, a middle-class Osaka housewife, writing for a women's magazine early in 1950, offered an intimate picture of what enduring the unendurable had been like for her family. Her husband, a teacher at a military-affiliated school, became unemployed after the surrender but soon found a low-level job as a clerk at a salary of 300 yen a month. At that time, about a quart and a half of rice cost 80 yen, so to make ends meet they began selling off their belongings. In the confusion of early 1946, when a new yen was introduced in a futile attempt to curb inflation, the company employing Okano's husband went out of business, leaving him with a mere 900 yen in severance pay. Lacking anything more than casual light footwear, neither she nor their 2 sons, aged 5 and 3, were able to venture far from home. Okano, pregnant and unable to consider outside employment, could find no work that could be done in her own residence. The price of rationed rice tripled early in 1946, but out of principle as well as poverty, the family tried to use the black market as little as possible. Eventually, her husband found a new job as a schoolteacher at a salary of 360 yen per month. They had little choice but to continue to sell their possessions, purchasing black market goods about 8 times monthly, at a cost of roughly 400 yen per month. Okano supplemented their diet of rice and grains by picking wild parsley, rocambole, and fernbrake. Meat or fish were largely beyond their means, and the 2 children began to show signs of malnutrition. Food became an obsession. The young woman's account was extremely graphic on this. The youngest boy in particular, his stomach distended, began to look like a frog. There were times when the children screamed in hunger, times when all 4 family members shared 20 grams of roasted beans and tea for breakfast, times her husband had no lunch at all. The family consumed everything that seemed edible, the leaves and stems of pumpkins, potato vines, plants from the roadside. They tried to raise chickens, but the chickens were hardly able to stand and took a year and a half to begin to produce eggs. For a 20-day period, they were unable even to afford potatoes and lived solely on pumpkins. Her husband lost his job again when the school ran into financial difficulties, this time receiving only 50 yen as severance pay. He too began to suffer noticeably from malnutrition, his entire body beginning to swell up. The children ceased screaming and lay motionless. Only feeble cries from the newborn baby broke the silence. The next 2 years offered but slight relief. In 1947, Okano found a job doing spinning at home, sometimes rising at 3:00 a.m. to work. Such household piecework, sewing, making cigarettes, often from discarded cigarette butts, and the like, was a major source of income for many families. In 1948, the food situation improved somewhat, although potatoes remained the mainstay of the family diet. Both wife and husband fell seriously ill that year and went deeply in debt. In 1949, another child was born, and meat and fish finally became plentiful again, although it was still a struggle to make ends meet, as rent and food prices continued to climb. As 1950 began, her husband found a teaching position at a college. For the first time since the war ended, they could live on his income. And so, O'Connell wrote, she was finally able to think about the quality of family life, not mere survival. Most middle and lower-class Japanese had comparable stories, some of which, at least in the telling, had a kind of Rabelaisian energy to them. Control of bowels and bladders, for example, often required tactical planning. People who spent hours riding crowded trains to and from the countryside to barter for goods frequently had to refrain from eating or drinking en route because there was no way to get to the toilets. Extended families that had crowded into a single residence without plumbing or regular sanitation services had to devise strategies for relieving themselves elsewhere. Crowding also meant furtive competition for scarce resources. Thus, a young husband and his pregnant wife vividly recalled smuggling a chocolate bar into the bath, that being the only place they could share it without envious relatives looking on. A popular novel serialized in the Yomiuri newspaper provided a catchphrase, "Saturday wife," that captured the frustration of married couples who had to escape to an inn or some such place on Saturday nights just to have a little privacy. Compounding all this, a plague seemed to have quite literally descended on the country. Communicable diseases, widespread during the war, now flourished in the filth, chaos, and poverty that accompanied defeat. Deaths from dysentery nearly doubled to over 20,000 in 1945. Between 1945 and 1948, over 650,000 people were reported to have contracted cholera, dysentery, typhoid fever, paratyphoid fever, smallpox, epidemic typhus, spotted fever, scarlet fever, diphtheria, epidemic meningitis, polio, and encephalitis. Of this number, official records reported the deaths of 99,654 individuals. Tuberculosis carried off far more victims than all the other diseases combined. The annual tuberculosis death count had increased steadily from the mid-1930s. The disease claimed 130,763 lives in 1935, 160,398 in 1942. Impressionistic evidence suggests even greater numbers over the next 4 years. In 1947, when official statistics resumed, 146,241 persons were reported to have died of TB, and it was not until 1951 that total annual deaths dropped below 100,000. For every person who died of tuberculosis, several others contracted the disease. Following surrender, the total number of TB cases annually was probably well over 1 million. Like radiation sickness, like physical disability, like being a war orphan or a poor war widow or a third country person, having tuberculosis was a social stigma. In this instance, the communicable nature of the disease made fear of contact reasonable, but the social consequences were comparable. Both patients and their families commonly were shunned by their communities. Sociologies of despair. On the morning after the Emperor's surrender broadcast, farmers in Kanagawa Prefecture did something unprecedented. They slept late. What is one to make of this? Had years of physical and emotional exhaustion caught up with them? Was this collective behavior an all-too-human response to the shock of defeat? Is it best seen as a homely harbinger of the enervating kyodatsu condition? Surely the farmer's fatigue was all of these. Acknowledging defeat was traumatic, and this trauma found immediate expression in a rhetoric of despair. People spoke of the shame and dishonor of unconditional surrender. For many, sudden confrontation with the hitherto unspeakable words "maketa senso," lost war, was almost stupefying. Since the early 1930s, the Japanese had been told they were fighting for the purest and most noble of objectives, that they were a great country and a great empire, a leading race destined to overthrow Western imperialism and bring about a Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, a people possessed of a unique and indomitable Yamato spirit. Now what could one say to the war dead? How was one supposed to survive, spiritually as well as materially, in the midst of such a stupendous abandonment of purpose? Any people mobilized to fight a holy war and then, after prolonged sacrifice, told that they had been totally defeated, that it was now incumbent on them to go along with whatever the victor commanded, might have responded similarly. However elusive the term kyodatsu might have been, little was peculiarly Japanese about the state of depression and disorientation it described insofar as the immediate psychic numbing of defeat was concerned. To attribute the kyodatsu condition simply to the shock of defeat would be misleading, however, for exhaustion of a deep and complex sort had set in long before August 15, 1945, as a result of the government's policy of wasting its people in pursuit of impossible war objectives. In the final year of the war, the secret records of the police as well as diaries from the privileged elites were shot through with expressions of apprehension concerning the war weariness and declining morale of the populace. Similarly, the fact that exhaustion and despondency lasted for years did not so much reflect the lasting trauma of defeat as the manner in which wartime fatigue was compounded by incompetence and outright corruption on the part of the post-surrender leadership. In the long view of history, Japan rebounded quickly from defeat. For ordinary people, however, the post-war recovery seemed agonizingly slow. Public discouragement was exacerbated by a recognition that privileged groups continued to prosper in defeat as they had in war. 16 months after the surrender, a laborer described with anger and resentment activities centering around 2 expensive restaurants in his neighborhood. A Western-style establishment with incredible food and drink never lacked bureaucrats, bankers, company executives, and policemen as regular customers. A nearby Japanese-style restaurant was packed nightly with men who arrived in cars and, once the drinking was underway, entertained themselves by singing the patriotic songs of the recent war. This was a far cry, the worker observed, from the democracy people were supposed to be creating. The media were indefatigable in reporting on all events symptomatic of social breakdown. Police roundups of homeless people received regular coverage, and early in 1947 it was duly noted that the younger brother of the former General and Prime Minister Tojo Hideki, then on trial for war crimes, had been discovered among vagrants living in Osaka's Nanba district. Near the end of that year it was reported that the Crown Prince's pet dog was missing. Fears were expressed that, like many other unfortunate, albeit non-imperial canines, it had become minced meat on someone's table. The sandoichiman, or sandwich board man, became a symbol of post-war disorientation, especially after the media discovered in 1948 that one of the forlorn figures shuffling along the street wearing advertising boards was the son of the former Admiral Takahashi Sankichi, another of yesterday's men of influence. It was also in 1948 that lingering exhaustion in the general population translated into widespread popular criticism of one of the occupation's most minor innovations, the introduction of American-style daylight savings time. Called Sanma Taimu, summertime, in the marvelous new pidgin terminology of the moment, setting the clock forward an hour was opposed on the grounds that it simply extended the difficulty of daily life. People preferred that darkness come earlier, although they did not succeed in getting daylight savings time repealed until September 1951. One development that drew attention as being emblematic of the desperate struggle to transcend the kyodatsu condition was the Shudan Miai, or group marriage meeting, in which young men and women gathered for the explicit purpose of finding marriage partners. The traditional Miai was an arranged meeting between 2 marriage prospects and their parents, a meeting in which the prospective bride and groom, especially the young woman, often had relatively little say in the final decision. In the confusion of the time, such matchmaking arrangements proved difficult due to the disruption of families and communities, as well as a shortage of the individuals who customarily had served as intermediaries or marriage brokers. It was young women of marriageable age who found themselves in the most desperate circumstances, for the demography of death in the recent war had removed a huge aggregation of prospective husbands. In 1940 there had been more men than women between the ages of 20 and 29. 7 years later, women in this age group outnumbered men by over 1 million. A large cohort of women, most of them born between 1916 and 1926, confronted the prospect not merely of coping with post-war hardships without a marriage partner, but of never marrying at all. This was the background to the unprecedented spectacle of the group Miai. The first such gathering, sponsored by a commercial marriage service magazine named Kibo, Hope, took place on November 6, 1947. Held outdoors by the Maruko Bridge on the bank of the Tamagawa River in Tokyo, it attracted some 386 men and women. A second group Mii at the same site the following spring drew upwards of 4,000 participants and received congratulatory messages from both the current and former prime ministers, Ashida Hitoshi and Yoshida Shigeru. Later that year, a major women's magazine ran an article by the critic Kon Hidemi about a smaller group Mii held at the imposing Hachiman Shrine in Kamakura. He described the atmosphere as a combination of desperation and remarkably businesslike procedures, taking particular note of how carefully the women checked the men's resumes and how aggressively they sought out those who seemed most attractive. Kon was impressed by the courage and vitality that the young women displayed in struggling to create a normal life under abnormal circumstances, and touched by the painful sense of urgency that seemed to grip all the participants. Noting harsher indices of the kyodatsu condition, the media called attention to a rise in alcoholism, drug addiction, and violent as well as non-violent crimes. Alcoholism, never a rarity in male society, became a gaudy symbol of social disintegration in part because the cheap liquor available was frequently made with dubious and dangerous ingredients. Kasutori shochu, an exceedingly popular lower-class drink made from sake dregs, kasu, hence the name, was said to render most drinkers unconscious after 3 cups. An entire subculture known as Kasutori culture developed around this inebriated world. The ravages of cheap alcohol were sometimes swift and stark, particularly when drinkers turned to another favorite concoction, the bakudan, or bomb, in which methyl alcohol was mixed with a variety of other liquids. In November 1946, the government reported that there had been 384 known deaths from methyl alcohol poisoning since the surrender, and impressionistic evidence suggests that a large number of individuals were permanently blinded by this crude intoxicant. So familiar were the effects of the bomb that they became the subject of sick jokes. The illustrated magazine Asahi Gurafu, for example, ran a cartoon of a blind, disabled veteran in dark glasses standing by a roadside food and drink stand saying, "Even if it's methyl, that's okay." The black market, a major source of both methyl alcohol and the foul Kasutori shochu, also became a major source of illicit drugs, including heroin and philipon, hiropon, which had been used as a stimulant to induce wakefulness among pilots during the war. Although drug abuse did not become widespread among the general populace, it was prevalent among the writers, artists, and performers who constituted the more flamboyant members of the Kasutori culture demimonde. To the extent that these stimulants became associated with the bohemian culture of writers and artists, their abuse acquired a certain cachet of fashionable decadence. More alarming by far as a sign of social breakdown was the seeming ubiquity of avarice and crime. In the midst of unprecedented hardship, all the homilies about Japan's unique racial and cultural harmony, its beautiful customs and familial sense of social solidarity, proved to be hollow. Corruption on a grand scale was taken for granted. Gouging on the black market came to be expected. Suddenly it seemed possible that anyone at all might become a victim of predatory crime. Although military men had murdered, raped, and robbed abroad with appalling casualness, the crime rate at home had declined during the war years. Thereafter, to judge at least by media accounts, which is what people did judge by, lawlessness spread with alarming speed. Certain incidents were singled out for their symbolism. It was reported, for example, that surviving members of the virtually deified Tokotai, the special forces who flew suicide missions in the final stages of the war, and were better known in the West as kamikaze pilots, were turning to strong-arm robbery. The phrase Tokotai Kuzure, literally degenerate Tokotai, suggestive of a thoroughly destructive fusion of drinking, womanizing, and criminal activity, came into vogue. Here was a world turned upside down. The press also published piquant pleas from robbery victims. A pregnant woman begged an unknown thief to return stolen baby clothes, for she had no way to replace them. A child similarly asked a thief to return clothes stolen from his family. Certain gangs, it was reported, specialized in robbing exhausted repatriated civilians and ex-servicemen as they left disembarkation centers. Armed robbers accosting men or women on the streets or in their homes became a ubiquitous subject of black humor among cartoonists and comedians. A radio comedy show of 1947 suggested that the number of men carrying knives, cleavers and pistols, and committing burglary, armed robbery, and murder had become so numerous that, like other workers, they probably should form a union. Demoralized, unemployed men did not prowl this new criminal landscape alone. Students were apprehended in robberies. And in July 1946, the police announced that they had broken up an all-female gang of 50 or more members who were formally divided into a prostitution unit and a blackmail unit. The latter specialized in robbing and intimidating other prostitutes. Their name had a nice, old-fashioned nationalistic ring to it. They called themselves the Blood Cherry Gang. Sensational murders intensified the growing sense of social disintegration. On the morning of March 16, 1946, the 65-year-old kabuki actor Jinzaemon was brutally slain with a hatchet in his home, along with his young wife, infant son, and 2 maids, one of whom was only 12 years old. The murderer turned out to be a 22-year-old writer living on the verge of starvation in a detached house on the actor's property. Investigators later estimated that his daily diet averaged 920 calories. Apparently, when he complained bitterly about Jinzaimon's comfortable lifestyle, a row ensued and the actor ordered him off the property, whereupon the writer carried out the murders in a frenzy of resentment. This sensational crime sent a tremor of apprehension through the country, intensified a month later when a 24-year-old man killed his father because, as he explained, his father had refused to share his black market food with him. 4 months later, police arrested a decorated ex-soldier, who in all likelihood had committed atrocities in China, for kidnapping and murdering 2 young women. They soon discovered that they had a serial murderer of at least 10 women on their hands. Even in his pathological crimes, a connection to hunger was found. He had enticed all his victims with offers of food. Police records convey a less sensational impression of post-surrender lawlessness. The number of arrests was not exceptional by American standards. On the other hand, crime rates were noticeably higher than they had been between 1937 and 1945, when aggression abroad was accompanied by intensified authoritarian controls at home. Compared with rates of the mid-1930s, the murder rate had probably not changed, and arrests for so-called intellectual offenses such as fraud and embezzlement were actually lower. Unsurprisingly, armed robbery, theft, and the handling of stolen goods had indeed increased significantly over pre-war levels. Thus, in 1934, 2,126 persons were arrested for robbery and 724,986 for theft, whereas the comparable average yearly figures for the period from 1946 through 1949 were 9,485 and 1,177,184. The number of young offenders also appears to have increased dramatically. In April 1949, it was reported that individuals between the ages of 8 and 25 were committing half of all serious crimes in Japan: murder, assault, armed robbery, blackmail, arson, and so on, at the alarming rate of 1 offense every 2 minutes. Child's play. Children's games can provide a barometer of their times. With consumerism of any sort still in the distant future, youngsters were thrown back on their imaginations, and their play became a lively measure of the obsessions of adult society. Not long before, boys in particular had played war with a chilling innocence of what they were being encouraged to become. They donned headbands and imagined themselves piloting the planes that would, in fact, never return. They played at being heroic sailors long after the Imperial Navy began to be decimated. Armed with wooden spears and bayonets, they threw themselves screaming at mock-ups of Roosevelt and Churchill and pretended they were saving the country from the foreign devils. In defeat, there was no such clear indoctrination behind children's games. Essentially, they played at doing what they saw grown-ups do. It was a sobering sight. There were not many commercial toys in this world, although the first popular one after the war was revealing. In December 1945, a toy maker in Kyoto produced a jeep not quite 10 centimeters long that sold for 10 yen. The stock of 100,000 quickly disappeared from store shelves, heralding the modest revival of the toy industry. The quintessentially American nature of the product was appropriate, for the child's world was defined, in generally positive and uncritical ways, by an acceptance of the fact of being occupied. Jeeps were associated with the chocolate and chewing gum handed out by cheerful GIs, and thus with the few delicious amenities imaginable in these war-torn lives. Hello, goodbye, Jeep, and give me chocolate were the first English words most youngsters learned. They also learned to fold newspapers into soft GI-style hats rather than the traditional samurai helmets of the past. To older, nationalistic Japanese, a good part of child's play seemed to involve finding pleasure in being colonized. The games were happy. That was the point of playing, after all, but in ways that almost invariably tended to sadden grown-ups, for they highlighted so clearly and innocently the pathos that war and defeat had brought into their lives. Early in 1946, for example, it was reported that the three most popular activities among small boys and girls were yami-ichi goku, panpan asobi, and demo asobi. That is, holding a mock black market, playing prostitute and customer, and recreating left-wing political demonstrations. Black market games, hawkers and their wares, might be seen in retrospect as a kind of school for small entrepreneurs, but to grown-ups at the time they were simply another grim reminder of the necessity of engaging in illegal activity to make ends meet. Panpan asobi, prostitution play, was even harder for parents to behold, for panpan was a post-war euphemism for freelance prostitutes who catered almost exclusively to the GI trade. A photograph from early 1946 shows laughing youngsters in shabby clothes reenacting this. A boy wearing a soft GI hat, his arm hooked into that of a little girl wearing patched pants. In the demo game, children ran around waving red paper flags. As youngsters grew older, play shaded into practice. The press took care to note when roundups of prostitutes included girls as young as 14, while schoolboys as well as orphans and runaways quickly learned how to earn pocket money as pimps by leading GIs to women. "You like to meet my sister?" became for some the next level of English after "give me chocolate." As time passed, the playtime repertoire expanded. In mid-1947, a teacher in Osaka reported that his pupils seemed absorbed in playing train games, using the teacher's platform at the front of the classroom as the center of their activities. In Repatriate Train, children put on their school knapsacks, jammed together on the dais, shook and trembled, and got off at Osaka. Special Train, obviously a takeoff on the railway cars reserved for occupation personnel, allowed only pretty people to get on. A conductor judged who was favored and who wasn't. A button missing? Rejected. Dirty face? Rejected. Those who passed these arbitrary hurdles sat in leisure on the train. Those rejected stood by enviously. In ordinary train, everyone piled on, pushing and shoving, complaining about being stepped on, crying up for help. Every so often, the conductors balancing on the edges of the platform announced that the train had broken down and everyone had to get off. It was, the teacher lamented, a sorry spectacle to behold, from playing war to playing at utter confusion. Well into 1949, children continued to turn social disorders into games. In Runpen Goko, they pretended to be homeless vagrants. The game took its name from the German word Lumpen, which had come to Japan earlier as Lumpenproletariat, and then acquired the everyday meaning of being an unemployed vagrant. The atmosphere of lawlessness was reenacted in Catch a Thief, Dorobo Goko, and Pretending Handcuffs, Teijo Goko. Catch a Thief, it was said, had replaced hide-and-seek in popularity. Desire to strike it rich was captured in a lottery game. Predictably, child's play also included Kaidashi Goko, pretending to leave home to search for food. Inflation and economic sabotage. The post-war scourge of material shortages coupled with spiraling inflation lasted for over 4 years, longer than the Pacific War itself had lasted. Although economic chaos was an inevitable legacy of the foolhardy lost war, the protracted nature of the post-war crisis was in large part the result of policy shortcomings on both the Japanese and American sides, compounded by outright corruption and economic sabotage. Government attempts to curb inflation by issuing a new yen, imposing wage and price controls, and promoting priority production by funneling reconstruction loans to strategic industries proved to be woefully inadequate. While the victors dithered and delayed in finalizing and implementing their announced policies of claiming industrial reparations and promoting economic deconcentration, capitalists and business managers hesitated to reinvest in productive facilities that might have no future. And while the judicial system brought more than 1 million individuals to the dock annually for petty economic crimes, most of the opportunistic capitalists, former military officers, corrupt politicians, and powerful gang leaders who crassly manipulated the system and benefited most from the black market went scot-free. Although inflationary trends first became apparent in late 1942, they did not get out of hand until the final months of the war, when huge sums were expended in preparation for an anticipated decisive battle on the home islands. In theory, the military budget for fiscal 1945, April 1945 through March 1946, had 7 months remaining when the war ended. In fact, approximately 70% of this sum already had been spent at the time of the Emperor's broadcast. The remaining 30%, 26.6 billion yen out of a total military budget of 85 billion yen, was hastily dispersed before the arrival of occupation forces, mainly to military contractors. The diversion of military funds and supplies into private hands actually began the day before the Emperor's broadcast and unfolded in several distinct phases. On August 14th, in one of its last acts before resigning, the cabinet headed by Admiral Suzuki Kantaro agreed to turn all materiel over to unit commanders for disposal at the local level. This decision, issued in Army circles as Secret Instruction No. 363, the following day, stipulated that war supplies should be distributed to local governments, public organizations, private factories, and private citizens as appropriate. As a principle, the order stated, these goods should be given free of charge to local governments and sold in other cases. But, where goods are sold, it is not necessary that payment be made at once. On August 20th, in its General Order No. 1, handed to a Japanese surrender delegation in Manila, the Americans made it clear that all military supplies were to be maintained intact. This order was ignored by the new cabinet headed by Prince Higashikuni until 2 days before General MacArthur was scheduled to arrive. Even then, although the secret disposal orders were cancelled, no attempt was made to identify or regather the dispersed materials. Needless to say, there were no easily accessible records concerning their whereabouts. During this same period, the Bank of Japan turned its energies to extending massive loans to erstwhile war contractors for the ostensible purpose of facilitating conversion to peaceful production. The impression one gains from later investigations into these activities is that during the turbulent 2 weeks following the Emperor's broadcast, a great many men of influence spent most of their waking hours looting military storehouses, arranging hasty payments from the military budget or from the Bank of Japan to contractors and cronies, and destroying documents. In the greatest moment of crisis in Japanese history, it was a rare officer, official, or executive who devoted himself with sincerity and foresight to serving the well-being of the general populace. No wise men or heroes, no commendable statesmen emerged from among the old elites. It was later estimated that approximately 70% of all Army and Navy stocks in Japan were dispersed in this first frenzy of looting, and this for a force of some 5 million men at home, over 3 million overseas. That, however, was not the end of it. Some months after the surrender, occupation authorities naively turned over to the government a major portion of the military stocks that had been properly maintained intact, with instructions that these should be used for public welfare and economic reconstruction. A substantial portion of these goods consisted of construction materials and machinery, and the Home Ministry proceeded to entrust their disposal to a committee consisting of 5 representatives from Zaibatsu Enterprises. The total value of goods involved was estimated to be roughly 100 billion yen, and these materials too quickly disappeared almost without a trace. In pathetic testimony before a parliamentary committee investigating these scandals in August 1947, Ishibashi Tanzan, who had served as Minister of Finance in 1946, ruefully observed that nobody knows where 100 billion yen worth of stuff has gone to. Where the stuff had gone to, of course, was either myriad places of concealment or directly into the black market. At the same time, defeat prompted a run on previously blocked savings deposits. During the war, these controlled funds sitting in banks and other financial institutions had been known as standby purchasing power. They constituted a huge resource, 264 billion yen by one estimate, that quickly vanished after the surrender, largely into the black market. In this instance due less to corruption than to the desperation of ordinary individuals who exhausted their savings simply to make ends meet. These developments were compounded by certain immense governmental expenditures associated with defeat. One of these, the cost of repatriating millions of servicemen and civilians, was predictable. A second fiscal drain, however, caught the government by surprise. Only after the Americans arrived did the Japanese learn that they would be required to pay a major portion of the costs of housing and supporting the gigantic army of occupation. As it turned out, these latter expenditures amounted to a staggering 1/3 of the regular budget at the beginning of the occupation. Nor was this a one-time burden. Although outlays directly supporting the American presence declined as a percentage of the annual budget, they remained one of the government's single largest expenditures in the years that followed. As a budget line, they were euphemistically disguised as war termination costs, or simply other expenses, in compliance with orders from occupation authorities. It would be difficult to exaggerate the material as well as psychological ramifications of requiring the Japanese to contribute in a major way to the maintenance of the occupation army. While some 3.7 million families still lacked housing of their own as of 1948, the government was required to direct a substantial portion of its annual budget to providing housing and facilities for the conquerors, and indeed ensuring that these met American living standards. While war widows begged to little avail for relief, the government had no choice but to pay the expenses of, say, an American officer who desired to modernize the private residence requisitioned for him by upgrading the electricity and plumbing, painting the interior, introducing modern appliances, phones, stoves, and toilets, and perhaps converting the garden pond into a swimming pool. While the unbearable press of passengers on the national railways was dramatized by the suffocation, in December 1945, of an infant strapped to its mother's back, the government was required to run special cars or even exclusive occupation army trains, often nowhere near full, for the free use of occupation personnel. Few Americans gave any thought to such costs of occupation, but they were readily apparent to many Japanese. In the legal market where official price controls applied, wholesale prices doubled by the end of 1945 and continued to multiply rapidly thereafter, increasing by 539% in the first year of occupation, 336% in the second year, 256% in the third year, and 127% in the fourth. A sho, 1.4 kilograms, of rice that cost 2.7 yen at official rates in June 1946, cost 62.3 yen by March 1950. The celebrated radio comedian Miki Toriro captured the runaway nature of this hyperinflation with a slapstick song about riding on a train and finding the price of oranges higher at every stop. Naturally, in the black market, sometimes pleasantly called the Jiyu Ichiba, or free market, the same inflationary curve was observed, but at much higher levels. If there were no oranges left to buy at official prices, one could only sing a very rueful song indeed. Until the end of 1951, the government maintained close scrutiny of black market prices for some 50 basic consumer goods, led by the so-called 5 staple foods: rice, barley, flour, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. And its findings provide a rough approximation of the gouging that took place. In the first half year after the surrender, black market prices amounted to around 34 times the official price for comparable commodities. Thereafter, the free market became somewhat more restrained. For the remainder of 1946, prices for the 50 basic consumer goods averaged 14 times greater than official prices. In 1947, the multiple was 9. In 1948, it dropped to less than 5. And by 1949, prices in the illegal market were roughly double official prices. Consumer goods, however, constituted only a portion of the products that found their way onto the black market, which also dealt in an immense variety of producers' goods: coal, coke, gasoline, lumber, cement, plate glass, tatami straw matting, pig iron, rolled steel, galvanized steel, copper sheeting, aluminum, tin, electric wire, electric motors, fertilizers, industrial chemicals, sulfuric acid, caustic soda, soda ash, mechanic oil, rubber tires, farm equipment, alcohol, paints, dyestuffs, textiles, paper, and so on. Obviously, the farmers who diverted their rice and potatoes to the black market had nothing to do with these items. Where had they come from? The answer was obvious. From the militarists, industrialists, bureaucrats, and politicians who had looted military stockpiles and hidden them away. To a degree impossible to measure, shortages persisted, inflation ran unchecked, industrial reconstruction languished, and the black market flourished because this was exceedingly profitable for a large number of well-placed people. This massive diversion of military stockpiles did not begin to receive serious criticism until 1946, when it was subjected to informal and unofficial investigation by Seiko Koichi, a Home Ministry official who subsequently was elected to the lower house of the Diet. Even then it was not until the latter part of 1947 that the scope of this betrayal of public trust became widely known. As the scandal unfolded, investigators routinely complained about encountering tremendous opposition at every level, from the cabinet and central bureaucracy, through the ranks of Diet members, notorious political fixers, and the nouveau riche, down to petty officials and policemen at the local level. Indeed, a good portion of the profits from black market sales of the plunder was being used to finance political campaigns, especially, but by no means exclusively, among politicians affiliated with the conservative parties. Even when the House of Representatives belatedly and reluctantly created a special committee for investigation of concealed and hoarded goods in July 1947, the would-be investigators were initially given only limited powers and allotted no public funds. Despite these impediments, the committee, headed by Kato Kanju, a well-known socialist, was at least able to evaluate the broad ramifications of the pillage. In a famous report published at the end of the year, the Kato Committee concluded that the goods thus diverted from their proper channels and the individuals thus enriched have remained throughout the occupation as a cancer threatening the economy of this country. With the hoarded goods scandal, structural corruption was established as one foundation stone of the post-war political economy. The materials looted by men of position and privilege were obviously of enormous value. They were, after all, being stockpiled to supply a gigantic home army for a protracted, decisive battle. They were also, in many cases, materials capable of being concealed indefinitely. Large quantities of diamonds and other personal jewelry that patriotic women had donated to support the war effort were among the items stolen. So were drugs and rare precious metals such as titanium brought back from overseas. The sporadic hoards of goods that investigators did manage to track down provided an ongoing menu of tantalizing tidbits for the general public. In April 1946, for instance, a cache of silver ingots was found sunk near the shoreline in Tokyo Bay. Almost a year later, a raid on a single chemical company uncovered 10 tons of naphthalene, 26 tons of caustic soda, 45 tons of lubrication oil, 150 tons of edible oil, 16 tons of industrial salt, 50 tons of steel tube, 50 tons of steel bars, 30 tons of iron sheet, 45 electric motors, and other miscellaneous iron, textile, and rubber goods. Although the absence of reliable records makes an accurate calculation of the scale and worth of the diverted goods impossible, a patchwork estimate of a very rough sort suggests that their value in 1947 may have exceeded 300 billion yen. The significance of this sum becomes apparent when it is set against the regular national budget for that year, in which total government expenditures were placed at 205 billion yen. By another calculation, the dispersed stocks would have weighed something on the order of 300 million tons, a crude estimate indeed, but a fair indication of the physical scale of the goods involved and the large number of persons needed simply to transport and conceal them. Despite the enormity of the scandal, no major perpetrators were ever indicted. Obviously, far more than a massive looting of the public treasury underlay the economic chaos and social hardships of these years. Sudden conversion from an industrial structure geared to war to a non-militarized economy would, under the best of circumstances, have proved a staggering task. Permanent loss of the overseas empire, not so much the ephemeral Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere of 1941 to 1945, but the imperialist structure embracing Korea, Formosa, and northern China, including Manchuria, stripped the economy of access to raw materials and markets that had been absolutely critical to its previous economic growth. This loss of empire was compounded by the termination of normal trade and diplomatic relations. Until the final years of the occupation, Japanese were not even permitted to travel abroad. In critical industrial sectors such as coal production, moreover, the country paid dearly for long years of class and racial oppression. By the time of the surrender, much of the most onerous heavy labor, especially in the coal mines, was performed by conscripted Korean laborers or Chinese prisoners. When liberation came, they deserted their hellholes en masse. One result was that the basic energy sources necessary to fuel industrial reconstruction recovered at a dismal rate. By the end of 1945, preoccupation with human malnutrition had its industrial counterpart in the new concept of a coal famine. In many critical industrial sectors, productivity declined precipitously after the defeat before beginning to show improvement. In most sectors, it was not until at least 1950 that output returned to the levels of the mid-1930s. All this contributed to the kyodatsu condition. To be called on to endure the unendurable was something the Japanese people had grown used to over long years of war. Then, at least, the exhortation carried a clear sense of purpose. Their nation, their culture, their national polity, people were led to believe, were imperiled by external forces. To be told to endure the unendurable in the post-war quagmire was a different matter, and the Diet report on the hoarded goods scandal went a good way toward explaining why, for so many, physical and emotional exhaustion persisted for so long. Private individuals have profited fabulously and have nourished the black market, the investigators concluded, whereas attempts to expose the scandal and retrieve looted materials had been frustrated by a combination of fraud and legal barriers at every level. Of the men of influence who profited from the scandal, it was observed that they wear a mask of democracy, but in reality they swagger on the black markets, reveling in the prolongation of economic confusion. In these circumstances, it was not surprising that a pervasive victim consciousness took root, leading many Japanese to perceive themselves as the greatest sufferers from the recent war. The misery on hand was far more immediate and palpable than accounts of the devastation that the imperial forces had wreaked on strangers in distant lands. To many political idealists, the hardships of everyday life also seemed to pose a formidable obstacle to bringing about popular support for progressive reforms. A well-known newspaper photo in March 1946, on the eve of the first post-war general election, was taken to be representative of this dilemma. It showed people crowding to purchase sardines from open street stands, completely ignoring a political candidate on a soapbox. Antidotes to such pessimism, however, were to be found almost everywhere one looked. Early in 1946, the poet Horiguchi Daigaku conveyed his own feelings about transcending exhaustion and despair with these lines. The country has become small and powerless, food scarce, shame plentiful, life fragile. Stop grieving. Raise your eyes to the treetops, to the sky. Few people read this, for it appeared in an obscure new poetry magazine. But each in his or her own way, millions of individuals did stop grieving and fixed their gaze on clear targets. Defeat stimulated skepticism and outright anger at established authority. Poverty radicalized many workers. Blatant corruption often prompted healthy criticism. Sardonic humor flourished alongside despair, and for every personalized story of emotional exhaustion and shattered lives, it was usually possible to find an uplifting counterexample of resilience, hope, and accomplishment. A veritable torrent of diverse publications accompanied the lifting of the old police-state restrictions on free expression. The film industry prospered. Radio became lively again. Intellectuals ran on as if there were no tomorrow. New formulations of culture were debated alongside new models of love, both carnal and pure. Decadence itself emerged as a provocative challenge to old orthodoxies. Chapter 4. Cultures of Defeat. It is a testimony to human resilience that the great majority of Japanese transcended exhaustion and despair to refashion their lives in diverse and often imaginative ways. Some took years to do so. Some threw off the psychological prostration of kyodatsu within days. Others never succumbed to it at all. They experienced a sense of liberation and opportunity from the moment they heard the scratchy recording of the emperor's voice. People splurged on a fancy meal or a special celebratory dish such as sekihan, boiled white rice with red beans. They hastened to remove the blackout paper from their windows, letting light back into their lives. Millions of them began to consider what it might mean to create a private life free from the dictates of the state. Recalling all this years later, a critic spoke of a new space suddenly existing in society. People behaved differently, thought differently, encountered circumstances that differed from any they had previously experienced, or would ever experience again. It was a rare moment of flux, freedom, and openness when new patterns of authority and new norms of behavior were still in the process of forming. People were acutely conscious of the need to reinvent their own lives. If cynical opportunism was everywhere visible, so was opportunity, the chance to do things, say things, think about things in ways that had been impossible under the militarists. The occupation was a military dictatorship, of course, but in its early stages it destroyed enough of the authoritarian controls of the previous elites to allow for a generally unpredictable efflorescence of popular sentiment and initiative. At the popular level, these developments involved the refashioning of the very meaning of Japan in ways that encouraged greater personal autonomy. Prior to August 15th, the state had defined in the most doctrinaire terms imaginable what the cardinal principles of the national polity were, what the correct way of the subject was, how it was essential to observe one's proper place in the established hierarchies of class and gender, which decadent and corrupting foreign thoughts or cultural expressions were forbidden, what could be said or not said in virtually every situation. When ideologues rhapsodized about 100 million hearts beating as one, Japan's enemies commonly took this at face value. During the war, the Americans and others simply used this racial self-praise to reinforce the racist stereotype of a robotic, ferociously brainwashed people. What defeat showed, to the astonishment of many, was how quickly all the years of ultranationalist indoctrination could be sloughed off. Love of country remained, but mindless fanaticism and numbing regimentation were happily abandoned. By deed as much as word, people everywhere demonstrated relief at the collapse of the authoritarian state and receptivity to, or at least tolerance of, an immense variety of pleasures and activities. The most flamboyant early expression of the casting off of despair and the creation of new space was to be found on the margins of respectable society. There, distinctive subcultures of defeat emerged, shocking yet mesmerizing symbols of the collapse of the old order and the emergence of a new spirit of iconoclasm and self-reliance. Not all marginalized groups came to possess such an aura, of course. Many third-country people, Koreans, Formosans, Chinese, and Okinawans too in the view of most Japanese, played defiant roles on the margins, but with few exceptions they were largely rendered all but invisible by the society at large. The marginal groups that electrified popular consciousness came from three overlapping subcultures. The world of the pan-pan prostitute, whose embrace of the conqueror was disturbingly literal. The black market, with its formidable energy and seductively maverick code of behavior. And the well-lubricated Kasutori culture demimonde, which celebrated self-indulgence and introduced such enduring attractions as pulp literature and commercialized sex. All three marginalized worlds came to exemplify not merely the confusion and despair of the kyodatsu condition, but also the vital, visceral, even carnal transcending of it. Servicing the conquerors. Two incidents gave prostitution a face in occupied Japan. On September 29, 1946, the Mainichi newspaper published a letter from a 21-year-old prostitute. The young woman described how she had been repatriated from Manchuria and, without relatives or resources, ended up living in the cavernous reaches of Tokyo's Ueno Station. I slept there and looked for work but could not find anything, and there were 3 consecutive days when I went without eating. Then on the night of the 3rd day a man I did not know gave me 2 rice balls. I devoured them. The following night he again brought me 2 rice balls. He then asked me to come to the park because he wanted to talk with me. I followed him. That is when I sank into the despised profession of being a woman of the dark. Even though the press was full of letters expressing the anguish of ordinary people, this one caused a sensation, albeit in an unusual and delayed manner. The letter inspired In the Flow of the Stars, a maudlin popular song released with little notice in December 1947. Almost a year later, the song belatedly became a great hit, and its refrain of Konna onna ni dare ga shita, essentially, who made me such a woman, was taken up as a serious social question. The proper answer was usually understood not to be the sleazy procurers and pimps who took advantage of such destitute young women, but an incompetent government and bureaucracy. Between the publication of the Mainichi letter and the release of the song, a national radio broadcast of an interview with a 19-year-old streetwalker shocked the public and captured quite a different view of the netherworld of prostitution. Caught on a hidden microphone in April 1947, she was identified on the program as Rakucho no Otoki, that is, Otoki of the Yurakucho district in Tokyo, where many streetwalkers operated, and was described as a leader among the prostitutes in that area. Otoki's interviewer painted a vivid word picture of her. She was tall and sharp-looking, he said, wearing navy slacks and a lavender sweater, her hair tied stylishly with a yellow band. Her face was quite beautiful, the skin almost transparently white, eyebrows strong, lips thickly rouged. However, when she talked, he observed, she had a habit of twisting her mouth in an unsavory way reminiscent of a gangster. A photograph of Otoki from this time captures the curl of her lip. Otoki's words made an even stronger impression than her appearance. Of course it's bad to be a hooker, but without relatives or jobs due to the war disaster, how are we supposed to live? There aren't many of us who do this because we like it, but even so, when we try to go straight and find a job, people point their fingers at us and say we were hookers. I've turned many of these girls straight and sent them back into society, but then they all, her voice becomes tearful, get picked on and chased out and end up back here under the tracks. You can't trust society, they despise us. 9 months later, as in a perfect parable of fall and redemption, the interviewer received a letter from Otoki saying that she had been shocked to hear her own voice on the radio. It sounded like a devil, and as a consequence she had left the streets and found a job. Society was still harsh to her, she continued, and her resolve often came close to breaking, but she was determined to hold on. These sentimentalized images of women of the dark left a great deal unsaid, and necessarily so, for a great part of the prostitution's trade involved catering to the huge army of occupation. The sexual implications of having to accommodate hundreds of thousands of Allied servicemen had been terrifying, especially to those who were aware of the rapacity their own forces had exhibited elsewhere, as well as of the huge numbers of non-Japanese women who had been forced to serve the imperial troops as ianfu, or comfort women. In the wake of the Emperor's surrender broadcast, rumors spread like wildfire that the enemy, once landed, will violate women one after the other. The Home Ministry's intelligence analysts immediately recognized the link between these rumors and the behavior of their own forces abroad. As one internal police report put it, many of those who speak of pillage and rape, unsettling people's minds, are returnees from the war front. Urban families were urged to send their womenfolk to the countryside. Women were advised to continue to wear the baggy monpe pantaloons of the war years rather than more enticing feminine attire. Young girls were cautioned not to appear friendly. Still, it was taken for granted that the foreigners would demand sexual gratification. The question was simply, who would provide it? The government lost no time in answering this question. On August 18th, the Home Ministry sent a secret wireless message to regional police officials throughout the country, instructing them to prepare special and exclusive comfort facilities for the occupation army. Such preparations were to be made with maximum discretion. Responsibility for staffing such facilities should be assumed by local chiefs of police, who were to mobilize local entrepreneurs and individuals already engaged in providing sexual services. On the same day, high police officials in Tokyo met with entrepreneurs operating in the Tokyo-Yokohama area and promised them 50 million yen in financial backing, with the understanding that they should raise a similar amount themselves. On the following day, Vice Premier Prince Konoe Fumimaro asked the National Police Commissioner to personally take charge of this urgent matter. "Please defend the young women of Japan," the prince, a former prime minister, is said to have implored him. Within a matter of days, however, a new approach would be taken. General Kawabe Torashiro, one of the officers who had met with General MacArthur and his staff in Manila to arrange the surrender, returned to Tokyo and urged that the government not become directly involved in managing these facilities. Thereafter, the government's role consisted primarily of formally endorsing the project and providing it with loans and police support. The businessmen encouraged to undertake the task solicited private investment with a circular announcing official support from the Home Ministry, Foreign Ministry, Ministry of Finance, National Commissioner of Police, and Tokyo Municipal Government. On September 6, the official Kangyo Bank advanced upwards of 30 million yen as the presumed first installment on a government loan for these activities. Ikeda Hayato, a rising young star in the Ministry of Finance who was instrumental in arranging government backing, was later quoted as saying that 100 million yen is cheap for protecting chastity. The entrepreneurs publicly expressed their gratitude for this lucrative opportunity to serve the nation by gathering in front of the imperial palace and shouting, "Long live the emperor!" Enlisting a small number of women to serve as a buffer protecting the chastity of the good women of Japan was well-established policy in dealing with Western barbarians. Special pleasure quarters had been set up for foreigners immediately after Commodore Perry forced the country to abolish its policy of seclusion. And in modern mythology, one young woman who gave her body for the nation had already been glorified as a patriotic martyr. Her name was Okichi, and she had been assigned as a consort for Townsend Harris, the first American consul, who assumed his duties in 1856. The procurers of 1945 appropriated her sad, sensual image in defining their own task. The women they were assembling, they declared, would be Showa no Toji no Kichi, the Okichis of the present era. To the government's surprise, professional prostitutes proved reluctant to become latter-day Okichis. By one account, they were fearful that the Americans, commonly portrayed as demonic figures in wartime propaganda, possessed oversized sexual organs that could injure them. The organizers of the special comfort facilities thus undertook to recruit ordinary women by posting a large signboard addressed to new Japanese women in the Ginza district of downtown Tokyo. As part of urgent national facilities to deal with the post-war, this read somewhat vaguely, we are seeking the active cooperation of new Japanese women to participate in the great task of comforting the occupation force. The solicitation also mentioned openings for female office clerks aged between 18 and 25, housing, clothing, and food supplied. Most of the women attracted by this advertisement arrived for their interviews shabbily dressed. Some, it is said, were even barefoot. The great majority had no experience in the water trade of the red light districts, and most left when informed what their actual duties would be. Among those who remained, some claimed to be attracted not so much by the assurance of food and shelter as by the appeal to give their bodies for the country. This was, after all, essentially the same message of patriotic self-sacrifice that had been drilled into them all their lives. By August 27th, 1,360 women in Tokyo had enlisted in what soon would become known in English as the RAA, short for Recreation and Amusement Association, Tokushu Ian Shisetsu Kyokai in Japanese. The next day, just as the first small contingents of occupation forces were arriving, an inaugural ceremony for the RAA was held in the plaza in front of the Imperial Palace. On this occasion, the following oath, couched in ornate Japanese, was read. Although our family has endured for 3,000 years, unchanging as the mountains and valleys, the rivers and grasses, since the great rending of August 15, 1945, which marked the end of an era, we have been racked with infinite, piercing grief and endless sorrow, and are about to sink to the bottom of perilous, boundless desperation. The time has come, an order has been given, and by virtue of our realm of business we have been assigned the difficult task of comforting the occupation army as part of the urgent national facilities for post-war management. This order is heavy and immense, and success will be extremely difficult. And so we unite and go forward to where our beliefs lead us, and through the sacrifice of several thousands of Okichis of our era, build a breakwater to hold back the raging waves and defend and nurture the purity of our race, becoming as well an invisible underground pillar at the root of the post-war social order. A word as we conclude this proclamation. We absolutely are not flattering the occupation force. We are not compromising our integrity or selling our souls. We are paying an inescapable courtesy, and serving to fulfill one part of our obligations and to contribute to the security of our society. We dare say it loudly. We are but offering ourselves for the defense of the national polity. We reaffirm this. This is our proclamation. A statement was also issued by the 7 professional associations engaged in the water trade who were to run the Tokyo RAA collectively. After paying solemn homage to the great spirit of maintaining the national polity by protecting the pure blood of the 100 million, these patriotic procurers moved with almost breathtaking agility into the facile new rhetoric of these rapidly changing times. Through the RAA, they declared, we hope to promote mutual understanding between the Allied occupation forces and our people, and to contribute to the smooth development of people's diplomacy and abet the construction of a peaceful world. Several hundred GIs on that day quickly found their way to an RAA facility in Tokyo's Omori district, where a small number of mostly inexperienced recruits had been gathered. Neither beds, futons, nor room partitions were yet available, and fornication took place without privacy everywhere, even in the corridors. Later Japanese accounts of the scene tend to be irate, speaking of shameless, animalistic intercourse that showed the true colors of so-called American civilization. The local police chief is said to have wept. One naive recruit to the RAA later recalled the terror of her first day, when she was called on to service 23 American soldiers. By one estimate, RAA women engaged between 15 and 60 GIs a day. A 19-year-old who previously had been a typist committed suicide almost immediately. Some women broke down or deserted. By mid-September, however, this grotesque exercise in people's diplomacy had become more or less routine. In his diary entry for September 13th, the writer Takami Jun recorded a conversation with a taxi driver who reported seeing a woman in a flashy kimono, like something from an operetta, he said, greeting an American soldier outside one of the comfort facilities. She leaped up, threw her arms around his neck, and said, "Haro," hello. It was, for both Japanese men, a depressing scene. Since the greater part of Tokyo had been incinerated in the air raids, initially there were not many areas where comfort facilities could be provided. In the latter part of September, Dr. Yoshino Mitsuru, the head of the municipal government's hygiene department, and eldest son of Yoshino Akiko, a celebrated feminist and poet, was summoned by GHQ and asked to help apportion the prostitutes into separate districts to be reserved for use by U.S. officers, white enlisted men, and black enlisted men. Initially, women designated for use by black soldiers were said to have been horrified, until they discovered that many black GIs treated them more kindly than the whites did. In their meticulous preoccupation with race and racial hierarchy, some Japanese concluded that such relative kindness derived from the fact that black soldiers had been socialized to regard them as whites. Such recreation and amusement centers expanded rapidly in Tokyo. There were soon 33 by one count, and spread almost as quickly to some 20 other cities. Not surprisingly, they proved popular among U.S. servicemen. They were, among other things, inexpensive. The price for a short visit with an RAA prostitute was 15 yen, or $1, about the same as half a pack of cigarettes on the Japanese market. 2 or 3 times that amount purchased an entire night of personal diplomacy. Although these services did not prevent rape and assault, the incidence of rape remained relatively low given the huge size of the occupation force, much as the government had hoped. Despite its popularity and initial support from the victors, the RAA did not survive the early months of the occupation. In January 1946, occupation authorities ordered the abolition of all public prostitution, declaring it undemocratic and in violation of women's human rights. Privately, they acknowledged that their major motivation was an alarming rise in venereal disease among the troops. By the time the prohibition went into effect a few months later, almost 90% of the RAA women tested positive for infection. Around the same time, syphilis was detected in 70% of the members of a single unit of the U.S. 8th Army, and gonorrhea in 50%. It was largely to combat such diseases that the first U.S. patents for penicillin were sold to Japanese companies in April of that year. The women who had been recruited by the RAA were sent off without severance pay, but with uplifting speeches to the effect that they had served the country and been a dyke of chastity albeit not their own. Ending formal public prostitution did not, of course, mean the end of prostitution itself. The trade simply was carried out more privately, and venereal disease naturally remained difficult to control. Nonetheless, the transition did have its precious moments. Outside the new comfort facilities that had been created exclusively for the foreigners, in one licensed quarter of the traditional geisha-centered floating world, the last day of public prostitution was memorably recorded in a photograph of kimono-clad young women standing before an American flag affixed to the wall of their brothel and throwing up their arms in the familiar banzai cheer of celebration. In responding to SCAP's orders, Japanese bureaucrats revealed a rare and unusually fine appreciation of human rights. In December 1946, the Home Ministry declared that women had the right to become prostitutes, and this became the ostensible rationale behind designating red line districts in which it was understood by all parties that they would continue to ply their trade. The red line designation came from markings on the city maps used by the police. In areas outlined in blue, such activity was not allowed. In the years that followed, an estimated 55,000 to 70,000 women, many of third country origin, worked these areas as full-time or part-time prostitutes. Butterflies, onlys, and subversive women. This was the milieu epitomized by the panpan. Tough, vulnerable figures remembered for their bright lipstick, nail polish, sharp clothes, and sometimes enviable material possessions. They became inseparable from the urban nightscapes and memory landscapes of post-war Japan. Photographs of them remain among the most melancholy and evocative of this period. The leaning figure in the dark, wearing a kerchief, handbag on her arm, often lighting or smoking a cigarette. They were known by many euphemisms: women of the night, women of the street, women of the dark, but panpan was the most familiar. Although male prostitutes also emerged to cater to the GI trade, little public mention was made of them, and they failed to capture the popular imagination. The origin of the word panpan is obscure, although it was said to have been picked up by Americans in the South Seas during the war as a term for available women. A book published in 1948 observed that Japanese sailors repatriated from the southern areas also sometimes spoke of panpan. Among GIs, the term provoked ridicule, pity, compassion, exoticism, and plain eroticism. When prostitutes used the label themselves, it conveyed a similarly mixed impression, a sense of jikiyake and awareshimi, desperation and misery, as popular accounts put it, coupled with a proud defiance of conventional norms, a sensual joie de vivre. Although Rakucho no Otoki spoke bitterly of being treated with contempt by society, she and her companions also came to seem attractively bold and subversive in the popular mind. An opinion column in the humor magazine Van hinted at this. "What is the oldest, most feudalistic feature of contemporary Japanese society?" Van asked a selection of famous people. "And what is the newest, most democratic?" In the opinion of Tatsuno Takashi, a well-known social critic and scholar of French literature, politics was the oldest and most unchanged feature of the present-day scene, for it still had no meaningful connection to people's lives. The newest and most democratic? The panpan girls, Tatsuno responded, because they have transcended racial and international prejudice. The comment was clever and barbed, even if only half true. In certain areas, the panpan trade was strictly organized, not merely into territories, called shima, literally islands, but also in regard to clientele. Some panpan serviced only Japanese customers. Others, much more numerous, serviced Americans. The distinction was rigidly observed in certain shima, and panpan who transgressed either turf or race could be subjected to abuse or even torture by other prostitutes. Still, Tatsuno's glib reply, mocking the political charades that often masked themselves as democracy, had a ring of truth to it. He was calling attention not merely to the most intimate manifestation of international relations in his occupied country, but also to its racial dimensions. Thousands of panpan consorted openly and comfortably with both white and black GIs. Even while being looked down upon, they came to exemplify a certain tolerance toward other races and an undeniable independence in their defiant behavior as a whole. Despite the tawdry nature of their lives, the panpan became associated with the liberation of repressed sensuality. a world of erotic indulgence that had found earlier expression not merely in the pleasure quarters of the late feudal period, but in the bawdy relationships and amorous dalliances celebrated in popular tales and courtly romances of ancient times. Their self-indulgent carnality was as sharp a repudiation as could be imagined of the stultifying austerity and discipline the militarists had demanded. Although some men may have been shocked by their sexual frankness, more than a few found themselves attracted to it as well. To numerous entrepreneurs, the Pan-Pan heralded an oncoming commercialization of sex that would flourish long after they themselves disappeared. The very reasons that young women gave for becoming Pan-Pan in the first place reflected the ambiguous persona of these women of the night. One survey of street women found that many were war orphans, or, virtually as devastating in terms of economic and social security, had no fathers. A considerable number were eldest daughters who professed to feeling an especially strong sense of responsibility for the well-being of their parents and siblings. The same survey also noted, however, that a majority of those interviewed had lost their virginity willingly outside of marriage, and that many had turned to prostitution for reasons other than economic desperation. Although some used their incomes frugally to support themselves or their families, others threw their money away on ephemeral pleasures, displays of extravagant indulgence that defied the general poverty of the times. Surveys of Pan-Pan rounded up by the police in 1946 and 1947 found a substantial number who frankly said they chose their way of life simply out of curiosity. Police transcripts recording the life histories of arrested prostitutes sometimes conveyed their candid acknowledgement of sexual pleasure in considerable detail. An 18-year-old in Kyoto told of how, while attending a dressmaking school in Nara the previous year, she had lost her virginity to a young GI in a park on a summer night. Several months later, after their romantic liaison broke up, she decided almost casually to become a prostitute and moved to Kyoto to do so. Most of her customers were GIs. If a customer was especially good-looking, she blandly told the police, she often did not charge him. Despite illness and hospitalization, she claimed to have no serious second thoughts about pursuing this way of life. Prostitution usually paid far better than other jobs available to most women, and the argot of the profession tended to romanticize the Pan-Pan in subtly traditional ways. A prostitute who flitted indiscriminately from customer to customer was known, in borrowed English, as a batafurai, or butterfly. She was seen in her way as a modern-day counterpart of The Woman Who Loved Love, the promiscuous heroine of a famous work by the great 17th-century writer Ihara Saikaku. Pan-Pan who specialized in the GI trade were also called yopan, the ideograph for yo connoting foreign or western. They were the new okichis, counterparts of a group of women known as rashamen, who became the mistresses or wives of foreigners in the mid-19th century treaty ports of newly opened Japan, and who have survived in photographs as evocative and melancholy as those of the Pan-Pan. Pan-Pan who were loyal to a single American patron were identified, again in borrowed English, as onri, only, short for onri-wan, only one. Here the reworking of old values was subtle indeed. Like the samurai and his lord, or high-ranking geisha and their privileged patrons, a Pan-Pan too could exemplify loyalty. The virtue remained. Only the object it was directed toward had changed. Like accomplished courtesans of the past, the Pan-Pan also possessed special talents, most notably in their case the ability to communicate in a polyglot form of English, a hybrid mix of hooker's Japanese and the GI's native tongue that was humorously identified as Panglish. Getting along in this second language, broken or not, was a skill highly valued in post-surrender Japan. Hundreds of thousands of men were also struggling to survive by dealing with the conqueror in the conqueror's tongue. Their pidgin English was sometimes laughed off as Scapanese. And here lay the rub. The Pan-Pan, arm in arm with her GI companion, or riding gaily in his jeep, constituted a piercing wound to national pride in general and masculine pride in particular. Yet at the same time these women were striking symbols of the whole convoluted phenomenon of Americanization in which everyone was in some way engaged. The Pan-Pan openly, brazenly prostituted themselves to the conqueror, while others, especially the good Japanese who consorted with the Americans as privileged elites, only did it figuratively. This was unsettling. In their embarrassing way, the Pan were the exemplary pioneer materialists and consumers of the post-war era. In those years of acute hunger and scarcity, the material comfort of the Americans was simply staggering to behold. What made America great was that it was so rich. And for many, what made democracy appealing was that it apparently was the way to become prosperous. Among ordinary people, no group tapped the material treasures of the conquerors as blatantly as the Pan. They were the recipients of goods from the U.S. military exchange posts, the famous PXs, that in those impoverished days truly seemed like treasure houses from a magic land, crammed not only with basic foodstuffs, but with liquor and cigarettes, sweets and delicacies, voluptuously decadent feminine things such as lipstick and nylon stockings. The appeal of this America can hardly be exaggerated. Otoki's brightly rouged lips and colorful clothing were not merely a prostitute's regalia, but part of a mystique of American glamour and fashion that made a spectacular impact after the drab parsimony of the war years. The sensual Pan was as close as anyone in Japan might hope to get, in the flesh, to Hollywood. Even Shiseido, the premier purveyor of cosmetics, with a haute bourgeois pre-war tradition, was caught up in this. The company's first new post-war product was a nail stick resembling lipstick that was used to color fingernails. It was especially popular among women who consorted with GIs. To women who had been denied makeup, permanence, and colorful clothing, "Extravagance is an enemy" was a wartime slogan. The application of a bit of cosmetics could be a touching and understandable way to try to transcend despair and exhaustion, even if just for a moment. A journalist recalled how nylons, never seen before, arrived along with the Americans just as women were shedding their ugly monpe pantaloons. Their hearts were tempted, she observed acidly, and some were known to have exchanged their chastity for a pair of stockings. The bearing of gifts, a routine practice among enlisted men in the occupation force and their paramours, was carried out on a far more lavish level when occupation officers engaged in such personal diplomacy. The sheer quantitative dimensions of this intercourse, in terms of material exchange as well as sexual relations, are impressive to contemplate. Regular force rotations continued to bring in hundreds of thousands of new troops to staff the 250,000-man occupation army, and those who chose the path of chastity during their tour of duty were by all accounts exceptional. By one estimate, almost half of the many tens of millions of dollars that occupation personnel spent on recreation passed through the hands of the okichis of that era. At that time, the Pan was perhaps the most obvious symbol of a new phenomenon in intercultural relations, the horizontal westernization of Japan. Previously, such influences had penetrated the country vertically, almost invariably introduced by the elites. Even seeming exceptions like the spread of flapper culture in the 1920s, with its modern boys and Clarabeau girls, tended to involve only the comfortable bourgeoisie, while ordinary people remained relatively unaffected. The lower-class Pan represented an unprecedented phenomenon, a popular westernization from the side. Figuratively as well as literally, these tough, animated young women were closer to the Americans than anyone else. No one surpassed them as the harbingers of a hedonistic, materialistic, American-style consumer culture. The ubiquitous sexuality linking conqueror and conquered had far-reaching ramifications insofar as American perceptions of the defeated nation and its people were concerned. To some members of the occupation force, native women came to be regarded as little more than available sexual objects. This characteristic colonial attitude led to a notorious incident in which all the women on a commuter train were detained by American MPs and forced to submit to medical examinations for venereal disease. Every Japanese woman, in a word, was potentially a whore. More strikingly, the defeated country itself was feminized in the minds of the Americans who poured in. The enemy was transformed with startling suddenness from a bestial people fit to be annihilated into receptive exotics to be handled and enjoyed. That enjoyment was palpable. The Pan personified this. Japan, only yesterday a menacing, masculine threat, had been transformed almost in the blink of an eye into a compliant, feminine body on which the white victors could impose their will. At the same time, fraternization between the occupation forces and Japanese women, both within and outside the structures of prostitution, also became, for some, a starting point for interracial affection, mutual respect, even love. There was a metaphor here, too. For all parties, this was, however one engaged in it, a phenomenal cultural event. Black market entrepreneurship. Nothing was truly sacred any longer, and everything seemed interconnected. Among the numerous cynical sayings of those days was "Onna wa panpan, otoko ga katsugiya." Women become panpan, men become carriers for the black market. The word for black market was yami-ichi. For woman of the dark it was yami no onna, written with the same ideograph for yami, darkness, in each case. Manga, a humor magazine with a wartime pedigree of brilliant propagandistic articles and illustrations, captured the connection between the two worlds with a cartoon of a large, unshaven thug in an old army uniform accosting a trembling citizen. "Who made me such a man?" its caption asked, mocking the maudlin song about the poor fallen woman of Ueno. There were striking differences between these two dark worlds, however. The realm of the panpan was highly Americanized, whereas the black market, even when GIs roamed through it, was first and last for the Japanese. Its distinctive argot derived from the gangster underworld in contrast to the Panglish of the panpan. Renting a spot for a stall in the black market in Osaka, for example, required shobadai, place money. Shoba was the gangster inversion of basho, the conventional word for place. Where the world of the panpan was fundamentally sexual and only occasionally violent, that of the black market was almost perpetually carnivorous. Men carried weapons. Order was enforced. No one gave anything away because the customer was good-looking, or pathetic, or desperate, or starving to death. There was little room for sentimentality. These outlaw activities often were camouflaged by gentle euphemisms. Not only the free market, but also the lovely open sky or blue sky market. But when all was said and done, the black market remained a place of hardened hearts and harsh dealings. Whereas the economic significance of the panpan was greater than commonly realized, no one could fail to be aware of the enormous economic role of the black market. For many Japanese, this was virtually the economy. It emerged almost simultaneously with capitulation. Indeed, a week before the emperor's broadcast, the Asahi published a letter warning, in a grim pun, that the approaching enemy would try to exploit yami, that is, take advantage of both dark emotions and the illicit market. On August 18th, the post-war black market received a grand send-off with the publication of a large advertisement in Tokyo's major newspapers. Presented as an urgent message to factories and entrepreneurs engaged in conversion, the ad, promising sales at proper prices, invited people to bring samples of their products to the organization that had placed the ad, the Kanto area Ozu Gang. Small factory owners whose livelihood as military subcontractors had come to a sudden end poured into the gang's office in the Shinjuku district, and its boss quickly emerged as one of the most energetic entrepreneurs of the new Japan. As the folklore of the market had it, he encouraged manufacturers to convert their swords into household cutlery, their battle helmets into pots and pans. Within 2 days he had engineered the opening of the Shinjuku Black Market, a congeries of outdoor stalls and stands selling sundry goods and already sporting a happy motto, "Brightness from Shinjuku." By September that slogan was spelled out in a large sign made up of 117 100-watt bulbs, visible as far away as neighboring stations on the rail line. In the night darkness of a shattered city only weeks removed from air raids, the literal "brightness from Shinjuku" provided a memorable vision of optimism for a despairing people. Initially, the media greeted these developments with enthusiasm. Blue sky markets materialized in most large cities by early September, often springing up without plan. In some instances, ex-servicemen and discharged factory workers went to the countryside, returned with knapsacks full of goods, and started selling right out of their packs. Such spontaneous entrepreneurs soon gained a name, tachiuri, literally stand and sell people. One marketeer told of opening his store by plopping a bucket of edible live frogs down on the street. Some he sold for money, the rest he traded for potato powder, dumplings, dry bread, and the like. And with that his new profession was launched. A returned soldier reportedly got into business on the spur of the moment by selling the pants he was wearing. Surely the blackest of black market stories concerned the emerging market in Osaka, where a brisk trade quickly developed in blankets and clothing taken from the dead. Many such items came directly from sanitariums and were still stained with blood coughed up by tuberculosis victims. The Osaka entrepreneurs who dealt in such goods referred to them among themselves as Oshaka, a ghoulishly pious reference, for Shaka refers to the Buddha or Buddhas. By October 1945, an estimated 17,000 open-air markets had blossomed nationwide, mostly in the larger cities. Only months later, there were as many as 76,000 stalls, each averaging over 40 customers a day in Tokyo's numerous markets alone. With this came organizational rationalization, a sometimes brutal process commonly led by yakuza-gumi, gangster gangs headed by Godfather-type individuals. In Tokyo, the division of black market territories among various gangs was fairly clear-cut. The market in the Shinbashi district was controlled by the Matsuda gang, Asakusa by the Shibayama gang, the Ginza area by the Ueda gang, Ikebukuro by the Sekiguchi gang, and Shinjuku by the Ozu and Wada gangs. Gang control of the Osaka free market followed similar lines. Morimoto Mitsuji, who organized the Umeda market there, was a particularly flamboyant figure. He took pleasure in identifying with the tradition of the noble gangster who uses his influence to protect the weak against the rapacious. Repatriated from the Philippines in late 1945, he arrived home a month after the death of his father, who had been a man of influence in local political circles. At the request of the Speaker of the Municipal Assembly, he moved in with his followers to clean up the Umeda market, which, as he described it, was a hodgepodge of amateurs who were being shaken down by a small number of toughs. It was a time, in Morimoto's words, when the strong ate the weak in cold blood. I did what I could to prevent it, but it was a miserable time to be Japanese. Morimoto's workday attire included a leather jacket, a knife by his breast, a pistol on his hip. When the police proved ineffective, he took care of things himself. Before long, there was a substantial price on his head. Before long, there was also a colossal Osaka black market extending far beyond Morimoto's turf. In July 1946, city officials estimated that approximately 100,000 individuals were supporting themselves by such activity, of whom around 80% were either repatriated soldiers or former factory workers who lost their jobs when the war ended. 60% of the market's regular operatives were men, 30% women, and the remaining 10% children. Some of the buying and selling in these markets was legitimate, essentially a replacement for the countless small urban retailers whose businesses had been destroyed in the air raids. On the other hand, a great deal of the activity was illegal. The black market under the Matsuda gang in Tokyo, which had some 2,000 members at its peak, exemplified the complexity and volatility of these arrangements. The gang's influence was established when the oyabun, or patron, in the feudalistic vocabulary of this demimonde, Matsuda Giichi, began organizing petty vendors unloading their knapsacks and setting up stands around Shinbashi Station. The Tokyo municipal government and local police threw their support behind Matsuda, who proceeded to assume responsibility for approving vendors, for a fee, and organizing such practical and essential services as lighting, toilets, and trash collection. He relied on his own gang members rather than the police to enforce order. By early 1946, the Shinbashi market had a well-rationalized structure, nominally under the oversight of the police, that operated through an association known as the Tokyo Stall Vendors Professional Union. Vending licenses had to be obtained through local police stations, and generally were reserved for individuals who fell into one of the following fairly inclusive categories: war-wounded, family of someone killed in the war, handicapped persons, former vendors or street stall operators, or retail merchants who had lost their shops in the war. An unusually large number of vendors in the Shinbashi market, some 80%, were registered in this way, but elsewhere in Tokyo around 80% of participants were reported to be unregistered. The market was supplied, both legally and illegally, by tapping into food supplies in the countryside, sea products from coastal fishing communities, and former military stockpiles. Many American goods also made their way onto the market, often arriving by way of panpan who received them from their patrons. Vendors also struck private deals with occupation personnel. The Ueno outdoor market even featured an America lane specializing in such goods. A hierarchy of brokers soon emerged, from top-level dealers handling lots valued in the millions of yen, down through 2 or 3 levels of wholesalers, to individuals known as oroshiya, who delivered the goods directly to vendors. At each step on this ladder, a profit of between 20 and 30% was normal. A tough operator working a particular marketplace might pocket as much as 8,000 yen a day in these early months. Even the most modest vendors, sometimes called peanuts, apparently in mocking reference to the lowly status of peanut sellers, could earn as much as 50 yen a day. In Shinbashi, the Matsuda Gumi normally relied on approximately 150 underlings to maintain or enforce order, collect fees, and the like. They enjoyed the old-fashioned prestige of being called Oni-san, or Big Brother, by those they policed, and earned a regular monthly income of 600 to 1,000 yen. In addition to the black market per se, the Matsuda organization was also involved in construction and supplied and supervised daily laborers requested by the occupation forces. Fierce rivalries accompanied these activities. In June 1946, for example, 2 months after grandly proclaiming the creation of the Shinbashi New Life Market, Matsuda Giichi, the gang's boss, was assassinated by a former gang member. Territorial conflicts were seriously exacerbated, moreover, by racial tensions. Like the world of prostitution, the black market had a large representation of third-country people who had chosen not to be repatriated to their native lands. Well-organized Korean and Formosan gangs vied with Japanese gangs, and in July these simmering tensions erupted in spectacular violence. A fight involving hundreds of Formosan vendors and over 1,000 Matsuda Gumi toughs spilled over into the neighboring Shibuya district, culminating in a gunfight outside the Shibuya police station that left 7 Formosans dead and 34 injured. 1 policeman was killed and another critically injured. Repercussions from the Shibuya incident extended in many directions. The hostility that already existed between the police and the Formosan and Korean communities was rubbed raw. Prejudice against third-country people increased, and much of the public's anger against both black market abuses and the rising crime rate came to fall on non-Japanese Asians. In addition, the inability of law enforcement officers to control the black market effectively was exposed, prompting ridicule of the police and demoralization in their ranks. Although U.S. authorities attempted to encourage greater control over the black market following the incident, their efforts were largely unavailing. The police emerged poorly in accounts of the illegal markets, venal if not thoroughly corrupt, harried and hapless if not completely incompetent. This was nicely captured in a banal vignette, the case of the stolen overcoat. The coat's owner almost immediately noticed it was missing from his office in Osaka's City Hall and with unerring instinct rushed to the local black market, where he found it 2 hours later, on sale for 3,500 yen. He summoned 2 police detectives who advised him to negotiate the matter with the market bosses, who in turn spoke to the vendor selling the stolen coat, who graciously sold it back to its owner for 500 yen. The owner's base salary as a city employee at that time was 700 yen a month. The top-to-bottom corruption of the system did little to foster faith in politics or confidence in the heralded programs of democratization that were being promoted elsewhere. In addition, the undisguised jungle-like nature of the free market had an effect much like shock therapy on a people who had been indoctrinated to believe that as a race and culture, they possessed a unique familial consciousness that bound them together in mutual support. As the writer Sakaguchi Ango observed at the time, this predatory world was an extraordinary thing to behold. Men who only months earlier had been willing to die for their country, to fall with the purity and beauty of the cherry blossom, as the mesmerizing cliché of the war years put it, were now mercilessly gouging their compatriots. Some of the market's petty operators later acknowledged this of themselves, with awe, much like former soldiers of any time or place who look back, as if at total strangers, on the horrors and atrocities they themselves once witnessed or committed. Thus, Furusawa Kotaro, who later became a journalist, recalled that when the war ended he and his fellow students had parted, pledging with high idealism to work hard to rebuild the country. What he actually did for a half-year or more was prey on the weak. Exhausted mothers with crying children came to him to barter a precious kimono, and he would beat them down by calling it a moth-eaten rag. He even did this to one of his own relatives, knowing that her home had been bombed and her mother lay sick in bed. Yamato race solidarity did not matter, nor did kinship, nor politics. The emperor's renunciation of divinity and the liberal democratizing policies issued by the occupation forces, Furusawa recalled, all seemed irrelevant to the dark faces gathered in the black market. In this milieu, men and women drank to excess, just as many panpans squandered their earnings in hedonistic indulgence. A timid participant in the Osaka market framed this piquantly. I bargained for things saying whatever was necessary and sold them the same way. To numb our consciences and gain courage, many of us merchants did business while drinking kasutori liquor. For me, faint-hearted, every day was difficult and full of wounds. A less faint-hearted marketeer recalled the exhilaration of raking in a single day what would take the average salaried worker a full month to earn. No one had any thought at all of saving for the future. After all, there was no clear future beyond, it appeared, endless runaway inflation. And so, after putting aside that part of the day's earnings necessary for the next day's business, he and his companions would squander the rest on prostitutes and liquor. I drank, as he put it, drawing on time-worn imagery, trying to forget a life that hung suspended like a floating weed. Sometimes life in the market assumed an almost exquisite merging of delicacy and degeneration. For the right price, all sorts of things were for sale. In one corner of one market, vendors who regularly made a killing would gather around a third-country person who sold an ungodly drink made of alcohol used in aircraft lubricants, mixed with artificial sweetener. With this he served, and this would have been a rare delicacy at any time in Japan, jellyfish in sea urchin sauce. Although the chronicler of this story could not afford such elegant depravity, he did manage to drink virtually non-stop for a half-year after becoming a black market vendor, and to live to tell the tale. A great many other unedifying stories, none of them destined to appear in exemplary accounts of Japan's post-war recovery, also reveal this sheer spirit of individual survival. The other side of greed and decadence was a brazen vitality. Toughs flaunted their defiance of good society by attiring themselves in what became known as their three sacred regalia, an irreverent takeoff on the sanctified regalia of the emperor. In place of the imperial mirror, sword, and jewel, they were identified by their predilection for aloha shirts, nylon belts, and rubber-soled shoes. Men on black market runs to the countryside took over whole train cars, where they sang until drunkenness overcame them. Men intent on cornering the fish market put out to sea in boats of their own, surrounding fishing vessels and paying them 2 to 3 times the fixed market price to transfer their catches right there on the ocean. Farmers, mythically the most humble and subservient of the emperor's loyal subjects, turned aside even the most desperate of city folk if they could not meet black market rates. Such rural hard trading was so commonplace that city dwellers even embraced the rumor that farmers held a celebration whenever their pile of 100-yen bills became a foot, 1 shaku, high. The life force here was unmistakable. Entrepreneurs dealt in everything from a stew made out of leftovers from GI bases and hotels catering to occupation personnel, known as zanpan or gotori stew, to job lots of pilfered machinery and construction materials to loan sharking. They did not spend their time stroking the Americans or engaging in polite, hypocritical conversation. In their peculiar way, they were more honest than the prominent politicians, capitalists, and former military officers who snuggled up to the conquerors and put on righteous faces while secretly profiting from the black market. Despite its pervasive tensions and outright eruptions of violence, the black market was also one of the few arenas where interactions between the Japanese and other Asians took place on a regular and more or less equitable basis. In the view of more romantic Japanese historians, poor Japanese, Koreans, and Formosans came together here in unprecedented ways. Considerations such as class background, education, or former employment had little bearing on personal relationships. and although race and nationality mattered, interracial relationships were taken for granted far more than was the case among the broader public. From this perspective, the marginal black marketeers posed a challenge to society that went beyond the illegality of many of their activities. From a plainer perspective, the men and women who worked the market exemplified, without varnish, a pragmatic materialism and even an exemplary work ethic. In a letter to the Asahi, a young boy asked what was wrong with this. His brother was a black marketeer who got up at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock a.m. every day, rode crowded trains, scratched for small profits, and somehow managed to support his mother and 4 siblings, and he admired him for it. He was more impressive by far, the boy opined, than those laborers running around in demonstrations and sabotaging work. When he himself graduated from middle school, he intended to follow his brother's path. A week or so later, a 6th-grade girl responded that working the black market was not more admirable than engaging in labor protests. What would happen, she asked, if the whole working class turned into black marketeers? I think, she concluded, that the government is at fault for creating such a society as this. The goal of constructing a new Japan should be aimed at creating a country where people can live without a black market. One way or another, the black market, free market, blue sky market challenged everyone to define where they stood. Kasutori culture. The Kasutori shochu that made the faint-hearted bold and the strong-hearted wild also apparently made prolific those with countercultural proclivities. It was, in any case, the drink of choice among those artists and writers who made a cult out of degeneracy and nihilism. It was a vile liquor. Best downed, it was said, while holding one's nose, and it gave its name to a chaotic subculture that proved a natural complement to the worlds of the pan-pan and black marketeers. The Kasutori culture, Kasutori bunka. Kasutori culture flourished into the 1950s and left a gaudy legacy of escapism, titillation, and outright sleaze, a commercial world dominated by sexually oriented entertainments and a veritable cascade of pulp literature. Like the pan-pan and the black marketeers, however, the denizens of Kasutori culture also exhibited an ardor and vitality that conveyed a strong impression of liberation from authority and dogma. This aura of iconoclasm was reinforced by the emergence of a kind of barroom intelligentsia, wittily nicknamed in the usual hybrid manner, the Kasutori Gensha, or Kasutori Gensya, whose writings purported to impose a semblance of meaning and even quasi-philosophical structure on a wildly degenerate lifestyle. Thanks to the pulp publications and to more serious writers alike, life on the margins became intertwined with theories of decadence as the only true honesty and authenticity, of the carnal body as the only body worth venerating. In some of these formulations, sex, degeneracy, and love even became equated with revolution. Pulp magazines, the flashiest product of Kasutori culture, eventually became generically known as Kasutori Zasshi, or Kasutori magazines, a term that in itself captured the mordant humor of the counterculture. The label rested on an elaborate pun equating the fleeting nature of consciousness when drinking Kasutori shochu with the ephemeral existence of most of these early periodicals. The third cup of Kasutori liquor, the saying went, usually rendered the drinker unconscious. And similarly, very few of these escapist magazines ever got beyond 3 issues. Although written with different ideographs, 3 cups and 3 issues are both pronounced sango, thus giving rise to the pun sangome de tsubureru, gone by the 3rd. Beyond this joke lay a larger double meaning. While the Kasutori magazines celebrated a fugitive world of hedonistic and even grotesque indulgence, they also evoked more sobering images of impermanence, a world of no tomorrow, the banishment of authority, the absence of orthodox or transcendent values. Publishers of the pulps denied having any serious purpose whatsoever. The classic formulation of their ethos was presented in the maiden issue of a magazine named Ryoki, Bizarre, whose editors emphatically declared that they had no audacious ambition to enlighten or educate readers, but on the contrary simply desired to provide a moment of pleasure to those who had become totally exhausted physically and mentally in attempting to construct a nation of peace. More often than not, the covers of the Kasutori magazines featured illustrations of sensual women, or occasionally paired lovers, with a high percentage of Caucasians among them. The first semi-nude photographs of women appeared in the monthly Akatokuro, Red and Black, in late 1946, and drawings or paintings of nude or partially nude women became commonplace as cover designs by the summer of the following year. The sexual fantasies in these publications, read mostly by young men, provided a kind of counterpart to the sexual encounters through which a large part of the occupation army was simultaneously viewing Japan. While hundreds of thousands of young GIs were coming to regard the accommodating Pan-Pan as representative of the conquered country, a large audience of Japanese males was being encouraged to think of the West in terms of its women, and these women, in turn, as voluptuous sexual objects. From this time on, the idealized Western female figure, long-limbed and amply proportioned, became an object of male lust, and an ideal for young Japanese women to emulate. The titles of the pulps were usually as colorful as their cover designs. Ryoki, for example, inspired such clones as Oru Ryoki, all bizarre, Sei Ryoki, sex bizarre, and even Ryoki Zeminaru, bizarre seminar. Borrowed and bastardized English titles included Oru Romansu, all romance, Madamu, madam, Kyabari, cabaret, Guro, grotesque, G-men, G-men, Chito Diamondo, blood and diamonds, Winasu, Venus, Suriru, thrill, Whodunito, whodunit, Neoliberaro, neoliberal, Pinapu, pinup, Saron, salon, and Nanba Wan, number 1. The last of these was produced as a sideline by some hard-up students at Tokyo University. From the French came shiku, chic, and from the German Riebe, Liebe. There was also Seppun, kiss, the perfect title for a period when even some American reformers were promoting kissing as an expression of liberation from the feudal constrictions of the past. Editors of the pulps accepted this particular gift from heaven with open arms by publishing pieces on, for example, a theory on the rehabilitation of kissing, and then proceeded to challenge the constrictions of the present by focusing on topics that tested the limits of the occupation's censorship apparatus. They got away with a good deal. A study based on some 1,600 issues of Kasutori magazines found that the symbolic images that tended to dominate the genre included kissing, strip shows, underpants, pan-pan and leisurely women, chastity, incest, masturbation, and lonely widows. This was not edifying, but it was undeniably a far cry from the mystique of living and dying for the emperor that had governed life until just recently. The visual accompaniment to the rehabilitation of kissing initially came to occupy Japan by way of Hollywood. Films such as Prelude to Spring, starring Deanna Durbin, and Madame Curie with Greer Garson proved immensely popular, partly because, contrary to pre-surrender practice, their kissing scenes remained uncut. Emboldened by this and encouraged by the Americans, local film studios ventured to add osculation to their own repertoire. The first platonic kiss was landed in the Daiei Studios' oddly titled He and She Go, which opened in mid-April of 1946. A friendly peck followed in the same studio's An Evening's Kiss, released on May 23rd. Film history truly was made the next day when Shochiku's Springtime at 20 opened, featuring a close-up scene of hero kissing heroine. Unknown to spellbound viewers, the passion of this moment had been sanitized by a piece of gauze soaked in hydrogen oxide that the lovers placed inconspicuously between their lips. What the actor Osaka Shiro mainly recalled of the great event was the taste of disinfectant, whereas the actress Ikuno Michiko staunchly proclaimed that she had simply closed her eyes and done her job. Kinema Junpo, a leading film journal, primly observed that the kiss was contextually unnecessary. Still, there was no turning back. The diversification of the commercialization of sex proceeded relatively smoothly thereafter. January 15, 1947 marked a dubious milestone of sorts in this regard, for on that date 2 signal events occurred. The first Western-style beauty contest to be held culminated in the crowning of Miss Ginza. She was 158 centimeters tall, weighed 50 kilograms, and had bust and hip measurements of 95 and 88 centimeters, respectively. In a separate, more imaginative adaptation of Western ways, The inaugural performance of the first picture-frame nude show, Gakubuchi Nudo Shio, took place the same day in Tokyo's Shinjuku district. This featured motionless women posed inside huge mock picture frames as if they were famous Western works of art. The curtain opened. The models held their poses for several tens of seconds. Then the curtain closed again while another European masterpiece arranged itself. The Nudes in Frames show was the brainchild of a wayward scholar of German culture and translator of Goethe's Faustus named Hata Toyokichi, and its premiere presentation was elegantly titled The Birth of Venus. Lines of male devotees of Western art, the story has it, extended from the performance hall down 5 flights of stairs and out into the street. The star of the show was a statuesque half-Russian young woman named Nakamura Shoko, who draped gauze over her bosom and loins. Kai Miwa, the second Venus to achieve fame, did so by being genuinely half-nude. She was admired not only for being tall, but also for having unusually white skin. The latter quality was a virtue in the old traditional canons of personal attractiveness, although now with an obvious overlay of bringing one closer to the Caucasians. Being tall and amply bosomed were new criteria of feminine beauty. Hata Toyokichi later claimed that he had charitable motives for his frozen format. Tall Venuses were rare, he explained, and he did not think it flattering or appropriate to ask short-legged women to dance. This was somewhat misleading, for stocky chorus girls already had kicked and hopped their way across theatrical stages in the interwar period, and disrobing sometimes accompanied the more licentious dances performed for male patrons in the private rooms of elite inns and geisha houses. In any case, other entrepreneurs were less chivalrous than Hata, and the strip show soon made its debut with a rather tame revue called Tokyo Follies, which climaxed with dancers striking a pose, reaching behind their backs, and unhooking the tops of their costumes. A Tokyo University student is given credit for introducing this theatrical finale. By 1948, a less academic interpretation of the strip show had emerged in Asakusa, one of Tokyo's liveliest and earthiest low-city amusement areas. From Asakusa, stripping spread throughout the country. The strip show, like its Nudes in Frames predecessor, created new celebrities who succeeded in captivating not merely popular audiences, but also some of Japan's most accomplished creative artists. Mary Masubara, one of Asakusa's star strippers, for example, became a favorite of the distinguished writer Nagai Kafu. Her charisma apparently derived not merely from her on-stage routine, but also from her wonderfully incongruous background, for she had graduated from an excellent girls' high school and previously been employed as a secretary in the House of Peers, the upper house of the pre-1947 Parliament. Another Asakusa star, Shimizu Toshiko, was heralded as Japan's Gypsy Rose, after America's most famous ecdysiast, Gypsy Rose Lee. Gypsy Rose Shimizu was almost literally worshipped for her Caucasian features, physical allure, and attractive personality. To the prolific woodblock artist Munakata Shiko, she had flesh like a goddess. The Western-style oil painter Onozawa Sanichi found the entire Kasutori culture milieu of cabarets, revues, and strip shows stimulating in the most inspirational sense. As with Toulouse-Lautrec, this demimonde would become the major subject of his art. Despite its obvious borrowings from the West, however, the Kasutori counterculture remained fundamentally indigenous. Like the black market, this was a world the conqueror could never really enter, an environment as colorful as the gaudy covers of its pulp magazines, and as gritty as the black and white photographs that record its bars, dance halls, and hole-in-the-wall eateries, its narrow, crooked streets and cluttered backstage dressing rooms. The conqueror's ideas had only negligible impact on this world, which seemed so awash in the glitter of American popular culture. Apart perhaps from Hollywood and popular music, America often tended to signify little more than an amorphous alien army of occupation, vaguely present, that in and of itself was the ultimate symbol of Japan's degradation. Similarly, although the barroom intelligentsia often delighted in dropping names and terms from the European intellectual tradition, more often than not these were just set adrift like exotic flotsam and jetsam on a sea of self-indulgence. The term apure, for example, a contraction of the post-World War I French term après-guerre, was first applied to a small group of young existentialist and nihilist writers who argued that the wreckage of the recent war included all absolute values. Before long, however, Apure became indiscriminately attached to any young person who defied traditional norms. The counterculture came from within. Decadence and authenticity. Self-indulgence and eroticism found expression at many levels. Such distinguished writers as Tanizaki Junichiro and Kawabata Yasunari, curbed by censorship during the war, re-emerged as connoisseurs of sensuality. Other literary figures in the lofty strata of the Bunkajin, or men of culture, also became associated with the primacy of individual passions. The classical poet Kawada Jun gained lasting fame when, at age 68, he stole the much younger wife of one of his disciples, sang of his passion in a poem which declared that, "To an old man approaching the grave, love holds no fear," and then had the good karma to live for almost 2 more decades in close companionship with his purloined lover. While these literary engagements with love and sexuality resonated with the lubricious eroticism of Kasutori culture, 3 younger writers, Sakaguchi Ango, Tamura Tajiro, and Dazai Osamu, dramatically linked degeneracy and carnal behavior to authenticity and individuality. In his short essay On Decadence, published in April 1946, Sakaguchi offered an impassioned critique of the illusory nature of the wartime experience, contrasting it to the intensely human and truthful decadence of post-war society. Sakaguchi's public persona was as turbulent and anarchistic as his preachments. He rode through the post-surrender years on adrenaline and a variety of less natural stimulants, and left his image to posterity in several memorable photographs in which he sits at a low table, almost literally buried in trash, old newspapers, books, magazines, crumpled manuscript pages, empty cigarette packages, torn open envelopes, and a rumpled towel or blanket. He wears an inside-out undershirt that appears sweaty. His mouth is pursed. He gazes mournfully up at the camera out of horn-rimmed glasses which reflect the light. He is writing, almost certainly about decadence. For decadence was Sakaguchi's métier, and in the view of some critics, his essay on this subject captured the essence of its time as brilliantly as any piece of writing in Japan's long history. On Decadence, according to a later commentary, freed people from the possession of war, returned to them their rightful selves, and gave them the confidence to live. Part of Sakaguchi's appeal lay in the fact that he wrote with candor of the psychological attractiveness of the recent war, of the mesmerizing grandeur of massive destruction, and the strange beauty of people submissive to fate, and then, in the same intense prose, repudiated it. It was in On Decadence that Sakaguchi observed how former kamikaze pilots who had intended to die like scattered cherry blossoms were now working in the black market, while wives who heroically saw their husbands off to battle and then knelt in prayer before their memorial tablets had already begun casting around for other men. The look of the nation since defeat is one of pure and simple decadence, he declared, and in this lay the beginning of truth, of the return to a genuine humanity. Compared to the banality of decadence, its banal matter-of-factness, one feels that the beauty of those people obedient to destiny, the beauty of the love in the midst of that appalling destruction, was a mere illusion, empty as a bubble. Could we not say that the kamikaze hero was a mere illusion, and that human history begins from the point where he takes to black marketeering? That the widow as devoted apostle is mere illusion, and that human history begins from the moment when the image of a new face enters her breast? And perhaps the emperor, too, is no more than illusion, and the emperor's true history begins from the point where he becomes an ordinary human. Japan was defeated, and the samurai ethic has perished, but humanity has been born from the womb of decadence's truth. Humans don't change. We have only returned to being human. Humans become decadent. Loyal retainers and saintly women become decadent. It is impossible to halt the process, and impossible to save humanity by halting it. Humans live and humans fall. There is no easy shortcut to the saving of humanity outside this. Much of the shock of this critique lay in its seeming so simple and sane. Although healthy and wholesome were treasured words of the wartime ideologues and censors, the world so described had in actuality been morbidly sick. In contrast, to be decadent and immoral was truthful, realistic, and supremely human. Only by starting with a humble attitude toward decadence could people begin to imagine a new, more genuine morality. "We must discover ourselves and save ourselves by falling to the best of our ability," Sakaguchi concluded. In so doing, each individual would have to create his or her own samurai ethic, his or her own emperor system. In his distinctive way, Sakaguchi was affirming something that moral philosophers and other intellectuals were also wrestling with: that no society not based on a genuine shutaisei, a true subjectivity or autonomy at the individual level, could hope to resist the indoctrinating power of the state. Sakaguchi's perceptions were almost literally fleshed out in the writings of Tamura Tajiro, who had spent 7 years fighting in China and was under no illusions about the horrendous realities of his nation's holy war. Beginning in the latter part of 1946, Tamura published a series of novels and essays extolling the truth and honesty of nikutai, or flesh, as opposed to the delusions of abstract thought or ideas, shiso. The most sensational of these writings was the novel Nikutai no Mon, Gate of Flesh. The title became a popular catchphrase, and the book was made into a long-running play that premiered in Tokyo in 1947, as well as a movie that made its debut the following year. In celebrating nikutai, or the carnal body, Tamura was engaging in a potent act of linguistic demolition, for his choice of language amounted to sacrilege bordering on outright lèse-majesty. Ever since the late 19th century, all Japanese had been indoctrinated to believe that the supreme object of veneration was the kokutai, or emperor-centered national entity, a misty concept written with 2 ideographs meaning literally country and body. From the mid-1920s on, criticism of the kokutai was a major criminal offense. Glorifying nikutai, as Tamura did with spellbinding effectiveness, amounted to a complete repudiation of the kokutai, a shocking inversion of the body, tai, to be worshipped. Now the only body deserving of veneration was the flesh, niku, the sensual body, of the individual. The abstract nation body or nation state was meaningless, and all patriotic blather about it was duplicitous. What mattered, all that was indisputably real, honest, fundamental, was the solitary physical individual. For a people who had been deformed by a long tradition of so-called spiritual ideas, Tamura explained at one point, the gate of flesh was the gate to modernity. An entire genre of flesh novels, nikutai shosetsu, emerged in mimicry of Tamura's carnal vision, but even his extraordinary popularity did not surpass that of his charismatic and doomed colleague Dazai Osamu. In the manner of his death as much as of his life and work, Dazai came to epitomize the captivating degeneracy of Kasutori culture. He too lives on in a small number of photographs. One captures him typically perched on not one but 2 bar stools, sleeves pushed up untidily, necktie loosened, cigarette in hand, a magazine half falling from his trouser pocket. He is fairly good-looking, and it is easy to imagine him engaging in witty conversation before he topples off his perch. Dazai was well-born, well-regarded, and well on his way to self-annihilation through self-indulgence long before surrender, an example of exhaustion and despair years before the kyodatsu condition became identified as a collective malaise. He became addicted to drugs before the Pacific War even began, and appears to have long courted and cultivated the mystique of the self-destructive artist. Dazai's personal demons, however, came to seem emblematic of the confusion and demoralization of the post-war years. Gifted and tormented, he lived like a degenerate and often wrote like an angel. His 1947 novel Shayo, The Setting Sun, lamented the demise of true noblesse oblige and professed to find a philosophy for the current epoch in the motto, "Love and Revolution." When, the year after the novel appeared, an alcohol-saturated Dazai committed suicide with his mistress by drowning in a reservoir, he ensured himself immortality as the tragic symbol of a world without moorings. The Setting Sun was a flawed and uneven novel. It frequently fell into maudlin romanticism and suffered from the familiar kasutori gentsia habit of scattering vacuous European terms and references about like confetti. Nonetheless, its almost immediate status as a classic came from more than just the morbid conjunction of the decadence and suicide it depicted with the decadence and suicide of the author. No other work captured the despondency and dreams of the times so poignantly. Whatever he may have lacked, Dazai was not lacking in a self-pity that resonated strongly with the deep strain of victim consciousness then pervading society. At the same time, he found beauty in decay and intimated, however feebly, that it might be possible to transcend despair through love. Although conceived in peculiarly Dazai-esque terms, this vision of love and revolution struck another popular chord. In The Setting Sun, this credo was articulated not by the artistic, suicidal younger brother who so resembled Dazai, but by his sister Kazuko. Like her brother, Kazuko refuses to go on living in mindless compliance with what society demands. Unlike him, however, she resolves to live rather than die, accepting the fact that this means she must commit herself to struggle with the world. Kazuko expresses this in a famous passage. I had never longed for revolution and had not even known love. Until now, the grown-ups around us taught that revolution and love were the most foolish and despicable things, and before and during the war we believed that to be the case. But after the defeat we became distrustful of the grown-ups around us and came to feel that the true way of living existed in the opposite of whatever they said. We came to believe that revolution and love in fact are the best and most delicious things in this life, and it is precisely because they are such good things that grown-ups perversely lied that they were sour grapes. I want to believe firmly. Humans were born for love and revolution. Although he had flirted with left-wing activities, Dazai showed no interest either in doctrinaire Marxism or the more liberal agenda of democratic revolution. In Ningen Shikaku, No Longer Human, the novel that followed The Setting Sun, he ridiculed orthodox leftism mercilessly. Economics was hardly sufficient as a casual explanation for human behavior, Dazai's semi-autobiographical protagonist declared. He simply found the aura of illegitimacy that surrounded the leftists more comfortable than the world of legitimate gentlemen. His attitude toward the occupation was just as caustic. Where the Americans themselves appeared in Dazai's work, it was usually only as an unwelcome, marginal presence. Occasionally, as in a story called Winter Fireworks, he revealed a deeper nationalistic resentment. Although occupation censors excised the strongest line in the text, the pertinent passage, with the censored portion in brackets, spoken by a woman, went as follows. We say defeated, defeated, but I don't think that's so. We've been ruined, destroyed. From one corner to the other, the country of Japan is being occupied, and every single one of us is a captive. Rural people who don't find this shameful are fools. 3 months after being censored, Dazai enjoyed a small measure of revenge by smuggling the following implicitly anti-American ditty into a short play titled Dry Leaves in Spring. Not you, it was not you we were waiting for. In a later story, he got another dig in with the observation that, from now on in Japan there's equality of the sexes even for horses and dogs. Since Dazai had turned his back on both the Marxist and the American versions of radical change, it was entirely in character that the revolutionary vision he did offer in The Setting Sun was highly idiosyncratic. In the final analysis, his heroine Kazuko declares in her rambling way, revolution is nothing more than a defiant love that repudiates the old morality, a passion beyond understanding, or even the sorrow that comes from such passion. Revolution and love are the same thing. In Kazuko's case, to be a revolutionary meant to bear and raise the illegitimate child of her disreputable elderly lover. That, she declares in the letter that concludes the novel, will be the completion of my moral revolution. This was not a revolutionary credo for everyone, nor did Dazai pretend that it was. He was not in the business of politics, after all, but of expressing emotions, and, as it emerged, of being obsessed with victimization. This was anything but a subtle leitmotif in the novel. Kazuko's suicidal brother was a little victim of life. Her seedy, alcoholic lover had the face of a victim, a noble victim, and she herself spent much of her time murmuring about the extreme desolation of being alive. Indeed, the novel ends on a ghastly note. A letter from Kazuko to her sodden lover in which revolution becomes equated with victimization, and victimization with beauty. A bastard and its mother. Nevertheless, we intend to struggle against the old morality to the end, and live like the sun. Please, you too continue to fight your battle. The revolution still hasn't taken place to the slightest degree. Many, many more precious, noble victims seem to be necessary. In the present world, the most beautiful thing is a victim. The passage is not only mawkish, but also redolent of the sort of wartime rhetoric that extolled the beauty of falling victim to causes greater than oneself. Like so much else, Dazai's celebrated novel revealed tortured, twisted links between the old and new Japan. Many commentators were appalled by the literary developments exemplified by popular writers such as Dazai, Sakaguchi, and Tamura. The critic Kawakami Tetsutaro savaged The Setting Sun as a novel by an effete author about effete characters that appealed to effete readers. Sakaguchi's affirmation of the compelling passions of war led him to be denounced for espousing violence. Tamura, whose Gate of Flesh included graphic scenes of the slaughter of a bull and the torture of a prostitute, was similarly condemned for displaying an attraction to violence that was not fundamentally different from the brutality of the war years. In a free-flowing and highly abstract discussion published in 1949, the political scientist Maruyama Masao managed to equate carnal literature not only with both the abnormality of war writings and the sensual preoccupations of the more traditional autobiographical novel, but also with the bankruptcy of contemporary carnal politics. Although carnal literature might appear to be soaring away in unhampered freedom, with its exaggeration of the sordid, Maruyama observed, actually it's grubbing around on its hands and knees in quite a commonplace world. For him, this situation had dire implications. If we don't control carnal literature and carnal politics in one way or another, he concluded, then it's senseless to talk about Japan as a democratic and cultured nation. The influential literary scholar Nakamura Mitsuo had these trends in mind when, at the end of occupation in 1952, he declared that nothing of originality or value had been written in Japan since the surrender. Nakamura's cranky judgment can be disputed. Whatever their literary stature, however, the writers of escapist stories and carnal literature, the apostles of decadence and philosophers of the flesh, the sodden romanticizers of love and revolution, the après-guerre existentialists and nihilists all roiled popular consciousness and called doctrinaire modes of thinking into question in ways their intellectual critics rarely succeeded in doing. They were spirited, iconoclastic, and influential to a degree the academic elites were loath to acknowledge. They might not have constituted the basis for a genuinely revolutionary transformation of Japan, but their challenge to old verities proved unforgettable. Married life. The carnal body remained, for most people, a literary construct. Sensuality, on the other hand, did not. A mainstream reconsideration of sexuality and conjugal relations led not to ridicule of wholesomeness, as in Kasutori culture, but rather to reconsideration of what a healthy sensuality between marriage partners might involve. Ancient Japanese poetry and prose had embraced an ideal of reciprocal love in which men and women shared sexual pleasure. In medieval times, however, the feudal elites had drawn an increasingly strict distinction between love and marriage, and certainly between sensual pleasure and marriage. Good women were taught that they were inherently inferior to men, that their entire lives were to be subordinated to the patriarchy of 3 generations of males, father, husband, and in old age, son. That although men might find it natural to indulge in erotic lovemaking, such desires and behavior were utterly improper for a well-bred woman. The ideologues of the modern state carefully reformulated these feudal prescriptions as a code of behavior for modern married couples. In their hierarchical subjugation of private worlds, women bore by far the heavier burden. A woman's destiny was to become ryosai kenbo, a good wife and wise mother. Her overriding duty was to serve the male-dominated family, and the duty of the family, in turn, was to serve the imperial state. Not surprisingly, to esteem genuine reciprocity in the conjugal relationship, including not only love but also mutual sexual gratification, became one way of defying authority and elevating the primacy of individual feelings and private worlds. In the wake of the defeat, such sentiments emerged in many guises, including a variety of popular publications emphasizing not only the appropriateness of enjoyable sex in marriage, but also appropriate techniques for achieving this. In time, the Kasutori magazines would turn promoting a sexually satisfying married life into a distinct commercial genre. The impetus to this trend, however, was the remarkable popularity of a serious text on conjugal relations that rose onto the top 10 bestseller list in 1946 and remained there for over a year. Titled Kanzen Naru Kekkon, The Complete Marriage, this surprising publishing phenomenon was a translation of a clinical manual originally published in German in 1926 by the Dutch obstetrician T.H. van de Velde. A portion of van de Velde's long opus had actually been translated into Japanese in 1930 under the title Kanzen Naru Fufu, The Complete Couple. Its first translator was a communist. Its original publisher churned out erotic books, and it was quickly banned as unwholesome by pre-war authorities. Despite the book's suppression, its reputation as a work of sexual liberation remained alive among the left-wing intelligentsia. The German edition, as well as an English translation, also remained popular among medical students and young doctors in the 1930s and early 1940s. Van de Velde's work was retranslated in its entirety by a group of medical students at Tokyo Imperial University after an inquiry in the Asahi asking if anyone would be interested in such a book elicited 100 or more responses in a single day. According to one of the translators, the students drew lots to determine who would get to do the most explicit chapters on sexual techniques. Their translation was quickly followed by a cheaper, less academic, abridged version that soon hit the number 3 spot on the bestseller list. Many readers undoubtedly were attracted to The Complete Marriage because of its erotic reputation, an allure heightened by its earlier suppression. This had been Van de Velde's first book, written when he was in his early 50s after 20 years of medical practice. Its intended audience had primarily been medical practitioners and educated husbands, and one of its basic premises, impressively enlightened for its time, was that sex is fundamental to marriage. The book's major contribution to Japanese sexual consciousness lay in the way it called attention to a sexual sensibility curve, especially in women, and stressed such concepts and practices as foreplay, afterplay, and orgasm. Van de Velde's notion that man is the teacher in sexual intercourse may appear now old-fashioned, but in these years his sensitivity to women's sexual feelings and needs in the conjugal relationship seemed startling. The popular appeal of such a frank discussion of conjugal sex was exploited in 1949 by a new monthly magazine, Fufu Sekatsu, Married Life. Its first issue followed the prescribed pattern for a legendary publication. The first printing of 70,000 copies sold out in a day. A second printing of 20,000 was snapped up immediately. With a wayward touch usually reserved for postage stamps, that printing was rushed out in such haste that many covers had only the magazine's name on a blank white background, thereby becoming collector's items. Fufu Sekatsu soon reached a monthly printing of over 300,000 copies. So sensational was its success that it is sometimes said to have marked the end of the Kasutori magazine genre and the beginning of a new epoch in mass publishing. Although a substantial portion of its articles were devoted to explicit discussions of sexual techniques, it differed from its pulp predecessors in a fundamental way. By linking sex to marriage, Fufu Sekatsu made sex a legitimate rather than a furtive activity, and turned sexual reciprocity and mutual pleasure into symbols of gender equality. Although the publishers of Fufu Sekatsu drew on such American periodicals as the journal Sexology as models, they were not charting entirely new territory. Hanashi, Story, a pre-war magazine backed by the well-known writer Kikuchi Kan, had attempted to introduce serious articles on sexual practices as early as 1933. In essentially resurrecting this unsuccessful pre-war venture, Fufu Sekatsu also took up and transformed some familiar rhetoric from the recent past. Thus, the new magazine emphasized that the family was the fundamental unit of society, which sounded very much like what ideologues of the patriarchal family system and family state had long said. By going on to identify compatible, reciprocal sexual relations between husband and wife as essential to the family, however, the magazine undermined the old ideology. As would happen again and again in post-defeat Japan, words and phrases seemed to remain little changed, but what they signified altered dramatically. Letters to Fufu Sekatsu suggested that, unlike the pulps, this new periodical was attracting female as well as male readers. Although the magazine received many critical letters in its early days, especially one editor recalled from intellectuals, positive letters of support poured in from wives as well as husbands. Among other things, such letters revealed that, like people everywhere, many Japanese were troubled by fears of sexual inadequacy. The two most common anxieties expressed by male readers involved small penises and premature ejaculations, while the most common inquiry from women was whether it was possible to have an operation to make their vaginas smaller. Despite its serious objectives, Fufu Sekatsu proved susceptible to the Kasutori magazine disease. The line between seriousness and sensationalism soon blurred, and erotica increasingly took the place of genuine concern with the physical and emotional complexities of sexual reciprocity and marital happiness. At the same time, the magazine's success inspired the birth of copycat periodicals that rarely added anything of a substantial nature to the genre, but certainly reinforced in popular consciousness the desirability of physical intimacy in marriage. Newsstands were flooded with magazines whose titles and contents picked up the romantic new outlook on married couples, fufu, and indeed on daily life, sekatsu, itself. Typical titles included Fufu Nikki, Couple's Diary, Modan Fufu Jitsuwa, Modern Couples True Stories, Fufu Sekai, Couples World, Shin Fufu, New Couples, Fufu no Shinshitsu, Couples Bedroom, Fufu no Seiten, Couples Sex Manual, Kanzen Nara Fufu Sekatsu no Tomo, Complete Couples Life Companion, Aijo Sekatsu, Love Life, and Romanso Sekatsu, Romance Life. The blurred boundary between escapism and engagement with serious issues was typical of Kasutori culture as a whole, and some critics, particularly on the political left, offered a Machiavellian interpretation of such developments. In their view, sex was part of a broader 3S policy, encouraged by occupation authorities and conservative politicians, to divert popular energies and resentments away from genuinely radical politics and protest movements. The other two S's being sports and screen, that is, both domestic and imported movies of an escapist nature. As this austere conspiracy thesis had it, the commercialization of sex was given tacit if not overt encouragement because, like sporting events and films, it was seen as an effective safety valve for a society beset by hunger and scarcity, confusion and despair. What seemed a revolutionary counterculture to some was deemed a counter-revolutionary conspiracy by others. As theories go, this was unusually harsh, priggish, elitist, and paranoid. A more enduring comment on Kasutori culture could be found in a posed photograph taken by Hayashi Tadahiko in 1947, depicting a model in a white two-piece bathing suit lying on a filthy balustrade, high above the grimy train tracks and smutty city streets. The hardship of those days is readily apparent, but so also is the esprit of hardship and a humorous, even defiant élan. The photo is witty and sad, naturalistic and contrived, erotic and strangely innocent. Decades later it remains an icon of the cultures of defeat, as memorable for what it excludes as for what it depicts. We see no Americans here, no politicians preaching democracy, no figures in military uniform, no hints of nostalgia for the past, no vestiges of the state. Just the bittersweet ambiance of life on the margins in a defeated land. Chapter 5. Bridges of Language. Words matter, and as if a dam had broken, defeated Japan was engulfed in words. The Kasutori magazines and the literature of degeneracy were but currents in a great river of communication. People came alive through words. They crossed from past to future on bridges of language. Familiar words and slogans cushioned the shock of defeat, providing a comforting sense of continuity even when the very import of these words and phrases was turned topsy-turvy. Defeat jokes flourished as satire became a weapon for dispelling despair. Bright Dipsy song lyrics lightened people's days and encouraged hope in the future. Radio reached into every household with a startling range of new programming, closely guided by the American reformers. A cacophony of political rhetoric filled the air. Serious publishing flourished, promoting liberal and left-wing ideas as well as a broad range of translated works that left the old ideologues sputtering and gnashing their teeth. This conversion of language from war uses to peace uses was part of a more general tumult involving all sorts of transformations from war to peace, sometimes of the most literal nature. Former sword makers began producing kitchen cutlery. Steel helmets were converted into cooking pots. A former manufacturer of machine guns redesigned its plant to turn out sewing machines. Publishers, faced with acute paper shortages, figured out how to make cheap recycled paper with a process formerly used to make balloon bombs. By the end of 1946, Kobe's famous Motomachi shopping district had been substantially rebuilt using metal and bulletproof glass that came from former aircraft factories. In the process, the former enemy became an entirely new kind of target. Optics technicians who until recently had been engaged in producing lenses for military use emerged with a baby pearl camera aimed at GI buyers. Former designers of fighter planes for Nakajima Aircraft, now renamed Fuji Industry, came up with the Rabbit, a motor scooter based on a U.S. military model and made from tail parts for the Ginga bomber. American habits and customs, derided only yesterday as alien and uncouth, now put a gleam in the eyes of small businessmen. Within a year after the surrender, some 400 companies were making chewing gum. It took only months for a new business sector to emerge, catering to the holiday needs of the conqueror. By November 1945, small entrepreneurs had obtained enough paper through the allotment system to meet the GI demand for exotic "Greetings from Tokyo" Christmas cards. Some 5.5 million cards were printed, mostly reproducing winter scenes from traditional woodblock prints. For the GIs as well as their families and acquaintances back home, no sharper contrast could possibly be imagined to the images that had prevailed only a few months previously. The Japanese landscape was now dotted with temples and shrines rather than pillars of smoke and pockets of flame, while graceful geisha under parasols in the snow took the place of the monkey men hiding in tropical jungles. The GI desire for cigarettes was met almost immediately by the government itself, which held a monopoly on tobacco sales. 3 new brands were produced specifically for the occupation forces with the romanized names of Rose, Salon, and Gion, after the famous Gion geisha quarter in Kyoto. Indigenous liquor manufacturers, who only a few years earlier had been toasting Japan's spectacular initial victories against the devilish Anglo-Americans, quickly came to market with a smoothed intoxicant, so the story goes, bearing the friendly and reassuring label, "Special 6-year-old brandy, brewed especially for the occupation forces." Housewives welcomed, if not the victor personally, then at least his lingo and diet into their kitchens. In mid-1946, as rice rations disappeared, it was announced that the era of flour has arrived. An Osaka electric company responded to the challenge with an immensely popular device known as the Homubeka, Japanese English for home baker. This consisted of a crude wooden box lined with metal sheets connected to an electric cord. One poured in batter or cornmeal, a new taste sensation, courtesy of food imports from America, and that was it. Although the home baker also emitted an unintended blue sparkle that was regarded as aesthetically pleasing. The earliest advertisements proclaimed this to be the first step in kitchen culture, a bread maker that does not need charcoal, gas, or an electric burner. Bread making was integral to plain survival, of course. At the same time, it also was a small manifestation of the horizontal westernization that reached into every corner of society. Another example was the dressmaking boom. Western-style dressmaking quickly emerged not only as an attractive practical skill, but as a symbol of liberation from the drab poverty and anti-Westernism of the war years. Dressmaking schools, fashion magazines, and a variety of style books all blossomed amid the ruin. When the designer Sugino Yoshiko decided to reopen her Doreme dressmaking school early in 1946, she prepared only 30 application forms. On the day set for registration, she was astonished to find 1,000 and several hundred women patiently queued up in the cold outside the school gate. Chain schools like Sugino's quickly spread through the country. The colorful, broad-shouldered, bold look associated with American woman became the rage for those able to indulge in a touch of fashion, and the dream of those still too poor to do so. Mocking defeat. Witty language accompanied many of the quick adjustments to peace. Military uniforms, heitai fuku, worn by men even years after the surrender, were rechristened defeat suits, haisen fuku. Similarly, military footwear became defeat shoes. By October 1945, brass Japanese-style pipes for smoking tobacco were already available on the black market. Sometimes said to be Japan's first post-war manufacture, the pipes, about 10 centimeters long with a very small bowl, were made from the casings of machine gun cartridges and anti-aircraft gun shells. Their popular name? Defeat pipes, of course. Such cynicism helped to diminish the pain and disgrace of defeat. And indeed, mocking defeat became something of an impromptu cottage industry. Nothing was sacred. Sentimental children's songs were given parody lyrics. Big Sunset, Little Sunset, the most saccharine of them, became Big Black Marketeer, Little Black Marketeer. A famous 14th century satirical text entitled "What's Fashionable in the Capital Now?" was rewritten stem to stern as a description of precarious contemporary life in Tokyo, from armed robbers and chameleon officials down to pencils that break when sharpened and screws that bend when turned. Well-known clichés were recycled with wicked intent. Thanks to our fighting men, Heitaisan no okage desu, one of the most pious expressions of the war years, became overnight a bitter, nasty comment on how Japan had come to find itself in its current predicament. In an unusually grim application of new meanings to old sayings, the pictorial weekly Asahi Gurafu, Asahi Graphic, ran a photo of the mushroom cloud over Hiroshima in its 1946 New Year issue, accompanied by the old saw caption, "Truth that emerged out of lies." The scorn for discredited ideologues and military leaders apparent in these new applications of old sayings was typical. The celebration of each new year became a particularly opportune occasion for mocking defeat, for since ancient times it was customary to play sound association card games on the first day of the year. Known as Iroha Karuta, or syllabary cards, the game might be compared to our pastime of making alphabet associations. A is for apple, B is for boy, but with the open-ended possibility of more elaborate connections, such as A is for all that glitters is not gold. Phonetically, Japanese can be broken down into almost 50 basic sounds, which meant that every New Year irreverent wordsmiths could make roughly 50 satiric observations about the current situations. These jokes, puns, and turns of phrase tend to defy effective translation, but they lightened hard times for many, particularly because the Iroha associations made after defeat posed such a sardonic contrast to the solemn way the game had been deployed during the war years. A few examples may convey some sense of this. For the sound Tsu, a wartime set of syllabary cards used the slogan, "Advancing Japan, Radiant Globe, Susumu Nippon, Kagayuku Chikyu," with an accompanying illustration of a fluttering rising sun flag against the sky. By contrast, an early post-surrender rendering for Tsu offered the phrase, "Morale deteriorates, fights blossom," Tsutaro dogi ni saku kenka, with a drawing of two shabby repatriated men slugging it out. Similarly, a wartime association for the sound O was the patriotic legend, "Mother goes to the Women's National Defense Association, Okasan wa kokubo fujinkai e," accompanied by a drawing of a young boy waving goodbye to his mother, who was carrying a small Japanese flag. In a post-war rendering, O was tied to the phrase, "For parent and child alike, malnutrition," Oya moko mo eyo shicho, illustrated with a drawing of a thin mother and child hand in hand. No one reading the post-war karuta, with their mocking illustrations, could fail to smile ruefully. Such language play defeat jokes greeted New Year after New Year as the occupation continued. A cartoon karuta sequence in 1946, for example, offered for the syllable ka the impudent saying, "The divine wind didn't blow, kamikaze mo fuke sokone." A year later, in the midst of the runaway inflation, another publication offered this inspired thought for ka: "Steal when poor, spend madly when prosperous. Kashite wa dorobo, uroeba ranpi." The New Year of 1948 was greeted with this seemingly refined association for the syllable re. "A cultured person who comprehends manners, reisetsu oshiro bunkajin." The barb here lay in the accompanying illustration, depicting a GI bowing in front of a Shinto shrine. The victors dropping gifts from heaven never really had the slightest idea that this level of popular joking about defeat existed, but the mordant wit itself was not necessarily antithetical to their aims. Certainly the iconoclasm here was by no means hostile to some of the messages of democracy. It simply found its own idiosyncratic voice. Brightness, apples, and English. There had been no tolerance of satire in Emperor Hirohito's war-mobilized nation, and precious little place for frivolity. This may help explain why the first great popular expression of relief and hope after the defeat involved an utterly frivolous paean to an apple. Forbidden fruit. Within weeks of surrender, a spirit of optimism could be seen emerging in publishing, radio, popular music, and film. The media continued to speak of Kyodatsu, but simultaneously began to focus on what was bright, akarui, in the present and in an imagined future. Indeed, an emphasis on brightness and newness became the ubiquitous rhetorical antidote to all that was dark and despairing. While the purveyors and consumers of Kasutori culture spoke of finding authenticity through degeneracy, others repudiated the recent past by emphasizing the bright, pure, liberating prospects of the new Japan. In many recollections of these years, the moment when hope dawned can be dated exactly to October 11th, 1945, the day on which an otherwise unmemorable film opened with a buoyant tune, Ringo no Uta, the Apple Song, that captured everyone's fancy. The song began inanely. Red apple on my lips, silently watching the blue sky. The apple doesn't say a thing, but the apple's feeling is clear. The apple's lovable, lovable's the apple, went the refrain, followed by 3 more stanzas whose lyrics became, remarkably enough, ever more inane. The song ended. Shall we sing the apple song? If 2 people sing, it's merry. If everyone sings, it's more and more delightful. Let's pass on the apple feeling. Apple's lovable, lovable's the apple. The Apple Song launched the singing career of a young actress named Namiki Michiko, whose wartime experience resembled the shattered lives of many of her admirers. Her mother had been killed in the devastating March 10, 1945 firebombing of Tokyo, and she herself had to be rescued from the Sumida River after the raid. Her father and elder brother had not returned from the war. She was a new face in the Shochiku movie troupe, and by her own account never forgot the taste of an apple she ate on location, at a time when apples cost 5 yen each, and a young actress's monthly salary was between 100 and 300 yen. Namiki's sudden success made her a symbol of escape from hard times. At concerts, she threw apples to her audience while singing, and they, it was suggested, tried to catch them as if reaching for happiness. That spirits were lifted by a peppy jingle about something edible was hardly surprising at a time when food was an overriding concern. Beyond intimations of deliciousness, however, the song lightened people's hearts with its frivolity, while its unforgettable red apple, blue sky imagery gave palpable color to a drab psychic landscape. Virtually every commentator on the song refers to a sensation of brightness, even marvelous brightness, in attempting to convey its appeal. Whether or not the Apple Song craze deserves such fulsome praise as a catalyst of post-war optimism is beside the point. It was a perfect example of the emergence of brightness, alongside exhaustion, as a code word for the times. For tens of millions of Japanese, the past was dark, the present grim, but the future brighter. Sometimes such expressions of optimism were deliberately crafted. Post-war publishers generally took care to offer upbeat and entertaining fare to their readers. Films and serious prose often moved, stylistically, from darkness to light. Even practical undertakings, such as teaching English, were carefully wedded to an explicit philosophy of accentuating the positive. Come Come English, Kamu Kamu Eigo, an enormously popular daily radio program that premiered on February 1, 1946, became famous not only for its conversation lessons, but also for its cheery theme song. Here the lyrics were in English, set to the melody of a bouncy old Japanese children's song. Come, come, everybody. How do you do, and how are you? Won't you have some candy? 1 and 2 and 3, 4, 5. Let's all sing a happy song, singing tra-la-la. Hirakawa Tadaichi, the moderator of the program, later explained the unusual decision to adopt a theme song for an educational program as being motivated by a keen feeling that this would help foster confidence in the new Japan. In the dark Japanese society of immediately after the war, he recalled, we couldn't sing military songs and wanted an English song to sing proudly that would make people's feelings brighter. Hirakawa's lessons were designed to convey a sense of good humor while fostering an appreciation of democratic practices in everyday life. Here, too, the pedagogy rested on an almost Manichaean vision of darkness and light. I thought in those days, as he put it, that there could be no reconstruction of Japan until brightness was regained, unless people's hearts became bright and they began to look forward with positive feelings. I seriously feared Japan would collapse if the situation continued where people forgot to even laugh and didn't know what to do. So when I was asked to do an English program, I took it as a solemn opportunity the gods gave me to make Japan bright. By all accounts, Come Come English lived up to Hirakawa's expectations. The program remained on the air for 7 years, and was regularly listened to in an estimated 5.7 million households. 500,000 textbooks were published in conjunction with the program, and 500,000 fan letters were received between 1946 and 1952. Hirakawa himself became a greatly respected celebrity. Such visions of a bright and democratic society stood as a sharp contrast to the ponderous pronouncements of the wartime ideologues. Yet a certain elasticity in wartime rhetoric and values made it possible to pursue such bright new hopes without feeling thoroughly disoriented. Language, vague, emotional, evocative discourse of the most formulaic sort, proved to be a bridge on which people could move from the militarist past toward a more peaceful future, while still retaining a sense of familiarity, consistency, even integrity of a sort. Brightness itself was a good example of this, for the word and the images and connotations associated with it, light, radiance, the rising and shining sun, clarity of purpose, purity of motive, had been ubiquitous during the war years. In July 1941, on the 4th anniversary of the outbreak of war with China, for example, the government exhorted its people to carry on under numerous slogans including, "The 100 million fighting, bright and strong." One of the pithier slogans of 1943 called on the Japanese to extinguish America and Britain and make a bright world map. Slogan after slogan sought to instill bright attitudes and confidence on both the battlefield and the home front, and also to protect Japan as the radiant hope of all Asia. Light of Asia was one of the propaganda names the Japanese used in Southeast Asia. When the boss of the Ozu gang opened the Light from Shinjuku market, he was moving from wartime to peacetime sloganeering without even breaking stride. Kodansha, Japan's largest publisher and an enthusiastic supporter of the war effort, responded similarly to defeat by accentuating the positive. As an editor recalled, it was decided that people really wanted and needed to read not serious, soul-searching tomes about the war, but rather enjoyable novels, fun novels, bright novels. Kodansha's staff, however, was really doing little more than reaffirming the company's long-held policy of avoiding serious social and political criticism. In 1931, following Japan's seizure of Manchuria, it was none other than this same publishing house that had adopted the slogan, "Bright and just, with all our might." Wartime rhetoric proved malleable when it came to post-war objectives because it was largely constructive and idealistic to begin with. The Japanese did not march off to war shouting, "Long live militarism and aggression!" They declared that they were fighting for peace and security, coexistence and co-prosperity, a bright future for their nation and all of Asia. All lies, declared the victorious Allies, the Kasutori Gentsia, the political left in general. A more ordinary response, however, was to say, wartime rhetoric reflected decent, even noble ideals, but we were disastrously deceived and misled by our leaders in our pursuit of them. From this perspective, it became possible to imagine that the ideals for which so many had been willing to die might also aid in the creation of a new, prosperous, and peaceful nation. At the very least, it could be argued that serving the country did not simply mean serving it in war. Early in 1947, a first-grade teacher offered an example of how the same words or texts could be interpreted differently before and after surrender. He described for the press how Momotaro, the Peach Boy, a classic of children's literature and a favorite tool of wartime propagandists, was now used in his classroom. During the war, Momotaro had been seen as a nationalistic parable of a divine, quintessentially Japanese hero who saved the country from conquest by demons, the Anglo-American enemy, and returned with their treasure as booty. Post-war children, as this teacher told it, were now more interested in the treasure than the demons. And, as there were no illustrations in their post-surrender textbooks, they were left to speculate on the nature of the treasure. Money and food, they concluded. When asked what should be done with these, his pupils engaged in considerable discussion, itself a contrast to wartime classrooms, before finally deciding, by a 38-2 vote, that they should be divided equitably and dispensed to the poor. The carryover of catchphrases, images, even whole texts from the war years was in itself neither progressive nor reactionary. Invariably, however, this continuum of familiar language conveyed a sense of stability, and so functioned as psychological balm at a time of acute stress and unusually dramatic change. Sometimes rhetoric of the recent past fit neatly, almost like fine joinery, with the new agendas of defeat. The two most familiar slogans of the early post-war period, "Construct a Nation of Peace," Heiwa Koku Kensetsu, and "Construct a Nation of Culture," Bunka Koka Kensetsu, resurrected two key themes of wartime propaganda, construction and culture, and turned them into rallying cries for the creation of a nation resting on democratic, anti-militaristic principles. School children throughout the country wrote and rewrote these slogans as part of their calligraphy lessons. Even the young Crown Prince Akihito participated in this exercise. Because such anti-war sentiments reflected the sincere feelings of millions of war-weary Japanese, it was easy to overlook how firmly the rhetoric of construction and culture was grounded in wartime discourse. After all, the great rallying cry in World War II had been, "Construct a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere." Japan's war against China and the Western Allied powers had been accompanied by slogans such as, "Muster the Yamato heart for construction," and "Everyone serving for construction." Similarly, the phrasemakers of the 1930s and early 1940s rang culture like a bell, commonly coupling it with images of brightness and radiance. "Rising sun land, superior culture," was a typical slogan for the China War. After Pearl Harbor, the propagandists were even more explicit in emphasizing that culture, dynamic and regenerative, emanated from Japan. "Imperial culture is the light of Asia" was a rallying cry from 1942. As another slogan of that year expressed it, Japan was in the process of creating a new culture tied to a radiant past. Catchphrases were like valises, waiting to be emptied of their old contents and filled with something new. The familiarity of the new. The most hackneyed beseechments of wartime sloganeering, "Cooperate," "Hyoryoku suru," for example, and "Give your all," "Gambaru," also became staples of post-war exhortations to work for reconstruction, peace, democracy, or the new Japan. It was the rhetoric of newness itself, however, that most revealed how old and familiar many of the new slogans and exhortations really were. The cult of the new was omnipresent. In the publishing world alone, well over 100 magazines that appeared during the first 3 years after the war used the ideograph for new in their name, either in compound words, read shin, or in its adjectival form, read atarashi. A number of magazines even used the English for new, in their titles. The areas of interest in which these magazines specialized reveal how avidly the blessing of newness was dispensed. Among other things, readers could embrace a new age, new culture, new democracy, new education, new geography, new history, new hope, new labor, new life, new movies, new salaried man, new school, new poetry, new sports, new way, new women, new world, newborn democratic Buddhism, new literature, new haiku, new marriage, new self-government, new era, new freedom, new free people, new society, new science, new farmer, new farm village, new youth, new police, new family, new beauty care, and even a new happy star. As the wartime slogan, "A new culture tied to a radiant past," indicates, however, newness, like culture and brightness, was a concept that lay at the very heart of the ideology of Imperial Japan. This fixation on transformation was often obscured by those strains of Western and Japanese propaganda that stressed the old, traditional, or unchanging aspects of pre-surrender culture and policy. In actuality, renovation was one of the central ideals of the war years, just as rapid change had been the watchword of millions of Japanese ever since the mid-19th century. From the Japanese perspective, the war years were an attempt to throw off the status quo, to transcend the global depression and to catch up with the more advanced industrial economies of the West. People's lives were transformed dramatically after 1931 as the country mobilized for total war, and the wartime goals of construction were explicitly renovationist. Internationally, this vision, like the Nazi New Order, was encapsulated in the formulation of an East Asia New Order, or simply New East Asia. Domestically, the renovationist sentiment found expression in the ideal, as announced by the Second Konoe Cabinet in 1940, of a new economic structure coupled with a new political structure. Typically, the emperor's subjects were expected to be bright and cheerful as they threw themselves into supporting this new policy. As a 1941 slogan put it, "Always smiling faces, the new structure." All this made it easier to embrace the inevitability and even the desirability of post-war transformations. Change, in a word, was itself a continuity. The Japanese had not been socialized to preserve the status quo. On the contrary, ever since the Meiji Restoration in the 1860s, they had been involved in a whirlwind of change. The war years represented an acceleration of this process in innumerable ways. The sense of crisis intensified. So also did the depth of dissatisfaction with the status quo. When the war ended in disaster and utter defeat, it was obvious that the new order and the new structure had been miserably conceived. It seemed no less self-evident that the quest for a new domestic structure and a new place in the global political economy had to go on. The point is not complicated, only generally neglected. Renovation and iconoclasm were strains as deeply embedded in consciousness as were reverence for the past or acquiescence to the powers that be. For almost a century, the Japanese had been socialized to anticipate and accommodate themselves to drastic change. When World War II ended, they were well prepared, not merely by the horrors and manifest failures of the war, but also by the socialization of the past and even the psychic thrust of wartime indoctrination, to carry on the quest for a new Japan. In other words, it was entirely traditional to find pundits gathering soon after the surrender to engage in a roundtable discussion on changing the world. What changed, and drastically so, was how men and women now chose to define what that new world should be like. Turning familiar rhetoric and preoccupations in new directions smoothed the passage from war to peace in numerous other ways. The post-surrender fixation on enduring the unendurable was rooted in a sense of vulnerability and victimization that predated the China and Pacific Wars and traced back in its modern guise to the gunboat diplomacy and unequal treaties with which the Western powers had forced Japan out of its feudal isolation. The wartime demonization of devilish Anglo-Americans proved easily transferable to new incarnations of evil, to militarists, ultranationalists, and feudal elements during the early radical days of reformism, and to demonic communists, or, in the eyes of the left, demonic U.S. imperialists thereafter. A wartime emphasis on purity elided easily into post-war fixations on purification, or cleansing, or rectification. It was in this context that there emerged substantial popular support not only for top-level war crimes trials and a purge of militarists and ultranationalists, but also for the general reformist policy of cleansing politics and society of feudalistic and militaristic vestiges. Even conspiracy theories provided a kind of comforting, or at least familiar, continuity between the epochs of war and peace. Before surrender, the Japanese were indoctrinated to attribute their troubles to the machination of Western imperialists on the one hand, and canny communists on the other. It required only a slight turn of mind to conclude that the real conspirators had been Japan's own gunbatsu, its military cliques. More obvious legacies from the past, especially the pre-militarist past, reinforced such subtle rechanneling of popular sentiment and helping people look to the future with a sense of continuity and hope. Conservative and liberal anti-militarists could, for instance, point to a number of democratic precedents in the pre-war period. The Charter Oath of 1868, in which the new government pledged to overthrow the evil practices of the feudal past. The Western-inspired ideals of civilization and enlightenment, and liberty and people's rights that had flourished in the 1870s and 1880s. The practice of parliamentary government under a constitutional monarchy initiated as early as 1890, and the emergence of greater political pluralism in the 1910s and 1920s, a promising development known as Taisho democracy, in reference to the reign years of Emperor Hirohito's father. For more radical men and women, defeat and the temporary disarray of the old guard made possible the revitalization of left-wing traditions as well. When 250,000 people assembled in front of the Imperial Palace on May 1, 1946, they were able to announce that they were celebrating May Day for the 17th time in Japan, merely resuming a tradition that had been repressed in 1936. In these manifold ways, language and history contributed immeasurably to the resources people drew on in engaging the prospects of a new Japan. Rushing into print. Although actual hunger preoccupied most people in the months, if not years, following capitulation, more figurative hungers beset them as well. Notable among these was a craving for words that went beyond sloganeering. Under the militarists and ultranationalists, free expression had been severely suppressed. What passed the censors gave meager sustenance at best. Despite formidable obstacles, publishing was one of the first commercial sectors to recover in defeated Japan. This was an impressive development. The efflorescence of the publishing industry represented a triumph of intellectual and entrepreneurial spirit, for both censorship and material obstacles continued to plague publishers. Under the occupation, a considerable range of subjects was placed off limits, including criticism of the Allies and their policies, as well as praise of values that the victors deemed in any way militaristic or ultranationalistic. Many printing plants had been destroyed, and startup capital was in short supply. Insolvency was a commonplace among would-be publishers. Until 1951, paper remained in critically short supply and was subject to complicated and onerous rationing regulations. Despite all this, the recovery was rapid and vigorous. Dry statistics convey some sense of the hunger for words in print. At war's end, there were approximately 300 publishing companies in Japan. 8 months later, the number had increased to almost 2,000. In 1948, it peaked at around 4,600, a majority of which did not survive the recession that began the next year. Nonetheless, in 1951, as the occupation drew to a close, about 1,900 publishers were still in operation, a six-fold increase over August 1945. Where magazines were concerned, the publishing situation was so turbulent that exact figures are impossible to come by. Many periodicals ceased publication temporarily in the confusion of defeat, but returned to newsstands weeks or months later. Others, suppressed by the militarists, made a post-war comeback. Still others navigated the passage from war to peace with a hasty, expeditious name change. The former wartime woman, Senji Josei, became Ladies Graphic, Fujin Gaho, for example, while wartime youth, Senji Seinen, was rechristened Construction Youth, Kensetsu Seinen. Wartime economy, Senji Keizai, was neatly deregulated into investment economy, Toshi Keizai, and wartime medicine, Senji Igaku, entered post-war practice as integrative medicine, Sogo Igaku. In the same spirit, national administration, Gekoku, became New Era, Shinjidai. Weapons technology, Heiki Gijitsu, underwent rapid conversion to peace industry, Heiwa Sangyo, and mechanics friend, Kikako no Tomo, experienced a mysterious conversion and emerged as new opinion, Shinron. The Youth Culture Association East Asia Culture Sphere Company, a propagandistic wartime publisher whose very name cried out for a good copy editor, resurfaced as the Cultural Association for Construction of a New Japan, and replaced its imperialistic flagship journal, East Asia Culture Sphere, Towa Bunkaken, with a new magazine titled simply Culture, Bunka. It exhorted readers to join kindred souls throughout the world and drive out the enemies of culture that existed around them, as well as in their own hearts and minds. Some name changes resembled a woman taking back her maiden name on the dissolution of a failed marriage. In 1943, Kodansha's mass circulation magazine King, Kingu, became Fuji, one of the most evocative of nationalistic symbols, when the company decided to give its all to winning the Thought War. After surrender, the name King was resumed. The confusion resulting from such stops, starts, and rechristenings was compounded by the sudden appearance and equally sudden disappearance of genuinely new periodicals. At the same time, many small publications aimed at local audiences tended to be neglected in comprehensive publishing statistics, although some were of high quality. It is estimated that between surrender and the end of 1945, slightly fewer than 200 different magazines appeared on national newsstands, of which 60 or 70 may have been brand new. During the first half of 1946, at least 400 additional magazines appeared, of which around 85% were new. Thereafter, the number of periodicals increased exponentially. In 1946 alone, some 114 magazines were identified as catering exclusively to women readers. From surrender to late 1949, the censorship section of the Occupation Command surveyed some 13,000 different periodicals. Over the same period, circulation figures for daily newspapers rose from 14.2 million to 26.6 million. In this area, SCAP's zealous censors surveyed an estimated 16,500 different newspapers between 1945 and 1949. Book publishing similarly showed no evidence of succumbing to the kyodatsu condition. Close to 1,000 new books had appeared by the end of 1945, including many by authors who had been suppressed under the militarists or on topics that had been declared taboo. The total number of books and pamphlets submitted to SCAP's censorship detachment prior to the latter part of 1949 was in the neighborhood of 45,000. By SCAP's own count, between November 1945 and April 1948, new translations of some 1,367 foreign language works had been produced, amounting to over 3 translations every 2 days. Contrary to what one might have expected under an occupation regime controlled by the United States, books by American authors constituted but a small portion, 7.6%, of the total. The list was genuinely cosmopolitan, with French authors accounting for 350 works, Germans 294, Russians 251, British 194, Americans 104, Chinese 43, and Italians 37. The remaining 94 titles came from various other countries. Although a good portion of post-war publishing was escapist and ephemeral, much was serious and idealistic. The statements of purpose with which new and revived magazines and journals introduced their first post-war issues are suggestive in this regard, because in many cases they were formulated before the occupation authorities had fully articulated their own reformist agenda. Democracy was in the air, of course, as anyone remotely familiar with the Potsdam Declaration or General MacArthur's early pronouncements was aware. Still, as a random sample of such early statements reveals, publishers across the political spectrum lost little time in advancing their own visions of what this still vague idea of democracy should entail. The editors of Kyoryoku Shimbun, cooperative press, were fairly typical in the way they set about redefining national purposes in their maiden post-surrender issue. A labor-oriented publication dating back to the Taisho era and originally named Shoko Shimbun, Worker Encouragement Press, it had devoted its wartime issues to encouraging labor support for national policy. The first renamed edition, dated September 1st, a day before the surrender ceremonies on the Missouri, was identified as a Guide to Recovery issue. Turning an old image to new purposes, the cover reproduced a drawing that had been used 4 years earlier when Japan initiated war against the United States, depicting people kneeling in front of the Imperial Palace. Of course, it sported a new caption: "We have cried all we can, now let's smile and stand up." The feature article was an exchange between the publisher and Tsurumi Yusuke, a famous parliamentarian, awkwardly but provocatively headlined, "The world has changed. Questions and answers. Think about Japan being reborn as a great nation of culture, and do collective repentance about the past. Typically of the more conservative responses to defeat, Kyoryoku Shimbun told its readers that no experience, not even staggering defeat, was without value. Japan, the United States, the world as a whole could learn from the Great East Asia War. Indeed, for the sake of future peace and prosperity, the entire world had to engage in self-reflection, a cherished term of the times, and repentance. Where the Japanese were concerned, one could only tremble in awe before the emperor's magnanimity in concluding the war. At the same time, it was necessary to recognize that the 100 million as a whole, not just militarists such as General Tojo, bore responsibility as war criminals and for the defeat. That said, Kyoryoku Shimbun's editors urged readers to concentrate on the future. First of all, they observed, we need to work 3 to 5 times more than the Americans, study harder and be more inventive. Before the war, the country was said to be 20 years behind the United States in science and industry. Now the technological gap probably amounted to the equivalent of 30 to 50 years, and was compounded by a comparably formidable gap in government, economics, and culture. Despite the daunting challenge of catching up with the United States, there was hope for a bright future if the 100 million could succeed in wedding pragmatic flexibility to their own unparalleled history and culture. Here, the editors of the former propagandistic publication found it possible to retain some of their old patriotic rhetoric. Our divine Japan, with a national polity that is unsurpassed in the world and a proud history of 3,000 years, possesses brains as well as absolute loyalty and morality. Although possessing such exemplary environment and quality, we do need to absorb the good points of the United States and the rest of the world. At the same time, however, we also must rid ourselves of the imitate and followism of the past, and make the most of ourselves and what is Japanese. Thus, we firmly believe that war-defeated Japan can win over war-victorious America culturally, and come to have many things to teach Britain. Such attempts to salvage a modicum of honor and self-esteem in the midst of humiliating defeat were commonplace. Just as common, however, were heartfelt acknowledgments of failure and of the necessity of starting over. The editorial send-off for the September 1945 issue of Geien, Garden of Art, a magazine for young women, was characteristically candid and earnest. The war which we believed to be just was lost, our writings about victory turned into waste paper, and we young editors plunged into depths of despair, it read. The same must be true of you readers. Since you believed in the war and dedicated yourselves to the home front, forgetting the seasons and youth and dreams, your shock must have been all the greater. This said, the editorial immediately went on to declare that the pressing demands of tomorrow's Japan did not permit wallowing in confusion and perplexity. Youth in particular now faced the task, indeed the duty, of building a new Japanese culture and establishing a nation of culture and peace. Other women's publications were more exuberant. Shin Tsubaki, New Camellia, a local magazine that began publishing in Osaka in March, opened with a strong endorsement of the Potsdam ideals of creating a democratic and peace-oriented nation. From the moment Japan threw down its arms, the statement exclaimed, women were liberated from everything. The magazine went on to call for the elimination of unscientific elements from scholarship and irrationality from all aspects of social behavior. Shinjidai, New Era, the peppy post-defeat spawn of a magazine prosaically titled Keikoku, National Administration, also was expansive in defining the challenges ahead. Irresponsible leaders of the Showa era had betrayed the glorious legacies of the early Meiji and Taisho periods, the editors declared. Moral deterioration and loss of pride as a race were major causes of defeat, and serious self-reflection was in order. The war could be seen as a mirror in which both the beauty and ugliness of the people were reflected, and the most obvious manifestations of ugliness were feudalistic legacies, irrationality, and anti-scientific attitudes, a position that would soon be de rigueur in American pronouncements about the Japanese malaise. When all was said and done, Shinjidai's born-again editors continued, the people had failed to completely understand and assimilate modern civilization. It behooved them to do so now, and to win their freedom by their own abilities, their own self-governing creativity, instead of merely relying on the occupation force. Even on this difficult road of thorns there is a ray of light, the editors concluded, and in this sense the new era is an era of liberation. Other periodicals even more emphatically repudiated the past. Shinsei, New Life, a typical new magazine, proclaimed that make-believe and slippery excuses no longer work. The old Japan has been completely defeated. Completely. We must engrave this in our hearts and embark from here toward a newborn Japan. Newborn Japan, Shinsei Nihon, was in fact the name of a new periodical that made its appearance in November, featuring as its cover an illustration of a tall American GI helping an elderly Japanese woman with a heavy load on her back. Here the editorial send-off called for shedding old clothes, gazing unflinchingly at the real figure of defeated Japan, and considering all social phenomena in a genuinely critical spirit, while at the same time reaffirming that love of country remained absolutely unchanged. By year's end, left-wing publications were contributing loudly to the chorus heralding change. Jinmin, The People, one of the most relentless magazines when it came to castigating wartime collaborators among the intelligentsia, made its debut in December with a stinging denunciation of militarists, landlords, zaibatsu, and the emperor-centered bureaucratic system. People are suffering in this ruined land, its editors declared, but for the first time in history they are also liberated from oppression. Great sacrifices were made, but if for the first time Japanese history is being transferred to the people's hands, then all was worth it. The Allied blow to the ruling classes was described as a valuable gift from the world to the peace-loving, democratic Japanese people. Like most commentators, the editors of Jinmin found it politically and psychologically imperative to identify indigenous seeds of democracy in Japan, calling attention to the passionate desire for democracy seen in the liberty and people's rights movement of the early Meiji period and in the proletarian movements of the early 20th century. Most of the senior editors and writers who gave voice to such views were products of an eclectic pre-war intellectual tradition that had accommodated serious engagement with Marxist as well as liberal discourse. For them, defeat amounted to the resumption of an interrupted critical tradition that, in a few instances, had continued for longer than most of Japan's antagonists realized. This was the case with the monthly Kaizo, Reconstruction, which along with the equally famous Chuo Koron, Central Review, had provoked suppression by the imperial government as late as mid-1944. When Kaizo resumed publication in January 1946, its lead article was an essay on Constructing a Peaceful Japan by Morito Tatsuo, a well-known Marxist. The magazine commented editorially that although it was natural for people to view their own country's actions as just, from an objective perspective it was apparent that Japan's past attitudes and actions had been a dark mass of ambition, especially where China was concerned. Kaizo's resurrection was complemented by the appearance of a distinguished new progressive periodical, the monthly journal Sekai, World, published by Iwanami. Iwanami was to serious intellectual publishing what Kodansha was to books and magazines aimed at mass consumption. Indeed, Iwanami culture and Kodansha culture were already familiar catchphrases for the separate worlds of elite and popular publishing. Many of the greatest writers of the West, including Marxist as well as pre-revolutionary Russian authors, already were present on Iwanami's backlist of translations, some of them suppressed during the war, and most of them destined for renewed promotion in the wake of defeat. Impressive numbers of Japan's most incisive critics and progressive intellectuals were already in Iwanami's stable or soon flocked to it. Even amid the deluge of old, reconstituted, and new periodicals, Sekai's birth was notable, and its opening statement of purpose was fairly representative of liberal and left-wing opinion in general. Surrender, the new journal observed, was unprecedented and humiliating, and darkness, chaos, and suffering clearly lay ahead. At the same time, defeat had exposed the unreasonableness, fraud, bluff, and injustice of the war years, and opened the possibility of the Japanese people's making a new start based on realistically facing up to the truth. Bereft of armaments and empire, denied economic freedom and restrained from overseas activity, they had no alternative but to try to create a world of broad and bright morality and culture. Evoking a biblical metaphor, Sekai's editors described this as breaking through a narrow gate. What lay ahead, they said, was a road of extreme difficulties, but at the same time a road of glory. If the war experience had exposed the powerlessness of culture, emptiness of morality, and laziness, cowardice, and irresponsibility of the cultured intellectual class in our country, the redemptive task that lay ahead was to develop a culture and morality that the whole world could applaud. By the time Sekai appeared on the scene, U.S. occupation ideals had been clearly articulated. The editors summarized these as democracy, respect for individuality, freedom of speech and religion, and world peace, and then took care to emphasize that these ideals were to be pursued not because the victors had ordered this to be done, but because they are based on the demands of human nature and universal justice. The list of tasks to be accomplished was endless, but central to all endeavors was the creation of a society based on social justice and responsive to the will of the people. Only that kind of society would prevent tyranny and dictatorship from arising ever again in Japan. Such sentiments, painful, earnest, self-critical, intensely idealistic, found expression in hundreds of post-surrender periodicals. Bestsellers and posthumous heroes. The first sensational post-war bestseller was a short English-language conversation book conceived on the day of the Emperor's surrender broadcast. The brainchild of an editor named Ogawa Kikumatsu, this phenomenal little success story quickly earned a place in publishing lore and held the record as the country's all-time best-selling publication until 1981. As the story goes, Ogawa was on a business trip when he heard the broadcast. His eyes still moist with emotion, he boarded a train back to the capital and immediately began to consider how to get rich from the changed situation. By the time the train pulled into Tokyo, he had hit upon his great idea. And, like so many Enlightenment experiences, it was the essence of simplicity. As soon as the country was occupied, people would be clamoring for an easy guide to everyday English conversation. He would provide it. Ogawa, who evidently had no particular competence in English, sold his idea to a publisher. He and his more skilled collaborators then took 2 conversation books from the war years as models. One was a Japanese-Chinese manual that had proven useful in quite a different occupation situation. No one seems to have noted the black humor in this. The second was a Japanese-Thai manual. Accounts vary as to whether it took 1 day or 3 to complete the full draft of the little book. In any case, Nichibei Kaiwa Techo, Japanese-English conversation manual, made its debut exactly 1 month after those tears came to Ogawa's eyes. It was 32 pages long, and its initial printing of 300,000 copies disappeared almost immediately. By the end of 1945, 3.5 million copies had been sold. All over Japan, people prepared to meet their conquerors by turning to page 1 of this handy guide, which began, "Thank you. Thank you awfully. How do you do?" The English phrases were accompanied not only by equivalent Japanese in both ideographic and romanized form, but also by phonetic, katakana, renderings of the English. These too revealed a touch of inspiration, for they were not precise formal renderings, but had a comfortably colloquial feel to them, as if Ogawa and his associates had managed to spend an evening or 3 in a bar with a woozy native speaker before rushing the draft to the printer. Thus, on encountering their first GI, Japanese could be ready to say phonetically, "Sankyu, Sankyu ofuri, how de," or alternatively, "how de do." The last apparently came from howdy and howdy-do. Fortunately for the world of letters, this astonishing little publication did not set the pattern for subsequent bestseller lists. Although academic critics have tended to look down on the literary output of these years, the world of book publishing proved unusually open to broad questioning of an impressively fundamental sort. Scholarship flourished in numerous areas that had been proscribed by the militarists, including academic Marxism, which experienced a strong revival. Eminent literary figures who had chafed under or been censored by the militarists, such as Nagai Kafu, Tanizaki Junichiro, Kawabata Yasunari, and Osaragi Jiro, became celebrities again. The top 10 bestsellers from 1946 to 1949 collectively conveyed an impression of cosmopolitan breadth and serious purpose never again to be matched, as ordinary citizens proved responsive to writings that addressed abiding issues of human nature and social responsibility. As one commentator has put it, these writings tended to be preoccupied with life in the broadest sense. Even in retrospect, the early bestseller lists remain full of surprises. Post-war readers, for instance, immediately turned in large numbers to the greatest of their modern writers, Natsume Soseki, who died in 1916. Soseki's collected works, issued in several new editions, remained on the top 10 lists through 1948. Much of his attractiveness, during these uncertain years, lay in the unflinching candor with which his fiction explored intimate personal relationships. Affairs of the heart constituted the essence of Soseki's many novels, including the revered Kokoro, Heart and Soul. The Soseki boom seems to have reflected not so much nostalgia for a period in modern history before war and defeat, but a desire for a renewed engagement with the torments and solaces of the individual. In a famous lecture in 1914, Soseki had already spoken strongly about the need to maintain a spirit of individualism vis-à-vis the state. As a novelist, he was a masterful delineator of how difficult it was to maintain one's balance and integrity in a nation that was inexorably undergoing frenetic change. In the final works of his brief but extraordinarily productive career, love between man and woman, painful, conflicted, irresistible, was his most obsessive concern. In Soseki's world, love always was placed on a higher plane than the demands of society, even when this meant social ostracism, personal torment, or self-destruction. The protagonist of Sorekara, and then, for example, becomes a heroic and tragic figure by giving himself entirely to a love that obeyed the will of heaven but violated the laws of man. Of the isolated married couple whose life is described in Mon, The Gate, readers were told that, when the cold was hard to bear, they found warmth in each other's embrace, relying only on one another. In this regard, the old master's writings were consistent with the concern for private worlds that now preoccupied so many Japanese. They were also a powerful reminder that the intellectual and psychological crises which men and women were then confronting were not at all unprecedented. On the contrary, this was but the latest stage in an ongoing dilemma: how to define and assert one's identity and individuality in an age of traumatic and irresistible modernization and westernization. Soseki addressed such issues with unsurpassed sensitivity. He was by no means the only author to remain on the bestseller lists for more than a year. Remarkably, 7 other writers did likewise. In addition to Van de Velde's text on marital relations, the top 10 publications of 1946 included 3 other foreign works in translation: Jean-Paul Sartre's Nausée, André Gide's Interviews Imaginaires, Imaginary Interviews, translated as Kaku Kaikenki, and Eric Maria Remarque's Arc de Triomphe. Interestingly, no American author rose into the top 10 until the translation of Margaret Mitchell's Gone with the Wind appeared in 1949. Sartre and Gide were the only 2 authors who did not reappear in the top 10 lists of 1947, although interest in existentialism remained keen among intellectuals. Remarque's novel, like Soseki's collected works, remained a bestseller for 3 years in succession. In addition to Soseki, Japanese books at the top of the 1946 bestseller list included Senpu Ninjunen, The 20-Year Whirlwind, a journalistic account of Japan's road to war and destruction; Nagai Kafu's Udekurabe, Rivalry, a novel about competition in the geisha quarters that was written during the war but withheld from publication; the autobiography of Kawakami Hajime, a pioneer Marxist scholar and early member of the Japan Communist Party, who passed away a few months after the war ended; Miki Kiyoshi's Tetsugaku Noto, Philosophical Notes, consisting of previously published essays by a well-known philosopher who had died in prison; and the prison letters of the executed spy Ozaki Hotsumi. 4 of the Japanese authors on the bestseller list were dead, and of them only Soseki had seen his writings reach a large audience in his lifetime. Miserable defeat brought with it a cultural crisis of a very specific nature. The old nationalistic heroes had been toppled, but who would take their place? Textbooks had to be rewritten. Postage stamps had to be redesigned. Publishers had to come up with exemplary new native sons. In the last case, the best-selling writings of Kawakami, Miki, and Ozaki helped meet this need. The three men shared much in common. They were associated with Marxism and communism, although their intellectual horizons were not bound by either. Each had been imprisoned for political reasons. They were all principled individuals who embodied qualities of independent thought and personal autonomy that appeared rare and admirable in a country where most people had caved in completely, in many cases enthusiastically, to the authoritarian state. It also helped that they wrote well. Kawakami and Ozaki were particularly effective stylists, and Miki, in his posthumous Tetsugaku Noto, Philosophical Notes, conveyed his ideas on tradition, genius, leadership, morality, ideology and pathology, and constructing a world view in an accessible language rare among his philosopher colleagues. In addition, the three men surely appealed to Japanese readers because they were victims, even though they were, in a sense, victims of the same people who now found them attractive. Kawakami, the oldest of the three, had made a mark on popular consciousness in 1916, when he published an impassioned denunciation of exploitation titled Bimbo Monogatari, A Tale of Poverty, a subject of keen, renewed interest 3 decades later. Imprisoned from 1933 to 1937 because of his communist activities, he disappeared from public view during the 8 years of the China and Pacific Wars. He did not speak out against his country's aggression, but neither did he lend himself actively to the imperial cause, as so many of his erstwhile leftist comrades had. Essentially, he became invisible, and when he spoke up again through his writings after the surrender, it almost seemed as if a legendary figure had suddenly risen from the dead. A small Kawakami boom ensued, involving the publication of articles, poems, letters, prison recollections, and miscellaneous pieces. The boom was highlighted by the appearance of the lengthy autobiography Kawakami had written secretly between 1943 and 1945, which began to be serialized in a progressive journal in February 1946. Eventually published in 4 volumes, this was extravagantly praised as being unprecedented in Japanese letters and comparable to such odysseys as Rousseau's Confessions and Goethe's Sorrows of Young Werther. But the old revolutionary never witnessed his full apotheosis as what one critic called a seeker after truth who chose the difficult path. He died on January 31st at the age of 67, just before the first installment of the autobiography appeared. The death of 48-year-old Miki Kiyoshi was more shocking, for he succumbed to illness in prison on September 26, 1945, 6 weeks after the war ended, but before U.S. occupation authorities had effected the release of political prisoners. An eclectic philosopher and social critic, he had been imprisoned in 1944 for allowing a communist friend to hide in his home. From 1922 to 1925, Miki had studied in Germany, where he became an acquaintance of Karl Mannheim and was influenced by both Marxist thought and the methodology of Martin Heidegger. In 1930, he was briefly arrested as a communist sympathizer. His intellectual quest led him to attempt to reconcile existentialism and religion, and he became increasingly involved with Japanese systems of thought, particularly the ideas of his eminent contemporary, the philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who sought to meld Western philosophical ideas with the insights of Zen Buddhism, and the teachings of the iconoclastic 13th century religious leader Shinran. In the late 1930s, however, Miki emerged as a sophisticated apologist for Japan's Pan-Asian mission, and in 1942 he accepted a position as a publicist for the Imperial Army in the Philippines. His fatal decision to harbor his fugitive communist acquaintance was a personal rather than ideological act. Like Kawakami, Miki's appeal to post-surrender readers lay as much in the intellectual quest he had undertaken as in the answers he may have arrived at, and was greatly enhanced by his personal generosity. Of the trio of best-selling posthumous heroes, surely the most fascinating was Ozaki Hotsumi. Ozaki had been a well-known journalist with a particular expertise in Asian affairs, but the writings that brought him adulation in the wake of defeat were private and intimate. A selection of prison letters he wrote to his wife and daughter between the time of his arrest in October 1941 as a Comintern spy and his execution in November 1944 at the age of 43. Ozaki had been the major Japanese contact for the master spy Richard Zorga, whose reports had provided the Soviet Union with invaluable information about Japanese strategic thinking prior to Pearl Harbor. He was the only Japanese to be formally tried and hanged for treason during the war, an extraordinary traitor in the eyes of his compatriots prior to August 15, 1945, and an even more remarkable hero and martyr figure thereafter. Cynics may well take the Ozaki case as an example of the frivolity of popular sentiment, but no one could deny the exceptional appeal of the letters themselves. The aura they evoked was captured in the emotional title chosen for the collection, Aijo wa Furu Hoshi no Gotoku, Love is like a shower of stars, which was suggested by a letter in which Ozaki wrote that, I have lived feeling deep human love everywhere. Reflecting upon my life, sincere love is like brightly shining stars. The appeal of the executed spy obviously lay outside communist doctrine per se. Although he had served the Comintern through his connection with Zorga, Ozaki had never joined the Japan Communist Party. This did not prevent the post-war party from trying to identify him as an iron communist, but they faced fierce competition in trying to claim him as their own. That Ozaki had a revolutionary and utopian vision of a new socialist world order that would arise from the war was indisputable. The prison letters made this clear, but these same writings also made it easy and natural for other admirers to regard him as a great humanist, a label not at all pleasing to the communists. Ozaki's letters revealed with rare intimacy the intellectual and moral deliberations of a cosmopolitan man. While under arrest, he voraciously read a wide range of literary, political, economic, and historical works, including the writings of Goethe and Machiavelli's Prince. In attempting, unsuccessfully as it turned out, to write a recantation for the judicial authorities, he immersed himself in Japanese classics. As his execution approached, he became increasingly interested in Zen Buddhism. Beyond any doubt, however, the greatest appeal of the published letters was the love directed to his wife and daughter, to the real nuclear family, that is, as opposed to the family state. Prior to his imprisonment, Ozaki had been an unfaithful husband who had not shared his thoughts with his wife, Eiko, or told her about his activities. She knew nothing about his espionage work until he was arrested. In the prison letters themselves, he acknowledged that he had not desired children because of the demands of his clandestine life. The couple had only one daughter, Yoko, who was 12 at the time of her father's arrest. Imprisonment, of course, put an end to Ozaki's philandering, but it also led him to initiate an intimate intellectual as well as emotional relationship with Eiko as well as Yoko. The prison letters, hundreds of them over the course of 3 years, were addressed to both wife and daughter. In them, Ozaki conveyed his ideas and feelings unreservedly and expressed his affection openly. This was not characteristic Japanese male behavior, but it was a level of open emotional and intellectual sharing that many men and women were ready to admire. Indeed, the popular embrace of these letters was yet another indication of how much the war and defeat had prepared the ground for elevating the preciousness of intimate personal relations. Until the surrender, the state and its ideologues had dictated that the primary love a human should feel was patriotism or love of country, ultimately expressed through devotion to the emperor. To the very moment of surrender, official myths about parents and wives gladly sending sons and husbands off to war with patriotic fervor, and men happily giving their lives for the emperor, had prevailed. Only later did accounts slowly emerge of soldiers and sailors sobbing in their billets in the dark after receiving letters from home, and of dying men calling out their mothers' names, not the emperor's, with their last breath. In this context, Ozaki's prison letters, even while describing his grand visions of global revolution and world peace, simultaneously could be read as confirming the importance of private worlds. The frank, affectionate, intellectual nature of the prison letters became a kind of model of attractive technique in relations between husband and wife, father and daughter. A complement, as it were, to Van de Velde's very different but also liberating emphasis on sharing and reciprocity. Ozaki's publishers, like Van de Velde's, were not so exalted as to lose sight of the popular market for love and romance that emerged in the wake of defeat. Komurida Kazunori, the publisher of Aijo wa Furu Hoshi no Gotoku, had himself suffered at the hands of the wartime censors. He also, as it happened, had spent 3 years as the editor of a woman's magazine and was keenly aware of the heightened evocativeness of the word aijo, love, among women. The title, which was thoroughly in tune with any number of popular songs of the day, apparently was proposed by Komorida specifically with the idea of attracting female readers. Communist ideologues, on the other hand, emphasized Ozaki's revolutionary love of freedom, peace, and the proletariat, although he wrote, and apparently thought, very little indeed about the working classes as such. When the Communists published the commemorative proceedings of a memorial meeting held 3 years after Ozaki's execution, they titled it, "The Great Love," Idai Naru Aijo. Yet a third, more subtle kind of love came to be associated with Ozaki. Beyond the revolutionary love that the Communists chose to emphasize, and the more personal, humanistic love revealed in his family relations and intellectual inquiries. For an erstwhile traitor, this involved a spectacular metamorphosis, for increasingly Ozaki came to be seen as a true patriot, a man who loved his country in a deeper, more genuine way than all the self-righteous ultranationalists and super-patriots. After all, those who had claimed to love Japan actually brought it to disaster, whereas Ozaki had been one of the few individuals intelligent enough, independent enough, and courageous enough to oppose them to the end. His love of country transcended doctrinaire emperor worship and acquiescence in the policies of exploitative, narrow-minded elites. Those who emphasized Ozaki's love of country after the surrender discovered that an unlikely figure had preceded them on this interpretive path. Takada Tadashi, the judge who sentenced him to death in 1944, privately stated after the secret trial that he regarded Ozaki as not merely a man of virtue and ideals, but as a model patriot. Hardly the observation one would have expected from a hanging judge. In these various ways, Ozaki's exceptional qualities appeared to offer one model, a Japanese model, for exceptional times. He served a popular need for icons of Japanese suffering on the one hand, and symbols of hope on the other. From the liberal or leftist perspective, Ozaki, like 2 million fighting men and hundreds of thousands of civilians, had been sacrificed by a murderous, militarist state. Less important than the precise identity of the victimizer, however, was the sense of being victimized. In the years to come, Ozaki's wife and daughter would both be active and effective in keeping his reputation alive, and as a widow and a fatherless daughter, each in her own right enhanced the popular preoccupation with victimization. Simultaneously, like any true martyr, Ozaki became a symbol of hope to his admirers. His vision of world revolution and ultimate peaceful universalism was almost breathtakingly utopian. In the despair of defeat, he could easily be held up as an eloquent visionary of that bright new world so many Japanese were groping toward in the 3 years that Love is Like a Shower of Stars remained on the bestseller lists. Ozaki's widow conveyed this sentiment succinctly in the foreword she wrote for the first, abbreviated edition of the letters in 1946. The title of her essay, like the title of the book itself, evoked the dreams and hopes of the time. I believe that dawn is approaching. Heroines and victims. Heroines also graced the early bestseller lists. One of the first Hollywood films to be shown after the defeat was Madame Curie, starring Greer Garson and based on the biography by the renowned scientist's daughter Eve. In 1947, carried by the great popularity of the movie, the translation of the biography itself rose to the top 10 list. Madame Curie's brilliant accomplishments in a hitherto masculine intellectual domain were in and of themselves inspirational to women, and the story of her achievements had an incalculable impact in dramatizing the case for gender equality. But the story was also a romance of the most exalted sort imaginable, involving not merely the marital love of Marie Curie and her scientist husband Pierre, but their equitable sharing of grand ideas. A genuine Japanese heroine also appeared on the bestseller lists in 1947 in the person of Miyamoto Yoriko, a prolific writer and indefatigable radical organizer whose younger husband, Miyamoto Kenji, was one of the small number of pre-war communists who refused to recant and consequently languished in prison from 1933 until October 1945. As a woman separated from her spouse by the authoritarian state, Miyamoto Yoriko became an incarnation of sacrifice and suffering. As a loyal wife who not only awaited her husband's release but actively shared his radical politics, she personified both romance and liberation. Beyond her celebrated marriage, Miyamoto Yoriko's huge talent and prodigious energies made her a charismatic figure in her own right. She had burst to fame as a writer in 1916, when, as a 17-year-old college student, she published a novel titled Mazushiki Hitobito no Mure, A Flock of Poor People. Beginning in 1927, she spent 3 years abroad, mostly in the Soviet Union. Between 1932 and 1942, she was arrested for left-wing activities on 5 separate occasions and spent a total of more than 2 years in prison. She was released in 1942 only after suffering heat prostration and falling into a coma. Subsequent ill health led to her early death in 1951, at the age of 52. After the war, despite her physical weakness and an endless round of organizing activities for the Communist Party, Miyamoto managed to turn out a succession of widely read articles, stories, and novels that captured the frenetic energy with which individuals on the left responded to the defeat and disarray of the old regime. Banshu Heiya, the Banshu Plain, a thinly disguised account of her activities in the wake of surrender, remains one of the most celebrated descriptions of the immediate post-war scene. Both thematically and stylistically, this novella moves from darkness to brightness, despair to hope, disarray to purposefulness. Fuchiso, the name of a flower, the best-selling sequel, described the heady and hectic days when Miyamoto Yuriko and Kenji, reunited, threw themselves with great optimism into communist activities aimed at creating a truly new Japan. Several years later, a selection from the thousands of letters Miyamoto had written to her imprisoned husband was published to critical acclaim under the title Juninen no Tegami, 12 Years of Letters, a feminist and humanist counterpart to the prison letters of Ozaki Hotsumi. As time passed and the occupation's censors permitted greater freedom in publishing materials about the war, visions of hope and dreams of peace found provocative new forms of expression. In 1948, as the trial of accused top-level war criminals finally drew to a close, 3 books emerged as bestsellers that, almost like a kaleidoscope, offered varying perspectives on the issue of victimization. One of these was Dazai Osamu's The Setting Sun. Another was the translation of Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. The third was Nagai Takashi's Konoko o Nokoshite, Leaving These Children, one of the first books permitted by occupation authorities about the atomic bombings. Nagai, a young scientist dying of radiation sickness in Nagasaki, mesmerized the country with his reflections on nuclear destruction and future redemption. His rumination on what would happen to his young son and daughter when he died was joined as a bestseller the next year by another of his contemplations, Nagasaki no Kane, The Bells of Nagasaki, which was published only after a protracted give-and-take with SCAP censors. Like many Japanese in Nagasaki, Nagai was a Christian. He also, by ironic happenstance, was a medical doctor specializing in radiology and had been exposed to radiation poisoning before the Nagasaki bomb was dropped. His wife was killed by the bomb, and he himself died in 1951 at the age of 43. He thus wrote about the nuclear age from a unique perspective, as scientist, Christian, and victim, and the passion with which he spent his final years confronting the meaning of the atomic bombs led him to be called, in his own lifetime, the Saint of Nagasaki. The Pope paid tribute to Nagai. Helen Keller visited him at his sickbed, as did Emperor Hirohito. In 1950, The Bells of Nagasaki was made into a movie, and the theme song of the film proved immensely popular. Nagai's message bordered on the mystical. Essentially, he regarded the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki as an act of a Christian God meant to bring the world to its senses. That the second atomic bomb fell on a city with a long tradition of Christianity only reinforced his sense of divine intervention. In a typically apocalyptic passage, he asked, "Was not Nagasaki the chosen victim, the lamb without blemish, slain as a whole burnt offering on an altar of sacrifice, atoning for the sins of all nations during World War II?" Radical Japanese found such religious fatalism unpalatable, not to say fatuous, but even they could not deny Nagai's contribution to the swelling of pacifist sentiment in Japan. At the same time, his emotional prose, his melodramatic martyr's descent into death, and the belated emergence of such writings on the nuclear bomb experience gave substance to a growing sense of victimization at the very moment the victors' war crimes trials were bringing judgment against the Japanese for crimes against peace and humanity. In this milieu, war itself became the greatest victimizer, while the Japanese, personified by the saintly father, doctor, scientist dying in a nuclear-bombed city, emerged as the most exemplary victims of modern war. Here was a new symbol for the familiar sentiment of grievous Japanese suffering and noble Japanese sacrifices. That the popular theme song for the film version of The Bells of Nagasaki was written by Koseki Yuji, the country's most famous composer of sentimental war songs, seemed entirely natural in these circumstances. In 1950, Japanese readers got their first unvarnished view of the Pacific War from the perspective of the American fighting man when the translation of Norman Mailer's novel The Naked and the Dead appeared and quickly became a bestseller. As an enduring impression, however, Mailer's gritty novel paled before a selection of letters and other writings by university students killed in the war. Edited by progressive intellectuals and evocatively titled Kike, Waratsumi no Koe, Listen, Voices from the Deep, this extraordinary exercise in transforming war words into peace words was inspired by the belief that these intimate communications from the very maw of the war itself would be read as an eloquent cry for peace. The letters rocketed to the top ranks of bestsellers and almost immediately became the basis for a movie of the same name. Kike, Waratsumi no Koe was like a two-way hinge on a door in time, opening onto the past, then swinging toward the future. Waratsumi no Koe associations were formed by relatives of the war dead, and the book remained in print over the decades that followed. The entries, some 75 in all, had been selected with great care by a team of liberal and leftist scholars. They were literate, reflective, cultured, and extraordinarily moving, for one read them knowing that these young men would be cut down before fulfilling their obvious promise. Although they wrote under military censorship and accepted, sometimes even embraced, the mission of dying for their country, there was an underlying hunger for life, not death, in what they wrote. The overwhelming tone of the collection was a sense of wasted lives and tragic loss. Listen was compiled as an anti-war statement, and its impact was greatly enhanced by the fact that it appeared at the same time as the outbreak of the Korean War, the U.S. decision to rearm Japan, and the rise of an anti-American peace movement in Japan. Superficially, the use of wartime writings as peace statements resembled the more rudimentary carryovers from war to peace of simple catchwords such as reconstruction, brightness, culture, and new. In practice, the publication of this collection proved far more complicated. Whatever the editor's intentions may have been, Listen perpetuated an image of sacrifice that came perilously close to the imagery the militarists had promoted. These were pure young men. Their deaths were noble. They could not be faulted, certainly not criticized, for having offered no resistance to militarism. It was their deaths, rather than the deaths of those they might have killed, that commanded attention and were truly tragic. Indeed, there were no non-Japanese victims in this hermetic vision of the war. It was, moreover, and here the class bias of the academic compilers revealed itself, their literacy, their status as elite university students, that made these young men's deaths so worth noting. They were selected as figures to mourn because they wrote so well, but also because it was easy to imagine them as the future leaders of Japan. As in the writings of Nagai Takashi, war was understood and repudiated primarily in terms of its destructive effects on Japanese. The compilers of Listen were aware of the ideological ambiguity of their undertaking from the beginning, for their collection had a revealing pedigree. This was not the first or even the second publication of letters from elite student conscripts. A similar collection, entitled Haruka Naru Sanka ni, In Distant Mountains and Rivers, published in 1947, had sold some 70,000 copies before its editors stopped reprinting it in response to criticism that they were perpetuating wartime thinking. This collection, which had drawn exclusively on letters from students at the very apex of the university hierarchy, Tokyo Imperial University, was in turn based on letters that had been published in Teikoku Daigaku Shimbun, the university newspaper, as a regular feature over the course of 1944. Despite the fact that the editors of the 1950 book took care to include students from other universities among their writers, and despite their fervent anti-war and anti-militarist intentions, they could not really shake off the past. Even the title of the collection carried ambiguous, muted echoes. Waratsumi no Koe, Voices from the Deep, was an evocative phrase from one of the militarists' favorite source books, the great 8th century poetic anthology Manyoshu. These bridges of language, so crucial to maintaining a sense of identity and purpose, were awesome indeed, for they carried an ambiguous traffic. People used them to escape the past and move on to new destinations. At the same time, there was always the possibility, even the temptation, of crossing back. Part 3. Revolutions. Chapter 6. Neo-Colonial Revolution. From the Japanese perspective, the prospect of experiencing a revolution from above was hardly unprecedented. Ever since the mid-19th century, ruling elites had exhorted the populace to industrialize, modernize, westernize, throw off the past, become new men, become new women, become new subjects of a newborn nation-state. Starting in 1868, the government had carried out extensive reforms under the explicitly Europe-oriented slogan Civilization and Enlightenment. Beginning in the 1880s, the state promoted modern nation-building under the more conservative top-down aegis of a reconstituted emperor system. Even the military and civilian autocrats of the 1930s and 1940s carried out their imperialistic and militaristic policies under renovationist and revolutionary slogans. The fact that authoritarian top-down exhortations to dramatically alter the status quo were not new does help explain, but only in part, why the American reformers succeeded as well as they did. General MacArthur, quintessential American that he was, easily became a stock figure in the political pageantry of Japan. The new sovereign, the blue-eyed shogun, the paternalistic military dictator, the grandiloquent but excruciatingly sincere kabuki hero. MacArthur played this role with consummate care. Like the emperor and the feudal shoguns, he ensconced himself in his headquarters, never associated with the hoi polloi, granted audiences only to high officials and reverential distinguished visitors, issued edicts with imperious panache, and brooked no criticism. Victors as viceroys. The Supreme Commander never actually saw the Japan over which he presided. From the moment he arrived in Tokyo, his travels were restricted to morning and afternoon commutes between his residence in the old U.S. Embassy facilities and his nearby office at SCAP headquarters in the former Daiichi Insurance Building. He never socialized with Japanese, and, according to one intimate observer, only 16 Japanese ever spoke with him more than twice, and none of these was under the rank, say, of Premier, Chief Justice, President of the largest university. The General's evenings were largely devoted to watching Hollywood movies, particularly westerns. Sometimes he also viewed newsreel-type footage of Japan shot by U.S. military cameramen, enabling him to at least keep in celluloid touch with the country he governed. For 5 years, the General's movements were as predictable as a metronome. Prior to the outbreak of the Korean War in June 1950, he left Tokyo only twice for brief visits to Manila and Seoul. Like Emperor Hirohito prior to 1946, MacArthur spoke in intimate, paternalistic terms about the sentiments and accomplishments of the tens of millions of Japanese under his aegis, but never had the slightest meaningful contact with them, never observed firsthand how they actually lived. The General thrived on veneration, believed that the Oriental mind was predisposed to adulate a winner, and assumed that democracy would take root only if people believed him when he said it should. And indeed, the response of huge numbers of Japanese was that the Supreme Commander was great, and so was democracy. MacArthur was the indisputable overlord of occupied Japan, and his underlings functioned as petty viceroys. At the hub of GHQ activities in the unbombed section of downtown Tokyo, a cadre of American military and civilian bureaucrats, roughly 1,500 in early 1946, peaking at 3,200 in January 1948, operated what Theodore Cohen, an energetic participant, aptly characterized as a new super-government. This super-government interpreted and promoted basic political, economic, social, and cultural policy, while cultivating the art of non-commands with the force of commands. Even mid-level staff offered advice or suggestions to Japanese functionaries that, though technically not orders, effectively operated as such. Phobion Bowers, who served as an assistant military secretary to MacArthur, described this heady authority as involving, in practice, a policy of demand, insist, enforce, ban, burn, and a basic pattern of behavior that often, in his rich phrase, became buffonic. In the post-occupation period, when the Japanese bureaucracy itself proved adept at such administrative guidance, Americans would denounce this practice as yet another peculiarity of the Japanese state. Such authoritarian legacies of the neo-colonial revolution would rarely be acknowledged. This extraordinary concentration of power at the center was complemented not only by the stationing of both civilians and military personnel throughout the country, but also by a hands-on manipulation of the educational system and everyday culture. The conquerors were keenly aware that meaningful democratization involved more than simply instigating legal and institutional reforms. It was also essential, as one of the initial planners of occupation policy put it, to get at the individual Japanese and remold his ways of thinking and feeling to enhance a deeper appreciation of freedom and democracy. To this end, occupation authorities created a web of programs designed to reach every man, woman, and child in the country. They dispatched teams of Americans, mainly men but some women as well, to local communities to provide grassroots tutelage in American-style civics. Until the end of the occupation, they required that every textbook be translated into English for their scrutiny and approval. They exerted immense influence over the mass media, negatively through censorship and positively through active input into the articles the press published, the programs public radio broadcast, and the foreign and domestic films movie houses put on screen. The conundrum of inducing democracy autocratically was apparent at every level, and easily abused by functionaries who found themselves suddenly possessed of authority they could never have dreamed of wielding in their own country. Case after case demonstrated how seductive such power could be. To ensure a single voice of democracy in the crucial medium of radio broadcasting, to give but one small example, occupation authorities chose to perpetuate the total monopolization of the airwaves by the national broadcasting station, named NHK at this time, in emulation of CBS and NBC. The fixation on top-down social engineering was so great that GHQ deliberately thwarted the development of rival commercial stations until 1951. Only through such tight control, the reformers believed, could the archetypal Joe Nip, their counterpart to John Doe, be molded into a good facsimile of an American-style Democrat. The ramifications of the viceroy role extended beyond policy-making per se, for the huge army of occupation, including military officers and their dependents, civilian employees of SCAP and their dependents, and eventually close to 1 million ordinary GIs in toto, constituted a privileged caste, class, and race. They made up a Little America in Japan, literally so in downtown Tokyo, and they practiced clear-cut segregation. Year after year, while the Cold War intensified, the nuclear arms race accelerated, the European powers struggled to re-establish themselves in Southeast Asia, the Communists emerged victorious in China, and war erupted in Korea, American domination remained a constant in defeated Japan. Under the new constitution that came into effect in 1947, the Japanese in theory became citizens and no longer just the subjects of their emperor. In practice, however, they remained the subjects of the occupation. Beyond doubt, many of the conquerors conveyed an impressive idealism and generosity of spirit. GIs became famous for their offhand friendliness and spontaneous distribution of chocolates and chewing gum. Individual Americans demonstrated serious interest in aspects of Japanese culture and a sense of bearing responsibility toward strangers that was unfamiliar and attractive, or sometimes just bizarre, to their Japanese neighbors. They took people unknown to them to hospitals and did favors without expecting repayment. They practiced simple charity in uncalculating, matter-of-fact ways. The conquerors also bestowed significant practical gifts upon their new subjects: penicillin, streptomycin, blood banks, and genuinely public libraries, for example, as well as tutoring in such technological practices as statistical quality control, which would be of immense value in the country's eventual economic reconstruction. Close personal relationships based on mutual respect were forged between individual Americans and their Japanese counterparts in a variety of settings. But when all was said and done, such relationships were impressive in part precisely because they defied the inevitable inequalities of binational relations under a military occupation. And even such intimate personal relationships usually rested on the assumed superiority of American culture. With very few exceptions, all relationships were defined and conducted in the conqueror's tongue. Daily reminders of American superiority were unavoidable. The most redundant phrase in the defeated land, posted in public places and reiterated in myriad public and private settings, was Shinchugun no Meire ni Yoru, by order of the occupation forces. Petty as well as grand activities were governed by directives from GHQ and encumbered by all the tedious paperwork and micromanagement this entailed. Numerous stores, theaters, hotels, buildings, trains, land areas, and recreational facilities like golf courses were designated off-limits to Japanese. Ordinary SCAP officers and civilian officials who would have lived plain, middle-class lives at home resided in upper-class houses requisitioned from their owners, hardly the most persuasive demonstration of respect for the rights and property of others. There they might employ 3, 4, 5, or even 6 servants, all paid for by the Japanese government. Cook, boy, maid, gardener, nursemaid, and laundress was considered an ideal roster. Bowers, an irrepressible aficionado of kabuki, managed to obtain 2 personal cooks, one for Western style and the other for Japanese style cuisine. I and nearly all the occupation people I knew, he later mused, were extremely conceited and extremely arrogant, and used our power every inch of the way. The few square miles of downtown Tokyo that had been spared by the air raids became known to all as Little America. Christmas decorations appeared on those streets annually starting in December 1945, almost simultaneously with SCAP's directive ordering the disestablishment of state Shinto and the absolute separation of church and state. American flags hung from the numerous large buildings the foreigners had taken over, whereas any display of the Japanese rising sun flag, the meatball in GI slang, was severely restricted and singing of the national anthem prohibited. A man who improperly displayed the national flag in Yokohama in June 1948 was sentenced to 6 months' imprisonment at hard labor. Thousands upon thousands of Americans worked and played in Little America. They renamed streets and buildings. There was a MacArthur Boulevard and an Ernie Pyle Theater, for example, and clogged the area with jeeps, military buses, and new automobiles brought over from the United States. In a daily vignette that perfectly symbolized the U.S.-Japan relationship, an American MP and a Japanese policeman directed traffic together at the busy Hibiya intersection, with the Japanese always giving his signals a moment after the MP's. We could walk from one end to the other of Little America, the wife of an American colonel recalled, without being out of sight of an American face or an American vehicle. This gave the occupiers a sense of familiarity and security, and provided a stark contrast to the surrounding mile upon mile of wasteland heaped with ashes, charred wood, and rusty metal, where their subjects were attempting to reconstruct their lives. For some, the separation between these two worlds was unbridgeable, and properly so. To me, a woman attached to the occupation as a civilian employee recalled with unbridled contempt, the world beyond our brightly lighted Allied billets, offices, and railroad coaches was largely populated by warped and ugly creatures from some oriental Nibelungenlied. Often I think I must have stared at them as hard as they ever gaped at any member of the conquering masters. While Japanese turned to the black market to survive, Americans shopped at PXs and commissaries filled to the brim with luxury items as well as hardy staples. There was always a crowd of Japanese outside the PX, the colonel's wife observed, watching the customers come in and out, flattening their noses against the show windows, gazing in silent awe at the display of merchandise. The souvenirs, candy bars, cameras, milkshakes, shoes, wool sweaters, silk kimonos, and guaranteed curios of the Orient. Ragged onlookers watched in silence as the Americans staggered out with meat in 15-pound hunks, rice in 50-pound sacks, vegetables and fruit in mess-sized tins. Occasionally, the officer's wife deliberately knocked a few loaves of freshly baked bread to the ground while loading her jeep, so that a small, hollow-eyed boy, who always seemed to be present, could make off with them. Even the mustard came in 1-gallon jars, obviously more than a healthy American family needed. And so, rather than have it go bad, the servants ate it with a spoon. Phobion Bowers was visited every morning by a master sergeant who asked, "What do you want?" To which, in his exuberant retelling, he would reply, 18 chickens and 3 ham hocks. He entertained a lot, Bowers explained, but also gave many of these provisions to the starving kabuki actors. As in any colonial enclave, individuals in the conquering force possessed inordinate authority. MacArthur's devoted aide Courtney Whitney, a lawyer who had been his personal attorney before the war, became chief of GHQ's government section while still a colonel, and exercised decisive influence in supervising the purges, policies regarding the emperor and the imperial institution, revision of the constitution, and all matters pertaining to the cabinet, diet, electoral system, courts, and civil service. Comparable, if not greater power accrued to Major General William Marquardt, who had been a professional boxer, journalist, and low-ranking army officer specializing in anti-aircraft tactics before emerging as one of MacArthur's trusted aides. Appointed chief of the economic and scientific section, Marquardt assumed responsibility for nothing less than supervising all developments in finance, economics, labor, and science, including the dissolution of Zaibatsu holding companies and the promotion of economic deconcentration. Every major government financial and economic institution reported to his section, including the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, the Bank of Japan, the Economic Stabilization Board, the new Ministry of Labor, the Board of Trade, and eventually the new Ministry of International Trade and Industry as well. Farther down the chain of command, young Americans in their 20s or 30s, short on practical experience and unversed in the native language, were empowered to tell more elderly Japanese how to conduct their business and rearrange their minds. Individuals who did not speak a second language judged the intelligence of those they dealt with by their competence in English, and joked about their pidgin English mistakes. Americans accused of crimes against Japanese were tried by their own government, not in local courts, and their crimes went unreported in the press. Indeed, any criticism of the alien overlords whatsoever was forbidden. The mass media were not permitted to take issue with scap policy or speak negatively of any of the victorious Allied powers, nor were they allowed to mention that they were operating under such restraints. Although as a rule the victors conducted themselves with far greater discipline than the Japanese military had exercised in occupied areas of Asia, assault and rape inevitably occurred. None of this was reported in the press, and more than a few incidents went unreported to the police as well. Victims had little faith in the possibility of fair redress. After the occupation, mass circulation magazines ran articles about rapes by American servicemen, and Japanese men resentfully recalled incidents of being randomly, almost whimsically assaulted in public. The sexual opportunities enjoyed by men affiliated with the occupation forces, including foreign journalists, with their gifts of tinned goods, chocolates, nylon stockings, cigarettes, and liquor, humiliated and infuriated Japanese males. GIs regarded themselves as experts on Babasan's world, and, in a racial idiom they found amusing, joked that this gave them a unique slant on Japan. Some spoke with contempt of the Gook girls. Mixed-blood children became one of the sad, unspoken stories of the occupation, seldom acknowledged by their foreign fathers, and invariably ostracized by the Japanese. In numerous such ways, the contradictions of the democratic revolution from above were clear for all to see. While the victors preached democracy, they ruled by fiat. While they espoused equality, they themselves constituted an inviolate privileged caste. Their reformist agenda rested on the assumption that, virtually without exception, Western culture and its values were superior to those of the Orient. At the same time, almost every interaction between victor and vanquished was infused with intimations of white supremacism. For all its uniqueness of time, place, and circumstance, all its peculiarly American iconoclasm, the occupation was in this sense but a new manifestation of the old racial paternalism that historically accompanied the global expansion of the Western powers. Like their colonialist predecessors, the victors were imbued with a sense of manifest destiny. They spoke of being engaged in the mission of civilizing their subjects. They bore the burden, in their own eyes, of their race, creed, and culture. They swaggered, and were enviously free of self-doubt. It was inevitable that the relations between the victors and the vanquished be unequal, but this inequality was compounded by authoritarian practices that were part and parcel of the American modus operandi independent of the situation in Japan. To begin with, the administrative structure that the Japanese encountered was itself organized in the most rigid hierarchical manner imaginable. MacArthur's command, after all, was a military bureaucracy, the very organizational antithesis of democratic checks and balances. The caste distinction between officers and enlisted men was hard and fast, and each individual's proper place in the chain of command minutely prescribed. Women were excluded from authority in this governing apparatus. Blacks were segregated and relegated to low-ranking positions. This working model of authoritarian governance was compounded by the manner in which the occupation regime implemented its directives. Contrary to the practice of direct military government adopted in defeated Germany, this occupation was conducted indirectly, that is, through existing organs of government. This entailed buttressing the influence of two of the most undemocratic institutions of the pre-surrender regime, the bureaucracy and the throne. As with the basic reform agenda itself, the decision to rely on already existing machineries of government was formalized at the 11th hour. Until the literal eve of arrival, MacArthur and his staff were operating under secret orders, codenamed Blacklist, that called for the establishment of direct military government. These plans were altered in the initial post-surrender policy document, which stipulated that the Supreme Commander will exercise his authority through Japanese governmental machinery and agencies, including the Emperor, to the extent that this satisfactorily furthers United States objectives. The rationale behind this fundamental policy change was eminently practical. The occupation force lacked the linguistic and technocratic capacity to effectively govern the country directly. In principle, the Supreme Commander retained the authority to change the existing machinery of government, depose Emperor Hirohito, even eliminate the imperial institution altogether if given approval to do so by his superiors in Washington. In practice, these options were never given serious consideration. Although the military establishment was eliminated and the repressive Home Ministry dismantled, the civilian bureaucracy was left essentially untouched, and the Emperor was retained. The American proconsuls depended so heavily on an indigenous technocratic elite to implement their directives that, under Scap's aegis, the bureaucracy actually attained greater authority and influence than it had possessed even at the height of the mobilization for war. In the end, MacArthur's imperious personal role as the supreme symbol of the new democratic nation would be transferred back to the Emperor, who had reigned through all the years of repression, war, and atrocity, and GHQ's modus operandi as a super-government would be carried on, long after the conquerors departed, by the bureaucratic mandarins it had left in place. Still, Japan would be a different country after the victors who arrived as reformist viceroys finally left. It would take a Jonathan Swift to do full justice to such political and ideological convolutions. And this was only the half of it. Re-evaluating the Monkey Man. The very notion of democratizing Japan represented a stunning revision of the propaganda Americans had imbibed during the war, when the media had routinely depicted all Japanese as children, savages, sadists, madmen, or robots. In the most pervasive metaphor of dehumanization, they were portrayed in word and picture as apes, jaundiced baboons, or most often, plain monkey men. There had been scant place in popular consciousness for good Japanese, as there usually had been for good Germans. The wartime incarceration of over 100,000 American citizens and residents of Japanese ancestry, with scarcely a murmur of protest, was stark testimony to this animus. In On to Tokyo, an instructional film produced by the War Department after Germany had been defeated and the Nazi concentration camps exposed, General George Marshall, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, took care to emphasize that the barbarism of the Japanese has even exceeded that of the Germans. In the War Department's Know Your Enemy, Japan, which was released only weeks before surrender, the Japanese were relentlessly depicted as a people devoid of individuality, as alike as photographic prints off the same negative. This was hardly promising material for a democratic revolution. Once policy shifted from killing the monkey men to turning them into democrats, it became necessary to re-educate not merely the Japanese but the American public as well. Demeaning and dehumanizing wartime stereotypes had to be corrected. When it was still assumed that direct military government would be imposed in defeated Japan, for example, Americans being trained at the Civil Affairs Staging Area in California were given instructional materials couched in the following terms. Under the heat of wartime emotions, the Japanese were commonly seen as treacherous, brutal, sadistic, and fanatical monkey men. It is true that individuals and even groups have at various times demonstrated these traits, as witnessed the rape of Nanking, Bataan, Pearl Harbor, etc. Without attempting to defend or excuse the Japanese for these horrors, it should be emphasized that it is a mistake to think that all Japanese are predominantly the monkey man type. It would be just as wrong to picture all Americans as constantly being engaged in mob lynching, gangsterism, and race rioting. A realistic, balanced knowledge of the Japanese character, the Civil Affairs Guide went on to explain, would equate Japanese treachery with an extreme manifestation of the Western notion that all's fair in love and war. In this regard, they simply went too far and did not understand or appreciate the Western sense of fair play. Where wartime acts of brutality and sadism were concerned, these were to be understood as the outbursts of men who had been subjected to a lifetime of repression. In the words of the military handbook, "The docile, meek little Japanese, when put in uniform, ruthlessly trained and turned loose, has an opportunity for the first time in his life to express himself, and he may go completely berserk, indulging in outrageous orgies of terror and brutality." When all was said and done, however, the despised monkey men were not in fact all that different from other people. There are other traits of character: reliability, ingenuity, industriousness, thrift, bravery, aggressiveness, honesty. With some exceptions, depending on individual personality, sex, age, social standing, income, profession, and so forth, the average Japanese displays these characteristics in about the same manner and measure as other people in other lands. Other materials directed to American audiences, especially troops assigned to occupation duty, similarly endeavored to convey the notion that the little Japanese were almost humans like themselves. In November 1945, when the War Department sent a short instructional film titled Our Job in Japan over to SCAP for viewing by occupation forces, officials demanded that the film be revised because it still hewed too closely to the wartime portrayal of the Japanese as dangerous and untrustworthy. In the altered version received early in 1946, grisly images of the disgusting, revolting, obscene war they had waged were offset, in the film's final minutes, by footage depicting friendly Americans mingling with attractive, earnest Japanese women and children. Our Job in Japan began with the observation that the Japanese were a people trained to play follow the leader. The problem the victors faced could be stated in a word. It was the Japanese brain, which could make trouble or make sense. Viewers were presented with a close-up of a Japanese man's head in profile, and then watched as a literal representation of a sponge-like brain filled his cranium and expanded until the head itself was obliterated and the brain, now gigantic, held the center of the screen, floating against a background of countless other tiny brains crowded together like so many beans in a box. "Our problem's in the brain inside of the Japanese head," the narrator intoned. "There are 70 million of these in Japan, physically no different than any other brains in the world, actually all made of exactly the same stuff as ours. These brains, like our brains, can do good things." Here appeared a still photo of a bearded elderly man, seemingly in a Christian church. "Or bad things." The screen now showed a famous wartime atrocity photo of a Japanese beheading a kneeling blonde soldier. All depending on the kind of ideas that are put inside. Throughout the film, that giant brain repeatedly materialized and receded, while the GI audience was informed of the terrible things it had been taught by the warlords and the military gang. Turning ancient Shinto beliefs into a weapon of modern indoctrination, the militarists had saturated that brain with ancient nightmares and ancient hatreds, with bloody fairy tales and pagan superstitions, with the mumbo-jumbo of a murky past. When the narrator made passing reference to an old, backward, superstitious country, the screen showed scenes of people burning incense outside a Buddhist temple. In wartime propaganda films, it was standard practice to convey the utterly alien nature of the enemy by introducing jarring montages of the most exotic Japanese behavior, such as footage depicting seasonal festivities and traditional dances, in which distinctive garments were worn and the accompanying music was inevitably atonal and offensive to Western ears. Our job in Japan exploited this familiar formula, while the tough-talking narrator proceeded to hammer home another basic theme. All Japanese were indoctrinated to believe, and here the point was deemed so central that it was printed across the screen as well, that the Sun Goddess created the Japanese to rule all other peoples of the earth. Although Japan's leaders in fact had never contemplated world conquest, this had been a staple of wartime American propaganda and was not about to be repudiated now. On the contrary, it was averred that this was the most basic idea that was sold to the Japanese brain, and this in turn clarified the victor's task. That same brain today remains the problem, our problem, the narrator intoned. It will cost us time, it will cost us patience, but we are determined that this fact will sink in. This is Japan's last war. For emphasis, these last words were again emblazoned across the screen. Turning to the demilitarization policies already underway in the defeated nation, the film suddenly became lyrical, surely reflecting the more positive outlook that SCAP had demanded. Smiling GIs were shown talking with kimono-clad women no longer gyrating in strange dances or singing in nasal voices, sharing a book with an earnest boy, receiving a bouquet of flowers from a doll-like girl. The Americans would be vigilant and tough with tricksters, the narrator declared. But the honest ones, the sincere ones, the ones who really want to make sense, are being given every opportunity they need. At the same time, these people, these honest ones, are looking to us to help them prove that our idea is better than the Japanese idea. Their job, the GIs were told, was simply to be themselves. By being ourselves, we can prove that what we like to call the American way, or democracy, or just plain old golden rule common sense, is a pretty good way to live. We can prove that most Americans don't believe in pushing people around, even when we happen to be on top. We can prove that most Americans do believe in a fair break for everybody, regardless of race or creed or color. Two black GIs flitted across the screen at this point, hitherto and hereafter invisible. Our job in Japan was a near-perfect expression of an American sense of righteous mission and manifest destiny, not to speak of secular saintliness. It was America's task, the film concluded, to enable the Japanese to read, speak, and hear the truth. And when they've read enough truth, when they've heard enough truth, when they've had enough first-hand experience with the truth, they'll be able to lead their own lives in a constructive and peaceful manner. With the Liberty Bell tolling on screen, the narrator summed it all up. We're here to make it clear to the Japanese brain that we've had enough of this bloody, barbaric business to last us from here on in. We're here to make it clear to the Japanese that the time has now come to make sense. Modern, civilized sense. That is our job in Japan. Much of the film's footage, apart from its concluding images of a ruined and occupied land, had been cannibalized from earlier wartime films. Conspicuously missing when compared with propaganda such as Know Your Enemy, Japan, were any critical references to the Emperor, reflecting SCAP's belief that the imperial brain too was capable of being democratized. The most striking aspect of the film, apart from its eerie floating brains, however, was its fundamentally optimistic message. Neither blood, culture, nor history drove the Japanese to war, but rather socialization and indoctrination of recent vintage. When all was said and done, re-education did not in fact seem to be such an insuperable task. The title of an article in the weekly Saturday Evening Post 4 months after surrender captured the new outlook succinctly. The GI is civilizing the Jap. The experts and the obedient herd. In characterizing the Japanese as people trained to play follow the leader, the War Department film was tapping into a conservative view that carried great implications for the development of democracy. Among the American and British elites who claimed special knowledge of Japan, this observation was virtually gospel. And to many of these specialists, the logical inference was that any notion of inducing a democratic revolution from above was absurd. With few exceptions, the old Japan hands were second to none in belittling the capacity of ordinary Japanese to govern themselves. In Washington, by far the best-known expert on Japan during the war was Joseph Grew, the Undersecretary of State who had served as ambassador to Tokyo from 1931 to 1941. In May 1945, Grew told President Truman that while the imperial institution was undeniably a relic of feudalism, from the long-range point of view, the best we can hope for in Japan is the development of a constitutional monarchy, experience having shown that democracy in Japan would never work. Eugene Duman, a language specialist and Grew's key advisor on things Japanese, similarly emphasized that the country was a communalism, that is, a graduated society, in which the top of the social structure formulated purposes and objectives, and the people down below conformed. The emperor capped this social hierarchy and performed the crucial role of providing social cohesion as a living manifestation of the racial continuity of the Japanese people. Joseph Ballantyne, another influential Japanese-speaking specialist in the State Department, thought the notion of bringing forth new political leadership was ludicrous, for ordinary Japanese were simply inert and tradition-bound. British Asia specialists tended to be similarly disdainful. Prior to the surrender, for instance, the prestigious Royal Institute of International Affairs issued an influential report that referred to the Japanese people as an obedient herd, a standard phrase of the time, and expressed grave misgivings regarding Japanese ability to operate democratic institutions. In the opening stages of the occupation, the British representative in Tokyo used the formation of a new cabinet under Shidehara Kijuro, a former ambassador to London famous for his impeccable English, as an occasion for wiring the Foreign Office that the Japanese were as little fitted for self-government in a modern world as any African tribe, though much more dangerous. Such views, which gained wide currency in the writings of journalists and academics who also enjoyed reputations for being Asia experts, reflected something more complex than just ethnocentric contempt for the obedient herd, or monstrous beehive, another pet phrase, of Orientals. Many Western experts, diplomats in particular, had spent a good part of their careers ingratiating themselves in upper-class circles in Japan. When they spoke disdainfully of the capacity of ordinary Japanese to govern themselves, they were reflecting not only their own elitism, but also the reverential monarchism and fearful contempt for the masses they had heard their Japanese counterparts express time and again. Had these erstwhile Asia experts had their way, the very notion of inducing a democratic revolution would have died of ridicule at an early stage. As happened instead, the ridicule was deflected by the views of experts of a different ilk, behavioral scientists who chose to emphasize the malleability of the Japanese national character, along with planners and policymakers of liberal and left-wing persuasions who sincerely believed that democratic values were universal in their nature and appeal. Although these latter viewpoints pulled in opposite directions, toward the particularistic on the one hand and universal on the other, both offered reasons to be optimistic that democratic institutions could indeed be established in Japan. The wartime mobilization of behavioral scientists attracted an impressive contingent of American and British anthropologists, sociologists, psychologists, and psychiatrists into the general areas of intelligence analysis and psychological warfare. By the final year of the war, their work had led them to the conclusion that the Japanese national character was pendulum-like, capable of swinging from one extreme to another, and consequently capable of shifting from fanatical militarism to some form of qualified democracy. Numerous variations on this theme were offered in confidential intelligence reports, all essentially in one way or another imposing the findings of individual clinical psychology on the Japanese as a collectivity. A representative sample of where such thinking led can be seen in a routine paper prepared for the U.S. Office of War Information, OWI, in December 1944, which observed that the Japanese civilization pattern seems to be most closely akin to the clinical picture of an obsessional neurosis. Such neurosis, it was argued, was manifest in their concern with ritual and avoidance, as well as in their masochism, violent reaction to frustration, and general rigidity of behavior. Insofar as future policy was concerned, the most interesting practical upshot of this diagnosis lay in the question the OWI investigator posed. Which are the individuals and social groups who set the pattern of thoughts and attitudes likely to be imitated by the rest of Japan? Practical responses to this familiar query took several forms. As suggested most famously by the cultural anthropologist Ruth Benedict, a member of the OWI intelligence team, The Japanese were said to behave in accordance with situational or particularistic ethics, as opposed to so-called universal values as in the Western tradition. The same person might be polite and generous under some circumstances, harsh and callous under others. What mattered was the social context and the individual's prescribed role in each and every situation. In exceptional circumstances, where roles and constraints had not been defined, the individual had no core values, no clear subjectified self, to fall back on. More particularly, the analysis went, the Japanese responded submissively to authority. This was the social scientists' more circumspect way of referring to an obedient herd, and it would soon provide a good basis for rationalizing policies that promoted democracy under the emperor's aegis. Such OWI analysts as Clyde Kluckhohn and Alexander Leighton, who went on to distinguished academic careers, argued that the emperor, the supreme authority in Japan, was fundamentally an empty vessel. Just as he had been followed as the embodiment of ultranationalism, so he would be followed if turned into a symbol of some sort of imperial democracy. All this seemed to have been borne out by the American experience with POWs. Many of these prisoners had been captured against their will, unconscious or severely injured, and so unable either to fight to the bitter end or to take their own lives. As prisoners, however, they quickly proved docile and obedient to their captors, even to the point of assisting in drafting surrender appeals to their erstwhile comrades. This experience gave analysts further grounds for believing that, by an adroit combination of authority, example, and symbolic manipulation, the victors could provide a democratic model, however modest, that post-war Japanese might seek to imitate and emulate. The cautious optimism of this revised vision was itself soon challenged. With the benefit of hindsight, it is possible to look back on the last half-year of the Pacific War not only as murderous folly on the part of the imperial government, but also as a futile prolongation of conflict that permitted the emergence of a more radical occupation policy in Washington. Had Japan surrendered in early 1945, as the emperor was strongly urged to do by some intimate advisers, the country would not merely have been spared the air raids, atomic bombs, and deaths of well over 1 million of its people, it also might have escaped the occupation's revolution from above. As of early 1945, there was no plan to induce a democratic revolution in the defeated nation. The old Japan hands who still controlled post-surrender planning anticipated a mild reform agenda at best. The more progressive, less racially and culturally condescending argument that ultimately shaped much of post-surrender policy emerged from several overlapping groups: New Deal liberals, leftists, and Asia specialists more associated with China than Japan. The New Dealers, whose influence over domestic policy was waning as the war entered its final stage, placed their faith in the universal applicability of democratic ideals, aspirations, and policies. Such universalism held that people everywhere were fundamentally the same, and that the ideal government was one in which all individuals were equal before the law. At the same time, the bedrock principles of democratization espoused by the New Dealers contained a strong component of economic democracy, which in practical terms meant the active encouragement of organized labor, opposition to excessive concentrations of economic power, and policies aimed at ensuring a more equitable distribution of wealth. In addition, of course, the New Dealers had few compunctions about supporting interventionist governmental policies to achieve their goals. Where the liberal New Deal approach minimized the significance of cultural constraints in Japan, a more radical line of analysis, found in left-wing publications such as Amerasia, as well as the Institute of Pacific Relations periodicals Far Eastern Survey and Pacific Affairs, called attention to the existence of a genuine potential for democratization from below. Leftists denounced support of the emperor and the old guard civilian moderates as appeasement. At the same time, they applauded the revolutionary potential of the lower-class groups that the old Japan hands deemed incapable of democracy, or worse yet, highly susceptible to communist demagoguery. To T.A. Bisson, the prolific editor of Pacific Affairs, authentic liberals were to be found among men and women who led political parties, trade unions, or peasant organizations that were suppressed prior to 1941, and had spoken publicly and unequivocally against the war, and have perhaps languished in jail for their temerity. Only such Japanese, Bisson argued, could establish a new order that was truly based on the will of the people and dedicated to democracy and peace. In his book Dilemma in Japan, published in September 1945 and sometimes referred to as the Bible for radical reformers in the early stages of the occupation, the young left-wing researcher Andrew Roth similarly argued that a true potential for democracy was to be found among industrial workers, peasants, students recruited for onerous war work, small shopkeepers, political prisoners, brutalized and disillusioned ex-soldiers, and former prisoners of war in China who had been subjected to anti-fascist re-education by such Japanese communists as Okano Susumu, the pseudonym of Nosaka Sanzo, in Yenan, and Kaji Wataru in Chongqing. As the Pacific War entered its final stages, such views gained greater prominence in the government and in the media. At the same time, the Japan experts increasingly came to be regarded as special pleaders for the conservative causes of their Japanese contacts and acquaintances, as men befuddled and bamboozled by too many elegant, silken pre-war encounters with the privileged. In the State Department, such criticism of the Japan crowd arose primarily among those who had been more involved with China. Such individuals, the China crowd, were harsher in their critique of the civilian Japanese elites and more sanguine about the possibilities of cracking open the structures and institutions of ruling class control to release democratic forces from below. They rejected, among other orthodoxies, the Japan crowd's depiction of the Zaibatsu leaders as moderate businessmen, and argued that the existing economic system itself was one of the roots of war that had to be dug out and eliminated. The best-known public spokesman for the views of the China crowd was Owen Lattimore, a distinguished, if caustic, scholar of China and Central Asia. Although British, Lattimore was a conspicuous figure on the American scene, teaching at Johns Hopkins University, editing Pacific Affairs before the war, working for OWI after Pearl Harbor, and serving as a regular consultant to the State Department. In 1945, he reached out for a popular audience with a short polemical book, Solution in Asia, in which he skewered the Japan crowd. The only solution for post-war Asia, as he saw it, was the thoroughgoing democratization of Japan, combined with a maximal leveling of economic capabilities throughout Asia. Otherwise, Japan would sooner or later resume its exploitative imperialist policies. Reparations would be one step toward such leveling, serious economic deconcentration of the economy another. The Japan crowd and China crowd were of course emblematic terms in a complex struggle over the evaluation of Japan's prospects for democracy. Much of this debate took place behind the scenes in Washington, and the issue did not come to a head until the final weeks of the war, when critics of Grew and his backers emerged triumphant in the State Department and also found support in the War Department, where a sympathetic Assistant Secretary of War, John J. McCloy, was directing the revision and finalization of basic policies for Japan. This shift in influence reflected broader policy struggles within the bureaucracy and was, in part, related to the change of guard that occurred in the wake of President Roosevelt's death. In symbolic terms, the eclipse of the conservative Japan specialists can be precisely dated. On August 11, 1945, Dean Acheson replaced Grew as Undersecretary of State, and Acheson's comments soon thereafter about eradicating the forces in Japan that made for a will to war reflected his identification with the more radical reformers. In a striking insult to the Japan crowd, the first State Department appointee as political advisor to MacArthur was George Acheson, Jr., a China specialist, rather than one of the department's senior Japan experts such as Duman or Ballantyne. In the years that followed, the advisory missions that regularly shuttled between Washington and Tokyo invariably comprised well-briefed technical experts. One would be hard-pressed to find a single Japan specialist among them. At GHQ headquarters in Tokyo, Japan specialists were likewise conspicuous by their absence. In his unique way, the Supreme Commander himself exemplified this. He was in many ways the most ethnocentric of men, given to extraordinary generalizations about the Oriental personality. The general, President Truman was informed by an envoy to Tokyo in mid-October of 1945, stated that Oriental peoples suffer from an inferiority complex which leads them to childish brutality when they conquer in war and to slavish dependence when they lose. Yet at the same time, MacArthur was also capable of speaking expansively about the irrelevance of racial characteristics. and even in the midst of war he had often taken time to expound on how the lands touching the Pacific with their billions of inhabitants will determine the course of history for the next 10,000 years. The Supreme Commander had no serious first-hand experience with Japan apart from war. There is no evidence that he read widely about the country, apart from intelligence reports. He did talk on occasion with knowledgeable, non-elitist scholars such as the Canadian historian and diplomat E.H. Norman, but most of his conversations tended to end up as monologues. Bowers observed that MacArthur rarely, if ever, asked his staff questions about the country, and he certainly did not seek information from the Japanese themselves. His only guides, he often intimated, were Washington, Lincoln, and Jesus Christ. Pictures of the first two adorned the walls of his office in Tokyo. And essentially he seemed to operate on the assumption that the four of them together could, with help from the Emperor, democratize Japan. However one may categorize this mixture of prejudice, presumption, and grand bromides, it was not to be confused with expertise on Japan or Asia. It did, however, enable MacArthur to throw himself wholeheartedly behind the early agenda of demilitarization and democratization with an almost messianic zeal. From top to bottom, the general's super-government in Tokyo reflected an aversion to area specialists as such. Colonel Charles Cades, an exemplary New Dealer who would play a pivotal role in such critical government section initiatives as the drafting of a new constitution, later spoke frankly of his own background in this regard. "I had no knowledge whatsoever about Japan's history or culture or myths," he recalled. "I was blank on Japan, except of course I knew about the atrocities that had occurred during the war, and I was aware of their expansion into China and Southeast Asia. But I had no knowledge other than what one would glean from a daily newspaper about Japan." There were exceptions, but by and large Cades's case was typical. Indeed, at the level of daily operations, GHQ appears deliberately to have excluded most individuals who possessed even slight credentials in Japanese matters. The several thousand Americans trained in Japanese language and culture during the war, in anticipation of being assigned to military government duties, often found themselves sent elsewhere than Japan. MacArthur and his staff did not want them. Of those who actually made it there, some were shunted off to Okinawa, an American version of exile to the Gulag, where U.S. policy eschewed reform and focused instead on turning the war-savaged archipelago into an impregnable military base. Alternatively, these bright, eager new speakers of Japanese might be assigned to the 8th Army in Yokohama and deposited at the lowest level of occupation activity, grassroots prefectural work. Whatever their ultimate assignment, they were excluded from serious policy-making positions. As the consummate GHQ insider Theodore Cohen put it, they were firmly kept out of Tokyo. Rather than utilize these neophyte Japan specialists, SCAP conducted an intensive in-house recruitment campaign to tap the numerous lawyers, bankers, economists, industrial technicians, and other professionals who willy-nilly happened to find themselves in Japan at war's end. Alfred Oppler, a jurist born and educated in Germany who was recruited to assume the heady responsibility of overseeing revision of all civil and penal codes, was a perfect product of this cult of exclusion. When interviewed by an army colonel, Oppler volunteered the confession that, although I have some familiarity with European affairs, I did not have any knowledge of things Japanese. He could not have advanced his case more felicitously. "Oh, that is quite all right," the colonel responded. "If you knew too much about Japan, you might be prejudiced. We do not like old Japan hands." Chapter 7. Embracing Revolution. When Kobayashi Masaki was finally repatriated after being detained for a year by the U.S. military to perform labor services in Okinawa, he was astonished at the political scene that greeted him. Japan had become extremely democratic, he recalled. Everyone was moving in that direction. Everyone was racing off in the direction of a democratic kind of humanist freedom and union activity. Kobayashi, who went on to become a distinguished director of anti-war and humanistic films, had grave misgivings about this sudden enthusiastic embrace of democracy. The conformism seemed just the same as before the war, only then everyone had jumped on the militarist bandwagon, he observed. I don't mean that the change of consciousness was necessarily wrong, it's just in the way it happened. From a different perspective, Yoshida Shigeru also expressed grave reservations about the democratic revolution. The gruff, English-speaking Yoshida served as foreign minister and a chief liaison to SCAP shortly after the surrender, headed a hapless coalition cabinet of his own in 1946 to 1947, and returned to the premiership with greater staying power and effectiveness in late 1948. He is given credit for one of the more enduring conservative witticisms of the occupation period. Whenever he thought of GHQ, the joke went, what ran through his mind was, "Go home quickly." Contrary to Yoshida's hopes, the Americans stayed and stayed. And contrary to his expectations, he and his conservative allies found it impossible to completely undo the reformist agenda. The neo-colonial revolution did force the ruling structure to introduce and institutionalize progressive reforms that would not otherwise have been undertaken. And despite the doubts of conservatives and progressives alike, the popular forces released by these policies often proved to be vigorous, diverse, resilient, even radical. Although Yoshida held on to the premiership until the end of 1954 and was credited with leading post-war Japan's conservative resurgence, he later reflected ruefully on his accomplishments. "There was this idea at the back of my mind," he observed of his government's inescapable acquiescence to the reformist agenda, "that whatever needed to be revised after we regained our independence could be revised then. But once a thing has been decided on, it is not so easy to have it altered." Embracing the commander. In Japanese parlance, the conformism that Kobayashi worried about and non-Japanese observers ridiculed as the psychology of the obedient herd usually was framed in more benign terms. Particularly in rural areas where most people still lived or had their roots, this was simply junpu bizoku, good morals and manners. A strong sense of hierarchy and proper place was integral to such consciousness, but this was hardly the whole of it. Good morals and manners also encompassed a cultural world of values, activities, and symbols that were familiar and comforting. The Rising Sun flag and national anthem, both banned by GHQ, were associated with this world of beautiful customs. So were village festivals and portable shrines, folk dances, traditional weddings and funerals, lachrymose popular songs, tea ceremonies, the martial arts, filial piety, diligence and industriousness, respect for elders, a catalogue of feminine virtues, a romanticized sense of tension between duty and emotion, giri and ninjo, considerations of appearance and face, esteem for harmony, wa, and so on. Sentimental as well as slavish attitudes toward the emperor were part of this popular consciousness. So, alas, in many instances was a healthy skepticism toward overly westernized or overly facile intellectuals. When informed that such attitudes and practices might impede certain projected reforms, one GHQ section chief imperiously retorted, "Make them change their folkways." This was easier said than done, of course, but the larger question was how extensively the folkways really needed to be changed to lay the groundwork for a meaningful grassroots acceptance of the victor's revolution from above. Although such old consciousness, as the scholar Hidaka Rokuro called it, may not have seemed particularly ripe for democratization, neither was it inherently hopelessly reactionary. As it turned out, spontaneous popular responses to the victors and their policies were more vigorous than almost anyone had predicted, and ideologically more ambiguous. This was dramatically reflected in the response to General MacArthur personally and to GHQ more generally. Japanese at all levels of society embraced the new Supreme Commander with an ardor hitherto reserved for the Emperor, and commonly treated GHQ with the deference they had until recently accorded their own military leaders. Obviously, such behavior seemed to lend credence to the fear that the new vogue of democracy was little more than the old obsequiousness in new garb. The reasons people gave for embracing the victors varied greatly, however, and often were intensely personal. One of the most unexpected responses to SCAP's policies took the form of letters and postcards addressed directly to General MacArthur or simply to GHQ. Hundreds of these arrived daily throughout the occupation, and although some involved organized petitions or letter-writing campaigns, the great majority reflected spontaneous individual initiatives. Virtually all such communications were read and analyzed by occupation personnel. Many were translated, or at least summarized in English, and eventually between 3,000 and 4,000 of them ended up in General MacArthur's personal files. Much of the Supreme Commander's optimism about peace and democracy being sincerely embraced by ordinary Japanese may well have come from reading these remarkable, and carefully screened, communications. There was a brief prologue to this correspondence. On August 31, 1945, media coverage of MacArthur's arrival was complemented by almost equal attention to the comments of Prime Minister Higashikuni, who urged his compatriots to express their hopes and concerns by writing him directly. Although this was part of the government's campaign to diffuse anger and stifle protest, it was nonetheless an unprecedented solicitation of popular opinion. Within a few days, 40 to 50 letters and postcards began arriving at the Prime Minister's residence daily. On October 1st, the Mainichi reported that responses had reached a peak of 1,371 in one day. The collapse of the Higashikuni cabinet on October 5th ended this flow of missives to the Prime Minister, but not the flow itself. On the contrary, it soon became a torrent directed to the Supreme Commander and his staff. SCAP's own records do not reveal a tabulation of communications received during the first year of occupation, when the correspondence was greatest. For the period from September 1946 through May 1951, however, the official record cites 441,161 letters and cards read and processed by the Allied Translator and Interpreter Service, ATIS. These letters and cards came from all walks of life, some written in English, the great majority in Japanese. Most writers identified themselves and wrote with great emotion. Professor Sodei Rinjiro, who has edited and analyzed a fascinating sample of this correspondence, observes that this was an unparalleled exchange between a vanquished people and their conquerors, involving, in the end, unsolicited communications from roughly 0.75% of the adult population. As vetted for the Supreme Commander, these communications certainly fed his vanity, for he was addressed with veneration and profusely thanked for his boundless generosity. Writers praised the general's exalted and godlike benevolence, and called him a living savior. An elderly man in Aomori wrote of worshipping MacArthur's portrait mornings and evenings, just as he had done previously with the Emperor's portrait. A local cultural association in the Kobe area commissioned a Japanese-style painting of Christ delivering the Sermon on the Mount, and presented this to MacArthur with a letter equating his leadership with this sublime moment. The general was praised for his Buddha-like compassion, likened to the friend from afar mentioned in the Confucian Analects, venerated for having liberated the Japanese from the nightmare of war, thanked for having given hope and happiness to people who initially were terrified by the unknown prospects of alien occupation. Ordinary men and women confessed their past militarist sins to him as if he were a priest. They unburdened themselves of their deepest fears and hopes as to a psychiatrist. They equated him with the great transmogrified concept of these years, love. Their letters over and over again spoke of peace and democracy, as if the words themselves were talismans. The Supreme Commander may have been likened to the Emperor in his august power, but clearly he was deemed more approachable, more directly accessible. Here lay the paradox and challenge of an authoritarianism that offered the promise of democracy. MacArthur was also showered with gifts, and more often than not accepted them. Although it was traditional practice to give gifts to superiors and benefactors, the number of offerings to the alien overlord exceeded anything the former military leaders had elicited. Some gestures were modest and charming. A fisherman wrote MacArthur in the midsummer heat of 1948 to say that he had been thinking deeply about how to express his heartfelt gratitude that the general, with your outstanding ideas and capabilities, was making it possible for the Japanese to achieve what we could not have attained even in many years of bloody struggle. All he could do, the writer had concluded, was share what he knew best. The river fish, ayu, he caught for a living, which were now at their fattest and most delicious. He looked forward to hearing when it might be convenient for MacArthur to join him catching and eating these local fish. By contrast, the most formal and elaborate of the gifts to MacArthur was surely a brocade kimono and sash. The embroiderer had secluded himself in Kyoto's Shimo-Kamo shrine in November 1946 and spent 3 years on his task, praying each day and ultimately working some 70 million stitches into his masterpiece. In this instance, the gift was accompanied by a Shinto prayer and offered to the general as a symbol of the pure hearts of our 70 million people. Each stitch obviously meant to represent one living Japanese. Between the dancing fish and the ornate brocade, an amazing cascade of gifts and invitations fell on the Supreme Commander. He received dolls, lamps, ceramics, lacquerwork, bamboo products, feudal manuscripts, books, miniaturized bonsai trees, bonsai tray landscapes, animal skins, armor, and swords, as well as paintings and sculptures that sometimes included renderings of himself. MacArthur was 65 years old when the occupation began, and his age not only enhanced his aura of wisdom, but also prompted writers to express sincere concern for his continued good health. This led to innumerable gifts of canes and walking sticks, as well as at least one girdle-like stomach supporter. Fruits and flowers arrived in season, along with edibles such as mushrooms, tea, red beans, lotus roots, mountain potatoes, salted salmon, dried chestnuts, soybeans, honey, rice, and rice cakes. A Japanese baker begged permission to come and bake a birthday cake for the Supreme Commander. His request was accepted. A group of Aborigine Ainu in Hokkaido killed a deer and sent MacArthur the skin and antlers, as a token of our grateful appreciation for what he has done to secure land for our people and give to Japan a democratic society, based on law and order. A dozen live hens arrived and became part of the embassy farm. A canary with an auspicious black cross on its head was sent as a gift. So were two hanging scrolls dating from 1935, on which, in minuscule ideographs, the entire Bible was allegedly written. One elated citizen celebrated the coming into effect of the new Constitution by sending the general a fan on both sides of which he had written, again in tiny characters, the entire national charter. A 10-year-old youngster kept a daily journal about the development of a pumpkin he grew from seeds received from the United States, and made a copy of this for the general. His father contributed an oil painting of the full-grown pumpkin, and his mother wrote the letter accompanying this collective family expression of thanks. In most cases, these gifts were offered as simple expressions of gratitude to the Supreme Commander, not as the more calculated ritual gestures of reciprocity and dependency that characterized gift-giving in the purely Japanese context, or in the shrewd politics that lay behind gifts from the imperial household or prominent public and corporate figures to MacArthur and other SCAP officials. Most of the letters, cards, and petitions sent to the Supreme Commander and his headquarters addressed the specific concerns as well as hopes of the writers. Well over half dealt with the repatriation of family and acquaintances from overseas. Many focused on specific economic problems and policies. A small but striking percentage of the mail directed to GHQ involved fingering individuals whom the writers believed should be arrested, purged, or even brought to trial as war criminals. Local residents denounced officials who had been oppressive during the war. High school and university students called attention to militaristic teachers. Former military men volunteered the names of individuals who had abused Allied POWs. Specific organizations, including religious sects, were identified as having promoted ultranationalism. Denouncing others extended to the contemporary scene as well. Complaints were submitted about the behavior of the local police. Names were named in connection with hoarding, black market activity, corruption, and gangsterism. People were reported for having hidden their heirloom swords instead of turning them in as ordered by SCAP. Individuals were denounced for harboring anti-American or anti-democratic sentiments. Judging only by such relentless missives as these, one might be forgiven for concluding that yesterday's nation of patriots had turned into a nation of informers. Another startling category of letters urged that the country be annexed or turned into a permanent colony by the United States. Otherwise, some such writers declared, the democratic reforms would soon be undone. It was not always a pretty picture, and one Aedis translator, a Japanese-American whose family originally came from Okinawa, told Professor Sode that reading such letters had actually made him despise the Japanese. They seemed to be weather vanes, many felt, turning as the wind blew. Yet they also turned in many individual directions, and the very fact that hundreds of thousands of people felt motivated to express their views openly to the new authorities was not an inconsequential development. Although these communications usually expressed support for occupation policies, ordinary men and women did not hesitate to offer criticism and advice. Protect the emperor, many letters entreated, a few written in blood or at least sealed with a bloody thumbprint. Get rid of the throne, advised a much smaller contingent. The emperor was the biggest egotist in Japan, wrote one writer. He was a vampire, declared another. The war crimes trials revealed blatant double standards on the part of the United States, an outspoken primary school teacher complained. The trials went nowhere near far enough, declared an exceedingly embittered man, who believed that no fewer than 100,000 militarists deserved to be executed. A policeman opined that the purge should be restricted to former top officials of the Special Higher Police, the Thought Police. On the contrary, urged another letter writer, the purge of public officials should be extended down to the level of town and city mayors. Former landowners denounced the confiscatory nature of SCAP's land reform. Some individuals urged that the reform agenda be pushed more vigorously at the local level. Letter writers who accepted the occupation's ideals deemed it necessary and appropriate to call attention to GI abuses. One poor woman was emboldened to complain to the Supreme Commander that the incessant flights of U.S. aircraft over her neighborhood were driving her crazy, carrying as they did all the terrifying sounds and images associated with the air raids. Some writers were deranged, such as the artist who presented MacArthur with a painting depicting the common identity of Jesus Christ, Santa Claus, and Tengu or mountain goblins. Others were unmistakably sycophants or cranks. When all was said and done, the torrent of letters constituted, at the very least, yet one more example of the alacrity with which people filled the unaccustomed space of defeat with new forms of personal expression. The letters also suggested the latent, and sometimes not so latent, sexual dimension of the occupation. Like the United States generally, MacArthur was perceived to be a dominant, albeit magnanimous, masculine figure by men as well as women. Even the supposedly enlightened Asahi newspaper referred to him, in a rather Catholic manner, as our father. His headquarters shared in this masculinity. It is not difficult to discern an abiding psychology of dependency in the communications addressed to the Supreme Commander and GHQ, and many writers obviously made no clear distinction between embracing MacArthur, embracing paternalistic authority, and embracing democracy. Most blatant in this regard was a distinctive strain of letters written to the general by women that bemused analysts dubbed the "I want to have your baby" genre. Here the embrace of the conqueror, at least as wish if not actuality, became literal. Intellectuals and the community of remorse. In contrast to the often inchoate nature of such private expressions of ordinary individuals, intellectuals responded to defeat with notable theoretical vigor. With few exceptions, but many internecine differences, the intelligentsia assumed the mantle of being progressive men of letters, Shinpoteki Bunkajin, and rallied behind the causes of democracy and liberation. Maruyama Masao, one of the most influential of these intellectuals, once called attention to the peculiarity of the identity he and his colleagues assumed. Not only was progressive men of letters a new catchphrase, but it also was unique to Japan. There were no counterpart terms for the conservative men of letters or centrist men of letters. To be taken seriously as an intellectual in these years, it was de rigueur to be an apostle of democratic revolution. This was a virtuoso turnabout for the intelligentsia, precious few of whom had opposed the war. Although the occupation's purge of militarists and ultranationalists eventually included a few hundred academics and writers, most pre-war liberals and leftists had recanted their beliefs by the mid-1930s. In one way or another they had supported the war. Several hundred communists, a fraction of the original party, resisted apostasy and maintained a critical stance toward the imperial state, in prison or, in a few cases, abroad in the Soviet Union or communist-controlled areas of China. Only a handful of academics emerged from the war with their reputations enhanced for not having been swept along by the tides of ultranationalism. Economists such as Arisawa Hiromi and Oichi Hyoe, for example, who were purged from the imperial universities for leftist ideas in the late 1930s. There was no counterpart to the principled resistance that a small but heroic number of intellectuals, leftists, church people, and military officers had mounted against National Socialism in Germany in the same period. There was very little indeed in which intellectuals could take pride where their behavior prior to August 15, 1945 was concerned. To many ordinary Japanese of the good morals and manners persuasion, the sudden post-surrender appearance of intellectuals, politicians, and a host of other public figures spouting paeans to democracy and demilitarization smacked of hypocrisy and opportunism. The progressive intellectuals naturally put a different spin on their new radicalism. In part they emphasized, not unreasonably, how this represented the resumption of a serious engagement with liberalism and Marxism that had been repressed in the late 1920s and early 1930s. Beyond this, however, the commitment of many intellectuals to progressive and radical politics reflected what Maruyama later characterized as the formation of a community of remorse. To many academics and men of letters like Maruyama, defeat and occupation involved, as he described it, a joyous feeling of hope for the future mixed with deep regret for the past, a sense of political and intellectual liberation combined with self-reproach for having failed to resist the blandishments and awesome power of the state. Among the intelligentsia, politics and ideology thus became thoroughly entangled with remorse and self-criticism. Individually as well as collectively, many dwelled openly on their guilt and responsibility for having failed to take a principled stand against repression and aggression. They resolved, as Maruyama put it, to make a new start and turn the rationed-out freedom of the occupation into a spontaneous embrace of demilitarization and democratization. For both intellectual and psychological reasons, Marxism offered special attractions for the repentant community of intellectuals, even for those who, like Maruyama, drew eclectically from the European intellectual tradition and maintained their distance from the Communist Party. To most of the progressive men of letters, Marxism offered a theoretical and scientific framework that seemed to go far in helping to explain the recent disaster in terms of feudal remnants, capitalist contradictions, false consciousness, and ruling class intrigues. This dovetailed well with the American structural analysis of Japan's will to war, while giving that analysis a more precise and formulaic cast. Marxism also buttressed revolutionary optimism. The war, as the Marxists saw it, had exposed the grossly incomplete nature of the Meiji Revolution, whereas defeat and liberation by the Allied powers clearly accelerated the inevitable transition to a democratic, and ultimately socialist, society. That the most principled resistance to the war had come from dedicated communists gave these individuals considerable status. When Tokuda Kyuichi and several hundred other communists were released from prison, they became celebrities and instant heroes in a society whose old heroes had all suddenly been toppled. Similarly, Nosaka Sanzo's arrival in January 1946 after a long journey from China attracted a great crowd. He too received a hero's welcome. Even conservatives, it was said, joined in. Within a few months, Nosaka was elected to the Diet in the first general election held under occupation auspices. Defeat gave such communist leaders charisma, imbuing them with an aura of integrity and political acuity. By the same token, defeat helped establish Marxism and the Communist Party itself as sources of clear, secular, universal principles that transcended the disastrous, particularistic values of the imperial state. The embrace of one form or another of Marxism by individuals engaged in a wide range of activities was a dramatic feature of the early post-surrender scene, and it caught most American planners by surprise. They had failed to anticipate the radical fervor with which an entire stratum of privileged intellectuals would attempt to propel the American Revolution beyond the boundaries of bourgeois democracy. Some of these intellectual campaigns for a more radical emancipation became mired in polemics, but many transcended formulaic Marxism to raise fundamental questions concerning the modern self, the modern ego, or the establishment of a modern person, that were believed to be the basis of any genuine democratic revolution. Without such a clear sense of selfhood or autonomous subjectivity, it was argued with great passion, individuals could not be expected to stand against the state in defense of democratic values. Since Japanese culture seemed to offer few models for establishing such an autonomous modern self, the intellectuals found themselves looking to Europe, Russia, and the Soviet Union, and to a lesser degree the United States, for exemplary individuals and ideas. Multiple traumas of identity were embedded in this quest for a modern self, acknowledging personal failure, repudiating one's own history and culture, looking for models in a Western world that itself had engaged in repression, imperialism, and war. Nonetheless, the appeal of foreign models to a remorseful intelligentsia was immense. To one degree or another, many non-intellectuals also felt this attraction, and likewise shared the heady sense of being now firmly embarked on the path of inevitable historical progress. Just as often, however, the intellectuals themselves called attention to the opening of a great divide between their cosmopolitan radicalism and the sentiments of those who still held on to the comfort and security of familiar ways. Intellectual writings concerning the defeat, observed Shimizu Ikutaro, a highly visible, progressive man of letters, tended to be based more or less on the social sciences, and to convey a tone of optimism to the effect that everything's going to work out well now. Ordinary readers, in Shimizu's view, generally felt detached from such approaches and far more ambivalent about issues of guilt and responsibility. However remote their ivory towers may have seemed to be, the impact of the intellectuals was far-reaching. Many of the most influential post-surrender economists, for example, including men of towering repute such as Arisawa and Ouchi, worked within a Marxist or neo-Marxist framework. So did leading specialists on labor and industrial relations, such as Okochi Kazuo, a future president of Tokyo University. The most intense post-surrender academic debates concerning history, economics, and political economy were grounded in positions established by two factions that had dominated pre-war contention among Marxist academics. Entire academic departments, such as Tokyo University's esteemed economics faculty, gave the elite students of the nation an eclectic education in Marxism, as well as in classical and neoclassical economics. In the natural sciences, researchers and theoreticians such as the eminent physicist Sakata Shoichi became active in new organizations such as the Union for Democratic Scientists, which committed its members to using science to achieve democratic and pacifist goals. To practice and propagate true science which is useful to the people, the Union declared, cannot be done unless we cooperate with various popular struggles. The people are eagerly awaiting such cooperation. Almost immediately, scientists began reaching out to a broader public by publishing books with such titles as Our Science and Democratic Science. Literary circles were also buffeted by the winds of revolutionary consciousness. Most famously, the closing days of 1945 witnessed a gathering of around 100 writers in Kanda, the famous booksellers' quarter of Tokyo, to announce the formation of the Shin Nihon Bungakukai, or New Japanese Literature Association. Many well-known figures were among the group's founders, and they wasted little time establishing their radical credentials. The association's announced purpose was to unify all democratic literary people and fight for the advancement of democratic literature. It was made emphatically clear that writers who had collaborated actively with the imperialist war were not welcome. Organizers invited some 322 politically vetted individuals to join them, of whom 173 did. The democratic literature envisioned by these writers was to be international in nature, but particularly responsive to the people of China and Korea, Japan's recent victims. Shin Nihon Bungaku, New Japanese Literature, the group's monthly journal, devoted its inaugural issue to The Record of August 15th. The writer Odagiri Hideo caused an uproar in a later issue by declaring 25 prominent writers guilty of war responsibility. Other new literary magazines also engaged in such fraternal bloodletting. Through 1946, for example, Bungaku Jihyo, comment on current literature, ran a regular feature titled Literary Prosecution, devoted to exposing the war responsibility of well-known literary figures. Famous writers such as Nakano Shigeharu wrote frankly about the difficulties of achieving revolutionary change under a foreign occupation that operated through the existing mechanisms of the Japanese state, but still remained sanguine that the basic structures for achieving democracy were being established, and a new people's culture was in the process of formation. This was the ideological atmosphere in which the rebirth of serious publishing took place, and the cosmopolitanism of the community of remorse was reflected in the breadth of foreign writings that publishers rushed to make available. Early issues of the new journal Sekai, to take but one example, advertised both new and reissued translations of works by Tolstoy, Gorky, Chekhov, Dostoevsky, Goethe, Balzac, Gide, Malraux, Anatole France, Stendhal, Plato, Kant, Spinoza, Rousseau, Locke, Adam Smith, Hegel, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Spengler, and a host of others. In this way, Marxism was reintroduced to public debate in the context of the intellectual tradition to which it was indebted and in which it was embedded. The range and vigor of this response to defeat and democratic opportunities went far beyond anything the American or English old Asia hands had believed possible. Indeed, these experts had rarely been able to come up with anything more than a short list of geriatric old liberals who might be expected to respond positively to reform, and who usually, like Yoshida Shigeru, did not. They had no inkling of who constituted the intelligentsia, what their personal or scholarly backgrounds were, or how they might respond to defeat and liberation. In this regard, the non-experts who introduced a more radical line to post-surrender policy came much closer to the mark with their more abstract and ideological assumptions about the universal appeal of democratic reform. Even the New Deal liberals and leftists, however, failed to predict that hundreds of intellectuals would be deeply influenced by the sentiments of the community of remorse, or that they would find European thought, including Marxism, so crucial to redefining their responsibilities. Nor did anyone really anticipate how swiftly intellectual discourse would percolate to a national audience through the mass media. Such progressive intellectual ferment exceeded American expectations and was alien to mainstream American intellectual activity, and occupation authorities responded accordingly. While the more radical reformers within GHQ cultivated and encouraged left-wing intellectuals, the vigilant anti-communists placed their names on blacklists and bided their time until Cold War emotions made it acceptable to move to discredit them. Grassroots engagements. Psychologically, the more doctrinaire forms of leftism played to the notion that the Japanese people as a whole did indeed have to be guided by their superiors to achieve a democratic revolution. The very notion of a left-wing or communist vanguard rested on the premise that the masses were backward and in need of such leadership. In this regard, left-wing elitism was not all that different from the conquerors, or from that of the conservatives who sought to retain power under the aegis and aura of the emperor. MacArthur's GHQ, the old guard Japanese who reluctantly went along with his reformist agenda, the progressive men of letters, and the Japan Communist Party were, each in their own way, practitioners of imperial democracy. Where allegiance to the Communist Party itself was concerned, there was a further psychological consideration virtually inborn in the community of remorse. Because so many intellectuals felt personal guilt over their pre-war apostasy and their failure to resist the imperial state, they often adopted a never-again attitude of fidelity to the post-war party that demanded strict adherence to its Central Committee pronouncements. Like MacArthur and GHQ, the Communist Party insisted on unquestioning obedience to its prescription of the correct path to the democratic revolution. Such discipline stifled internal criticism and turned many in the community of remorse into followers of a new source of dogma and authority. Whereas left-wing discourse about dialectical negation and contradiction may have alienated non-intellectuals or simply put them to sleep, the intellectuals' more humanistic sense of liberation and individual self-worth did strike responsive chords in popular consciousness and culture. Letters to the editor in national newspapers reflected an impressive nationwide engagement with the meaning of democratization. An early letter to the Asahi, often quoted in later writings, suggested how out of touch the foreign Japan experts were when they dismissed as an obedient herd those they had not met at upper-crust gatherings in Tokyo. It read as follows: "It seems that 4 countries, the United States, Great Britain, China, and the Soviet Union, but especially the United States and Britain, emphatically desire that Japan become a democratic country. If you interpret democracy as an idealistic liberation of humanity, then nobody would oppose this. The problem, however, is what form Japanese democracy should have. A Japan that has 3,000 years of tradition and was a late-developing country in capitalism. Just looking at the political systems in the United States and Britain, it cannot be denied that there are different democracies. This applies to the Soviet Union and China as well. Thus I am concerned that the United States, which sits at the center of the occupation, may out of kindness aim at a democratization in which everything follows the American way. It must be recognized that even Japan's feudal leaders did not resort to feudal things just to maintain their own power. They also gave consideration to the development of Japan and made adjustments to the Japanese situation. It is possible that American kindness, which regards only American-style democracy as democracy, may lead Japan into an unfortunate situation. We have suffered for a long time from fetters on speech, and it would be distressing if American-style fetters were added the minute the old ones are removed. This may be worrying too much, but I wish to call the attention of knowledgeable people everywhere to this point. Other Japanese who accepted the occupation agenda were severe in criticizing the superficiality of their compatriots' embrace of democracy. D.T. Suzuki, the well-known interpreter of Zen Buddhism, wrote the Asahi to warn readers to be wary of prominent Buddhist leaders who had supported the militarists and now suddenly presented themselves as apostles of democracy. A housewife's letter expressed concern that woman's suffrage was being imposed too quickly, before women could fully grasp its meaning. A female writer was ridiculed by another for lavishing praise on a wartime military leader, then shifting almost immediately to praise of American military men. Radio satirists tried to lampoon the political sign repainters in an early skit on the post-war paper shortage. The situation was so bad, one comic exclaimed, that people were making democracy posters on the backs of old wartime placards extolling 8 corners of the world under one roof. There was certainly a great deal to ridicule or lament in the haste with which so many people seemed to have become, almost overnight, admirers of the Americans and apostles of peace and democracy. Cynics played the conversion game crassly, and were easy targets for satire about repainting signs and changing coats. More troubling were responses to the victors that in one way or another seemed exceptionally naive, accommodating, or superficial. Even in nuclear-bombed Nagasaki, residents welcomed the first Americans with gifts, a doll in a glass case given to the head of a scientific team investigating radiation effects, and shortly afterward joined local U.S. military personnel in sponsoring a Miss Atomic Bomb beauty contest. A comic strip embraced democracy, Demokurashi in the direct Japanese rendering, by introducing characters named Little Demo and Little Kra, Demo-chan and Kura-chan. Conservative wordplay, in contrast, spoke of Demokurushii, kurushii meaning painful or tormenting. Petitioners from one community wrote General MacArthur to thank him for bringing democracy to Japan, and to request that he order a certain highly qualified but reluctant local individual to run for office. Although it was easy to take such episodes as evidence that the democratic revolution had no roots, it was just as easy to call attention to the emergence of an engaging and persistent democracy folklore. The media were indefatigable in recounting incidents and activities that gave personality and individuality to grassroots thinking about what embracing democracy might mean. Sometimes these stories were offered as outright comedy. When fuel shortages forced a bathhouse operator to heat just half his tubs and open his establishment to men and women on alternate days, for instance, he found his plans disrupted by an old woman who marched in on the men's day, started undressing, and resisted expulsion on the grounds that the country now had gender equality. "What are you talking about?" she scolded in rich colloquial Japanese. "Unlike the old days, now women and men have equal rights." Other accounts of individuals asserting themselves were eminently serious. Shortly after surrender, students at a high school in Mito City attracted nationwide attention by boycotting classes and forcing their militaristic principal to resign. In Tokyo, female students at an upper-level secondary school caused a sensation by denouncing their male principal as corrupt and demanding classroom reforms. Their actions, doubly defiant in involving not only students but women, were followed by spontaneous protests at a number of higher schools and universities calling for the resignations of militaristic administrators and teachers and the granting of greater student rights. In November 1945, university students in Tokyo, Kyoto, Nagoya, and Kyushu began establishing autonomous student federations that laid the basis for the post-war student movement. Pre-war leaders of the women's movement met on August 25, 1945, to plan strategy. 1 month later, they petitioned the government to grant woman suffrage, well before General MacArthur made this part of his basic civil liberties directive. By the first week of November, the first nationwide women's organization had been established. The post-war consumers movement sometimes is dated from October 9th, when 15 women in Osaka formed a housewives association and held a demonstration to demand rice. That same month, nurses at the Tokyo Police Hospital formed the first women's union and succeeded in negotiating a wage increase. When the first Diet election in which women were empowered to vote took place in April 1946, 79 women entered as candidates and 39 were elected. The first spontaneous uprisings of male workers occurred in October among Korean and Chinese coal miners, a militancy soon emulated by Japanese miners. Upheavals also took place in the nation's newsrooms beginning in October, with high-level newspaper executives and editorial staff being pressured by employees to resign as a gesture of acceptance of their war responsibility. Major shakeups took place in some 44 newspapers nationwide, including the Yomiuri, Asahi, and Mainichi. Many initiatives took place locally without garnering headlines. When a neighborhood festival was resumed in Yokohama in the summer of 1946, for example, after a hiatus of 5 years due to the war, women for the first time ever were allowed to participate in carrying the mikoshi, or portable shrine. They thereby joined men at the center of the festivities and stepped within a Shinto circle that traditionally had excluded them for being physically and morally impure. In such ways, cherished practices associated with the good morals and manners of the past began to be transformed subtly from below. At the same time, intense grassroots discussion about the democratic revolution was carried out in inconspicuous publications such as the local press, school papers, and company or union newsletters. A great deal of political communication also took place in local meetings and through new American-style forums such as the Paneru Discussion, panel discussion, and the public opinion poll. As the Mainichi put it, surveys of public opinion were yet one more way of whipping up the democratization of newly born Japan. Within a matter of months, people were being asked what they thought about a spectrum of topics ranging from the emperor system to neighborhood associations. Never, however, were they asked what they thought about the occupation itself. Radio also elicited entirely new levels of participation. In March 1946, it was estimated that household radios were being kept on for an average of 5 hours a day, making the airwaves at least as important as the printed word as a vehicle of communication and politicization. At its peak, Truth Box, Shinsobako, a controversial program on the war years, received between 1,000 and 1,200 written queries weekly from listeners. The popular broadcast discussion, also Toronkai, featuring a variety of experts on particular topics, traveled through the country responding to questions from local audiences regularly numbering in the thousands. Political candidates commonly were given airtime on NHK. Prior to the general election of April 1946, some 2,000 candidates took advantage of this opportunity, and a poll in 1949 revealed that an overwhelming number of voters chose candidates by radio. The most sensational of all broadcast innovations was the introduction of a wildly popular amateur hour for vocalists. This program offered a remote promise of fame and fortune, but its initial spirit involved a simple, unprecedented, and remarkably good-natured egalitarianism. Before the surrender, it was unthinkable for ordinary people to be heard on the national airwaves. Now, contestants ranging from 4-year-olds to the elderly flocked to present themselves to the nation. Such grassroots activities were not necessarily revolutionary or even political in the sense that the progressive intelligentsia used such concepts, but they subverted old hierarchies and reflected a popular receptivity to a more open society that was often spontaneously creative. They were also but the tip of the iceberg where embracing democracy was concerned. Institutionalizing reform. The men and women who wrote letters to SCAP and took part in local panel discussions did not engage peace and democracy in a vacuum. They lived in a world of tumultuous institutional renovation that touched their lives directly. Old laws were abrogated and new laws, civil as well as criminal, introduced. Basic structures of authoritarian control were undermined in fundamental ways. Land reform all but eliminated exploitative landlordism and rural tenancy. Electoral reform strengthened the bicameral legislature as a major political actor. Constitutional reform established the principle of popular sovereignty for the first time, guaranteed a more extensive range of human rights than even the U.S. Constitution, and set anti-militarist ideals at the very center of the National Charter. Labor reforms gave workers basic rights hitherto unknown. Educational reform liberalized curricula, promoted coeducational egalitarianism, and broadened access to the elite track of the universities. Reform of the civil code eliminated the legal underpinnings of the patriarchal family system and strengthened the position of women in critical areas such as divorce and inheritance. These innovations did not merely create an arena in which democracy might flourish, but also involved the Japanese themselves in creating such an arena. Virtually all basic reforms were implemented, if not instigated, by a huge cadre of Japanese bureaucrats, technocrats, and outside advisors. Frequently their input was creative and constructive. Testimony to the voluntary contributions of reformist Japanese came from every side. Alfred Oppler, who oversaw revision of the civil code, for instance, gave them credit for completely abolishing the patriarchal house system, under which male domination within the family unit had been legally constituted. His staff never ordered or even urged its complete abolition, Oppler recalled, and watched with eager interest how the Japanese would adjust it to the principles of the Constitution. They did a more thorough job than we had expected. Like other occupation officials, Oppler found that the shock of defeat had stimulated the revaluation of all values, even to the point of prompting a thoroughgoing iconoclastic feeling of damn what you have adored and adore what you have damned. In the opening stage of the occupation, the reformist ardor of the Americans thus was complemented by a striking open-mindedness to innovations on the other side. In these circumstances, Oppler and his colleagues claimed that they made the greatest effort not to order our Japanese counterparts around, but to work with them on an equal level. Free discussion, persuasion, and compromise rather than fiat brought about agreements. Such claims naturally cannot be taken at face value. The relationship was inherently unequal, and even in ostensibly free exchanges there usually remained a tacit understanding that the suggestions of GHQ officers and officials were not to be ignored. Even Theodore Cohen, the master of non-commands with the force of commands, however, acknowledged the impressive degree to which Japanese initiatives supported and occasionally exceeded the mission of his own labor division. The basic trade union law of December 1945, under which workers for the first time gained the right to organize, bargain collectively, and strike, was almost entirely the work of an unusually large advisory commission headed by Suehiro Izutaro, an eminent legal scholar. The commission consisted of a working committee of 3 welfare ministry bureaucrats and 2 scholars, a steering committee of 30 members, including the communist firebrand Tokuda Kyuichi, and an overall membership of some 130 individuals representing universities, corporations, political parties, the bureaucracy, social workers, and labor. Similarly, the September 1947 establishment of a labor ministry was, from the first, a Japanese project. Even a bar hostess at the Daiichi Hotel left her mark on labor practices by successfully recommending that labor recruitment agencies, known as labor encouragement offices during the war, be renamed employment security offices. Her exact relationship to GHQ's policymakers is unclear, and perhaps best left so. One of the most progressive pieces of post-war labor legislation, the Labor Standards Law of 1947, which governed working conditions, came about largely at the unlikely initiative of a former member of the thought police named Teramoto Kosaku. In the summer of 1946, Teramoto appeared at Cohen's office, unannounced and unknown, with a massive draft of a labor protection bill. He was, it turned out, head of the Labor Standards section in the Welfare Ministry and had been working on the project with his staff for several months. Such a bill was not part of GHQ's mission, nor was it high on the government's own agenda. In Cohen's lively telling of the story, the Labor Standards Law was a splendid example of middle-level initiatives in support of democratization. Essentially, Teramoto took advantage of the confusion of the post-war scene to persuade a wide range of industrialists, bureaucrats, and politicians that GHQ was demanding vigorous regulation of working conditions. Under this misleading cover, he and his small staff, almost entirely on their own, drafted a comprehensive code of protective legislation based not only on pre-war provisions suspended by the militarists, but also on a close study of International Labor Organization conventions. GHQ knew nothing of the project until Teramoto appeared at Cohen's door. But once the Labor Division gave this unexpected initiative its blessing, Teramoto was able to tell the interest groups on his side that they had little choice but to go along with these desires of the Americans. There were some touchy moments when it appeared the game might be exposed, but in the end the little team of secretive reformers had its way. The bill even included a provision for menstrual leave, which the American female chief of Cohen's Wages and Working Conditions branch deemed unprecedented, unnecessary, and frivolous. The provision stayed. Article 1 of the new law eloquently conveyed the sense of individual worth on which so many now agreed that any meaningful democratic revolution had to rest. It declared that working conditions must meet the needs of a worker living a life worthy of a human being. Not exactly words one might have anticipated from a former member of the thought police. The intricate dance involving fiat and persuasion on the one hand and genuine cooperation and volunteerism on the other was nowhere more apparent than in the field of education. Until the end of the occupation, SCAP's Civil Information and Education section rode herd to see that democratization was promoted here. As a result, the Ministry of Education, which had been a vigilant watchdog of emperor system ultranationalism, was transformed into one of the country's most systematic and zealous proponents of peace and democracy. No one repainted their signs more frenetically than the educators, and no doubt this was accompanied by audible curses within the sanctity of the ministry's walls. Here again, however, the occupation's demands cracked open an oppressive system in a manner that permitted new voices to express and explore their genuine sense of liberation. The effect on educators and educated alike was incalculable. Until new texts could be introduced, students were required to go through their school books with the guidance of their teachers and systematically excise with brush and ink all passages deemed to be militaristic, nationalistic, or in some manner undemocratic. This practice of blackening over, suminuru, actually was initiated by the government before the Americans even set foot in Japan. For pupils and teachers alike, this was a visceral undertaking, simultaneously a ritual exorcism of teachings that had only yesterday been deemed sacrosanct, and a practical exercise in encouraging criticism of received wisdom. Yuri Hajime, who lost his father, brother, and uncle in the war and was 13 when hostilities ended, was typical in never forgetting this experience. After his home in Yokohama was destroyed by bombing, he was evacuated to the countryside and entered a poor middle school where it was necessary to make his own hand copy of the language textbook used by his class. Following the arrival of the occupation forces, classes were suspended for a period of months in the three subjects deemed most pervasively nationalistic: ethics, Japanese history, and geography, in which Japan's overseas empire had been extolled. While the Ministry of Education and a host of publishers hastened to produce new textbooks appropriate to the times. In the meantime, he was required to deface his painstakingly copied language text. The experience was traumatic. The mutilated text struck him as abnormal and even grotesque, but the episode left him with a lasting awareness that received knowledge could be challenged and education itself could be a relative thing. Decades later, Kurita Wataru recalled the same formative experience. We held the splotched pages up to the sunlight, and if the words could still be read, we applied a fresh coat of ink. That day, for the first time, I felt besieged by a jumble of contending values, a feeling that has persisted ever since. The tenor of the intense campaign to democratize education was conveyed in Shin Kyoiko Shinshin, New Educational Guidance, issued by the Ministry of Education in May 1946. A number of scholars had been enlisted to prepare the original draft, which was then simplified by the ministry before being distributed to educators nationwide. The goal of the new system, it was stated, was to contribute to constructing a democratic, peaceful nation of culture. To this end, it was imperative to develop an autonomous and cooperative attitude among educators themselves. In this spirit, teachers and administrators were called on to engage in deep reflection on the shortcomings of society that had led to the war and to the country's present sorry state. Modernization since the Meiji period, the guide continued, had consisted primarily of borrowing material aspects of Western civilization while ignoring the basic spirit behind them. The Japanese had learned how to use trains, ships, and electricity, but did not sufficiently develop the scientific spirit that produced them. At the same time, war and defeat had come about because the people did not have proper respect for human nature, personality, and individuality. Failure to develop a rational, critical spirit had allowed militarism and ultranationalism to arise and, in this sense, responsibility for the war must be borne by the entire populace, and the people must deeply apologize to the world for their crime. Such an apology could only be made by carrying out the terms of the Potsdam Declaration and the orders of Allied occupation authorities, thereby constructing a new country. In this task, educators had a pivotal role to play. The guide then offered a detailed discussion of the fundamental problems in constructing a new Japan. 6 successive chapters dealt with 1. Self-reflection concerning Japan's present state, 2. Eliminating militarism and ultranationalism, 3. Promoting respect for human nature, personality, and individuality, 4. Raising scientific standards and philosophical and religious refinement, 5. Carrying out thoroughgoing democracy, and 6. Constructing a peaceful nation of culture. A further 7 chapters addressed in ever more specific terms the task of educators in promoting respect for individuality, civic education, women's education, scientific knowledge, physical education, art and culture, and vocational education. However much Ministry of Education officials may have acted under duress in articulating and promoting such an agenda, the self-reflection, that cherished term of the times, apparent throughout their guide, certainly had a provocative and homegrown feel to it. At one point, the agenda suggested that Japan was a nation but not really a society, in that people were loyal to the state and knew how to behave as good family members, but lacked a broader sense of public morality due to their weak sense of individuality. This corresponded to what the progressive men of letters were saying in their passionate intellectual debates about establishing an autonomous subjectivity, only here the issue was being brought into the country's classrooms in far plainer language. The sweeping reformist flavor of this early handbook was replicated in scores of other publications sponsored or approved by the ministry, including new classroom textbooks. A typical elementary school text, Shonen Shoujo no Tame no Minshu Tokuhon, Democracy Reader for Boys and Girls, pointed out that in the contemporary world, democratic ideals extended beyond politics per se to economics and daily life. Freedom was to be cherished, young readers were told, but also was to be distinguished from selfishness. It had to be exercised with responsibility. Equality also was central to democracy, but should not be confused with sameness. Equality meant equal opportunity. The Democracy Reader for Boys and Girls addressed the nation's occupied status forthrightly. Is democracy being promoted in Japan now because we have to do so by order of the Allied powers? The textbook's yes but no answer was expressed in terms that elementary school youngsters might grasp easily. In accordance with the Potsdam Declaration, the Allied nations have been exerting themselves so that Japan will realize democracy quickly and be able to rejoin the world. Even without the Allied nations saying so, however, if we look at the history of humankind, to become a democratic nation and democratic people is true to the way people should be. The text went on to introduce pacifism as the means by which Japan, as well as other countries, could best promote civilization and become a cultured nation of learning, art, and morality. This was not greatly different from what the sophisticated intellectual journal Sakai had said in its inaugural issue. Hardly surprising, since many of the authors of these new school texts were liberal and left-wing academics who identified closely with the community of remorse. Millions of young students were exposed to such ideas on a daily basis and imbibed them in a classroom atmosphere that usually was noticeably free and open compared to the militant regimen they had previously experienced. The impact of defeat on teachers in general was exceptionally traumatic. Until the moment of surrender, they had been the drill sergeants of Emperor system orthodoxies. Now, overnight, they were told not merely to think differently, but to teach the new orthodoxies with the same passion they had brought to the old ones. Naturally, individual responses varied greatly. Some teachers introduced the new course material and the idea of a more democratic give and take between teachers and pupils with sarcasm and a twisted self-mockery. "What shall we study today?" one person recalled his middle school teacher asking. "Since we have democracy, I must ask your opinion." The great majority of teachers adapted quickly to the new situation, however. Many of them felt a particularly keen and painful sense of responsibility on confronting the lost war, for so many of those who had died and died in vain had been their pupils. Filled with grief over the deaths of their young charges, often overwhelmed with guilt for having encouraged them on a pathway to destruction, many teachers embraced the ideals of peace and democracy with fervor. Their newfound radicalism was reinforced by the miserable living conditions they faced. Teachers unionized in great numbers, and, as if to atone for past subservience to the state, commonly adopted a confrontational stance vis-à-vis the power structure. Nikkyoso, the most powerful of their unions, was closely affiliated with the Communist Party. By 1948, distraught SCAP officials were traveling the country to denounce red influences in the schools. The idealistic ambiance of early post-war educational innovations was captured in an acclaimed collection of student writings published in 1951 under the title Yamabiko Gakko, Echo School. Edited by Muchaku Seikyo, a man in his early 20s who had taken a teaching post at a small middle school in the mountains of Yamagata Prefecture, this bestseller contained essays, poems, and reports by some 43 pupils written over the course of 3 years. Muchaku and his students became celebrity symbols of an ideal relationship of discussion and exchange between teachers and students, and his pupils' writings became the most famous examples of a nationwide pedagogical movement to promote compositions about everyday life. Media people flocked to Muchaku's little school after the book became famous, and with virtually one voice they called attention to the open, democratic environment that existed there. Only about 10% of the students went beyond middle school, but everyone praised the curiosity and initiative their young teacher nourished in them. These poor, rural youngsters and their mentor became inspirations for the whole country. One pupil later recalled how impressed he had been when the newly arrived teacher first spoke about how the sprout of democracy growing in Japan now is borrowed from America and not yet our local product. Muchaku's emphasis on writing compositions about daily life was part of his belief that the purpose of education was to nurture energy for social change. Local parents, the former student recalled, burdened with daily hardships and in turmoil because of tensions induced by the new land reform legislation, did not always appreciate what the young teacher was doing, but his impact on the students and the community as a whole had been an enduring one. Democratizing everyday language. The Americanization of the education system was revealed in the emergence of a new lexicon of borrowed terms. Karikuramu, Gaidansu, Homurumu, Homu Purojekuto, Kosu Obusutade, Kurabu Akutibiti, that is, curriculum, guidance, homeroom, home project, course of study, and club activity. All these bastardized, imported terms and concepts became part of everyday pedagogical vocabulary. These terms, however, were but a small part of the new classroom environment, just as the regular school system itself was only one part of the sweeping education and democracy then taking place. Beginning in 1947, adult education programs were introduced that were explicitly designed to help grown-ups learn the consciousness, habits, and lifestyles of a democratic people. Beyond this, the very nature of the language as a whole was permanently altered by the introduction of hundreds of terms and phrases that helped define the ethos of the new world of defeat and democratization. This revolution in everyday language had two great historical precedents. Ancient and medieval society had been profoundly transformed by the wholesale borrowings of texts and concepts from China, not to mention the adoption of its ideographic writing system. The opening of feudal Japan to the outside world in the mid-19th century ushered in another epoch of voracious intellectual borrowing, this time from Europe and, to a lesser degree, the United States. Here, then, was the beginning of a third cycle of assimilating foreign ideas and practices. With their typical energy, publishers immediately proceeded to try to catalog the new conceptual influx by publishing annual books of popular Shingo, or new terms. Usually these were magpie collections, glittery, eclectic, ranging over every possible field, containing weighty items alongside frivolous baubles. The Americanization of popular culture was evident in Japanicized English entries for such imports as the pin-up, the jitterbug, boogie-woogie, and the whodunit, Hudanito. A 1948 compilation included such essential borrowed English as alibi, casting vote, ecstasy, scandal, up-to-date, Achilles' heel, and amen, along with 4 suggestive slang words, baloney, corny, hot, and phony. Dark horses galloped without translation onto the linguistic terrain. Hubba Hubba became popular, albeit with the distinctive meaning of hurry, hurry, rather than its original association with men ogling women. Odd made-in-Japan English neologisms sometimes leaped from the page. Manemoon, or money moon, was one such creation, defined as a honeymoon for those who married for money. The borrowed English term bestseller was accompanied by sekususera, or sex seller, referring to an erotic book. Caustic new idioms jostled against foreign imports, among them the wonderful goseru, or 5 lets, by which to appease government officials. Let them eat, drink, grab money, sleep with women, and put on airs. This catchy term, so irreverent and open, flew in the face of the traditional homily about revering officials, kanson, and conveyed a pungent taste of the iconoclasm of these years. Many of the popular handbooks in which such new terms were itemized were pocket-sized to permit handy access. Taken as a whole, they gave a lively sense of how the very nature of popular discourse was being revised on the run, and yet in fundamental ways. Readers of these little guides could look up a range of borrowed terms, translated terms, native terms, and resurrected terms, concepts repressed by the militarists, that in one way or another captured the spirit of the new era of change. Open shop and closed shop were defined in such lexicons along with picket and scab. So were class consciousness and social revolution, feminism and feminist, public opinion and popular sovereignty, the 4 freedoms and transgression of human rights. The other side of this burst of fashionable new terminology was the abrupt disappearance of such once ubiquitous terms and slogans as 8 corners of the world under one roof, or the evocative compound hokoku, made up of 2 ideographs literally meaning repay the country. Until the defeat, hokoku had been among the most overworked of terms, attached to almost every imaginable activity. Sangyo hokoku evoked images of patriotic industrial service, for example. Genron hokoku meant public expression in the service of the nation. Now hokoku and a host of companion terms were buried without ceremony. In a grotesque observation that somehow escaped GHQ's censors, the editors of a 1948 volume of contemporary words and phrases noted that these familiar expressions had been obliterated by the atomic bombs, along with the residents of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. By far the most popular new term, these lexicographers went on to say, was democratization. Indeed, the situation is such that one can't even receive rations without wearing a democratization suit. Democratization obviously produced its own sarcastic chroniclers, but that in itself said something about the institutionalization of SCAP's revolution from above. Chapter 8. Making Revolution. The potpourri of fashionable post-surrender words and phrases included many references to radical activities. 2 of the earliest terms to appear were United Democratic Front and Democratic People's Front, referring to an envisioned coalition of communists and socialists that ultimately failed to coalesce. That such rhetoric and agitation caught the victors by surprise was understandable. Few people outside Japan were capable of imagining any behavior from the defeated enemy other than obsequiousness to their leaders. Judging from their own domestic experience, moreover, most Americans simply regarded genuinely radical politics as beyond the pale. Food May Day was another left-wing initiative that seemed threatening to the carefully controlled revolution from above. This was the name adopted for a nationwide demonstration against the government's disastrous rationing system on May 19, 1946. May Day itself, established by the International Socialist Congress of 1889 as an expression of worker solidarity, had been observed annually by Japanese workers from 1920 until banned by the government in 1936. Celebrations were resumed on the traditional May 1st date after the war ended, and Food May Day was an imaginative embellishment on this traditional expression of solidarity and protest. That same month, university students declared their own Student May Day. All of this confounded the conquerors. Seisan Kanri, production control, confounded them too, and in this instance for month after month, beginning in 1946. This referred to a largely spontaneous shop floor movement in which white-collar as well as blue-collar workers seized control of enterprises and kept production going without the managerial class. In retrospect, it seems obvious that the victors contributed unwittingly to the circumstances in which such radical activities flourished by deciding to promote political freedom and social reform without taking an active role in rehabilitating the economy. In practice, production stagnated and inflation raged under this hands-off policy. Working-class people became understandably receptive to a range of left-wing appeals, and a large cadre of professionals in academic circles and the mass media hastened to endorse these radical agendas. If one of the offspring of shattering defeat was the kyodatsu condition of exhaustion, and another a heartfelt hope for peace and democracy, a third was the notion of making revolution as Marxists had long spoken of it, from below with the guidance of an enlightened vanguard. This could be done, it was argued, without violence and bloodshed. The challenge was to turn the conqueror's democratic revolution peaceably into a socialist one. Lovable communists and radicalized workers. In the chaos of the war's end, early reforms such as the release of political prisoners, legalization of the Communist Party, and introduction of strong pro-labor legislation such as the trade union law of December 1945 had virtually guaranteed the emergence of movements more radical than the victors anticipated or desired. Free to organize, socialists and communists moved rapidly onto the political stage. Free to unionize, bargain collectively, and strike, workers did so with astonishing speed and vigor. Both radical and moderate socialists attracted substantial support among voters and in the labor movement. The newly reconstituted Communist Party commanded immense media attention and made even stronger initial inroads into the ranks of organized labor. The Communist Party's appeal was broadened after the charismatic Nosaka Sanzo returned from his long sojourn with the Communist forces in China in mid-January 1946, and immediately spoke in soothing terms of promoting a peaceful revolution in compliance with the occupation agenda and the desires of the people. While still on the train between Hakata, his port of arrival, and Tokyo, Nosaka made an instantly famous statement about creating a lovable communist party, a label that struck some observers as an astounding oxymoron but proved extremely seductive to others. Nosaka's arrival at party headquarters in Tokyo was treated like a celebrity event. One newspaper wrote bemusedly about young girls in both kimonos and Western dress gathered like fans awaiting a star at the stage door, and quoted one gushing afterwards, "It was wonderful. Everyone waved red flags. It was swell." In his first public address, Nosaka spoke of his shock on encountering the vast scale of the country's physical devastation. He warned that the privileged classes, reactionary bureaucrats, and militarists and war criminals still posed grave obstacles to democratization, and assured his attentive audience that the creation of a democratic People's Front absolutely does not mean that we are trying to realize socialism by overthrowing capitalism today. In a fine example of turning wartime rhetoric to new purposes, Nosaka lambasted so-called patriots for destroying the nation, and declared that we communists are the true patriots and the true service brigade for democracy. His influence was readily apparent in the party platform adopted the next month, which declared that the Japan Communist Party takes as its immediate and fundamental goal the achievement through peaceful and democratic methods of our country's bourgeois democratic revolution, which already is in progress. Nosaka also personally softened the party's previously uncompromising position on the emperor by arguing that, although it was necessary to oppose the imperial institution as a national system, the broader issue of the emperor as religious leader could be left to a popular vote once a genuine people's democracy had been established. This was a position he had originally advanced in April 1945, while with the Chinese communists in Yan'an. That February, some 40,000 individuals were present to hear Nosaka describe the envisioned Democratic Front itself, and not just the party, as a patriotic front with new meaning. Even though Nosaka and 4 other party members were elected to the Diet in the general elections of April 1946, the Communist Party's greatest influence lay not in parliamentary politics, but in organizing labor and mobilizing mass protest. Fierce struggles took place among the Communists and the radical and moderate Socialists before the party succeeded in asserting its control over roughly 2/3 of organized labor. This was a signal accomplishment, given the rapid growth of the union movement. By the end of 1945, unions claimed some 380,000 members. A month later, over 1 million workers had been added to this number. The number of organized workers rose to around 5.6 million by the end of 1946 and peaked at some 6.7 million in mid-1948, comprising by that date more than half of the non-agricultural workforce. Because the corrosive effects of inflation affected white-collar and blue-collar workers alike, these years saw a narrowing of wage disparities between the two sectors. One consequence of this was a responsiveness to unionization among white-collar employees. Since pay scales in the public sector tended to lag considerably behind those in the private sector, public employees proved particularly receptive to the more aggressive agendas of the Communists. Freshly unionized workers did not hesitate to use their new rights to bargain collectively and strike, and throughout the occupation the incidence of labor disputes remained fairly high. Between the beginning of 1946 and the end of 1950, some 6,432 disputes involving over 19 million workers were recorded, including 3,048 strikes supported by close to 5 million workers. The majority of disputes focused on wages and were settled fairly quickly. The baseline for such rapid unionization had actually been established during the war years, when workers were organized at company, industry, and national levels as part of the mobilization for total war. Once the wartime raison d'etre for patriotic service had been destroyed, these existing unions and national federations proved easily mobilized by the political left. At the same time, and more surprisingly, radicalization at the shop floor level also took place outside the formal structures of organized labor, in the form of the production control movement. Lacking official support from either the Communists or the Socialist factions, production control appeared to represent the emergence of a truly radical anti-capitalist ethos at the grassroots level. Employees in individual enterprises, acting largely on their own initiative, simply took over the offices, factories, or mines where they were working, and ran them without consulting the owners or the managerial elite. Initially, production control amounted to a radical tactic rather than an end in itself. Instead of striking and shutting down enterprises, workers seized control of production until management met their demands. The first sensational instances of this, involving the Yomiuri newspaper, the Keisei Electric Railway, and the Mitsui Bibai coal mine, all took place in the closing months of 1945, and were settled with employees gaining many of their demands and then relinquishing the managerial functions they had usurped. It quickly became obvious, however, that this tactic held explosive implications. Seizure of enterprises often reflected a belief on the part of employees that owners and managers were deliberately sabotaging economic recovery in the hope that this would prompt the Americans to jettison their democratization plans. By keeping production going, workers identified themselves as individuals eager to help solve the economic crisis. Beyond this, their takeovers revealed a growing confidence that they were capable of making basic decisions previously regarded as the exclusive prerogative of management. For some radicals, production control seemed to signal the emergence of nascent Soviets in defeated Japan. Certainly, the movement dramatically challenged the clear-cut distinction between labor and management characteristic of capitalist relations, and in the chaos and scarcity of the immediate post-surrender period, it mesmerized onlookers to a degree beyond what the mere number of plants taken over might seem to have called for. Workers' commitment to maintain production often gained them public support. In many instances, they actually succeeded in increasing output, thereby confirming both their own managerial capabilities and the ineptitude or calculated sabotage of the managers and owners they had elbowed aside. Success seemed to be breeding success. 13 incidents of production control were reported in January 1946, 20 in February, 39 in March, 53 in April, 56 in May. Tens of thousands of workers were involved each month, concentrated most heavily in the Tokyo area and in the machine tool industry. Thereafter the numbers tapered off, but not enough to offer comfort to the government and the business community. Between June 1946 and the following February, an average of 30 cases of production control occurred each month. The government and, in time, GHQ accused labor and the left of seriously disrupting economic recovery. This was disingenuous. Labor's demands were almost always reasonable, aimed at attaining living wages in a period of economic chaos. Although unions made good use of the newly acquired right to strike, most strikes were of short duration. Indeed, one popular tactic was a 24-hour demonstration strike. SCAP statistics indicate that through July 1948, with the exception of only 1 month, the number of man-days lost in strikes never exceeded 1% of the total man-days available. Slight additional time was lost through showdowns or other tactics, but this was negligible when set against capitalist hoarding of strategic materials, diversion of goods to the black market, and deliberate heel-dragging, to say nothing of the government's colossal ineptitude in addressing the fiscal and economic crisis. The real issue in any case was whether the revolution from below actually threatened to go beyond the parameters of conventional bourgeois labor practices and electoral politics. A sea of red flags. The impression of such a rising tide of revolution grew stronger in the spring of 1946. Yoshida Shigeru, who formed a cabinet for the first time on May 22nd, after tortuous backstage maneuvering, later spoke emotionally of assuming power amid a sea of red flags. His recollection was quite literal. The rising sun flag he venerated had been banned by the conquerors, and in its place, for a short while, red banners fluttered in the streets. The flags Yoshida remembered so vividly, largely associated with worker solidarity rather than the Communist Party per se, began filling the streets prior to the general election scheduled for April 10th. Women were to go to the polls for the first time, and voters confronted some 2,770 candidates, representing no less than 363 political parties. Hundreds of old guard politicians having been purged, 95% of these candidates had never before held public office, although slightly over half were affiliated with one of the 5 major parties. Conservative candidates had a clear advantage, having inherited the electoral bailiwicks of their now purged predecessors, whereas leftist candidates were still struggling to create new bases of support. 3 days before the election, a rally sponsored by 69 labor farmer groups and 45 cultural groups attracted some 70,000 people to Hibiya Park in downtown Tokyo. The rally was presented as a people's assembly to overthrow the reactionary Shidehara cabinet. More than 50 trucks provided by a transportation union carried people to the park from every ward in Tokyo. Members of the National Railway Union arranged for trains to bring farmers in from nearby prefectures free of charge. Korean laborers, who had their own organizations, sent thousands of participants. Even the trees were full of people, reported the Asahi, with red flags waving everywhere and banners standing, "like a forest." The Asahi's effusive coverage made the demonstration sound rather like a battle scene from one of Japan's medieval war chronicles, although the inscriptions on banners and placards were distinctly contemporary. "Overthrow the Shidehara cabinet, supporter of the rich and enemy of the people. Create a people's government and end starvation. A democratic constitution by the hands of the people." Communist and socialist speakers were joined by liberals such as Ishibashi Tanzan, soon to emerge as Yoshida's beleaguered finance minister. The crowd heckled him, yelling that he should step down until he cut his ties with the conservatives. Various resolutions were passed by acclamation, including one to overthrow the government through a democratic revolution. Incited by this rally, some 50,000 people proceeded to the Prime Minister's residence to present their demands. A disorderly confrontation ensued in which, according to police claims, several policemen suffered minor injuries. They in turn fired their pistols after the crowd broke through the gate and began to converge on the residence. Although no serious injuries resulted, U.S. military police with armored vehicles and machine guns mounted on jeeps intervened to restore order. A delegation of 13 individuals, led by Tokura Kyuichi, was finally permitted to enter the residence and submit its demands, but Shidehara himself did not meet with them until the following afternoon. At one point in that meeting, Tokuda told the Prime Minister that he was so fat he could not possibly be living within the 500 yen limit on monthly income imposed on the nation by the government. The protesters' rhetoric became so abusive that the frightened elderly premier eventually fled the room. The general election returned a disparate and disorganized contingent to the Diet and left Shidehara in a lame duck situation that lasted some 6 weeks, until Yoshida finally cobbled together a coalition cabinet. While the politicians bickered, food deliveries fell further and further behind schedule, and the popular dissatisfaction found creative expression in the separate commemorations of May Day. On May 1st, rallies occurred in major cities nationwide. Police put the total number of participants at 1.25 million, but more sympathetic sources placed it at twice that number. The turnout in Tokyo was stunning, with as many as 500,000 men, women, and children flooding into the plaza before the Imperial Palace. The previous day, a worker in Yokohama had made a brief notation in his diary. "Yesterday, the Emperor's birthday was not a holiday, but for tomorrow's May Day we have the day off. How the world has changed." Press coverage conveyed a similar sense of transformation. "Historical May Day in harmony with the world," proclaimed the first tier of headlines in the Asahi. "Unity of working millions," exclaimed the second tier. "Reassuring progress toward democratic Japan," read the third. Mark Gain, a sympathetic left-wing American journalist who witnessed the occasion, described it in his diary as a day of incessant singing and unusual ebullience and joy. "Despite the gray skies," he wrote, "this was a joyous meeting, filled with enthusiasm and more confidence than I have yet seen in Japan." Elsewhere he spoke of "a day filled with a curious kind of joy, perhaps the kind of luminous joy a war prisoner feels on regaining freedom." The red flags, Gain observed, were associated with labor rather than with revolt. When, through his interpreter, he asked a worker why he was demonstrating, he was told, "Because I believe that in a democracy power should belong to the people." Placards such as, "Let us eat enough to be able to work," called attention, as usual, to the food crisis. Others called for immediate formation of a democratic people's front. The new sense of gender equality found expression in slogans like, "Equal wages for men and women in equal work." To the Asahi's enthusiastic commentators, these events represented a powerful step toward construction of a democratic Japan, rising like a phoenix out of the devastation of war. The executive committee that organized the May Day observance presented itself, naively as it turned out, as acting within the spirit of the Potsdam Declaration and subsequent Allied policies toward Japan. In a message prepared explicitly for SCAP and the Allied powers, the organizers began with these words: "We express our sincerest appreciation for the measures taken by the Allied powers to liberate the people, grant freedom, and extend the rights to labor and agricultural groups. Inspired by this, we hope to uproot feudalistic and despotic oppression, establish a popular government based on the true will of the people, never to break the peace of the world again, realize political, economic, and social conditions which will not jeopardize the livelihood of the people, and be recognized internationally as a peaceful and democratic nation." The message then went on to itemize many ways in which bureaucrats, capitalists, landowners, and other controlling interests had been interfering with the realization of these objectives, thereby revealing themselves to be, in truth, enemies of the democratic revolution. On May 12th, residents of Shimuma in the Setagaya ward of Tokyo held a small Give Us Rice demonstration that became the inspiration for the second May Day celebration of the month, Food May Day. Nosaka appeared unexpectedly on the scene and, perhaps carried away with the new spirit of lovable revolution, made the astonishing announcement that there was no other recourse but to appeal directly to the Emperor. This was seconded by other speakers, and various resolutions were approved and packaged as a voice of the people to be presented to Emperor Hirohito. Participants in the small Shimoma demonstration then split into two groups, one carrying their demands to the neighborhood government office and the other to the imperial palace. At the palace, a small non-violent confrontation with security guards occurred, following which 113 men, housewives, and children carrying a smattering of red flags were permitted to enter the palace grounds and deliver their demands to a representative of the imperial household ministry. Times had changed indeed. In the course of this unprecedented intrusion, they actually succeeded in inspecting the imperial kitchen, where they naturally found foods not seen on ordinary people's tables. Their act inspired local food demonstrations in front of rationing stations in other parts of Tokyo, and became the spark that culminated in Food May Day 1 week later. When appointed local officials in Setagaya composed a letter humbly begging imperial pardon for this insolence, local residents forced them to resign and demanded that they be replaced by elected officials. This was an impressive expression of grassroots democratic consciousness, for under the pre-war regime, even before the militarist ascendancy, authoritarian control had been implemented through a dense web of appointed officials reaching into every neighborhood. Now local residents, including a strong contingent of housewives, were not only defying this authority but demanding that it be changed. On Food May Day itself, some 250,000 people gathered in front of the Imperial Palace, christened People's Plaza for the occasion. Although women always participated in such demonstrations, on this occasion the presence of housewives and children, as well as contingents of female students with their teachers, was especially striking. A frail mother with an infant strapped to her back told the crowd how her neighborhood had received no rice rations for 2 weeks. She was unable to nurse her child, she said, while sipping rice gruel and eating dumplings made of wild grass. As she spoke, the child's wailing could be heard over the loudspeaker. A 5th-grade boy made a similarly intimate appeal. He was eager to catch up on schoolwork disrupted by the war, he told the crowd, but it was impossible to do so because the food crisis had led to shortened school days. Tokuda made well-received jokes about the emperor. "We are starving. What about him? Maybe the emperor can only say, 'Ah so, ah so.'" These events of mid-May proved to be an ideological crazy quilt, however, in great part because the protest became framed as an appeal to the emperor. Resolutions approved on May 19th were soon packaged as a formal memorial to the throne in which the emperor, identified in traditional language as the holder of sovereign power and the highest authority, was respectfully asked to take appropriate measures in response to the people's will. Such measures, the petitioners stated, would entail repudiation of the corrupt politicians, officials, capitalists, and landlords who had brought Japan to the brink of starvation and ruin. In their place, the emperor was asked to support a united front involving workers and farmers, socialists and communists. The conceptual muddle of revolution from below was vividly captured in this petition, which the emperor unsurprisingly refused to receive. Just as personal letters to General MacArthur revealed an often contradictory mixture of obsequiousness and paeans to peace and democracy, so too did the avowed leftists contaminate the campaign for the creation of a democratic people's government with this curiously traditional appeal to the supreme authority of the emperor. Tokuda may have enjoyed his little jokes about Hirohito, but the big joke was the monarchism his own party chose to practice at this moment of intense confrontation. Appealing to the emperor as the highest authority was all the more remarkable when one considers the context in which this appeal took place. The draft of a new constitution proclaiming popular sovereignty had just been released. The first general election with female as well as male universal suffrage had just been held. Workers were defying traditional authority in the corporate sector. Women were emerging as a political force. Students were clamoring for greater self-governance. People for the first time felt free enough to make public jokes about the emperor, and radical leaders chose this moment to appeal respectfully to him to redress the food crisis, repudiate his loyal servants, and assume a leading role in the revolutionary cause. The international history of popular democratic movements has few moments more farcical than this. Emperor Hirohito's eventual response was predictable. On May 24th, in his first broadcast since the epical moment of capitulation, he essentially reiterated his appeal for national solidarity. As he had throughout the war, the emperor expressed deep personal concern for the people's suffering. In these trying circumstances, he concluded, "I hope that everyone will carry out the beautiful tradition of our country, namely the family state, in coping with the situation, forgetting individual selfish desires and striving ahead on the path of reconstructing the country." This was utterly formulaic, familiar from 2 decades of oppression and war. The broadcast was repeated 3 times that day. Ideological contradictions in the popular movement were expectable at this early date. What was unexpected, and of far greater consequence than the demonstrators' misplaced monarchism or the emperor's predictable canards, was the harsh response of SCAP. The question of acceptable use of force by the Japanese people in bringing about a more democratic government had been directly addressed in the initial, and publicly accessible, American post-surrender policy document. This stipulated that where such actions were directed toward eliminating feudal and authoritarian tendencies, the Supreme Commander should intervene against them only in cases where the security of his forces, or other basic objectives of the occupation, were threatened. The demonstrations of May 1946 did not go anywhere near this far. There was some disorderly conduct. Both the Prime Minister's residence and his dignity suffered a bit of damage. The imperial kitchen was contaminated by the entry of hoi polloi. Although several million individuals ultimately were involved in rallies and protests nationwide, there was no mayhem, no serious violence, no death or serious injury, virtually no destruction of property, and not even a discernible whisper of incitement to revolt. There was not the slightest threat whatsoever to the security or authority of the occupation forces. Nonetheless, on May 20th, MacArthur saw fit to warn the Japanese people that the growing tendency towards mass violence and physical processes of intimidation, under organized leadership, present a grave menace to the future development of Japan. The Supreme Commander's warning went on to condemn excesses by disorderly minorities, a phrase that was rendered as bomin demo in Japanese and carried with it chilling memories of the language in peace preservation legislation that SCAP had ordered abrogated only a half-year previously. The dictionary definition of bomin is mob, rioters, insurgents, while demo is borrowed English for demonstration. With this ominous phrase, the popular turbulence of April and May, full of contradictions but also representing a historic expression of popular defiance of corrupt and inept government, became tarred as a mere step toward mob rule. The statement had a startling effect, Mark Gain noted in his diary. I could actually recall no American move that matched this pronouncement in its repercussions. There was consternation in Union headquarters and in the offices of the left-wing parties. In conservative quarters there was undisguised jubilation. On the following day, MacArthur summoned Yoshida, who was still struggling to patch together a new government, and promised additional U.S. food shipments to avert starvation. The next day, the hitherto despondent Yoshida announced that he had succeeded in forming a cabinet. This was but one of several signals that the victors had now drawn a clear line between permissible and impermissible ways of bringing about their democratic revolution, and had drawn this line on the conservative side. While MacArthur and the Emperor were issuing their tandem statements, the U.S. representative to the four-power Allied Council that met in Tokyo similarly seized the occasion of the May protests to launch an anti-communist campaign simultaneously directed against the Soviet Union and the popular movement, which he intimated were in intimate collusion. Even the message which organizers of the May 1st commemorations had delivered to Allied authorities, he declared with no justification, bore earmarks of having been translated from a foreign language. What he meant was that the Russians wrote it, a cavalier, contemptuous, and soon-to-be conventional dismissal of any serious radical expression. This impression of a conservative crackdown was reinforced by a celebrated episode known as the placard incident, which captured many of the ambiguities of Food May Day: spontaneity from below, a curious mocking of the Emperor while appealing to him, and the Emperor worship of the Americans themselves. The placard involved was a crudely lettered sign brought to the demonstration by Matsushima Shotaro, a communist employee of a precision tool company. Couched partly in colloquial language and partly in the language reserved for the august sovereign himself, it read, "Imperial Edict. The national polity has been maintained. I am eating my fill. You people starve and die. Imperial sign and seal." The other side of the placard contained a less often quoted statement. "Why are we starving no matter how much we work? Answer, Emperor Hirohito." The mock imperial edict was cleverly irreverent, and whether Matsushima or the Communist Party group at his company actually thought it up, it was an indication, presumably, of healthy iconoclasm after decades of emperor-centered thought control. The government did not view matters this way, and on the day of the emperor's Family Nation homilies issued a warrant for Matsushima's arrest for the crime of lèse-majesty, that is, violating the dignity of the sovereign. At that moment, revision of the penal code was taking place under GHQ auspices, and the issue of whether lèse-majesty would be allowed to remain was a bone of contention. The placard incident became a test of how far the conservative government could go in isolating the emperor from criticism and ridicule. To many Japanese who had embraced the idea of civil liberties, it was nothing short of shocking, and again shockingly reminiscent of the world of the peace preservation laws, that the occupation authorities permitted the case to be dragged into the courts. While the Americans eventually did require the government to drop lèse-majesty provisions from the penal code, they nonetheless allowed Matsushima to be brought to trial. He was indicted on June 22nd. In October, apparently in response to GHQ pressure, the charge was changed to libel of the emperor. On November 2nd, the Tokyo District Court found Matsushima guilty and sentenced him to 8 months' imprisonment, but on the following day he was released under a general imperial amnesty that had been announced in conjunction with the proclamation of the new constitution. Matsushima appealed the guilty sentence. In June 1947, an appeals court judged that he had indeed been guilty of lèse-majesty, rather than libel, but was qualified for pardon under the imperial amnesty. When the hapless placard carrier attempted to bring his case to the Supreme Court, he was turned down, in May 1948, on the grounds that the amnesty had voided his right of appeal. From the imperial perspective, this was all a splendid way of demonstrating how the emperor's magnanimity extended even to his most ungrateful subjects. To many ordinary people, the placard incident seemed more like a signpost indicating the limits of the new imperial democracy. Unmaking the Revolution from Below. While MacArthur's indictment of disorderly minorities chilled the popular movement, it certainly did not freeze it. 1 week after Food May Day, 1,000 students representing some 20 universities, colleges, and technical high schools in the Tokyo area sponsored a third round of May Day demonstrations under the name Student May Day. They called not only for self-government by faculties, students, and staff, but also for students to take an active role in ferreting out war criminal professors. With a certain imperiousness, these privileged young students also affirmed their solidarity with the masses in the democratic revolution. The date selected for Student May Day revealed an abiding feature of the democratization process, namely that it worked best when linked in some way to domestic precedents. The May 1st rallies had been presented as the 17th celebration of May Day in Japan. The Give Us Rice demonstrations that culminated in Food May Day were linked in people's minds to the Great Rice Riots at the end of World War I, when housewives initiated a nationwide series of protests against food shortages that helped usher in the era of Taisho democracy. Similarly, the date chosen for Student May Day was the 13th anniversary of the well-known Takigawa incident, in which a professor had been expelled from Kyoto Imperial University for his liberal ideas. Out of these student demonstrations emerged a rhetoric of anti-militarism and a skepticism toward established authority that led to the formation the following year of the radical student federation Zengakuren, National Federation of Self-Governing Student Associations. Although U.S. food shipments averted the calamitous shortages of basic staples anticipated in mid-May, a corrosive inflation continued unchecked, relentlessly wiping out each and every wage increase won by workers. Early in 1947, the Union of National Railway Employees typically calculated that the average salary of its members barely covered a quarter of family expenses. In these circumstances, labor activists enjoyed impressive organizational successes even after MacArthur's reprimand. Both the anti-communist socialist-led labor federation Sodomei, All Japan General Federation of Trade Unions, and its rival, the communist-penetrated Sanbetsu, National Congress of Industrial Unions, were established in August 1946. 2 months later, the latter took the lead in mobilizing a nationwide October Offensive, in which, for the first and only time, man-days lost to labor disputes exceeded 1% of the total labor output theoretically available. This offensive, inspired partly by government threats to fire large numbers of national railway workers and other public employees, was followed by the most dramatic moment in Japanese working-class history: plans for a general strike that was to commence on February 1st, 1947. Initially supported by neutral and anti-communist as well as pro-communist unions representing some 3 million workers, the proposed general strike marked a watershed for the radical vision of peaceful revolution, and indeed a turning point for left-wing anti-Americanism. Government offices and key industries were to be closed down, along with all telecommunications except those necessary for the effective operation of the occupation regime. The strike planners gave assurance that food deliveries would not be impeded, and that the national railways would continue to service the occupation forces. As the first day of February approached, tension mounted throughout the country. Posters supporting the strike appeared even in remote rural areas. Youth corps were organized to protect strikers. Trains on the National Railway, where communist sympathies ran strong, carried signs calling for the overthrow of the Yoshida government. When negotiations between labor leaders and the government broke down completely on January 30th, the momentum toward a general strike seemed irresistible. Late the following day, General MacArthur intervened to announce that he would not permit the use of so deadly a social weapon. With this, the 2-1, February 1st, strike entered the realm of political legend. Conservatives who had merely been jubilant on May 20th, when MacArthur condemned disorderly minorities, were now ecstatic. Labor leaders wept openly, and the more radical among them now looked upon the United States with bitterness as a duplicitous opponent of any genuine people's democracy. This new left-wing image of the victor as more hypocrite than liberator was memorably conveyed by Ii Yashiro, the chief coordinator of the strike's organizing committee, whose account of SCAP's intervention became an indelible part of post-war labor history. As Ii told the story, he was summoned by General Marquardt, the head of GHQ's economic and scientific section, on January 31st and ordered to sign a statement canceling the strike. He responded by asking, "What kind of democracy is this?" Japan's unions were democratic, he declared, and decided policy by majority vote. That being the case, he had no authority to cancel the proposed strike. He vainly tried to assure Marquardt that the strikers had no intention of impeding occupation activities or food deliveries. At that point, Marquardt evidently banged the table in fury, and some 7 or 8 military police spilled into the room brandishing their pistols. E, in his own turn, erupted. He asked the Americans why they were threatening violence and exclaimed, "Japanese workers are not American slaves. Japanese workers are not fools." Once Marquardt had calmed down, he ordered the MPs to leave and brought in another labor leader, who persuaded E that many unions had experienced a change of heart. E agreed at this point to draft a statement calling off the general strike, which was translated on the spot and approved by Marquardt. E's reluctant conclusion that there was no alternative was confirmed when, at the NHK Broadcasting Building, the ubiquitous and usually ebulliently radical Tokuda materialized and murmured, "Stop the strike." In this, his darkest moment, E still managed to convey an impression of integrity and hope. In broadcasting his statement calling off the strike, he embellished on the text approved by Marquardt. One must often, he told his labor constituency, take 1 step back for every 2 steps forward. He offered a banzai cheer for workers and farmers. And, voice hoarse and heavy with emotion, he wept. Photographs of a trenchcoat-clad E holding his glasses in one hand and wiping tears from his eyes fixed his anguish in popular memory. Many of his listeners sobbed also. This too became part of the mythic story. Tears of limitless anger, as later left-wing accounts put it, that workers instinctively felt toward the Japanese government and Americans. Some years later, E called this the pivotal moment at which it became clear that the American occupation authorities were deceiving the Japanese people with democracy only at the tip of their tongues. Although the general election of April 1947 resulted in the formation of a short-lived socialist-led coalition cabinet and union membership continued to rise, suppression of the general strike marked the beginning of the end of the possibility that labor might be an equal partner in the sharing of democratic power. GHQ and the Japanese conservatives were not alone in mistrusting the communists, for labor and leftist leaders were fiercely factionalized among communists fellow travelers, social democrats of varying color, and virulent anti-communists. The party's contribution to the early struggle for a peaceful democratic revolution was, to say the least, double-edged. Without question, the Communists were more effective than any other single group in encouraging and organizing popular energies against an anti-reformist government and a paralyzed corporate sector. At the same time, the radical left often tended to be cavalier regarding bourgeois issues of political democracy, and to denigrate the importance of the political and civil rights promoted by SCAP. Kempo yori meshi da, food before a constitution, read a typical communist banner during the popular upheavals of May. Given that hunger and runaway inflation threatened to squeeze the life out of ordinary people, this emphasis may have been understandable. It did not, however, reflect an impressive commitment to institutionalizing political democracy. Consistent with its pre-war position, the party tended to focus more on the elimination of feudal vestiges or the reactionary government than on the creation and extension of rights and protections. Internally as well as publicly, it was hardly a champion of divergent views. That such a group anointed itself the vanguard of the movement for a genuine people's democracy ultimately undermined the emergence of a truly effective, broad-based democratic coalition. On the other hand, no other progressive group, liberal or socialist, possessed an elan or sense of purpose remotely comparable to the lovable JCP of these years. As the economy continued to founder, a predictable vicious circle ensued. The communists and the radical wing of organized labor became more militant, alienating GHQ and making the Americans ever more receptive to abandoning reformism and embracing the civilian old guard. The occupation regime's increasing conservatism, in turn, goaded militants into stronger statements and more alienating actions. Early on, GHQ began compiling internal lists of undesirable Reds in public life, and these lists quickly became Catholic in their embrace. In the summer of 1948, MacArthur reversed occupation labor policy by withdrawing the right to strike from public employees, who commonly were in the vanguard where miserable pay, layoffs, and radical unionism were concerned. Simultaneously, occupation authorities worked diligently behind the scenes to promote the emergence of a virulently anti-communist democratization, Mindo, movement within organized labor. By 1949, Red Purge had become one of the fashionable new terms of the occupation, appropriately expressed in Japanized English, Redo Paji. Initially referred to within GHQ simply as a troublemaker purge, the Red Purge involved close collaboration among occupation officials, conservative politicians, government bureaucrats, and corporate managers. A major objective was to break radical unions at the company and industry level, and to this end some 11,000 activist union members in the public sector were fired between the end of 1949 and the outbreak of the Korean War on June 25, 1950. After the war began, the purge was extended to the private sector, including the mass media, resulting in the dismissal of an additional 10,000 to 11,000 leftist employees by the end of 1950. Side by side with the Red Purge came the D-Purge, a reference to the return to public activity of individuals previously purged for all time for having actively abetted militarism and ultranationalism. Following severe open criticism from the Kremlin-controlled Cominform in January 1950, Nosaka personally was forced to eat humble pie for the lovable JCP policy he had promoted, and the party was thrown into turmoil. On May 18th, the Central Committee issued, with Politburo approval, a militant 52-page thesis that hostile chroniclers aptly characterized as constituting the last rites for the lovable Communist Party. For the Communists and Radicals, the aftermath of these developments was swift and disastrous. On May 30th, a celebration of America's Memorial Day in the plaza before the Imperial Palace was disrupted by communist demonstrators, an apogee of sorts for the cartoon-like symbolism that so often marked the occupation. In the first violent confrontation between Japanese and Americans to mar the occupation, 4 Americans were stoned and roughed up, and when 8 demonstrators were arrested for this, the Communist Party newspaper recklessly carried their photographs and hailed them as patriots. On June 6th, MacArthur ordered the government to remove and exclude from public service all 24 members of the party's Central Committee, The next day he extended this purge to 17 top editors of the party newspaper. Although party and paper were not suppressed, most top leaders, including Tokuda and Nosaka, went underground for the duration of the occupation. Tokuda made his way to China, where he died 6 years later. Despite its ultimate marginalization, the left contributed in major and enduring ways to defining the contours of democratization. As in much of Western Europe, Marxism in various versions became established as an integral part of political thought and activism, and radical or heterodox concepts became a familiar part of everyday life. Given their dynamic successes in mobilizing mass demonstrations, labor and the left established themselves as forces that, however weakened, still had to be accommodated. Economically, one result was the emergence of a style of capitalism that differed in significant ways from the American model. Influential economic policymakers, often taught by distinguished Marxist or neo-Marxist educators in elite universities, embraced the necessity and desirability of active state intervention in the economy. The goals of establishing job security and eliminating gross economic disparities became widely accepted. And even as they undercut the emergence of a radical and autonomous labor movement, business executives and management collaborated with leaders to promote corporatist structures of enterprise unionism that were genuinely responsive to many of labor's demands. Although the reverse course helped establish a domestic conservative hegemony of politicians, bureaucrats, and businessmen that remained dominant to the end of the century, communists and socialists continued to be elected to the Diet and to command serious attention in debates over public policy. They became the country's most articulate critics of acquiescence in U.S. Cold War policy, and, no small irony, the staunchest defenders, for decades to come, of the initial occupation ideals of demilitarization and democratization. Part 4. Democracies. Chapter 9. Imperial Democracy, Driving the Wedge. Until Japan surrendered, the emperor was the heart and soul of ideological indoctrination. Every soldier went to battle carrying the pocket-sized Senjinkun, or Field Service Code, whose opening sentence was this: "The battlefield is where the imperial army, acting under the imperial command, displays its true character, conquering whenever it attacks, winning whenever it engages in combat, in order to spread the imperial way far and wide so that the enemy may look up in awe to the august virtues of His Majesty." In Shinmin no Michi, The Way of the Subject, a major tract issued 4 months before the attack on Pearl Harbor, the government's ideologues dwelled on the direct descent of the emperor from the sun goddess Amaterasu and characterized the national polity as a theocracy in which the way of the subject is to be loyal to the emperor in disregard of self, thereby supporting the imperial throne coextensive with the heavens and with the earth. Filial piety and loyalty were the supreme virtues of the imperial state, and Shinmin no Michi was at pains to denounce the individualism, liberalism, utilitarianism, and materialism that imperiled those virtues. Emperor Hirohito was sacrosanct. His war was holy. The virtues he embodied were unique and immutable. Hirohito was also, as it turned out, resilient and malleable, blessed by the heavens, and by General MacArthur more particularly, to survive and prosper while, all around him, his loyal subjects were denounced, purged, charged with war crimes, even executed. The emperor's role in Japan's aggression was never seriously investigated. He was dissuaded by the Americans from acknowledging even moral responsibility for the repression and violence that had been carried out in his name and with his endorsement. When members of the imperial entourage raised the possibility of his abdication, Scap opposed this emphatically. Indeed, the occupation authorities chose not merely to detach the emperor from his holy war, but to resituate him as the center of their new democracy. The political and ideological ramifications of this magical transmutation were enormous. Justice was rendered arbitrary. Serious engagement with the issue of war responsibility was deflected. If the nation's supreme secular and spiritual authority bore no responsibility for recent events, why should his ordinary subjects be expected to engage in self-reflection? Post-war political consciousness became muddled. Although the new constitution drafted by GHQ redefined the emperor as the symbol of the state and of the unity of the people, deriving his position from the will of the people with whom resides sovereign power, the retention of the throne and re-mythologizing of Hirohito personally, two separate issues although usually conflated, severely compromised that popular sovereignty. Hereditary privilege was reaffirmed by the symbol sovereign, who simultaneously remained his country's preeminent emblem of patriarchal authority. Although empresses had reigned in earlier times, the victors allowed the monarchy to retain its modern tradition of permitting only males to succeed to the throne. In addition, the emperor remained the incarnation of a putative racial purity as well as cultural homogeneity. From this perspective, the unity of the people amounted to a new way of phrasing the old family-nation ideology. Harmony and hierarchy were valued over contention and individuality, and the new symbol emperor still embodied the 19th and early 20th century invention of a Yamato identity that excluded Koreans, Formosans, Chinese, Caucasians, aliens of whatever ethnic origin, from becoming Japanese. Despite the formal separation of church and state, the emperor also remained high priest of the indigenous Shinto religion, conducting esoteric rites in the palace and reporting to his divine ancestors at the Great Ise Shrine. All of this left him as the supreme icon of genetic separateness and blood nationalism, the embodiment of an imagined, timeless essence that set the Japanese apart from, and superior to, other peoples and cultures. The practice of reckoning contemporary time in accordance with the reign year of the sovereign was also left unrevised. This particular tradition dated back only to the mid-19th century. And so the Showa era, which began with Hirohito's ascension to the throne in 1926, carried on unbroken, a calendrical declaration of fundamental continuity with the past. The Showa era lasted until 1989, when the former manifest deity of the pre-war ideologues finally passed away at the age of 89. In the Japanese manner of recording time, the emperor died in the 64th year of Showa, the period of occupation, Showa 20 to Showa 27, but a momentary interlude in his reign. For conservatives, this was a marvelous way of shrinking the importance of the era of defeat, and to the end of his life, the emperor himself continued to emphasize that there had been no change in Japanese values. The charisma of the imperial institution was undeniably awesome. Even the communists stumbled, foundered, and made fools of themselves when it came to the emperor. Yet the throne, and certainly Hirohito himself, were exceedingly vulnerable at the time of Japan's defeat. In their own lifetimes, the Japanese elites had witnessed the collapse of many great and seemingly powerful monarchies throughout the world, usually in the wake of war. Within the country, iconoclasts were emboldened to mock the emperor openly. In the victorious Allied nations, voices calling for Hirohito's indictment as a war criminal were loud and insistent. Even foreign defenders of the imperial institution, such as the former ambassador Joseph Grew, believed that, at the very least, there was no way the emperor could avoid responsibility for having signed the declaration of war. Months after the surrender, Grew still assumed that Hirohito will have to go. Many of the emperor's intimate advisers feared that this might indeed be the case, and well into 1946, much of the government's energy was devoted to ensuring the survival of not only the national polity, but the incumbent sovereign himself. In his memoirs, Yoshida Shigeru praised MacArthur as the great benefactor of his country, referring not to the gift of democracy, which Yoshida regarded with grave reservations, but to the Supreme Commander's preservation of the throne and protection of its august occupant in a time of unprecedented peril. Yoshida was correct. SCAP's influence in these matters was decisive. It was also, in retrospect, predictable, for the reasoning behind the Supreme Commander's policies regarding the emperor was firmly established before surrender. Psychological warfare and the Son of Heaven. Psychological warfare specialists in MacArthur's wartime command were naturally preoccupied with immediate military objectives rather than post-surrender planning. Nonetheless, the proposals they advanced for hastening the surrender of Japanese forces in the field and undermining morale in the home islands rested on an analysis of enemy patterns of behavior that remained unaltered after the surrender. Some of the key personnel who developed these wartime studies would accompany MacArthur to Tokyo, and continue to advise him on affairs affecting the throne. No one was more influential in this regard than Brigadier General Bonner F. Fellers, MacArthur's military secretary and the chief of his psychological warfare operations. Fellers cut his teeth as an analyst of the Japanese psyche while attending the Command and General Staff School at Fort Leavenworth as an Army captain in 1934 to 1935. While there, he prepared a research study entitled The Psychology of the Japanese Soldier that was prescient and remained dear to his heart. In this study, Fellers anticipated war between Japan and the United States over 4 years before it broke out, and even predicted the adoption of suicidal kamikaze tactics once the war situation deteriorated. The intensity of Japanese loyalty and military discipline fascinated him, particularly because of its sharp contrast to the high American desertion rates in World War I. In methods of thought, he concluded, the Japanese and the Americans are today as different as if each had always lived on different worlds, separated by hundreds of light years. The Japanese, he noted in passing, looked on Western democracy as being of a temporary character. In the summer of 1944, when MacArthur's command began seriously promoting Japanese surrenders in the field, Fellers produced Answer to Japan, a report that amounted to a revised version of his psychology study, and was used as an orientation guide for Allied intelligence personnel. In addition, Fellers continued to circulate his old essay to military acquaintances. "Today I'd not change a line in this study," he told one of them in 1944. Although he was on the receiving end of enormous quantities of raw and processed intelligence materials, including captured documents, letters and diaries from battlefield corpses, translations from the press and radio, and interrogations of prisoners, not to mention reports from various intelligence agencies, Fellers relied to a great degree on readily available English-language publications. Indeed, the very best book in existence on Japanese psychology, he claimed, was a turn-of-the-century classic, Lafcadio Hearn's Japan, An Attempt at Interpretation. The psychological profile that Fellers and his staff prepared from these various internal and public sources had at least the virtue of consistency. As with most official documents, once an observation had been put on paper by MacArthur's men, it tended to be recycled in subsequent reports. By sheer repetition, tentative early observations soon assumed the aura of gospel. By mid-1944, Fellers had formulated a view of the role of the emperor in language that would remain essentially unchanged thereafter. MacArthur's policies regarding the throne clearly had their genesis not in any serious investigation after defeat of the actual situation in Japan, but rather in these wartime analyses that he received from the amateur psychologists and anthropologists in his own command. The earliest scripts for his later pronouncements and initiatives are to be found in the recommendations Fellers and his staff prepared. As a basic rule, MacArthur's propaganda specialists observed a wartime policy of not provoking the enemy by attacking the emperor. This was consistent with general U.S. war policy, which opposed military attacks against imperial sites or even the verbal denigration of Emperor Hirohito. Although the stated rationale for such restraint was that the Japanese regarded their sovereign with religious awe and would be even more inclined to fight to the death if he were attacked, other considerations were at work. As an internal report by the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, noted in July 1944, the desirability of eliminating the present emperor is questionable. It is probable that he inclines personally toward the more moderate faction and might prove a useful influence later. Like the OSS and other intelligence agencies, by the latter stages of the war, MacArthur's command believed that the emperor held the key not only to surrender, but also to post-war change. The task, as Fellers and his men put it, was to drive a wedge between the military leadership and the emperor, with his subjects, by persuading the Japanese that gangster militarists had not only duped them but betrayed their sacred leader. The Western propagandists, in a word, were ready to take a hand in reimagining an emperor divorced from the policies Imperial Japan had pursued in his name, under his authority, and with his active cooperation for almost 2 decades. At one point, Fellers flatly acknowledged that, as emperor and acknowledged head of state, Hirohito cannot sidestep war guilt. He is a part of, and must be considered an instigator of, the Pacific War. In the conclusion to his Answer to Japan, however, he struck a different note. The Emperor, he indicated, would be indispensable not only for effecting a surrender of the enemy's fighting forces, but also as the spiritual core of a peacefully inclined post-war government that, it was assumed, would be made up of the now elderly conservative elites, including titled scions of the high nobility, who had controlled the country before the militarists gained ascendancy. This conclusion is worth quoting at length, for over 1 year and several million deaths later, these observations would be resurrected by Fellers to help MacArthur justify not only retention of the throne, but of Hirohito as well. An absolute and unconditional defeat of Japan is the essential ingredient for a lasting peace in the Orient. Only through complete military disaster and the resultant chaos can the Japanese people be disillusioned from their fanatical indoctrination that they are the superior people, destined to be the overlords of Asia. Only stinging defeat and colossal losses will prove to the people that the military machine is vincible and that their fanatical leadership has taken them the way of disaster. The Japanese are tough physically and spiritually. But sometime during this extreme agony for the Japanese home people, it is to be hoped that in one quick moment calm-minded conservatives may see the light and save themselves before it is too late. Enormous military reserves will make it clear to all that the gangster militarists have duped their people. But this is not all. To the masses will come the realization that the gangster militarists have betrayed their sacred emperor. They have led the Son of Heaven, divine ruler of the empire, to the very precipice of destruction. Those who deceive the emperor cannot exist in Japan. When this moment of realization arrives, the conservative, tolerant element of Japan, which has long been driven underground, possibly may come into its own. They may have sufficient leadership to take over the government, make the necessary concessions to save what remains of the archipelago, their people, and their emperor. With imperial sanction of a peace, it will be acceptable to all. In this way it is possible that our war against Japan may end before it is necessary completely to lay waste to the land. There must be no weakness in the peace terms. However, to dethrone or hang the emperor would cause a tremendous and violent reaction from all Japanese. Hanging of the emperor to them would be comparable to the crucifixion of Christ to us. All would fight to die like ants. The position of the gangster militarists would be strengthened immeasurably. The war would be unduly prolonged. Our losses, heavier than otherwise, would be necessary. There are those among us who advocate slaughter of all Japanese, a virtual extermination of the race. The Asiatic War has brought so much suffering and taken so many lives that no fate seems too awful for the Japanese. However, once Japan's armed forces are destroyed, the military clique wiped out, and the people thoroughly acquainted with the horror of war, it will be safe to stop the slaughter. The more civilians who are killed needlessly, the more bitter and lasting will be the feeling of those who survive. It would dislocate the mental equilibrium of our youth who performed the slaughter. It would belie our Christianity. America must lead, not follow events. At the proper time we should permit the driving of a wedge between the emperor and the people on the one hand, and the Tokyo gangster militarists on the other. Years of bloodbaths may possibly be avoided if we understand clearly our enemy and handle him intelligently. After Japan is totally defeated, American justice must be the way and light. An independent Japanese army responsible only to the emperor is a permanent menace to peace. But the mystic hold the emperor has on his people and the spiritual strength of the Shinto faith, properly directed, need not be dangerous. The emperor can be made a force for good and peace, provided Japan is totally defeated and the military clique destroyed. The government must have a system of checks and balances. The emperor must be surrounded by liberal civilian leaders. The military must be limited to an internal police force responsible to civil authority. Once the Tokyo gangster militarists are dead, once the armed forces are destroyed and a liberal government formed under the emperor, the Japanese people, sadder, fewer, and wiser, can begin the reorientation of their lives. This respectful appraisal of the emperor's benign potential and virtually totalitarian spiritual control over the Japanese psyche would become the bedrock of post-war policy. In the spring of 1945, MacArthur's command convened a meeting of psychological warfare personnel from the combined U.S. and British forces in Manila. By then, Fellers and his staff had compressed Japanese behavior patterns that could be exploited by the Allies into a 15-point mantra. Inferiority complex, credulousness, regimented thought, tendency to misrepresent, self-dramatization, strong sense of responsibility, super-aggressiveness, brutality, inflexibility, tradition of self-destruction, superstition, face-saving tendency, intense emotionality, attachment to home and family, and emperor worship. The Manila Conference did not linger on the emperor per se, but among the propaganda slogans proposed was, "Give the emperor back to the people." A wedge policy was agreed upon, as was the idea of using the emperor to further our aims at a proper time. At one point, the naval intelligence officer for the British fleet in the Pacific suggested, apparently in all seriousness, that kamikaze suicide attacks might be deterred by painting the emperor's picture on the sides of Allied ships. Merely imagining the sight of such an Allied armada, and how it might have played in newsreels back home, boggles the mind, but it does convey a sense of how the problems of the emperor obsessed these men. The most impassioned commentary on the emperor came from Colonel Sidney Mashbere, head of the large Allied translator and interpreter section, ATIS, and one of Feller's trusted associates. In an oral presentation, including parenthetical asides, unimpeded by coherence, Mashbere was recorded as declaring that it would be the height of folly to kill the emperor, who is merely the product of 2,500 years of biological ungodliness, inbreeding. You cannot remove their emperor worship from these people by killing the emperor, who is only a part of the family ancestor worship system, any more than you remove the Godhead of Jesus and have any Christianity left. Responding to a question, Mashbere emphasized the need to really depend upon their blind obedience to the emperor. The bluntness with which participants at the Manila meeting were told that closely knit Western logic is not in accordance with Japanese psychology, and that the Japanese were utterly incapable of comprehending American-style democracy, is striking in retrospect. One of the secret papers Fellers distributed on this occasion expressed this in the following unequivocal terms. The people of Japan, who believe themselves to be gods, are unaware of and absolutely cannot understand either democracy or American political idealism as expressed in 1. Our Declaration of Independence, 2. Our Constitution, 3. The Atlantic Charter, 4. Racial and religious tolerance, 5. No punishment without fair trial, 6. Opposition to slavery, 7. Dignity of the individual, 8. Supreme faith in the people. In the month preceding Japan's capitulation, the psychological warfare branch of MacArthur's command had the opportunity to apply the wedge tactic directly to the home islands by way of shortwave radio. Colonel Mashbere played a major role in drafting and delivering a series of Japanese-language broadcasts, and his approach was blunt to the point of crudeness. The militarists or military clique were ridiculed and berated for having broken their sacred pledge to the emperor and plunged the country into this catastrophe. Or, again, for allowing these disasters to befall the emperor's country. Mashbere asked rhetorically, have the officers of Japan recently served the emperor with that utter loyalty expected of warriors? It was the Allied mission to drive out the demon of the military clique which is in possession of the Japanese people, in order to reacquaint the emperor with the wishes of his subjects. Mashbere's broadcast sometimes sounded as if he were soliciting a job in the emperor's inner circle. Feller's thinking about Japan was far more polished and complicated than his aide's. In a personal letter written after the surrender, he confided that he had loved Japan since 1922. This was certainly a rare sentiment for an American officer to maintain through the Pacific War, and Feller's responses to the horrors of that conflict were illuminating. When an Army captain informed him in January 1945 that U.S. troops in the field were routinely killing Japanese who were attempting to surrender, Fellers deplored this on rather technical grounds. Since the Americans were dropping leaflets urging Japanese to surrender, he felt it a matter of national honor that we make good our word, most of all with the enemy. Moreover, we want the prisoners because they all talk freely and, as you know, intelligence saves lives. Where the U.S. saturation bombing of Japanese cities was concerned, however, his condemnation was unqualified. In an internal memorandum dated June 17, 1945, Fellers described this as one of the most ruthless and barbaric killings of non-combatants in all history. As the war in Asia drew to its terrible denouement, he also forthrightly characterized it as a race war. "The war in Europe was both political and social," he wrote 1 week before surrender, whereas the war in the Pacific was racial. In planning for peace, it was imperative to recognize that the white man as overlord of the Orient is finished. The American position in the Orient cannot be founded upon the theory of white supremacy, he insisted. The Oriental must be placed on the basis of absolute equality with our people. There must be no taboo because of race. Fellers had personal ties to well-placed Japanese, the most intimate tie being his cousin Gwen's marriage to the diplomat Terasaki Hidenari. In the aftermath of defeat, Terasaki was attached to the imperial court and worked as a liaison to Fellers as well as other GHQ officers, greatly facilitating a concordance of views between court circles and the highest levels of the occupation command. MacArthur had no such personal ties, but his long pre-Pearl Harbor sojourn as field marshal in the Philippines had likewise persuaded him that Asia would be of central importance in the future global balance of power, and it was thus essential for Westerners to move toward rectifying the inequalities of the past. At the same time, since this vision existed side by side with his belief that Asia was culturally and politically backward, and that the Oriental mind had been socialized to kowtow to authority, MacArthur took for granted that the nations of the Far East still had to be led into this new era by such authority figures as himself. Where defeated Japan was concerned, this outlook made it natural to think of exercising a potent double authority by utilizing the emperor. MacArthur had embraced the wedge policy long before he was actually appointed to head the Allied occupation. Roger Egeberg, his personal physician and sometimes confidant, recalled that in Manila in May 1945 the general poked a finger into his chest and said he wanted peace to bring democracy to Japan. Further, he thought the emperor was a captive of Tojo and the warlords, that they were really responsible for the war and that Hirohito would be instrumental in permanently changing the structure of the Japanese government. On August 6th, the day Hiroshima was bombed, but before word of the bombing reached him, MacArthur described the emperor as a figurehead but not quite a stooge at an off-the-record press conference. While in Manila preparing for his newly assigned mission to Japan, he told Colonel Mashbir, "I have no desire whatever to debase the emperor in the eyes of his own people, as through him it will be possible to maintain a completely orderly government," adding that he desired the emperor to visit him once he was settled in Japan, an invitation Mashbir conveyed to the Japanese the day after the surrender ceremony on the Missouri. Purifying the sovereign. The emperor's surrender broadcast was, in effect, a stage cue that set in motion a grandly choreographed strategy by court and government to preserve the national polity. 7 hours afterward, Prime Minister Suzuki Kantaro informed the nation by radio that His Majesty gave the sacred decision to end the war in order to save the people and contribute to the welfare and peace of mankind. The illustrious power of His Majesty's gracious benevolence is itself the protection of the national polity. The old retired admiral went on to declare that the nation sincerely apologized to the emperor, it being understood that these were apologies for failing to attain victory. Under any circumstances, whether we live or die, our role as subjects is to assist the imperial destiny which is as eternal as heaven and earth. The grand themes of the new imperial drama were spelled out in such early statements. While the emperor was portrayed as a magnanimous peacemaker, his subjects as a whole were to assume responsibility, not for the rise of militarism and aggression, but for failing to win the Holy War. The Japanese race was now divided into the emperor on one hand and everyone else on the other, and where responsibility for defeat was concerned, the lowliest subject was suddenly equal to the most beribboned and bemedaled officer or official. On the matter of blame, the old guard hastened to espouse the purest sort of democracy imaginable. Public figures reiterated these themes ceaselessly during the 2 weeks before MacArthur's arrival, and the mass media followed their lead. On August 28th, the notion of collective, but not imperial, guilt was given its consummate expression at a press conference in which Prince Higashikuni Naruhiko, who had succeeded Suzuki as premier, declared that the repentance of the 100 million was the essential first step toward national reconstruction. Addressing the opening session of the 88th Imperial Diet on September 4th, Higashikuni lavished praise on the emperor for having paved the way for the establishment of an eternal peace in order to save the people from hardships. "We deeply regret," the Prime Minister exclaimed, "to have caused him so much anxiety." An alien from another planet listening to these speeches might easily have concluded that Emperor Hirohito had ascended the throne in August 1945, just in time to end a terrible war, and that no one's feelings other than his mattered. Foreign Minister Shigemitsu Mamoru, who signed the surrender documents on behalf of the Emperor and the government, gave irreproachably devoted service to his sovereign in the traumatic days that followed the victor's arrival at the very end of August. To the Americans, he praised the Emperor's innate pacifism and, just as Fellers had done in his wartime reports, warned of the revolutionary upheaval that would greet any attempts to eliminate the throne. At the same time, he offered thoughtful counsel to the Emperor, advising him on ways to ride the inevitable tide of reform. In a long imperial audience on September 1st, Shigemitsu read a memorandum from "Your Lord Servant Mamoru," which amounted to a Japanese version of the wedge strategy. The demands in the Potsdam Declaration were flexible, he assured the Emperor, and contained nothing that would hinder Japan's reconstruction. The mistakes of the recent past had occurred because the identity between the Emperor's heart and the people's heart had been lost after the Meiji period, when the military succeeded in inserting itself between the sovereign and his subjects. The true spirit of Japan, essentially democratic, included respect for fundamental human rights as well as freedom of thought, religion, and expression. The democracy demanded by the Potsdam Declaration would be realized when the Emperor's thoughts and his subjects' wishes were again unified. The empire should commit itself to democratic reforms with a zeal double that of the early Meiji period. Shigemitsu concluded this emotional presentation by submitting 2 poems to the Emperor. In one, he spoke of himself as a shield for the throne. In the other, he anticipated a day when the nation would be so prosperous that people would look back and scorn his, Shigemitsu's, name, as the person presumably to whom had fallen the humiliating task of signing the document of surrender. There was, of course, an implausible aura to all this, as if the anti-democratic rhetoric of the way of the subject that the Emperor's loyal servants had been spouting only yesterday had been no more than a slip of the tongue. Had Shigemitsu been so foolhardy as to openly declare that the national polity was compatible with Western-style democracy 1 month earlier, in all likelihood he would have been jailed or committed to a mental institution. And in all likelihood the Emperor would have observed his disappearance in silence, just as he had the repression of other critics of the policies and orthodoxies proclaimed in his name. In the new circumstances of defeat, however, the Emperor expressed agreement with his foreign minister's observations and filed them away in his mind for future use. On September 3rd, Shigemitsu acted out his renewed vow to shield the throne by conveying the thesis of imperial innocence and militarist conspiracy directly to General MacArthur in a private meeting. The foreign minister's immediate purpose on this occasion was to persuade the Supreme Commander to abandon plans to administer the country through direct military government. Throughout history, he told the general, our emperors always have been thoroughly pacifistic, and Emperor Hirohito was no exception. He had opposed the recent war, been ever diligent in seeking peace, and played a decisive role in ending hostilities. Shigemitsu emphasized that the emperor understood the terms of the Potsdam Declaration and was fully prepared to support them. Moreover, he enjoyed the total admiration of his subjects. It followed that the easiest way for SCAP to enforce the Potsdam stipulations would be to work indirectly through the Japanese government instructed by the emperor. As Shigemitsu told the tale, MacArthur accepted his argument immediately and ordered direct military government to be abandoned while the foreign minister was still sitting in the general's office. Unknown to him, the Supreme Commander already had received instructions from Washington sanctioning indirect governance. This was the beginning of a concerted campaign by former high-ranking officials and officers to brief occupation authorities about the emperor's non-involvement in war policy up to the moment when, as the soon-famous story had it, he intervened to break a deadlock among the 6 military officers and civilian ministers who constituted his Supreme War Council, and cast the deciding vote for capitulation. In their turn, MacArthur's staff actively encouraged the emperor's entourage to keep burnishing this image of an essentially pacifistic sovereign. Shigemitsu was subsequently indicted as a Class A war criminal, found guilty of contributing to the diplomatic policies that fostered Japanese aggression, and sentenced to imprisonment, his sovereign's shield to the end. The letter, the photograph, and the memorandum. The Showa emperor was not an eloquent man. He had never been socialized to be capable of even normal conversation. He was intelligent but gave no hint of engaging in self-reflection. His education as heir apparent had been rigorous and inflexible, particularly so, perhaps, because his father, the Taisho emperor, was mentally incompetent. He rarely, if ever, conveyed self-doubt, but neither did he display overweening arrogance. He was scrupulously, almost compulsively, attentive to detail. There is no evidence that, prior to the defeat, democracy was of any genuinely serious interest to him apart from being a threat that might get out of control. There is ample evidence, on the other hand, that he moved pragmatically with the prevailing winds. On occasion, both pre-war and post-war, he took initiative on matters of policy. The emperor's lack of self-reflection concerning the war emerged in a rare short letter he wrote on September 9th to his eldest son, the Crown Prince Akihito, then 12 years old. It might have been expected that such a communication at such a time would have been philosophical as well as practical. There was precedent for such reflection in traditional Japanese writings, but this was not the emperor's métier. His letter to his son was cryptic and dry. It concerned, just as most official sermonizing then did, not the war itself, but rather the reasons for defeat. In this most private of communications, at this extraordinary moment, the emperor stressed the ineptitude of his military advisers, and made no mention at all of the democratic ideals Shigemitsu had preached about so fervently. Japan lost the war, Hirohito explained, because our people took the Americans and British too lightly. The military had overemphasized spirit and neglected science. Whereas the Meiji Emperor had been blessed with great generals and admirals, officers of the post-World War I period failed to grasp the big picture. They knew how to advance, but not how to retreat. Had the war continued, the emperor concluded, he could not have protected the three holy regalia, the imperial mirror, sword, and jewel, and most of his subjects would have perished. Thus, holding back his tears, he accepted defeat, to preserve the seeds of our people. It may seem odd that the emperor chose to evoke the imperial regalia so emotionally in the same breath with criticism of the military's irrationality, but he had also dwelled on these objects when agonizing over surrender, and would do so again the following spring when dictating his version of the war to court aides. The hallowed mirror, sword, and jewel appear to have obsessed Hirohito not merely as symbols of legitimacy and majesty, but as sacred objects that dated back, as the national foundation myths maintained, to the divine origins of the imperial line. The regalia exemplified the spirit of Japan in the most rarefied sense, and it must be assumed that mention of them, along with the awkwardly phrased reference to the seeds of our people, was the emperor's way of conveying his sense of being the inheritor of a sacred kingship. Never, not even in his heralded Declaration of Humanity 4 months later, would Emperor Hirohito repudiate his mythic descent from the sun goddess Amaterasu. In another rare private document of the times, the Crown Prince's diary, we have an even more cryptic, and amusing, indication of how defeat was explained in court circles. On the day of his father's broadcast, Akihito dutifully recorded that Japan had lost the war for two fundamental reasons: material backwardness, particularly in science, and individual selfishness. One-on-one, Japanese were superior to Americans, the earnest young heir apparent noted, but the Americans were superior when it came to working as a group. The key to the future thus lay in developing scientific prowess and learning to work harmoniously as a nation as the Americans did. So much for cultural canards about egoistic Westerners and group-oriented Japanese. The Emperor's letter and the Crown Prince's diary were private writings that remained unknown to the public for many years. The great campaign to drive the wedge, demonize the military, make the Emperor a pacifist, and construct an imperial democracy, on the other hand, was eminently public. Both the Japanese and the Americans used the mass media to advance their ultimately convergent positions. On September 21st, for example, MacArthur told the United Press that untold savings in American life, money, and time had resulted from retaining the emperor. 3 days later, under a front-page headline reading, "Hirohito in interview puts blame on Tojo in sneak raid, says he now opposes war," the New York Times published an unprecedented interview with the emperor, based primarily on a written response to questions submitted in advance. The most significant of these responses, which had actually been drafted in Shigemitsu's foreign ministry, had the emperor asserting that he had had no intention of having his war rescript employed as former Premier Hideki Tojo had used it when Japan launched her sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. He said that he had expected Tojo to declare war in the usual formal manner if necessary. In a complimentary article, Kido Koichi, the emperor's most intimate advisor, was paraphrased as stating that Hirohito knew nothing in advance about the Pearl Harbor attack, learning about it later from the palace radio. This was camouflage, but it was precisely what the wedge theorists in MacArthur's headquarters wanted to hear. A confidential report to the emperor's astute vice-chamberlain Kinoshita Michio some weeks later indicated how misleading the answer really was. The military attaché who wrote this concluded, "It is obvious that as a ruler, he, the emperor, bears responsibility for the nation's war unless he is a robot." As evidence of the sovereign's responsibility, the attaché noted, insofar as the opening of hostilities were concerned, Emperor Hirohito understood and gave orders for preparations for war, deployment of the fleet, the mission of the fleet, the decision to pull out the fleet if last-minute diplomatic negotiations with the United States succeeded, and the time for beginning hostilities. What the emperor had not expected was merely what no one, including Tojo himself, had anticipated, that the attack on Pearl Harbor would be launched before the U.S. government received a note from the Japanese embassy in Washington formally breaking off relations. The message had not been delivered on time because of an absurdly human faux pas. An embassy staff member took too long typing it. Apart from this unforeseen development, which without question made the surprise attack seem especially treacherous, Hirohito was well briefed on the Pearl Harbor strategy, right down to the reason for choosing Sunday, a day of rest, for the surprise attack. Contrary to the impression conveyed in the widely cited Times interview, he signed the declaration of war with full knowledge of the military's intentions. As it transpired, however, parts of the bureaucracy were not yet in on the strategy for saving the emperor, notably the Home Ministry which, 6 weeks after the capitulation and a month after the Americans' arrival, still controlled the police and practiced censorship. When the emperor's comments in the Times were reported in the Japanese press on September 29th, Home Ministry officials attempted to confiscate the offending editions. They opposed domestic publication of the statement about Pearl Harbor not on the grounds that it was untrue, but because it was beneath the dignity of the sovereign to single out his officials for public criticism. Inappropriate, mazui, was the term used by the official in charge. This was the setting in which the entire country was confronted with the photograph, the most famous visual image of the entire occupation period, which appeared in the same newspapers. This overshadowed accounts of the emperor's interview, appalled the Home Ministry's censors, a banner day indeed for the watchdogs, and was another reason that they attempted to recall those press runs. The photo depicted MacArthur and the emperor standing together in the general's quarters, and there was no mistaking who possessed greater authority. The Supreme Commander, wearing an open-necked khaki shirt and no medals, held himself almost casually, hands behind his hips, arms slightly akimbo. He towered over the emperor, who stood stiffly to his left in full morning dress. Even the age difference between the two leaders reinforced the general's seniority. MacArthur was 65 years old at the time. The emperor, 44, was young enough to have been his son. The idea for this meeting, which took place on September 27th, usually is attributed to Yoshida Shigeru. Colonel Mashbeer, on the other hand, claimed he conveyed the invitation to Okazaki Kazuo of the Foreign Ministry the day following the surrender ceremony. Be that as it may, the idea for the photograph was MacArthur's, and his decision to make it public revealed the deft touch of a man who had spent much of his career practicing public relations. The photo established MacArthur's authority for all to see, while simultaneously demonstrating his receptivity to the Emperor. As an unplanned bonus, Scap also was able to override the Home Ministry's attempt to censor the newspapers carrying it, thereby turning the occasion into an affirmation of freedom of the press. In all, 3 photographs were taken on this occasion. 2 were unusable because the subjects were not ready for the camera. In one, MacArthur's eyes were closed and the Emperor's mouth open. In the other, the Emperor was again gaping. On such slender margins, the moment of a shutter's blink, often rest our renderings of compelling events. Rigid royalists, like the Home Ministry's censors, immediately saw the published photo as an appalling sort of lèse-majesty. In virtually every way, the iconography of height, posture, age, and locale placed the Emperor in an inferior position. This reading of the situation was correct, but also unimaginative. The photograph is often said to mark the moment when it really came home to most Japanese that they had been vanquished and the Americans were in charge. At the same time, and this is what the censors and the more overwrought super-patriots missed, it also made it plain that Scap was hospitable to the Emperor and would stand by him. The meeting was arranged with little fanfare and took place not in MacArthur's office but at his personal residence in the former American Embassy building. The Emperor arrived promptly at 10 o'clock in his custom-made Rolls-Royce, formally dressed in cutaway and top hat, and unexpectedly accompanied by several carloads of imperial guards and court attendants. On the American side, only a few individuals witnessed his arrival, among them Fellers and the exuberant kabuki lover Fabian Bowers. As Bowers later described the event, there was a touch of Gilbert and Sullivan, if not kabuki, in the opening sallies of this first encounter between the 2 imperial presences. Fellers and Bowers saluted the Emperor, whereupon His Highness bowed and shook their hands. Bowers then took Hirohito's top hat, which seemed to alarm the sovereign, who understandably must have arrived with dire forebodings that all sorts of things might be taken away from him. MacArthur burst upon the scene at that point, saying in that stentorian voice of burnished gold that thrilled everyone who heard it, "You are very, very welcome, sir." It was the first time Fellers had ever heard the general say sir to anyone. The Supreme Commander reached out to clasp the Emperor's hand, and the Emperor simultaneously bowed so deeply that the handshake ended up taking place above his head. MacArthur then whisked the Emperor inside, accompanied only by the imperial household interpreter Okumura Katsuzo, leaving Fellers and Bowers in unsuccessful pursuit of a topic of conversation with the stranded court retainers. Bowers brought up kabuki and later said he might as well have brought up rodeos. When Fellers mentioned having been an attaché to King Farouk in Egypt and spoke of duck hunting along the Nile, one of the chamberlains asked if he would like to hunt ducks on the palace grounds, an idle bit of conversation that later led to a steady stream of invitations to GHQ officers to take part in imperial duck hunts. The general and the Emperor spent around 40 minutes together, and in theory both parties agreed to keep the details of what they discussed confidential. The 2 men would meet again on 10 occasions, in all of which the same policy of official secrecy prevailed. Apparently no notes were ever taken on MacArthur's side, and minutes by the Japanese interpreters were, with 2 exceptions, never made public. By this practice, Scap in effect extended the life of the chrysanthemum curtain that surrounded the throne, even enhancing its aura of transcendence and inviolability. In the months that followed, occupation authorities would, in fact, draw the curtain tighter by refusing to permit serious investigation of the Emperor's war responsibility, or even to let him be interrogated concerning the events for which his loyal servants were about to be brought to trial. This secrecy enabled both sides to leak selective versions of what actually transpired in the momentous meeting of September 27th. MacArthur proceeded to use the occasion to embellish his portrait of the Emperor as the first gentleman of Japan. He told his aides that Hirohito had offered to take responsibility for the war upon himself, and later offered this same heroic narrative to the public in his memoirs. The Japanese side, on its part, actually went public on a parallel track within a few days. A Home Ministry spokesman, adroitly scrambling to regain lost ground, stated that MacArthur had made a tremendous impression on the Emperor, who in turn had declared himself well satisfied with the occupation's progress thus far. The spokesman went on to emphasize that General MacArthur expressed the opinion that the smooth occupation was really due to the emperor's leadership. This was duly reported in the Western press and never repudiated by GHQ. Like many of MacArthur's oft-told tales, his statement that the emperor volunteered to take responsibility for the war upon himself appears to have been, at best, a creatively ornamented version of what actually was said. For as it happened, detailed minutes written immediately afterwards by Okumura, the emperor's interpreter, eventually did see the light of day 3 decades later. They tend to confirm the Home Ministry's version of events. In this confidential reconstruction, the emperor is never quoted as offering to assume responsibility for the war, whereas the supreme commander emerges almost as a fawning courtier, awed by his proximity to Your Majesty, and extraordinarily solicitous in his comments. On the basis of Okumura's transcript, it is difficult to say who was having an audience with whom, although MacArthur clearly dominated the conversation. After some introductory courtesies, the general launched into a lengthy monologue about the horrors of modern war, so vividly revealed by the atomic bombs. Then, almost as if echoing lines from the emperor's rescript, he praised Hirohito for his great prompt decision to end hostilities and spare his people immeasurable suffering. In obvious reference to the chorus of world opinion calling for the emperor's indictment as a war criminal, the general went on to lament the hatreds and feelings of revenge that arise among people who never actually have been to war, referring specifically to the regrettable cacophony of public opinion in the American, British, and Chinese media. At this point, according to Okumura's account, the emperor intervened to state that he had wanted to avoid the war and regretted its occurrence. MacArthur seized on this to emphasize that he appreciated how much the emperor had hoped for peace, and how difficult it had been for him to lead the public in one direction while it was moving so strongly in another. Only history could judge both men, he solemnly observed, long after they were dead. Surely a reassuring comment considering the fear in court circles about Hirohito being judged imminently while still alive. The emperor then intervened again. It went without saying, he stated, that he and his subjects deeply understood the fact of defeat, and that he intended to do his best to carry out the stipulations of the Potsdam Declaration while helping to reconstruct a new Japan on the basis of peace. And so it went, the Supreme Commander paying respect to the Commander-in-Chief and being given assurance of cooperation in return. MacArthur praised the Emperor's august virtue, miitsu in Okumura's rendering, as manifest in the discipline with which his order to lay down arms had been carried out. This, he said, should be encouraging to the emperor as he confronted the tasks ahead of him. Needless to say, Okumura quoted MacArthur as saying, there is no one else who knows as much about Japan and its people as you. The general encouraged the emperor to pass on any advice he might have in the future through his Grand Chamberlain or officials of his choice, and assured him that any such communications would remain confidential. After touching on other topics, the emperor departed, expressing his hopes that he would have many more opportunities to meet with MacArthur. The Supreme Commander, in turn, spoke of the great honor of having met with the emperor. Prior to this meeting, intimate court sources tell us Hirohito had been tense and uncertain. Bowers noticed that he was trembling when he arrived. The New York Times interviewer of a day earlier had made a similar observation. He left the meeting buoyed in spirit, visibly more relaxed and confident, obviously with good reason. The emperor immediately told Kido Koichi about the compliments MacArthur had paid him, and Kido was immensely relieved. As he later noted, if this meeting had not occurred, it would have been exceedingly difficult to defend the emperor against charges of war crimes. On the following day, the Empress sent Mrs. MacArthur a bouquet of spider chrysanthemums mixed with lilies grown on the palace grounds. The next week, the MacArthurs received an elegant lacquered writing box embossed in gold from the Emperor and Empress. Had the imperial household been privy to communications at the top level of GHQ, they would have been ecstatic, for there was little fundamental difference between their hopes and Scap's intentions. On October 1st, MacArthur received through Fellers a short legal brief that made absolutely clear that Scap had no interest in seriously investigating Hirohito's actual role in the war undertaken in his name. The brief took as facts that the emperor had not exercised free will in signing the declaration of war, that he had lack of knowledge of the true state of affairs, and that he had risked his life in attempting to effect the surrender. It offered, in awkward legalese, the one-sentence conclusion that, if fraud, menace, or duress sufficient to negative intent can be affirmatively established by the Emperor, he could not stand convicted in a democratic court of law. And it ended with the following recommendation. A. That in the interest of peaceful occupation and rehabilitation of Japan, prevention of revolution and communism, all facts surrounding the execution of the declaration of war and subsequent position of the Emperor which tend to show fraud, menace, or duress be marshaled. B. That if such facts are sufficient to establish an affirmative defense beyond a reasonable doubt, positive action be taken to prevent indictment and prosecution of the Emperor as a war criminal. On the next day, General Fellers prepared a long memorandum for MacArthur's exclusive perusal that spelled out in richer detail why it was imperative that such mitigating facts be marshaled. Fellers's memo was written before Scap's Civil Liberties Directive, before free discussion existed in Japan, before political prisoners had been released from prison, before the most basic questions of war responsibility had been clearly formulated, before trends in popular sentiment had been seriously evaluated, before it was even legal for Japanese to speak such phrases as popular sovereignty. It read, in full, as follows. The attitude of the Japanese toward their emperor is not generally understood. Unlike Christians, the Japanese have no God with whom to commune. Their emperor is the living symbol of the race, in whom lies the virtues of their ancestors. He is the incarnation of national spirit, incapable of wrongs or misdeeds. Loyalty to him is absolute. Although no one fears him, all hold their emperor in reverential awe. They would not touch him, look into his face, address him, step on his shadow. Their abject homage to him amounts to a self-abnegation sustained by a religious patriotism, the depth of which is incomprehensible to Westerners. It would be a sacrilege to entertain the idea that the emperor is on a level with the people or any governmental official. To try him as a war criminal would not only be blasphemous, but a denial of spiritual freedom. The Imperial War Rescript, 8 December 1941, was the inescapable responsibility of the emperor who, as the head of a then sovereign state, possessed the legal right to issue it. From the highest and most reliable sources, it can be established that the war did not stem from the emperor himself. He has personally said that he had no intention to have the war rescript used as Tojo used it. It is a fundamental American concept that the people of any nation have the inherent right to choose their own government. Were the Japanese given this opportunity, they would select the emperor as the symbolic head of the state. The masses are especially devoted to Hirohito. They feel that his addressing the people personally made him unprecedentedly close to them. His rescript demanding peace filled them with joy. They know he is no puppet now. They feel his retention is not a barrier to as liberal a government as they are qualified to enjoy. In effecting our bloodless invasion, we requisitioned the services of the Emperor. By his order, 7 million soldiers laid down their arms and are being rapidly demobilized. Through his act, hundreds of thousands of American casualties were avoided and the war terminated far ahead of schedule. Therefore, having made good use of the Emperor, to try him for war crimes to the Japanese would amount to a breach of faith. Moreover, the Japanese feel that unconditional surrender as outlined in the Potsdam Declaration meant preservation of the state structure, which includes the Emperor. If the Emperor were tried for war crimes, the governmental structure would collapse and a general uprising would be inevitable. The people will uncomplainingly stand any other humiliation. Although they are disarmed, there would be chaos and bloodshed. It would necessitate a large expeditionary force with many thousands of public officials. The period of occupation would be prolonged and we would have alienated the Japanese. American long-range interests require friendly relations with the Orient based on mutual respect, faith, and understanding. In the long run, it is of paramount national importance that Japan harbor no lasting resentment. Scap's commitment to saving and using the Emperor was firm. The pressing immediate task was to create the most usable Emperor possible. This seemed a daunting challenge at the time, given the loud chorus of hostile public opinion in the Allied camp. Scap was under no illusions about the depth of animosity toward the emperor in the United States itself. While many planners in Washington were inclined to regard the emperor as a figure of hollow charisma, who could be used as easily for peace as he had been for war, mainstream opinion showed little tolerance for such notions. A Gallup poll conducted 6 weeks before the war ended indicated that 70% of Americans favored executing or harshly punishing the emperor. The Senate joined this clamor on September 18th, and on October 16th, MacArthur was instructed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff to proceed immediately to assemble all available evidence of Hirohito's participation in and responsibility for Japanese violations of international law. Official policy concerning whether to reform the imperial institution or possibly even abolish it completely remained unresolved through the end of 1945. At the same time, the creation of the multi-nation Far Eastern Commission, whose inauguration as an advisory committee to the occupation was delayed until early 1946, introduced the possibility of an imminent coordinated campaign against the throne from representatives of such recent enemies as China, Australia, the Philippines, and the Soviet Union. Authorities in Tokyo, following these developments closely, felt an understandable sense of urgency to change the emperor's image quickly before outside pressure forced their hand. In this atmosphere, Fellers and others did not hesitate to offer private words of encouragement and advice to the Royalists. Near the end of October, Fellers went so far as to remind a well-connected Japanese general that the problem of the emperor's responsibility for the attack on Pearl Harbor was still the most important and critical issue on the American side, urging him to come up with a good general defense of the emperor that would help MacArthur override public opinion in the United States and elsewhere. It was clear, this contact reported to the Chief Cabinet Secretary, that both MacArthur and Fellers have very warm feelings toward His Majesty, and were thinking of how to solve this problem without causing trouble for the emperor. Had such clandestine advice to manipulate the historical record become known at the time, it would have been deemed scandalous. In the months that followed, the Royalists and their American supporters engaged in a clumsy dance on the matters of how best to protect and use the emperor, sometimes listening to different music, often out of step. Yet in the end, their collaboration proved remarkably effective in dressing the emperor in new clothes, ensuring his personal security, and redefining the throne as the centerpiece of the new democracy. In the process, a striking relationship of open social fraternization between court circles and the upper echelons of the occupation staff was cultivated. The imperial household took the initiative in this, quickly revealing a genius for grasping the Americans' love of aristocratic pomp and pageantry. Invitations were regularly extended to high occupation officials to participate in the court's genteel pastimes. Geisha parties became bonding places for the middling elites, but the upper-class activities to which high-ranking members of the occupation force were invited were refined to a fault. Firefly catching, cherry blossom viewing on the palace grounds, bamboo sprout hunts, traditional sword-fighting exhibitions at the palace, even an occasional wild boar hunt. Nothing was more prized, however, than being invited to an imperial duck hunt. The first such invitation was extended to some 20 high GHQ officers on November 4th, and in the years that followed there were sometimes as many as 2 or even 3 such hunts a week. General MacArthur himself never deigned to participate in these or any other such affairs, but his wife and young son Arthur joined in happily. So did the president of the Tokyo War Crimes Tribunal and the American head of the prosecution staff, who were in the process of hanging or incarcerating some of the emperor's most devoted servants. The imperial duck hunts bore no resemblance to the Western practice of detaching wild fowl from their heartbeats with shotguns. Guests assembled at an imperial preserve where mallards, teals, and other game birds had been attracted to narrow ditches or channels baited with rice. There they were greeted by a court chamberlain, who conveyed a cordial welcome from the emperor and briefed them on how the ducks were to be caught. Each hunter was given a net that looked like a gigantic trout fishing net, and then waited behind a blind until a gamekeeper gave the signal to move in on a channel full of feeding ducks. The guests netted the startled fowl as they attempted to take flight, then regrouped and moved on to another ditch. As one American major general described the sport, 4 or 5 of us rushed in on each side of the ditch with our nets held high, at which time the ducks took off straight up. We swooped and swished with our nets as the ducks passed and usually came up with a bird. My best batting average was 60%, which is good in any league. Ducks that escaped hunters were sometimes picked off by falcons, an elegant royal touch indeed. After the swooping and swishing was finished, guests adjourned to a nearby building where they sat Japanese-style at low tables and sipped sake. Imperial chefs assisted them in grilling duck fillets on small charcoal hibachis. For many Allied officers and high civilian officials, the imperial duck hunt was the most memorable moment of their fleeting interlude as nobility in a foreign land. On these or other occasions, they might even hope to receive a small gift embossed with the 16-petal imperial chrysanthemum crest. While the media in the United States were chuckling and enthusing over the Americanization of Japan, the Japanese were quietly and skillfully Japanizing the Americans. It was all part of the challenge of conquering the conqueror. Chapter 10. Imperial Democracy, Descending Partway from Heaven. When ordinary Japanese were asked directly whether they wished to retain the emperor and the imperial institution, an overwhelming majority answered affirmatively. Initially, most were thunderstruck simply at being asked, for the question itself, not to speak of a negative response, would have been treasonous prior to October 1945. Subsequent polls continued to indicate strong support for retaining the throne, but this was misleading if interpreted, pace fellers, as revealing widespread enthusiasm or deep awe and veneration comparable to that of the war years. In a curious way, the emperor's surrender broadcast punctured emperor worship. When the Holy War ended, so also did the worship of its high priest and erstwhile manifest deity. In place of this, to judge from police reports and other impressionistic evidence of the times, a great many people came to regard the throne as if they were just spectators to its fate. Becoming bystanders. Put in Japanese terms, the emperor worship that so mesmerized Fellers and other Western analysts appeared to have been in large part tatemai, a facade. Once defeat came home and the military state collapsed, the honne, or true sentiment of ordinary Japanese, revealed itself to be closer to mild attachment, resignation, even indifference where the imperial system and the vaunted national polity were concerned. This detachment emerged in secret reports prepared in the Home Ministry during and immediately after the war. Police files prior to the surrender revealed mounting concern that incidents of Lee's Majesty were increasing as the situation deteriorated. Even children, it was suggested, were becoming the bearers of incipient sedition. In one incident, the police apprehended a youngster who had cut a photograph of the emperor out of the newspaper and hung it from his neck in imitation of the boxes containing ashes of the war dead. Another nervous entry in the police dossiers, recorded shortly after the air raids over Tokyo began, noted that little children were blithely singing a jingle anticipating the imperial palace burning down. These presentiments were unnerving not simply in and of themselves, but also because the conservative elites were aware that history was not on their side. The Japanese had discarded their feudal shogunate and the samurai-led social structure on which it rested in the mid-19th century, cast them off like worn-out garments after almost 8 centuries of exalted existence. They had experienced less than a century of modern imperial rule, beginning with Hirohito's grandfather, the Meiji Emperor, in 1868. No other regime in their history, no other leader, had ever presided over such devastation and disaster as Hirohito. No one else had opened the door to a conquering army from abroad. These were not reassuring matters to contemplate. The cosmopolitan royalists were also aware of the high mortality rate of monarchies generally in the 20th century. The Chinese imperial system, which was said to reflect the mandate of heaven and traced its origins back 2 millennia, had fallen in 1911. World War I witnessed the collapse of once powerful and presumably revered imperial systems in Germany, Austria-Hungary, Russia, and Turkey. While the Japanese pondered the fate of their imperial institution, the monarchy in defeated Italy hung in the balance. In June 1946, the House of Savoy, which claimed to be the oldest ruling house in Europe, and to rule by the grace of God and the will of the people, was repudiated in a popular referendum. Looking abroad as well as within, to the past as well as at the present situation, royalists saw sufficient reason to fear that defeat might precipitate, if not active antagonism to the throne, at least popular indifference to whatever happened to the remote figure in the imperial palace. The thought police continued to operate for many weeks after the victors set up shop, and their internal reports for August, September, and early October gave ample indication that although fears of large-scale antagonism toward the throne had been off the mark, indifference was another matter entirely. This is not to say that the old fears were dispelled quickly and entirely. Early in September, a secret report of the Kempeitai, the military police, anticipated ideological confusion arising in many forms, including popular sovereignty ideology and a mercenary ideology stimulated by Western liberalism. Police in Shiga Prefecture reported that, just before the conclusion of the war and afterwards, the general public's distrust and antipathy toward the military and those who govern intensified, and words and deeds against the emperor especially have tended to increase, so we are trying to control this. A September report dealing with popular responses to Prime Minister Higashikuni's statement that Hirohito was not responsible for the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor concluded that informed opinion was skeptical of this. People found it difficult to reconcile this picture of the emperor's non-responsibility with either the imperial order under which the country went to war or the then-current hoopla about the emperor's crucial role in the decision to end hostilities. The voluminous police reports also itemized rumors about the emperor. He had died of anxiety after delivering the surrender broadcast. He had taken to bed with a facial tic. He had committed suicide. There were reports of his abdication, some replete with detail. As the person responsible for the war, he had stepped down in favor of the young crown prince, Akihito, who had already gone to the United States to study. In his absence, Hirohito's brother Prince Chichibu was serving as regent. A gallows was being erected in front of the imperial palace, obviously intended for the emperor. More striking yet, in the vast majority of surveys of popular sentiment, the emperor was invisible, a non-presence. There was no indication that ordinary people were giving him much thought. If they did, it was with the casualness of bystanders. A gallows in front of the imperial palace? What next? Although the police reports expressed concern about widespread, grave distrust, frustration, and antipathy toward military and civilian leaders, the emperor was in fact only rarely included in such denunciations. Even socialists and communists displayed restraint, not to mention respect, when it came to the sovereign. To royalists obsessed with preserving the national polity, the situation was thus simultaneously hopeful and ominous. Popular hatred of the military, another police dossier phrase, made it easy and natural to do precisely what Fellers and his aides advocated: drive a wedge between the emperor and the gangster militarists. At the same time, the swift descent of parts of the populace into greed, antisocial behavior, and fatalism suggested that the Japanese really might be thoroughly situational in their allegiances. Even honest homeless people had moved into shrines and temples and were said to be hanging diapers in the holiest sanctuaries. Although they may not have been about to repudiate the throne, anyone inclined to paranoia might see precious little sacred ground left. Some field-level American analysts offered similar appraisals of the situation. In mid-December 1945, an intelligence unit in metropolitan Tokyo came to this conclusion. With regard to the emperor system, it is the opinion of observers, especially as far as the middle classes are concerned, that the Allies are unduly apprehensive of the effect on the Japanese if the emperor were removed. It is claimed that at the most there might be demonstrations, particularly in the rural districts, but they would soon pass. People are more concerned with food and housing problems than with the fate of the emperor. On December 29th, 2 days before the emperor's Declaration of Humanity, the same unit reported that informed sources claim that many people have reached a state where it is almost immaterial to them whether the emperor is retained or not. 4 days after the New Year's Day rescript, they observed that generally the people are grasping the idea that the emperor is simply a human being. Reports are being received that the better-educated younger generation are not regarding him with the same degree of dignity as formerly, and that he has even become the point of many jokes in the past 3 months. Shortly after this, the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey conducted a survey asking Japanese what their feelings had been when they heard Japan had given up in the war. In a striking demonstration of the extent to which ordinary people had become bystanders where the emperor was concerned, only 4% checked off "worry about emperor, shame for emperor, sorrow for him." Jokes about the emperor and flippancy in speaking of him were another small sign that awe toward the sovereign was not so great as the royalists or Fellers and MacArthur insisted. After the famous photograph of the general and the emperor appeared, Hirohito even emerged as the butt of the most salacious riddle of the occupation period. This rested on a hitherto unmentionable pun. The fact that the imperial "we," pronounced chin, was a homonym to a slang word for penis, or prick. Why was General MacArthur the belly button, Eiso, of Japan? Because, the rude joke went, he was above the prick, emperor. Other developments at the popular level also indicated that the emperor might be less than irreplaceable. In February, for instance, SCAP's local intelligence people reported a rumor current in the Shimonoseki area to the effect that the emperor's ancestors came from India, and that he therefore was not Japanese. As a result of this revelation, which was said to be verifiable by records in a temple in Shimane Prefecture, some Shimonoseki residents have expressed their preference for a Japanese president rather than an emperor of Indian ancestry. This was entertaining or unsettling, depending on where one stood, as was true also of one of the more widely publicized developments of the period: the emergence of a dozen or more individuals, each of whom claimed to be the legitimate heir to the throne or a genuine descendant or incarnation of the sun goddess Amaterasu. Contemplating this parade of imperial pretenders and daughters of heaven became one of the small amusements by which people lightened the hardships of these times, and they had a motley assortment of would-be royals and goddesses to contemplate. Emperor Sakamoto surfaced in Okayama, Emperor Nagahama in Kagoshima, Emperor Sado in Niigata, and Emperor Yokokura in Kochi. Aichi Prefecture produced not one but two pretenders, Emperor Towura and Emperor Miura. The most intriguing claimant to the chrysanthemum throne first brought his case to GHQ in September 1945, and saw it emerge as a topic of public interest in January. He was a 56-year-old variety store proprietor from Nagano named Kumazawa Hiromichi, who attracted particular interest because his claim rested on a genuine genealogical dispute tracing back to the early 14th century, when the imperial line had split into fiercely contentious northern and southern courts. Hirohito belonged to the northern line, but there were serious grounds for arguing that the southern line, from which Kumazawa claimed descent, was the more legitimate and should have carried on the imperial tradition. The fact that three of Kumazawa Hiromichi's relatives each soon claimed that he was the true family head gave this challenge added zest, and the very durability of the story in the media seemed to reveal one more way in which Hirohito's authority was eroding.